Chapter 1. The Universal Treasure Map. Shock. Shock. The world is in awe. M.A has invested a staggering $1 billion to acquire 10 extraordinary treasure maps, and he has finally unearthed the 9 transformations golden elixir, now transcended to immortality. Latest news. An expert in the Magic City has unearthed 100,000 zombies presently. The city is plunged into chaos. Good news. A senior high school student has utilized a treasure map to excavate an ancient golden elixir from this moment. My fate is mine to command. 1.4 billion people are fervently sharing the news that someone, after employing a high-level treasure map, has unearthed a fairy, and they are now united in marriage. Completely overturning your imagination, Citizen Zhang has used a high-level treasure map to dig up an entire sea currently. Xuanwu City has been utterly submerged. According to rumors, Netizen Yi, at the foot of Mount Tai, employed a super treasure map and excavated a Mercedes-Benz suspected to belong to a prominent figure, possessing extraordinary elegance. Brother Ma from Nanshan Pizza has unearthed an emperor penguin, the most dismal case in history. Citizen Wang has consecutively used 300 treasure maps, yielding a total value of no more than $1. Congratulations to humanity. Congratulations to the great Xia. Citizen Yang, after using a high-level treasure map, has unearthed the divine elephant's prison suppression technique. Congratulations to humanity. Congratulations to the great Xia. Citizen Duan, after using a high-level treasure map, has excavated half a volume of the Tao Sutra. Shock. The world is astounded. A reader named Tomato, using a high-level treasure map, has unearthed an ancient dragon corpse. SUU incessantly refresh the online news, utterly bewildered. This is a world called Blue Star, strikingly similar to Earth in his previous life. However, 3 years ago, everything changed dramatically with the emergence of treasure maps. Some individuals, after utilizing treasure maps, unearthed thousands of zombies, instigating widespread panic throughout the city. Others excavated billions of terrifying poisonous insects, transforming entire cities into human forbidden zones. Some unearthed hundreds of thousands of minotaurs, who seized a city in a massacre and established a realm of their own. Of course, there were those who unearthed numerous martial arts manuals and miraculous elixirs, bestowing upon themselves unfathomable powers to move mountains and fill seas, to alter the very fabric of day and night. It is precisely because of their existence that the ember of humanity continues to flicker on Blue Star. Simultaneously, the government has made continuous attempts to regulate the treasure maps, yet each endeavor has ended in failure, often leading to catastrophic consequences. The treasure map presents every individual with the opportunity to defy fate. No one is willing to relinquish the chance to overturn their destiny. Some languish in hospitals awaiting death, clutching a treasure map. After all, what do they have to lose? Some, with crippled legs, resigned to a life of limitation, find the opportunity to change their fate before them should they dig. Others, too honest and bullied, ponder the same question. Should they dig? Ultimately, the government was compelled to abandon control. After a considerable time, Suyu managed to calm himself and silently gaze at the 3 treasure maps laid out on the table. Utilizing a treasure map might yield martial arts manuals and miraculous elixirs, yet it equally harbors the potential for unknown dangers. According to official big data statistics, ordinary individuals who excavate treasure maps often find items devoid of peril. The probability stands at a mere 10, signifying that utilizing the treasure map carries a 90 risk. This peril can range from personal injury to endangering an entire city or even a nation. In such a scenario, the casualties would not be confined to oneself, but could encompass millions or even tens of millions of compatriots. As for the likelihood of unearthing something valuable, it hovers around a mere 1, an exceedingly scant chance indeed. Naturally, these statistics are derived from extensive data analysis. Some individuals may experience fortuitous luck, consistently uncovering treasures, while others may find themselves unfortunate, meeting their demise with the very first map. These 3 ordinary treasure maps were bestowed upon Suyu prior to his transmigration. Fearing the unknown dangers that could arise from excavation, the previous owner refrained from digging. Should I excavate these 3 treasure maps or refrain? Suyu found himself in a state of considerable indecision. The risks were exorbitant. If the excavated item turned out to be of little value, he would only lose a single treasure map, yet at least he would remain alive. However, if he were to unearth a horde of 100,000 zombies, Suyu did not harbor any illusions about his chances of survival. Perhaps I should sell the treasure maps? He pondered, feeling a twinge of temptation. According to the official guideline, a common treasure map is valued at a minimum of 100,000, thus, 3 maps could fetch at least 300,000. In reality, a single map could be sold for around 200,000, and many buyers were eager to procure them. For an ordinary individual, this represented a substantial income. Perhaps leading a life as a commoner is not so bad after all, Suyu mused, only to shake his head in denial. No, absolutely not. Am I truly willing to resign myself to a life of mediocrity? Moreover, even if I choose not to excavate, others will. If 100,000 zombies are unearthed in my city, as just one ordinary person, surviving would be exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone, prompting Suyu to open it with urgency. Citizen Su has unearthed a dragon at the Heavenly Paradise Foot Massage Parlor, resulting in 30 fatalities and over 1,000 injuries. Upon reading this, Suyu's expression turned ominously grave. If I recall correctly, the Heavenly Paradise Foot Massage Parlor is merely 5 or 6 kilometers away. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated as Suyu glanced out the window, witnessing a colossal dragon colliding with a building, which subsequently crumbled, causing countless individuals to plummet from the sky like dumplings, their shrieks echoing in despair. The dragon, seemingly unscathed, soared into the distance, leaving devastation in its wake and resulting in innumerable casualties. Bystanders witnessing this scene fled in terror. Damn it, this is far too perilous. I genuinely wish to live as an ordinary person, yet reality does not permit it. I will not sell the treasure maps. Even if it leads to my demise, I must excavate. Suyu resolved with determination, biting his lip as he rolled up the 3 treasure maps and hastily exited. He could not remain in the building any longer before the dragon arrived. Should it strike the building, he would have no chance to escape. Upon stepping outside, Suyu did not hesitate and sprinted away from the direction of the dragon. After 20 minutes, he finally halted, glancing back to discover that the dragon had not pursued him, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. This place is... Suddenly, it seemed that Suyu recalled something, hastily producing 3 treasure maps. After examining them closely, he fixed his gaze on a point several dozen meters away. One of the treasure maps indicates coordinates just a short distance from here. Should I dig? As he pondered, Suyu had already moved closer. Yet as the moment approached, he found himself in a quandary. For an ordinary person, excavating a treasure map harbored a 90% chance of peril if fortune did not favor him. Death was inevitable. Even if he survived, becoming crippled would be tantamount to ruin. I haven't even married yet. Suyu wrestled with his thoughts, inwardly lamenting, if only I could foresee what would be unearthed. Just then, he suddenly froze, vigorously rubbing his eyes before focusing intently once more. This place is sealed with 99 zombies. Once unleashed, they will devour you to the last bone. That a line of golden letters appeared vividly before him. Is this a hint? Suyu was taken aback, then could not help but chuckle. I can actually see hints? If that's the case, how delightful. This treasure map cannot be activated again, let alone 99 zombies. I wouldn't stand a chance against even one. Now, with 2 treasure maps remaining, since I can see hints, I must dig. Chapter 2. I can see hints. Suyu was now exhilarated. As long as he could see hints, following the coordinates on the treasure map to excavate would be utterly safe, wouldn't it? 30 minutes later, after meandering about, he arrived at a location a kilometer away. This place is sealed with a lake, home to 75 mermaids. Their upper bodies are fish, while their lower halves possess stunningly beautiful long legs. They are filled with lust towards humans and are insatiable. Are you certain you wish to activate this treasure map? After quietly reading the hint, Suyu felt overwhelmed. After all the effort to arrive here, danger still lurked? Damn, this is terrifying. How could I even encounter such creatures as mermaids? Having traversed into this realm, he had researched extensively online and thus understood that mermaids come in 2 varieties. One type possesses a human upper body and a fish lower half, renowned for their exquisite beauty and generally amicable nature. The other type, however, boasts a fish upper body and human legs, harboring malevolent intentions towards humans. viewing them merely as tools for their own desires. News reports had recounted tales of individuals who excavated treasure maps only to unearth the latter type of mermaid, resulting in their demise through sheer exhaustion. It was said that a once robust man, weighing 160 pounds, was reduced to less than 60 pounds upon death, mere skin and bones, a harrowing sight indeed. Thank goodness I can see hints otherwise. I wouldn't even know how I perished. Su felt a pang of fear had it not been for his luck. He might have perished twice. There are 3 treasure maps in total, and now only one remains. Surely, my fortune cannot be this poor? Unease began to creep in. If none of the 3 maps led to treasure, it would be a disheartening blow. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and as Su looked up, he immediately spotted a formidable human warrior besieging a colossal dragon. Although the dragon was being subdued, the shock waves from the battle spread outwards, resulting in countless casualties. This is far too perilous. I must dig with all my might. Without a moment's hesitation, Su swiftly departed. Faced with such a gargantuan dragon, he possessed no means of resistance. A profound sense of crisis ignited an unprecedented speed within Su, propelling him toward the location marked on the 3rd treasure map. After 40 minutes of frantic effort, he arrived breathlessly at the outskirts of a desolate ruin. Due to the dragon's appearance, the inhabitants had long since fled, leaving Su alone in the eerie silence. I hope the 3rd treasure map does not lead me to disappointment. He retrieved the map and focused intently. Here lies a sealed red fruit. Consuming it will grant you greater strength. The golden letters shimmered clearly before Su's eyes. His breath quickened. A red fruit? If I eat it, I could become stronger. Eat. I must eat it right now. Overjoyed, Su wasted no time activating the treasure map. Instantly, a small space materialized before him, quietly presenting a red fruit that appeared devoid of danger. This is the vermilion bird fruit. Having traversed dimensions, Su had done his homework and recognized it immediately as a type of spiritual fruit officially named. After ordinary consumption, it would elevate one to the extraordinary and enhance innate talents, making it an exceedingly rare fruit. Without delay, Su consumed the vermilion bird fruit, and before he could even chew, it transformed into a warm current that coursed through his body. He could distinctly feel himself growing stronger at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, his vision blurred, revealing 9 enormous chains materializing within the space. Abruptly, a surge of red energy collided with one of the chains, shattering it. An overwhelming power surged through him, and Su's vision returned to normal. This what power feels like. He mused, clenching his fists and savoring the tumultuous energy within. By the heavens! A startled exclamation broke the silence, and Su turned to see, a mere dozen meters away, a rift in space from which a zombie rapidly emerged. Unbeknownst to him, someone had activated a treasure map from a distance and unearthed a zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, Su turned and fled. Though he had acquired formidable strength, he was uncertain of his true capabilities. "Help me, please." He heard a voice cry out behind him after merely 2 minutes of running. Instinctively, he glanced back to see a plump man sprinting toward him. Behind the stout figure, a relentless zombie was in hot pursuit. "I apologize, but I must save myself. My friend, please help me. If you rescue me, I possess a treasure map that I can offer you," the anxious stout man exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Although he was currently running with considerable speed, he knew that within a minute or two, his stamina would fail him. The relentless zombie, however, would maintain its steady pace, leading to his inevitable demise. Su halted, glancing back with a look of indecision. Though he still possessed 2 treasure maps, he hesitated to use them. The only path to strength lay in acquiring more treasure maps, yet obtaining them was an arduous task indeed. Ordinary individuals could procure but a single treasure map each year. To acquire another, one must serve the nation and protect humanity. It was said that even advanced and super treasure maps might originate in such a manner. However, for an ordinary person to fulfill this duty was akin to scaling the highest peaks. Merely surviving was a commendable achievement. Of course, there existed another option: purchasing treasure maps. Yet, who would be willing to part with such invaluable possessions? Even when aware of the potential dangers that might arise from using a treasure map, would it not be wiser to keep it? Su's former self had certainly felt this way. My friend, I speak earnestly. If you save me, this treasure map shall be yours, the stout man implored, on the verge of tears, producing a treasure map without hesitation and tossing it to Suyu. Catching the map, Suyu glanced up at the zombie and felt a surge of confidence. Realizing that his speed surpassed that of the zombie, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall assist you." Without delay, Suyu surveyed his surroundings and seized a nearby trash bin, hurling it with great force towards the zombie. With a resounding crash, the zombie's head burst open and its body collapsed to the ground, convulsing momentarily before falling still. Huh, huh. The stout man halted, astonished by the scene before him, then gave Suyu an approving thumbs up, breathlessly exclaiming, "Remarkable. I initially thought we would tackle the zombie together, but you dispatched it in an instant. At this rate, you have already become a warrior. When an ordinary person gains extraordinary power, they are transformed into a warrior. According to information circulating online, the human body is bound by 9 shackles. Should any one of these shackles break, an ordinary person becomes a warrior." Indeed, Suyu nodded and inquired, "Did you unearth only one zombie?" Fortunately, only a single zombie emerged. Had there been more, I would have been done for. The stout man responded, visibly shaken. "You are quite fortunate," Suyu affirmed with a nod. Records indicated that typically, no fewer than 10 zombies were unearthed. The stout man's singular encounter was indeed a stroke of good luck. If there had been 10, even if Suyu wished to assist, he would have found himself powerless. "Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell." Suyu waved and swiftly departed. "Hey, I wanted to ask if you collect treasure maps? After this experience, I certainly shan't venture to excavate again." The stout man muttered, a hint of resignation in his voice. Chapter 3. Fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang. What did you say? You intend to sell a treasure map? Suyu has returned. My friend, didn't you disappear without a trace? What brings you back all of a sudden? The portly fellow expressed his surprise. Suyu offered no explanation, for reasons unknown. His hearing seemed remarkably enhanced, allowing him to catch the murmurs from a considerable distance. "This is of little consequence. Did you not just mention selling a treasure map?" Suyu inquired. He had exhausted his own supply of treasure maps, and was indeed in dire need of acquiring more. Clearly, purchasing a map from another was the most advantageous course of action. Indeed, the portly man nodded, saying, "This time luck favored me, as I unearthed only a single zombie and fortuitously encountered you. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to my own demise." Fixating on Suyu, he continued briskly, "Therefore, I have resolved to sell the remaining treasure maps in my possession. Are you interested?" "I am interested." Suyu nodded and asked, "How much do you intend to sell a single treasure map for?" "The official guideline price is 100,000 per map, but I shall not adhere to that. These maps are currently priceless in the market. Hence, I plan to sell each for 200,000. Would you be inclined to purchase?" The portly fellow chuckled. Suyu felt a twinge of helplessness. The portly man's assertion was not without merit. The official price for an ordinary treasure map was indeed 100,000. However, in reality, 200,000 might very well be the going rate. Such items, while sought after, have no fixed price. If one cannot afford it, there are many who can. While 200,000 may weigh heavily on some, it is trivial to others. Yet, where could he possibly procure 200,000? Suyu furrowed his brow, quietly lamenting, 200,000. If I scrape together my resources, I might manage it, but that is my wedding fund. It must not be squandered, or I shall never wed. Alas! Suyu slapped his own face in self-reproach, berating himself. What era is this? Why am I still preoccupied with marriage? Women will only hinder my ascent to strength. Suyu lifted his gaze, fixing it on the portly man, and spoke through gritted teeth. "I shall have the treasure map. How shall we transact?" "Naturally, we shall use the trading hall." The portly fellow replied swiftly. "That is an official trading venue, secure and reliable. You wouldn't want any complications to arise, would you?" "Very well. Shall we head there now?" Suyu asked. "Not at present. Let us do this. We shall meet at the trading hall at 4:30 this afternoon." The portly man retrieved his phone and said, "Let us add each other as friends, and I will send you a message at that time." Agreed. Suyu was in no rush. After they exchanged friend requests, they parted ways. 200,000. Oh, 200,000. Treasure maps are indeed expensive. As Suyu walked, he mumbled to himself, suddenly halting in his tracks as he recalled the other 2 treasure maps he possessed. A thought struck him. If the portly man's treasure map could fetch 200,000, might not my 2 maps also be worth the same? If I could uncover something valuable, I would undoubtedly profit. If not, I would suffer no loss. With this realization, Suyu felt a wave of clarity wash over him, his thoughts becoming remarkably lucid. An hour later, Suyu arrived at the location marked by the 4th treasure map. He hoped that this map from the corpulent man would bring him a delightful surprise. Suyu focused his gaze. Here lay sealed a fragment of a celestial soldier, capable of unleashing a minuscule fraction of its boundless power. A stern warning echoed in his mind. One must never utter the name of its owner, or he would re-emerge from the river of time. Golden inscriptions began to materialize. What is a celestial soldier? Such a concept was unfamiliar to him. Just how much power does a minuscule fraction equate to? Suyu furrowed his brow, hesitating over whether to excavate. If he dug, he would forfeit 200,000. Yet, if he refrained, what if it were a remarkable artifact? A gamble, then. After 3 seconds of inner turmoil, Suyu resolved to utilize the treasure map without further hesitation. Instantly, he beheld a realm where a fragment, no larger than a fingernail, floated serenely. Its brilliance shone like the blazing sun, almost blinding. Were it not for this radiant glow, locating such a fragment would indeed prove arduous. Suyu reached out, and the fragment nestled into his palm, its luminescence swiftly dimming to an unassuming glimmer. Intricate patterns were etched upon its surface, seemingly harboring unfathomable might, which Suyu found utterly inscrutable. Simultaneously, as he grasped the fragment, he sensed a peculiar connection forming, one that would enable him to effortlessly manipulate the fragment and harness its latent power. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, causing Suyu to turn, his face paling in horror. Despite the passage of time, the colossal dragon unearthed by others remained unvanquished. The dragon, measuring over 100 meters, loomed ominously, careening towards him with reckless abandon. Buildings crumbled in its wake, engulfed in clouds of dust, as countless lives were extinguished. "Everyone flee!" shouted a powerful human figure soaring through the air, desperately urging others to escape the dragon's path. Among the throng of people, Suyu found himself ensnared, and given the dragon's speed, he had no hope of evading its wrath. Even in a state of disarray, the dragon wielded terrifying power in its final moments. It could drag countless souls down into the abyss alongside it. This was a calamity for all humanity. For 3 years, innumerable lives had been lost to such terror. "I'm still young. I refuse to perish." Suyu was drenched in cold sweat. He could not afford to die. Then it struck him. He still possessed the fragment. Though he could only unleash a minuscule fraction of its power, he had no idea how potent it might be. Now, he could only treat this desperate situation as a last resort. Gritting his teeth, Suyu swiftly composed himself, gripping the fragment tightly and awakening its dormant energy. Boom! The heavens trembled as a golden rod materialized, spanning the sky, and it came crashing down upon the dragon's head with tremendous force. Bang! The dragon, caught off guard, had its massive head shattered, its 100-meter-long body collapsing helplessly to the ground. Incredible! Suyu marveled, noticing what appeared to be inscriptions upon the rod. Something akin to what was it? His astonishment was palpable, but in the next moment, a wave of weakness washed over him, his legs trembling. Was this the after effect? Alas! Suyu collapsed on the ground, his entire body trembling with weakness. Behind the giant dragon, 7 or 8 formidable figures soared through the air, their expressions turning to one of astonishment upon witnessing the slain dragon. Which powerful being has unleashed such might? One inquired. I believe I glimpsed the words Jingu Bang inscribed upon that staff. Could it be that the legendary Monkey King has intervened? Another suggested. Yet, I have not heard of anyone unearthing the Monkey King. The crowd furrowed their brows. Let's not dwell on such matters. The dragon's demise is indeed fortuitous. Our priority should be to rescue those in peril, a noble and generous woman proclaimed. Though the dragon is vanquished, significant dangers still loom. We must first evacuate the nearby individuals to safety and subsequently cleanse all areas traversed by the dragon. With that, she descended, surveying her surroundings until her gaze rested upon Suyu. The dragoness ferocity had clearly instilled fear in the hearts of the youth. Approaching Suyu, she unhesitatingly lifted him into her arms. Chapter 4. Unearthing a tomato. Women are often a gentle refuge, and Suyu yearned to resist, for he did not wish to succumb to this tender haven, drowning in its depths and unable to extricate himself. Yet, in his current frail state, he found himself utterly powerless to resist, even struggling to utter a word. Once they reached a place of safety, the woman gently set Suyu down and, with a tone of sincere apology, said, "I am truly sorry we could not eliminate the dragon in a timely manner, which has caused you distress. My deepest apologies." Before Suyu could respond, she had already turned and gracefully vanished into the void. In just a few minutes, Suyu observed the woman and her companions escorting a multitude of people. "Oh, you can stand now," she exclaimed, her surprise evident as she approached him. "Thank you for your help earlier," Suyu replied weakly. He recognized her as Lin Zi, a night watcher. 3 years prior, a treasure map had suddenly appeared, prompting countless individuals to unearth treasures, only to release a host of monsters and plunge the world into chaos. In response, the government hastily established the Night Watcher organization to protect the populace and restore peace. "It was my duty," Lindsay nodded lightly, preparing to depart when she suddenly paused, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she scrutinized Suyu closely. "I didn't notice before, but now I see you are quite young and have already broken the shackles, initiating your genetic evolution. I don't recall any young warriors like you in Tiana City. You must not have registered with the Night Watchers yet?" Suyu shook his head and replied candidly, "Just yesterday, I was an ordinary person. Today, I utilized the treasure map and unearthed a vermilion bird fruit, which granted me my evolution." "Quite fortunate indeed." Lindsay handed him a business card, saying, "Make sure to visit the Night Watcher Division tomorrow. All who have undergone genetic evolution must register. When you come, give me a call, and I will personally assist you with the process." "Understood," Suyu nodded, tucking Lindsay's card away. In the distance, others had taken note of this exchange. Upon Lindsay's return, someone inquired, "Lindsay, have you discovered something?" "I found a young man, around 18 or 19, who has just broken the shackles and initiated his genetic evolution. He is indeed a promising prospect," Lindsay revealed without hesitation. 18 or 19, and he has already shattered the genetic shackles? Someone gasped, excitement evident as they licked their lips. The younger one is when they break the genetic shackles, the greater their potential for future accomplishments. Those who are older, even if they manage to break through, may find it exceedingly difficult to achieve greatness unless they come across extraordinary treasures. Conversely, the youth possess bodies in their prime, brimming with infinite possibilities. The effects of similar treasures differ vastly between the young and the old. The former are more likely to grow stronger while consuming fewer resources. A wave of exhilaration washed over the crowd as they reveled in this promising news. As the apocalypse descends, unity becomes essential for survival. After regaining some strength, Suyu swiftly departed from the site. Although he had slain the colossal dragon, he had no intention of claiming its spoils. Having just traversed into this world, he possessed the complete memories of his predecessor, but remained engulfed in distrust towards everyone. If one cannot trust others in times of peace, how much less so in an era of chaos? Suyu was acutely aware of his limitations. Even if he could only harness a minuscule fraction of the power contained within the fragments, it would still be formidable. After all, he had managed to slay such a powerful dragon. As he distanced himself, he silently lamented the fleeting moment of bravado, knowing that his strength would soon wane. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he resolved not to rely on it. At this juncture, his priority was to collect treasure maps and, subsequently, to locate the treasures indicated therein, striving to enhance his abilities as swiftly as possible. Power, after all, is the currency of influence. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Suyu arrived punctually at the trading hall, where he encountered the rotund man. "Do you have the money?" the man inquired straightforwardly. Suyu's lips twitched, yet he replied affirmatively. In truth, his card did not possess a substantial sum, but he managed to scrape together 200,000. This money had been left behind by his parents for the purpose of securing a bride. Now it was all gone. In the trading hall, under the watchful eyes of the officials, the two conducted their transaction. So you acquired another treasure map. My good friend, if you desire more treasure maps, feel free to reach out. I have plenty, the rotund man said post-transaction. Honestly, I am now too frightened to dig for treasure. If I exhaust all my maps, my family would be devastated. How do you possess so many? Suyu inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Hee. The man chuckled softly, responding, I am the only child of my family. Including my grandparents and parents, there's 7 of us. Over the past 3 years, each of us has received 3 treasure maps, totaling 21. So, how could I not have a plethora? Upon hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but feel envious. Since the advent of the treasure maps, each individual was granted 1 annually. Unfortunately, he had arrived in this world as an orphan, facing insurmountable challenges from the outset. I used 1 treasure map, gave you 1, and sold you another. I still have 18 remaining. The rotund man continued. However, let me be clear. In light of your past aid, I can sell you a map for 200,000, but you must act swiftly. I intend to sell the remaining maps soon, and should you delay, I might sell them to someone else. With a smile, the man turned to leave. How fortunate it would be to have been born as him, starting with 21 treasure maps and soaring to greatness. So he was consumed by envy. Glancing at the treasure map in his hand, he hurriedly exited the trading hall and raced towards the location marked on the map. The distance was not particularly far, merely around 3 kilometers from the trading hall. Having shattered the shackles and embarked on a journey of genetic evolution, Suyu transformed into a warrior, arriving at his destination in just 10 minutes. After casting a glance around and noting the absence of nearby individuals, he focused intently on the location of his target. Soon, golden letters materialized, revealing that a tomato was sealed here, and consuming it would enhance his strength. Wait, what else with the tomato? Suyupander momentarily. But he soon chuckled. Regardless of the peculiarities surrounding the tomato, as long as it posed no danger and could augment his power, he was unfazed. Without a hint of hesitation, Suyu promptly utilized the treasure map. A space unfolded before him, within which floated a tomato the size of a fist. The sight of this tomato ignited a spark of excitement in Suyu's eyes, causing his mouth to water. Although it appeared to be an ordinary tomato, an instinctual urge compelled him to consume it. Thus, in the next instant, Suyu reached out, grasped the tomato, and took a hearty bite. The sweet and sour flavor was delightful. Suddenly, his vision blurred, transporting him to a familiar realm. Previously, there were 9 chains binding him. These chains represented the shackles that restrained the human body. Now, he observed that only 8 chains remained within him. Boom! Abruptly, a terrifying force surged in with brute strength, violently colliding with one of the chains. Chapter 5. Second-tier warrior it shattered. A total of 9 chains existed, and now, 2 of them had fractured. In an instant, Suyu felt an overwhelming surge of power awakening within him, as if his very life had transcended, reaching an entirely new height. According to the information available online, the human body was bound by 9 chains, and with the breaking of each chain, one ascended a tier in their cultivation. As Suyu's vision returned to normal, he pondered quietly, having broken 2 chains. Does that mean I am now a second-tier warrior? Since he had just traversed into this realm, the information he had gathered was rather limited. Each event that unfolded felt surreal to him, leading him to sometimes question whether he was merely dreaming. Certainly, I should be a second-tier warrior now. I will visit the Night Watcher division tomorrow and ascertain the truth, he reassured himself. In total, there were 5 treasure maps. He had utilized 3, leaving him with 2 that he could no longer use. If he did not employ them, it would be a waste to keep them, yet using them posed significant risks. Even if he was a second-tier warrior, selling them to an unsuspecting ordinary person would be akin to endangering their life. Should the treasures be unearthed, it could also have repercussions for him. Thus, if he were to sell, it must be to a powerful individual. The trading hall was a chaotic place, making it difficult to discern the strength of potential buyers. However, visiting the Night Watcher division tomorrow would ensure that he would be among the strong. An audacious idea took root in Su Yu's mind: to sell the perilous treasure maps, using the proceeds to acquire new ones from the chubby merchant. This way, he could establish an endless cycle until the treasures unearthed were devoid of danger. Ah, I truly am a genius. Su Yu could not suppress his admiration for his own ingenuity. Now, it was time to return home and recuperate. Lacking the funds for a taxi, he resorted to walking. Nevertheless, as a second-tier warrior, his physical prowess was extraordinary. Even on foot, fatigue was foreign to him, and his speed rivaled that of an electric scooter. 20 minutes later, Su Yu gazed upon the ruins of his community, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Where's my home?" The neighborhood where Su Yu resided had been reduced to rubble, with cries of despair echoing from beneath the debris. Outside, ambulances were lined up, and official personnel flooded into the ruins, tirelessly rescuing those trapped, while many civilians voluntarily joined the rescue efforts. Su Yu's expression darkened profoundly. Had he not departed at the earliest opportunity, he too might have become another victim beneath the wreckage. How terrifying, how perilous! Clenching his fists, he resolved to join the rescue efforts. It was not until deep into the night that Su Yu finally paused. Fortunately, following the dragon's emergence, the authorities had already initiated evacuations. Most residents had departed early, but a few remained oblivious in their slumber, and by the time they awoke, it was too late. Inside a tent, Su Yu opened his phone and began scrolling through the local news. On this day, Citizen Wang unearthed a dragon using a treasure map, resulting in the tragic death of over 1,000 individuals and injuring more than 100,000, with casualty figures still being tallied. The devastation wrought by the dragon led to the destruction of 23 buildings in the city, incurring losses exceeding 1 trillion. Currently, Wang has been detained, and the case is under further investigation. Meanwhile, Citizen He uncovered 3 zombies with the same treasure map. Fortunately, they have been eliminated without causing any harm. Citizen Gu discovered a serpent valley, prompting the night watchers to organize an expedition for exploration. Citizen Chun unearthed a scroll of the Sunflower Manual and has been urgently transported to the hospital. Citizen Zhang found the legendary Yuchang sword. As Su Yu read this, a frown creased his brow, if memory served. The Yuchang sword was renowned as one of the top 10 swords. What immense power could this possess? Shaking his head, he continued to peruse the news. Citizen Su discovered a vermilion bird fruit, which upon consumption, enabled the breaking of shackles and the commencement of genetic evolution. Is this referring to me? Su Yu pondered, furrowing his brow. It must have been reported by the night watcher Lin Zi. Others should not be aware of this. He continued scrolling through the news. Citizen Xiao uncovered a speaker, while Citizen Duan unearthed a woman in ancient garb, who has since been issued identification and registered. Citizen Su, after using the treasure map, found a chessboard where he became trapped. The night watchers are currently organizing a rescue. As the night waned, Su Yu finally set his phone aside and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, he refreshed himself briefly before heading to the night watcher's branch. Prior to his arrival, he had placed a call to Lin Zi. "Su Yu, you're here?" Lin Zi greeted him, appearing quite invigorated, her physique both grand and generous. "Kept everything Su Yu is, Gaze." Yet, he seemed entirely uninterested, his eyes clear as water, which surprised Lin Zi. Few young individuals today were indifferent to beauty. "Hello, I'm here to register," Su Yu promptly stated. "I understand. Follow me." Lin Zi beckoned, leading the way with an enchanting allure. However, Su Yu paid her no mind, engrossed in his phone as he messaged his friend Fatty. "Fatty, I need 2 treasure maps today. I'll let you know the time shortly. We'll exchange cash for goods." "Not possible today. I'm in the hospital. We can discuss it once I'm discharged." Fatty quickly replied. "What happened? Where are you?" "I'll come visit," Su Yu responded, his face a canvas of confusion. "Sai, it's a long story. If you want to come, then come. I'm at the First People S Hospital, room 666. "All right." With a perplexed expression, Su Yu tucked his phone away and followed Lin Zi to a machine. "Please give me your ID." Lin Zi extended her hand. Su Yu handed over his identification card. "Oh, only 18. Lin Zi chuckled, scanning the card on the machine before returning it to Su Yu. "Place your hand here and channel your inner strength. This device will assess your power." Without hesitation, Su Yu summoned the energy within him. Suddenly, the large screen of the machine flickered, revealing the words Warrior Level 2. After just one day, you've already reached Warrior Level 2? Lindsay remarked, unable to contain her surprise. Most individuals, even after discovering treasures through a treasure map, require 3 or 4 attempts to attain Warrior Level 1. Yet you have achieved Level 2 so swiftly? Well, it wasn't entirely instantaneous. I unearthed a tomato yesterday, which contributed to my attainment of Warrior Level 2, Suyu replied with a smile. You excavated 2 treasure maps in a single day and uncovered 2 artifacts without encountering any danger? Remarkable luck indeed. Lindsay exclaimed. Come on, let's go register. With great enthusiasm, Lindsay took Suyu by the hand and led him away. Chapter 6. Joining the Night Watchers. It took merely 10 minutes to complete the registration. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency that comes with connections. Once the registration was finalized, Lindsay ushered Suyu into an office and stated, Now, you have 2 choices. Before Suyu could respond, she continued, Firstly, you can remain an ordinary citizen. Well, you are still a student, so you may continue your studies. Secondly, you can apply to join the Night Watchers, like myself, dedicating yourself to the protection of the common people. Pausing for a moment, she fixed her gaze upon Suyu, her expression earnest. So, are you willing to join the Night Watchers now? Suyu found himself in a quandary. The Night Watchers were the only official supernatural organization of the Great Xia, and joining them would undoubtedly come with numerous benefits. Yet, on the other hand, such a commitment would entail significant responsibilities and inherent dangers. It would not be an exaggeration to say that wherever danger lurked, there would be the Night Watchers, always at the forefront of battle. Often, while ordinary citizens could retreat and escape, the Night Watchers had no such luxury. They were required to fight to the death to secure sufficient time for the civilians to withdraw. If neither of us takes up arms, who will defend the people of Great Xia? Lindsay's words ignited a fervor within Suyu. However, he quickly regained his composure, hesitating slightly before he said, Could you perhaps provide some more practical details? Lindsay chuckled suddenly, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor, though not overwhelmingly so. I had thought you were filled with passion, but it seems you are quite composed. Yet, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Those driven by fervor often meet tragic ends. Since you request practical details, allow me to share some with you. Upon joining the Night Watchers during the internship period, you are guaranteed 3 treasure maps. If you are confirmed as a full member, you will receive 1 treasure map each month, totaling 12 maps in a year. Lindsay spoke swiftly, adding that this was merely the minimum guarantee for each mission completed. The organization would reward members based on their performance with additional treasure maps or other valuable items. Furthermore, you should also be aware that in addition to the treasure maps provided by the organization, the heavens will bestow a certain number of treasure maps upon each individual. The heavens? Suyu furrowed his brow. 3 years prior, treasure maps had suddenly appeared, and no one understood the phenomenon. They had materialized out of thin air, manifesting at precise moments directly into the hands of individuals, a rather fantastical occurrence. At present, we have yet to ascertain the origin of these treasure maps, so for now, we attribute it to the heavens, Lindsay elucidated. Nodding, Suyu inquired, where do the treasure maps awarded by the Night Watchers originate? Based on his knowledge, there were currently 2 known sources of treasure maps. One was the Heavenly Grant, with each person receiving 1 per year. The other was through participating in missions, protecting the homeland and safeguarding the populace, after which they would receive treasure maps, seemingly also bestowed by the heavens. Beyond these, there appear to be no other sources, at least not that Suyu is aware of. Well, I am uncertain, Lindsay remarked, shaking her head. I have merely heard that the higher-ups of the Night Watch possess special channels through which they can procure treasure maps. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded and inquired, Are there any other benefits? To be frank, he was already intrigued. Yet he understood that Lindsay's invitation to join the Night Watch signified his value. Therefore, he was not in a rush and sought clarity before proceeding. What other advantages are there? Lindsay studied Suyu intently before responding. An annual salary of 1.2 million, a generous 200 square meter apartment gifted to you, and all utilities including water, electricity, property management, internet, and phone bills will be covered. Additionally, a vehicle will be provided, and the organization will reimburse your fuel expenses. Moreover, if you wish to marry, the Night Watch will assist in introducing potential partners. Is it truly that favorable? So you could not help but inquire. Indeed, Lindsay affirmed with a nod. Very well, I shall join. Suyu declared without further hesitation or inquiry. Regardless of the realm, being part of an established system was always the most appealing option. The Night Watch was the sole superpower organization officially recognized by the Great Xia, thus compelling him to find a way to be a part of it. Not to mention, joining the Night Watch would grant him access to more treasure maps. The monetary compensation and housing were of little consequence to him. The treasure maps were his primary focus. All right, come with me to complete the formalities, Lindsay said, with delight evident as she led Suyu to the necessary procedures. In less than 20 minutes, Suyu successfully became a member of the Night Watch, albeit currently as an intern. This is the key to room 808 in Building E of the Night Watch residential complex. It is fully furnished, and you may move in at your convenience. As for the vehicle, it will be assigned to you once you attain full status. Lindsay continued, here is your Night Watch ID. Ensure you carry it with you at all times, as it is crucial for various matters. Additionally, this is a Night Watch watch, which integrates location tracking, communication, and emergency assistance. Under ordinary circumstances, it must not be separated from you. Lastly, here is your uniform. It is not required for daily wear, but will be used on special occasions. You may simply store it at home. After a brief pause, Lindsay concluded, that will be all for now. You may leave. Should any tasks arise, I will notify you. So you felt somewhat disoriented. The time had been too brief. Honestly, he had yet to acclimate to his new identity. Sister Lin, he gathered his thoughts and said, I possess 2 treasure maps that I intend to sell. Do you have any channels for that? Lindsay gazed at Suyu in astonishment, asking, treasure maps are priceless. You wish to sell them? Suyu chuckled awkwardly and replied, I've already unearthed 3 treasure maps, and my instinct suggests that continuing to dig may lead to danger. Therefore, I contemplate selling the remaining maps, and once I acquire new ones in the future, I will resume excavating. Suyu fabricated a tale. As he could not disclose the truth, Lindsay scrutinized him intently and said, if you wish to sell, it is certainly feasible. There will be no shortage of buyers for such items. Please wait a moment while I make a phone call. Lindsay dialed a number while speaking. Shortly thereafter, a bald man entered, smiling as he addressed her. Captain Lin, what brings me here so suddenly? Lei Gang, I have heard that you have been acquiring treasure maps recently. Lindsay inquired. Yes, that's true, the bald Lei Gang replied, rubbing his head with a grin. I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation and thought to purchase some treasure maps to excavate and see if I might unearth something valuable to help me break through. I have 2 treasure maps for sale at 500,000. Are you interested? Lindsay proposed. Captain Lin, that's rather steep. Lei Gang scolded. The market price hovers around 200,000, and for both, it should be about 400,000. You're trying to shortchange me by 100,000. Will you take them or not? Lindsay asked, her patience waning. If you decline, there are others who will be interested. I recall your arch-rival is also in the market for treasure maps. If it comes to that, I shall sell them to him. All right. For the sake of Captain Lin, I shall take both maps. Lei Gang conceded, albeit reluctantly. To an ordinary person, the price of the treasure maps might seem exorbitant. But to him, even at 500,000 each, they were bargain. Should he unearth something of substantial worth, it would far exceed the cost of acquiring 1,000 treasure maps. Before long, Suyu received a notification of 500,000 deposited into his account. Kid, Captain Lin is a good person. Make sure to follow her closely, Lei Gang said, patting Suyu on the shoulder before departing with the treasure maps. Suyu, if you wish to sell treasure maps in the future, come to me. I can help you fetch a high price. However, I recommend you keep the maps for yourself. When the time is right, you'll be ready to dig. If you unearth something valuable, it will be worth more than 500,000, Lindsay advised. Thank you, Sister Lin. I understand. Suyu replied with a smile, then asked Sister Lin if the treasure maps pose any danger. Can he handle it? Suyu harbored some concern, fearing that if anything were to happen to the bald man, it would be quite unacceptable. Chapter 7. The Sunflower Manual Excavating the Treasure Map. Life and death are fated. Even if there is genuine danger, is not your fault. Lindsay comforted, saying, of course, Captain Lei Gang is no ordinary individual. He can handle typical perils with ease. Moreover, he always brings companions when searching for treasure maps, ensuring that even if he encounters extraordinary dangers, he can manage them effortlessly. Lin Zhuang, exuding a sisterly aura, patted Su Yu on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "You are now under my wing. You need not worry about this matter or fear that you will fail to unearth anything valuable. Captain Lei Gang will not trouble you. That settles it then." Su Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. If Captain Lei Gang emerged unscathed this time, he intended to sell the treasure maps to him in the future. After departing from a night watch division, Su Yu, in high spirits, hailed a ride to the First People's Hospital of the city. Outside the hospital, he purchased some fruits and, contemplating further, added 2 boxes of milk before heading inside, making his way directly to room 666. "Hey, Fatty, what happened to you?" Upon entering the ward, Su Yu was greeted by the sight of Fatty's groin heavily bandaged, which left him somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Fatty had undergone surgery there? Sighing, Fatty finally spoke after Su Yu set down the fruits and milk. "After parting ways with you yesterday, I couldn't resist. I went home and took a treasure map to excavate." At this point, Fatty hesitated, appearing conflicted about whether to divulge more. "And you encountered danger?" Su Yu glanced at the bandaged area, unable to suppress a chuckle. Fatty's face turned crimson, but he shook his head, saying, "I didn't encounter danger. Rather, I unearthed a manual." "Really?" Su Yu exclaimed with surprise, feeling a twinge of envy while also rejoicing for Fatty. "Your luck is remarkable. With a manual in hand, you can ascend to greatness and no longer remain an ordinary person." After a pause, Su Yu questioned further, "But wait, if you found a manual, how did you end up in the hospital? Did you not see the news?" Fatty asked, his face contorted in distress. "The news? I watch it every day. What does that have to do with you?" Su Yu replied, I'm the one who unearthed the sunflower manual." Fatty turned his head away, seemingly unable to face Su Yu. "The sunflower manual?" Su Yu was taken aback, feeling a flicker of recognition. He quickly retrieved his phone, typing in sunflower manual to search. Soon, news articles appeared. "Citizen Chun has unearthed a scroll of the sunflower manual using a treasure map. He has been urgently sent to the hospital." Su Yu's expression morphed into one of astonishment as he turned to Fatty, weakly inquiring, "Fatty, is your surname Chun?" "Yes." Fatty's voice was barely audible, too timid to speak loudly. Bravery indeed. So you could not help but give him a thumbs up. In my excitement, I didn't think much of it. Upon reading to practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. I acted immediately. Fatty's face was a picture of embarrassment, but he seemed eager to confide. He averted his gaze and whispered. It was only after I had done it that I saw the second page, which read, "If one does not undergo castration, success is still possible." Then I dialed the emergency number. Su Yu wanted to laugh, but he restrained himself and inquired, "Is it connected?" "Yes," the chubby man replied weakly. "The doctor said, with proper care, it should still be usable in the future." "That's good," Su Yu nodded, patting the chubby man's shoulder. "Take good care of your injuries. Once you've recovered, I'll come back to purchase the treasure maps from you." "No problem." The chubby man turned his head, his face flushed with a deep crimson. He retrieved 2 treasure maps from beneath him, stating, "I thought you might be in a hurry, so after our conversation, I had my family send these 2 maps right away." "You are truly wonderful," Su Yu remarked without taking the maps immediately. Instead, he transferred 400,000 to the chubby man's account. Only after the chubby man's phone buzzed with an incoming notification did he take the 2 treasure maps. In this transaction, Su Yu profited a substantial 100,000, tears welling in his eyes as he thought how kind the chubby man was. He silently vowed that once he became prosperous, he would never forget the chubby man. What I told you, please don't share it with anyone." The chubby man insisted after a moment of hesitation. "Rest assured, I didn't hear anything today," Su Yu assured, thumping his chest. Then he added, "Chubby, if you're not going to use those treasure maps, please save them for me. I want them all. However, I need a bit of time. Can you be accommodating?" The chubby man looked at Su Yu in surprise, then nodded. "In light of your prior help, I'll reserve one for you for a month. After that, I might sell it to someone else." "All right, a month is sufficient," Su Yu replied with a smile. "Chubby, I shall take my leave now, but I'll come to see you again tomorrow." After Suyu departed, the chubby man's demeanor gradually returned to normal. He then pulled out a yellowed, ancient book from beneath his pillow and began to examine it intently. The cover of the book bore the 4 characters of the Sunflower Manual. Moments later, the chubby man suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So that's it? I've understood." Instantly, the air vibrated, as if a mysterious force surged from all directions into the chubby man's body. The Sunflower Manual trembled, transforming into a beam of light that drilled into the chubby man's brow. He fell into a trance, yet his aura grew increasingly potent. Upon leaving the hospital, Su did not take a taxi, but instead walked home. Although he now had a new home, there were still some belongings at his old place that he needed to retrieve. Soon, he arrived at the site of what had become a ruin, where he noticed a queue forming, seemingly for some registration. Hastily, he approached and saw a resident from the community. With a smile, he asked Uncle Zhang, "What's going on here?" "Ah, Xiaoyu," Uncle Zhang replied after taking a puff from his cigarette. "Our community was destroyed by that beast. The night watchman has come forward to offer each resident a free replacement home, along with a compensation of 200,000. If someone in the household has died, their SA compensation of 1 million per person. We're here to register for the compensation." It was then that Suyu realized, could it be that he was entitled to another apartment? With this thought in mind, he promptly joined Uncle Zhang in the queue. Soon, it was Suyu's turn. A night watchman, holding a computer, began to input data while inquiring, "Name? ID number?" "Suyu, my ID number is." Suyu responded with great fluency. The night watchman suddenly looked up, setting down the computer with an air of surprise. "You are a night watchman?" "Yes, an intern night watchman." Suyu nodded affirmatively. Due to the extensive damage to the residential buildings, the compensation apartments are rather scarce, and we must prioritize the needs of ordinary citizens. The night watchman across from him fixed his gaze on Suyu and added, "Since you are a night watchman, you must place the welfare of the people first. Your compensation can wait." At these words, Suyu couldn't help but give a night watchman a thumbs up. This is what it means to be a night watchman. "I'm fine. I just came to take a look." "Well, I must be on my way now," Suyu said with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he entered the ruins of the community, heading straight for the residential building where he lived, hoping to unearth something of value. Is Xiaoyu really a night watchman? Once Suyu had left, the crowd began to react, with Uncle Zhang expressing his astonishment. Indeed, Suyu's capabilities surpass even mine. The night watchman responsible for statistics glanced at the computer screen, filled with envy. At merely 18 years of age, Suyu had already attained the 2nd rank of a warrior. As long as he did not falter, a bright future awaited him. Chapter 8. The Celestial Hound. The treasure map presented everyone with an equitable opportunity, yet distinctions inevitably arose. The younger one was when they shattered their chains and embarked on genetic evolution to become a warrior, the greater their future accomplishments would be. Consequently, whenever a young individual broke free, they were promptly taken away by the night watchers for focused training. In the distance, Suyu, upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head, dismissing the matter. After a while, he located the building where he resided. It had now become a dilapidated structure, teetering on the brink of collapse, rendering it unapproachable for ordinary people. However, Suyu was different. His prowess as a 2nd-tier warrior bestowed upon him considerable confidence, enabling him to ascend the stairs step by step. Upon entering his home, he found the floors slanted, and the appliances were severely damaged. Unfazed, he rummaged through a drawer and discovered an album, subsequently retrieving his computer from the room. "Xiaoyu, why not come over to my house for a meal?" As Suyu emerged from the crumbling edifice, he heard someone call out, "Aunt Wang." Suyu replied with a smile, "As tempting as that sounds, I have matters to attend to, so I must be on my way." Aunt Wang chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. "Xiaoyu, how about coming to my house instead? Xiaoru has been mentioning you." Another voice chimed in, with a smile that bore an undertone of flattery. The Xiaoru she referred to was a schoolmate of Suyu's, and due to their shared neighborhood, they had once shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship. However, after Suyu became an orphan, Xiaoru's parents cautioned her against associating with him, deeming him a charity case. 3 years had passed, both before and after his traversal, and the only difference lay in the passage of time. Suyu was acutely aware of these memories. After all, his parents had remained unchanged. leaving no reason for anything else to differ. No, no, Aunt Zhang, there's no home left to dine in, Suyu replied with a smile, ensuring he did not offend anyone. Farewell, everyone. He left behind a group of neighbors, exchanging puzzled glances. As Suyu departed, a girl with twin ponytails hurried over, anxiously inquiring, Dad, Mom, where's Suyu? Alas, Suyu has left. It seems you and Suyu are destined to be apart, Xiao Ru's mother sighed. It's all your fault. I was getting along splendidly with Suyu, and you insisted I stop associating with him, saying he was an orphan and that we should offer him charity. Xiao Ru began to cry. Just outside the neighborhood, Suyu paused momentarily, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes upon hearing her words. Yet, that fleeting sentiment quickly vanished, replaced by a resolute demeanor. Room 808, Building E of the Night Watcher's family quarters. Suyu opened the door and stepped inside, setting down his belongings before taking a closer look around. Everything is brand new. Suyu marveled within his new abode, unable to contain his astonishment. The Night Watchers truly possess great wealth. A spacious 200-square-meter flat, and beyond the bedrooms. They even equipped me with a gym. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door. Suyu was puzzled as he opened the door, only to find Lin Zi standing outside. Sister Lin, what brings you here? He exclaimed in surprise. I finished work and came home for dinner. Thought I'd drop by. By the way, I live right next door. Lin Zi pointed to room 807 and then invited Suyu. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come over and join me. Is that convenient? Suyu hesitated, though he was genuinely hungry. What is inconvenient about it? Lin Zi patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, It's just me at home. Your presence would make it livelier. All right then. Suyu closed the door and followed Lin Zi to 807. The two apartments, 807 and 808, were both expansive 200-square-meter flats, but 807 had a distinctly feminine touch, adorned with a more vibrant decor. Make yourself comfortable and take a look at this book. It's quite suitable for you at the moment, Lin Zi said, retrieving a book from the shelf and tossing it to Suyu. Warriors 9 ranks, from novice to master. Suyu glanced at the cover, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Indeed, you just broken your shackles, and I can imagine you're feeling quite lost. This book is perfect for you. Lin Zi continued while tying on an apron. Take your time with it. I'll go prepare dinner. You're in luck. I seldom cook, so you must eat your fill this time. Lin Zi had just taken a couple of steps when she suddenly turned back and said, Oh, by the way, I have a large black dog in my home. Be sure not to provoke it. At that moment, Suyu noticed a large black dog, over a meter tall, emerging. The dog merely cast a fleeting glance at Suyu, causing him to feel a tightening in his chest, as if confronting a long-extinct dragon. Yet, this sensation dissipated almost instantly, leaving him to question whether he had imagined it. Sister Lin, I recall hearing tales of someone unearthing a large black dog from a treasure map, said to be the mythical hound of heaven. Could it possibly be that? Suyu, having traversed through time, had gleaned considerable information from the internet. How could that be? Lin Zi chuckled. If I had unearthed the hound of heaven, I certainly wouldn't be here in Tiana City. Even if I were, I would undoubtedly be the head of the Night Watch division. Moreover, according to legends, the hound of heaven resembles a white elephant, so it should be a large white dog. Mine is a large black dog, entirely different. That makes sense, Suyu replied, his skepticism fading, and he accepted her explanation. The imposing aura of the black dog had merely led to a momentary illusion, prompting his inquiry. Now, focus on the book while I head to the kitchen. Lin Zi entered the kitchen. Suyu opened Warriors 9 ranks, from novice to master, and began to read with great interest. This was a matter of personal strength, and perhaps more gravely, a matter of life and death, prompting Suyu to approach his reading with even greater seriousness than he did in school. So that is how it is. After observing for a while, Suyu suddenly struck the table, exclaiming, within the human body lie 9 shackles that confine humanity. Yet they're also a manifestation of our own creation. Should one manage to shatter these shackles, the path to genetic evolution shall be unveiled, transforming one into a warrior. Each shackle represents a level of cultivation. To break all 9 would elevate one to the 9th tier of warrior status. The information available online lacked clarity, and although Suyu had perused some materials, none elucidated the subject as profoundly as this book. Such nonsense. In ancient times, humanity was cursed, resulting in the existence of these 9 shackles. Once, every individual among humanity was born with a natural path. Where then could these shackles have arisen? Abruptly, Suyu perceived a voice addressing him. Who is speaking to me? Startled, he glanced around. Lin Zi was still occupied in the kitchen, and there was no one else present. Moreover, the voice was evidently not Lin Zi's. Could it be that you are conversing with me? Suyu's gaze fell upon the large black dog, which had inexplicably taken its position opposite him. If you can speak, utter a word for me to hear. Alternatively, a nod will suffice, he said, eagerly fixating on the dog. Chapter 9. Unearthing a dog's head chopper. However, Suyu found himself disheartened. The large black dog merely lay across from him, fixated on him, displaying no further actions. Was it merely a fanciful notion of mine? How could a dog possibly speak? Suyu shook his head, allowing a self-deprecating smile to escape his lips as he muttered, "Could it be that an old man is hidden within my mind?" After a brief pause, he silently called out, "Old man, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there?" After an extended wait, the absence of any response left Suyu utterly disillusioned, leading him to doubt whether he had merely imagined the voice. After some contemplation, Suyu picked up Warrior's 9 levels, from novice to master, and began to read it with renewed interest. This time, remaining vigilant, he encountered passages that illuminated his understanding, prompting him to read aloud while attentively listening, eager to discern the situation. However, until Lin Zi completed her cooking, that voice did not reappear. "Suyu, how does my cooking fare?" Lin Zi inquired with great anticipation. "Delicious indeed," Suyu replied, his mouth full of meat, though his thoughts were far from complimentary. In truth, it was rather unpalatable. Yet, after 5 millennia of experience, he would never voice such a sentiment. "If it's tasty, you should have more," Lin Zi rejoiced, serving him several pieces of meat as she cheerfully remarked, "You are the first to praise my culinary skills." Suyu nodded, gritting his teeth and holding back tears, diligently finishing every morsel on his plate. After their meal, Lin Zi's demeanor brightened, and she addressed Suyu, "Take this book home with you. But remember, you must return it to me later. Moreover, do not show it to ordinary people." Suyu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Lin Zi explained, "Ordinary individuals lack the fortune to comprehend it. They would gain nothing and might even encounter distress." Suyu nodded thoughtfully, rising to say, "Sister Lin, I understand. I shall take my leave now." He intended to read for a while, as he had treasure maps to unearth. Once Suyu departed, Lin Zi turned to the large black dog and inquired, "Did you speak with him?" The dog, with a haughty demeanor, turned away, its gaze profound, and replied, "No." "Humph. I heard it all." Lin Zi countered, clearly displeased. "There is no one else in this room besides me. Are you saying it was a ghost who spoke?" "This individual is rather peculiar," the dog stated gravely after a moment of silence. "Peculiar?" Lin Zi's expression shifted dramatically as she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting he is not himself?" Those who unearth treasure maps may inadvertently awaken malevolent spirits, which can then possess them. Such occurrences are quite common. "That is not the case," the large black dog replied, turning back and shaking its head. From him, I sensed the aura of the ancestral star. Ancestral star? Upon hearing this, Lin Zi breathed a sigh of relief, but curiosity about the ancestral star crept into her mind, prompting her to ask, "What is that place?" "Little girl, you are still too young. It is understandable that you do not know. Moreover, there is no necessity for you to be aware of this matter." The large black dog turned around and walked toward the balcony, saying as it went, "My strength has yet to be restored. I am currently quite feeble. Please take good care of that young lad for me. Perhaps he will surprise me." After speaking, the large black dog lay on the balcony, lazily basking in the sun. "You need not worry. I will take good care of him, for he is now under my protection," Lin Zi interjected. In room 808, Suyu returned and continued to read. Half an hour later, he set aside his book and hurriedly left the house. There were still 2 treasure maps left to excavate, and the emergence of the dragon instilled in him a profound sense of urgency, compelling him to hasten the enhancement of his abilities. With the appearance of a dragon yesterday, who could predict that tomorrow might bring forth 100,000? At that point, it would indeed be the end of days. Elevating his strength was paramount. Even if he could not prevail, at the very least, he could escape. Half an hour later, Suyu arrived at his destination and retrieved the treasure map. Focusing intently on it, immediately, golden characters materialized. Here lies sealed a fragment of the dog-head guillotine. It poses no danger to you. The dog-head guillotine? Suyu was taken aback, for in his memories, throughout history, there had only been one such entity. Regardless, as long as it posed no threat, he would excavate it without hesitation. Filled with excitement, Suyu unreservedly activated the treasure map. A space unfolded, revealing a solitary dog-head guillotine standing silently within. As Suyu extended his hand, the guillotine seemed to sense his presence and quivered in response. In the next instant, an infinite radiance illuminated the heavens, causing the entirety of Tianhe City to tremble. Countless individuals looked up to witness a dog-head guillotine spanning the sky, exuding unparalleled might. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, and a crescent moon emerged, accompanied by a resonant voice that echoed far and wide, sounding like a great bell. Let the dog-head guillotine serve. Commence the execution. At the Night Watch Division, a figure gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Someone had indeed unearthed the dog-head guillotine, yet it seemed that no such figure existed in mythology. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly traversed the vast distance, materializing next to Suyu in an instant. It truly is the dog-head guillotine. The newcomer's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze upon the now diminutive guillotine resting in Suyu's palm. "Are you Suyu?" he inquired, somewhat surprised. "And you are?" Suyu responded, astonished, as he did not recognize the newcomer, yet the latter appeared to know him, which made him feel quite wary. "I am Li Xiao, the head of the Tianhe division of the Night Watch." The newcomer replied with a smile, presenting his identification. Suyu scrutinized it closely and deemed it genuine. "I have met the minister." Suyu quickly replied, "Indeed, Li Xiao Nudda." A hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he remarked, "I have reviewed your file. You possess certain fortuitous encounters and have not only ascended to the second tier of warriors, but have also acquired the dog-head guillotine. Upon your return, be sure to study it thoroughly and discover its capabilities." "Understood," Suyu nodded. "Off you go." Li Xiao's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Suyu startled as he barely caught a glimpse of him. How formidable is this Commander Li Xiao? Just then his phone vibrated, prompting Suyu to instinctively pull out and check the notification. Given the nature of the alert, it surely pertained to a trending topic, capturing Suyu's keen interest. So he swiftly opened it. "Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the great Xia. Citizen Su has unearthed a dog-headed guillotine using the treasure map. Am I making the news? This is my first time." Suyu was taken aback, then quickly recalled that he had actually been featured once before after discovering the vermilion bird fruit, though that occasion did not evoke the same intensity as this one. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally regained his composure, pondering the potential significance of this dog-headed guillotine. At that, Suyu began to carefully sense the properties of the guillotine. Chapter 10. The Dog's Head Guillotine. Decapitating the Phoenix Hatchling. The Dog's Head Guillotine. Specifically designed to execute the wicked who oppress the common folk. Suyu furrowed his brow, sensing its formidable nature and feeling an irresistible urge to wield it. Yet he could find no worthy target. Surely, he could not simply unleash it upon innocent passers-by. Alas, perhaps another opportunity would present itself. Shaking his head, a flicker of resolve coursed through him, and the dog's head guillotine vanished from his palm. Suddenly, his phone vibrated once more, inundated with a flurry of notifications. A citizen, Lei, having utilized the treasure map, had unleashed 99 zombies, but the situation was now under control. Suyupandir, suspecting that this Lei was none other than the head of the Night Watch, Captain Lei Gang. It seemed he had unearthed the treasure map I once possessed, and if the situation was indeed under control, that was reassuring. With a sigh of relief, he proceeded to tap on the next notification. A citizen named Zhang, after using a treasure map, had unearthed a divine beast hatchling and was currently embroiled in a fierce battle. A divine beast hatchling? Suyu was momentarily taken aback, regretting the lack of details regarding the species of divine beast. Suddenly, the night watch wristwatch vibrated, and upon glancing down, Suyu noticed a distress signal approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away. His phone rang next. It was Lindsay. She instructed him over the line. Come immediately. Your strength is insufficient. Maintain your distance and observe from afar. The excavation of a divine beast hatchling presents a splendid opportunity for you to gain experience. The call ended. Yet Suyu found himself in a quandary. At 18 years of age, he was no longer the spirited youth of his past life, which had long since passed the fervent age of youth. Should he venture forth? After all, it was a divine beast hatchling, still engaged in a fierce struggle. What if he were to perish in the attempt? However, after a brief hesitation of 2 or 3 seconds, Suyu resolved to stride forth, swiftly making his way to the destination. Even before his arrival, he felt the sheer essence of a divine beast. A phoenix loomed overhead, engulfing the sky, with one half ablaze in fiery hues. Suyu sensed a scorching heat radiating from within and without, as if he might ignite at any moment. This was merely a divine beast hatchling. One could only imagine the terror of a fully grown divine beast. He harbored no doubt that, were the divine beast to reach maturity, the entire blue star would likely be consumed in flames. Have you arrived? Lindsay appeared at Suyu's side, grasping him and rising into the air, swiftly landing upon the rooftop of a towering building. From here, the view is clearer, she remarked. You have just joined the night watch, lacking in experience. This is a perfect opportunity for observation. Indeed, Suyu nodded, then, with a hint of surprise, inquired, Sister Lin, are you not going to assist? The minister is present. My assistance is not yet required, Lindsay replied, gesturing towards the 2 figures engaged in combat with the Phoenix hatchling. One is our Night Watch Division's minister, Li Xiao, who just returned this morning. The other is Captain Zhang, who unearthed the Phoenix hatchling. As Lindsay was introducing them, Suyu suddenly exclaimed, Captain Zhang, it's igniting. Indeed, Captain Zhang, engaged in a fierce battle with the juvenile vermilion bird, was engulfed in flames spewed forth by the creature, transforming him into a fiery figure. It would not be long before the entire village was at risk. Fortunately, Captain Zhang proved his mettle as he swiftly extinguished the flames, though his complexion turned ashen and smoke billowed from his orifices, presenting a grim sight. Lindsay, her body coiled with tension, seemed poised to act at any moment. She turned to Suyu and instructed, if I make a move, you must retreat immediately. This juvenile vermilion bird is formidable. Its strength is somewhat outrageous. Should I join the fight? Suyu inquired. There's no need, Lindsay replied sharply. I summoned you merely to gain experience, not to engage in battle. You are far too weak. You wouldn't survive even a second. It would be certain death. Suyu felt a twinge of indignation at being underestimated. Yet he also experienced a sense of relief. Adjusting to this new reality after suddenly being thrust into it was not an easy task. He required time to adapt. Suddenly, Suyu witnessed Minister Li Xiao being swallowed whole by the juvenile vermilion bird, causing his heart to tighten with dread. Damn beast! Seeking death. Lindsay's fury erupted as she shot forth. Before Suyu's eyes, a suit of purple armor materialized around Lindsay, enveloping her in a brilliant violet glow. Even her hair seemingly dyed in that hue. A purple spear appeared in her grasp, and with a swift thrust, she aimed to slay the juvenile vermilion bird midair. With a resounding clang, the spear struck the creature, producing a sound akin to clashing metal, revealing the juvenile's formidable nature. Fortunately, Lindsay's arrival intensified the pressure on the bird, momentarily hindering its ability to consume Minister Li Xiao. Li Xiao, bathed in divine fire, erupted from the creature's maw, appearing somewhat disheveled, but, thankfully, unharmed. I have arrived. Suddenly, a bald figure descended from the heavens, wielding a hammer, accompanied by a tempest of thunder and lightning. It was Captain Lei Gang of the Night Watch, who had just purchased 2 treasure maps from Suyu that morning. In that moment, Captain Lei, resembling a thunder god, unleashed a torrent of electric fury, drowning the juvenile vermilion bird. Yet in the next instant, he was sent flying back, blood spewing forth. The juvenile, though battered, seemed to thrive in adversity, its momentum only increasing, causing the onlookers to pale and gasp for breath. Witnessing this scene, Su Yu's heart sank with apprehension. Could they truly be unable to prevail? Even if they did, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. The aftermath of the battle could result in untold casualties. He could already see nearby buildings aflame, and with the battle raging, there was no opportunity to extinguish the fires. If this continued, civilian casualties and property damage would become an unbearable burden for humanity. Damn it! Why should I, a mere second-tier warrior, concern myself with such matters? Su Yu turned to flee, but after just a couple of steps, Minister Li Zhao's voice echoed forth. All-night watch members, mobilize. Fight to the death. It was evident that Li Zhao recognized the futility of their quartet's strength against the juvenile vermilion bird. They could only resort to a strategy of sheer numbers. Those who slay the juvenile vermilion bird shall be rewarded with 10 treasure maps. Li Zhao's voice resonated throughout the city. Su Yu immediately turned around and saw Lin Zi's violet battle armor torn apart by the claw of the young vermilion bird. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Beast! Even though I am a second-tier warrior, I do not fear battle. I shall confront you." As Su Yu's heart surged with determination, preparing to summon the fragments of the Tao soldier to unleash a fraction of its immense power to vanquish the young vermilion bird, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. The doghead guillotine appeared before him. Can you slay it? A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Yu, and he immediately comprehended the situation. Instantly, the method of utilizing the doghead guillotine flooded his mind. He understood how to wield it, though his expression grew somewhat peculiar. This seems rather shameful, Su Yu murmured, feeling a wave of inner conflict. In midair, Lin Zi fought valiantly, her violet armor now in tatters, revealing swathes of pristine white beneath. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yu cast aside his hesitation and shouted, "Everyone step aside. Let me handle this." Li Xiao, Lin Zi, and the others turned in surprise to gaze at Su Yu. However, before they could speak, Su Yu's voice boomed, resonant and firm. "Come forth, doghead guillotine." To the astonishment of the onlookers, the doghead guillotine before Su Yu instantly soared through the air, magnifying 100,000 times, and appeared in front of the young vermilion bird. In the next moment, four towering, ethereal figures materialized. Two of these figures charged directly at the young vermilion bird, flanking it to suppress its overwhelming power, dragging it toward the doghead guillotine. One figure placed a massive basin before the guillotine, while another raised the guillotine's blade. The young vermilion bird struggled desperately, but to no avail. It was firmly pinned against the doghead guillotine. "Execute!" Su Yu's voice thundered, echoing in all directions. The young vermilion bird was seized by shock, despair, and fear. "No, my lord, spare my life. I am willing to serve humanity." In the distance, it vaguely saw a dark face, as if under a crescent moon. With a swift motion, the blade descended. The head of the young vermilion bird rolled away, blood staining the heavens, leaving everyone staring blankly at Su Yu. What a shock! Is this truly Su Yu, a second-tier warrior? Chapter 11. Su Yu, the Zhuke, a divine beast. Even as a mere cub, it remains immensely powerful and instills fear in the hearts of many. It is not an exaggeration to assert that when Li Xiao declared the Night Watchers would fight to the death, he was already bracing for a bloodbath in Tiana City, where countless would be displaced. Yet, Su Yu managed to resolve the situation in an instant. Li Xiao was the first to regain his composure, pressing his special operations headset and announcing, "Colleagues, no need for support. The Zhuke cub has been slain. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, the Night Watchers would call for reinforcements, summoning formidable allies from nearby divisions." Li Xiao had already taken such measures, but now that the cub had been dealt with, support was no longer necessary. "Li Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Did you not claim the Zhuke cub was incredibly powerful and beyond your capacity to handle?" Came a voice filled with confusion through the headset. "I have urgent matters to attend to. We shall discuss this later. For now, colleagues, please refer to the report." Li Xiao swiftly removed the special operations headset, his figure flickering as he appeared before Su Yu, inquiring with concern, "How do you feel now?" "I feel somewhat weakened. I have expended a significant portion of my energy," Su Yu replied after a moment of careful introspection. In truth, it was not as dire as it sounded. He had only used about half of his strength. Compared to the energy consumed when dealing with the Dao soldier fragments, this was vastly less. Should the situation with the dog-headed guillotine have proven too much, he at least had the stamina to flee. If he couldn't handle the Dao soldier fragments, however, he would be left to await his doom. That is reassuring, Li Xiao nodded, patting Su Yu on the shoulder. You have done well, Su Yu. By tomorrow at the latest, 10 treasure maps will be in your possession. Thank you, Minister, Su Yu exclaimed joyfully. This was a profitable venture indeed. Securing 10 treasure maps, valued at no less than 2 million, could potentially yield treasures worth tens of millions. Li Xiao turned to Lin Zi, saying, Lin Zi, Su Yu is under your care. Please take him for a checkup to ensure that his initial use of the dog-headed guillotine has not left any unforeseen complications. Understood, Lin Zi replied, having appeared beside Li Xiao unbeknownst to them. She then lifted Su Yu, swiftly departing. As they journeyed, the purple battle armor adorning Lin Zi quietly dissipated, revealing her imposing and generous physique. With Su Yu so near, he instinctively swallowed hard. Soon they arrived at the Night Watcher's division and entered the medical room. Su Yu reclined upon the examination bed, undergoing a series of tests. Half an hour later, the physician addressed Lin Zi, stating, Captain Lin, Su Yu is in excellent health, exhibiting vitality surpassing that of a second-tier warrior. You can rest easy. Hearing this, Lin Zi finally exhaled in relief. Noticing Su Yu's look of confusion, she took the initiative to explain, Do not feel troubled, Su Yu. There have been instances where individuals utilizing excavated treasures encountered significant health issues. The fact that you are unharmed is indeed fortunate. Su Yu nodded, recalling that there were reports online regarding such occurrences. For instance, some treasures could age their users by a decade upon usage. There exists a latent potential, a burning passion, and so forth. Upon exiting the infirmary, Lin Zi could not help but express to Su Yu, I truly envy you. With the dog-head guillotine, you surpass even me. Su Yu scoffed, thinking, only a fool would believe such a statement. The dog-head guillotine is indeed formidable, yet ultimately merely an external force. Furthermore, with his current strength, he could only wield the dog-head guillotine twice. He harbored doubts about Lin Zi and Li Xiao, believing they possessed far more abilities than they displayed. Surely, they had hidden talents yet to be revealed, but they would not resort to them unless absolutely necessary. Sister Lin, may I take my leave now? Su Yu inquired with a smile, his eagerness palpable as he still had a treasure map to excavate. He was filled with anticipation, should danger arise. He could swiftly sell it and acquire another. The thought was exhilarating. Yes, you may go, Lin Zi nodded, granting him permission to depart. After leaving the Night Watcher's division, Su Yu's phone vibrated, revealing yet another notification. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the great Xia. Night Watcher Su has utilized the dog-head guillotine to annihilate a young phoenix. Upon reading this, Su Yu couldn't help but smile. Isn't this referring to me? A surge of passion coursed through him, seemingly ready to burst forth and engulf him. Damn it! Damn it! Su Yu struggled to regain his composure, reminding himself to temper his fervor. He was still young, with ample time ahead, and he could not afford to perish so easily. While his enthusiasm was palpable, he was also genuinely apprehensive. What if the dog-head guillotine could not best the young phoenix? He cautioned himself against hubris, for such pride could lead to dire consequences. After hailing a ride, he arrived 20 minutes later, 10 kilometers away. Stepping out, he commenced a walk and soon found himself before a desolate ruin. Alas, yet another wasteland. This world is indeed perilous. Su Yu sighed as he retrieved the last remaining treasure map. Upon confirming the target location, he focused intently. This map concealed a pair of undergarments. If worn externally, the wearer's strength would receive a modest enhancement, but if donned upon the head, a significant increase in power could be attained. Su Yu pondered, should I excavate it? After much deliberation, he finally reached a decision. Not digging would yield a mere 200,000 in sales for the map, but if unearthed, even if he did not use it, selling it could reap far greater rewards. With determination, Su Yu clenched his teeth and activated the treasure map. In an instant, a spatial realm materialized, revealing the undergarment suspended within. It appeared remarkably fresh, as if freshly manufactured. Yet Suyu felt an unsettling sensation upon gazing at it. Regardless, he extended his hand. The undergarment soared forth, landing in his palm. In that moment, he comprehended the extraordinary nature of this item. Wearing it would indeed enhance one's abilities. After a careful assessment, he estimated the increase to be around 10 of the user's strength, and if worn upon the head, a remarkable 20 enhancement could be achieved. Certainly, the enhancement is not without limits. There exists a cap. The highest ascent supports the Warrior King. Should one surpass the level of Warrior King, the benefits of enhancement become negligible, rendering them somewhat inconsequential. Upon reaching the 9th tier of a warrior, one ascends to the status of Warrior King. The Warrior King, too, is categorized into 9 tiers. An enhancement of 10 or even 20 would be akin to possessing a divine artifact for a Warrior King. As a mere 2nd-tier warrior, even a 20 enhancement would still confine me to the 2nd tier, and most barely reaching the 3rd tier. This item is, to me, rather superfluous. Suyu offered his assessment, concluding that it would be more prudent to sell it, indeed, selling it. However, what would be an appropriate price for such an item? In this regard, Suyu found himself lacking a clear understanding and hesitated, contemplating whether he should consult Sister Lin for guidance. Chapter 12. Captain Lei, I want this. Before seeking out Lindsay, Suyu first decided to conduct an online search. To his surprise, he found several articles related to this matter. However, after reading them, Suyu felt even more perplexed. The reported prices varied significantly, ranging from a modest 100,000 to an extravagant 10 million. Thus, he remained in the dark regarding the actual worth of this item. Shaking his head, he ceased his inquiries, summoned a rideshare, and headed directly to the Night Watch division. Lindsay must be at work at the Night Watch now. Suyu, what brings you back? Lindsay exclaimed, astonished to see him at the Night Watch division. It had scarcely been an hour since Suyu's departure. What could he possibly want now? Surely, he wasn't contemplating returning to work, she mused. Lingye, could we find a more secluded spot? Suyu glanced around. The division was bustling with activity, and he felt embarrassed to reveal his underwear in such a public setting. All right, follow me, Lindsay replied, casting him a discerning look before turning away. This is my office. It's private and well soundproofed. Speak your mind. Inside the office, Lindsay smiled at Suyu, who instinctively glanced around before peeking outside the door. Noticing that the coast was clear, he returned, produced the underwear, and said, Linjie, I unearth. Bang! Before Suyu could finish, a long, fair leg shot up, delivering a swift kick in his direction. Damn! Suyu kissed, retreating rapidly and finding himself in a corridor. The hall was filled with people who paused their activities to stare. Who is this newcomer? Did he offend Captain Lin? Someone murmured. I recall Captain Lei having faced similar treatment from Captain Lin in the past. Not to mention, even Captain Zhang has been on the receiving end. Our minister, too, who knows what transpired, was once expelled from her office by Captain Lin. Yet, it seems this young man narrowly escaped the same fate. As the crowd chattered, Suyu felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. What if he had been struck? He re-entered Lindsay's office, closed the door, and found her with her arms crossed, exuding an air of vigilance. Suyu, you are mine. How dare you act so brazenly towards me? Lindsay's icy demeanor made it clear that she was not to be trifled with. Linjie, could you refrain from being so impulsive and let me finish? Suyu retorted, somewhat irked by her reaction. Lindsay was indeed too hasty. Wait a moment. Lindsay gave him a penetrating stare before stepping out of the office, causing the crowd outside to disperse. She then returned, arms still crossed, and said, Speak. Well, it's like this. When I left the division, I happened to uncover a treasure map, and in the process, I dug up a pair of exceptionally suitable underwear for a battle king. Suyu quickly elaborated. As you know, I am merely a 2nd-tier warrior. My strength is quite inadequate. This item could potentially enhance the user's power by up to 20%, but I feel it holds little significance for me. I wish to sell it, but I'm uncertain about the price, so I will first consult Sister Lin. Lin's expression suddenly shifted, and with a beaming smile, she rose to assist Suyu in sitting down. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Look at the misunderstanding we've created. Suyu, will you hold it against Sister Lin? Of course not. Suyu shook his head. With no means to retaliate, what else could he do? Is it true that it can enhance the user's strength by 20? Lin was particularly interested in this aspect and hastily inquired. If worn over the pants, it can enhance by 10, and if worn on the head, it can indeed enhance by 20. Suyu responded. A 20 increase is quite substantial. If it proves useful in battles against kings, it will be considered an exceptional treasure. Lin nodded, then took the underwear, examining it closely. After a moment, she set it down and remarked to Suyu, "It truly does work. What a pity it is not suitable for me. Otherwise, I would have claimed it." Lin shook her head, expressing her regret. Then she asked, "Suyu, how much do you intend to sell it for?" "I have no idea, which is why I came to consult Sister Lin," Suyu replied, feeling quite wronged. Having gained nothing and already faced a kick from Lin, he truly felt aggrieved. "Oh." Lin pondered for a moment and said if this were not underwear, but something else, it could easily fetch 5 to 6 million. However, Lin couldn't help but chuckle. The method of usage was indeed too embarrassing, so 5 to 6 million was out of the question. Selling it for 1 to 2 million would be quite commendable. 1 to 2 million? Suyu, upon hearing this, felt no disappointment. It exceeded his expectations significantly. Moreover, with 1 to 2 million, he could acquire more treasure maps. Once something valuable was unearthed, if he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it, ensuring a profitable venture. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu suddenly asked, "Sister Lin, how much could I sell my dog-headed guillotine for?" "The dog-headed guillotine?" Lin chuckled and replied, "It could sell for around 100 million. Suyu was taken aback, inhaling sharply. The office suddenly felt stifling. "Would you sell it? If you do, I could arrange for 100 million right now." Lin inquired. "I won't sell." Suyu shook his head. "I thought as much," Lin sighed, feeling envious but not greedy. After some thought, she said, "Since you wish to sell that underwear, I shall assist you. Wait a moment. I will call Captain Lei over." Lin made a phone call. A short while later, the bald Captain Lei entered the room. Upon seeing Suyu, he couldn't help but exuberantly exclaim, "You aren't selling another treasure map, are you? 250. 000 each. I'll take as many as you have." Suyu gulped. Captain Lei was indeed wealthy, declaring he would take as many as available for 250. 000 each. Was that even something a person could say? "Captain Lei, you are mistaken. There are no treasure maps this time." Lin interjected first, smiling as she added, "However, there is something else." "What is it?" Captain Lei inquired, his interest piqued. "A precious artifact that can enhance a warrior's strength by either 10 or 20. Would you desire it?" Lindsay inquired. "Is that truly the case?" In that fleeting moment, the bald-headed Lei Gang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if a divine light was surging forth. However, his gaze soon became cautious, and he questioned with skepticism, "Such a remarkable item. Why would you choose to sell it to me, rather than keep it for yourself?" "I find it hard to believe." He was no fool. Lindsay, being a formidable warrior herself, possessed a power that surpassed his own. If she had such a treasure, she would undoubtedly not part with it. "This item is not suited for me. Otherwise, would I consider selling it to you?" Lindsay glanced at Suyu. Understanding her intent, Suyu promptly produced the excavated undergarment. After a moment of hesitation, Lei Gang observed the serious expressions on Lindsay and Suyu's faces, and he slowly extended his hand to accept the undergarment, proceeding to examine it meticulously. After a brief interval, Lei Gang's eyes shone brightly, and he asked, "I shall take this item. Captain Lin, how much do you desire for it?" Chapter 13. The terrified chubby man. Although the method of utilizing this item evokes a sense of embarrassment, it undeniably enhances one's strength by 20%. Bald-headed, Lei Gang hesitated for less than a second before inquiring about the price. 5 million, Lindsay proclaimed, catching the nearby Suyu off guard. It was supposed to be sold for merely 1 or 2 million, yet she boldly demanded 5 million? Lei Gang's lips twitched, and he tossed aside his undergarment, exclaiming, "Lindsay, do you truly think I am a fool? If this were anything else, it would indeed be worth 5 million. However, it is not. If I wear on my head, I will become the subject of ridicule. So, let's speak plainly, how much is it really?" Despite his tirade, Lei Gang remained, clearly indicating his desire for the item. Suyu perceived this, and so did Lindsay. The reason she called Lei Gang was that she was certain he would not refuse. The initial 5 million was merely a test. What if Lei Gang was willing to pay that amount? Seeing her plan falter, Lin Zi smiled and said, "We have been colleagues for many years. How could I truly sell it to you for 5 million?" She pretended to ponder for a moment before continuing. "How about this? I will sell it to you for half the price, 2.5 million. Captain Lin, are you indirectly insulting me?" Lei Gang remarked, stroking his shiny bald head. "How about we have a match first and then discuss the price? And how much would you offer?" Lin Zi inquired, her brow slightly furrowing. 1,500,000. Lei Gang stated. "Go rob it then." Lin Zi shook her head. 1,800,000. It cannot be any more. If you wish to sell, sell. If not, then so be it. Lei Gang's resolve was unwavering. "You know, I'm not short on money. I would rather spend 5 million on other treasures. At least then, no one would mock me." Lin Zi appeared to waver for a moment. After a brief pause, she impatiently said, "Enough, enough. This is just like you, Lei Gang. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even consider negotiating below 2 million. Lei Gang quickly picked up the undergarment and glanced at Su Yu, asking, "You unearthed this, didn't you?" Sududimant Saident. It was indeed Su Yu who discovered it. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Zi's expression turned wary. "Su Yu, how about you come with me? I can take you on a rampage." Lei Gang grinned. "For instance, if you follow me, I would buy this undergarment for 3 million, allowing you to profit an additional 120,000. Doesn't that sound enticing?" Lei Gang, enough. How dare you try to poach from me? Are you looking for a beating? Lin Zi approached and pulled Su Yu into her embrace, saying, "Do not listen to his nonsense. He is surrounded by rough men, always smelling foul. If you follow Lei Gang, you will inevitably become just like them. But if you stay with me, I can protect you and keep you smelling delightful. I can even introduce you to potential partners in the future." Su Yu struggled to escape the overwhelming embrace, but Lin Zi's grip was too strong for him to break free. Ultimately, he had no choice but to resign himself to his predicament. "Oomph." Lei Gang cast a glance, let out a soft hum, and chose not to persuade further. It was only when he was about to leave that he turned back and, with a kind demeanor, said to Su Yu, "Su Yu, you are always welcome here." Once Lei Gang had departed, Su Yu was finally released, and he could not help but gasp for air. Just now, while soft and gentle, the situation had nearly suffocated him. "Su Yu, you wouldn't really consider going to Lei Gang's place, would you?" Lin Zi asked with noticeable concern. "No, no." Su Yu immediately shook his head. Lei Gang's words sounded enticing, but if he were to go there, once or twice might be acceptable. But could he expect to receive extra money every time? Did he really think Lei Gang was a fool? Everything must adhere to market principles, or else chaos would ensue. "That's more like it," Lin Zi said, playfully pinching Su Yu's cheek, visibly pleased. Ding dong. Su Yu's phone chimed. He glanced at the screen and saw that 1.8 million had already been deposited. Now, his phone displayed a total of 1.9 million in cash. "Lin Jia, I appreciate your help this time. This is a small token of my gratitude." As he spoke, Su Yu swiftly maneuvered through his phone. Ding dong. Lin Zi's phone rang, and upon checking, she found a transfer of 300,000. The sender was Su Yu. "What are you doing?" Lin Zi expressed her dissatisfaction. "You merely sold a pair of your undergarments. Is this really necessary to give me a commission? Besides, do I really need this little money?" While speaking, Lin Zi attempted to return the funds, but Su Yu stopped her. "Lin Jia, you must accept this money. Otherwise, I want to be able to ask for your help in the future," Su Yu urged. "Well," Lin Zi hesitated slightly, but ultimately nodded in resignation. "This is a one-time exception." "All right," Su Yu agreed. After deducting the 300,000, each pair of underpants sold for 1.5 million, with a cost of merely 200,000 and negligible transportation expenses, resulting in a profit of 1.3 million. It was simply exhilarating. "Lin Jia, I have things to attend to, so I will take my leave now," Su Yu announced. "Okay," Lin Zi nodded, then reminded him, "Make sure to study the books I gave you. In a couple of days, you'll need to come here to work. Of course, you can also come directly to the branch to study. There's a library with many books." "Understood." Su Yu nodded and bid farewell. Once Su Yu had left, Lin Zi couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, thinking how considerate he was to offer me a token of appreciation. It's hard to believe he is only 18 years old. at the First People's Hospital of the city, room 666. Suyu arrived again, carrying a box of milk, a box of nutritional drinks, and a box of fruits. After setting everything down, he looked at the hefty patient in the bed and asked with concern, "How are you feeling? Is your health improving?" The patient gazed at Suyu with a hint of fear and asked, "What are you doing here?" "You're hospitalized. As a friend, I came to check on you." Suyu replied, bewildered. "Then, why have you come again?" The patient stammered in fright. "Come again?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. "You visited this morning, yet today has scarcely progressed, and your sudden reappearance stirs within me a sense of suspicion regarding your intentions." The portly fellow remains in a state of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Suyu reflected and recalled that his previous visit to the portly man indeed occurred earlier today. However, the multitude of events that transpired today has rendered Suyu with the impression that several days have elapsed. For a moment, he felt disoriented, but soon regained his composure and explained to the portly man, "I must have been a bit muddled. Today has been so eventful that I mistakenly believed several days had passed." "Very well," Suyu nodded thoughtfully. "I shall take my leave for now. Take good care of yourself, and once you are feeling better, I will return to check on you. By the way, I will also need to inquire about procuring a few treasure maps." Pausing momentarily, Suyu hesitated before continuing. "This time I wish to acquire 8 treasure maps, and I have the funds prepared." Once Suyu departed, the portly man finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he remarked, "I nearly feared he harbored ulterior motives. Fortunately, it is merely about the treasure maps." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why did he suddenly wish to purchase 8 treasure maps? Could it be that he has unearthed something remarkable? The portly man felt a surge of anguish. How unfortunate! Had I been the one to excavate, that treasure would rightfully belong to me. After a moment of regret, he hesitated and murmured to himself, "Perhaps I should also venture out to dig?" Chapter 14. Even the dogs have grown wise. The portly fellow found himself in a quandary, pondering whether to embark on the excavation. The risks were undeniably daunting. Even though he had recently ascended to the rank of a warrior, the peril remained substantial. Indeed, after Suyu's departure that morning, he had become a first-tier warrior. Yet the threats loomed large. After a moment of introspection, the hefty man closed his eyes, resolutely convincing himself to wait a while longer to heal. Should he unearth any formidable dangers, his current frail physique would hardly allow him to escape. Now he possessed wealth, but alas, no treasure map. Upon leaving the hospital, Suyu sighed heavily and took a cab home. Arriving at room 808 in building E of the Night Watchman's family quarters, he immediately delved into the tome titled Warrior 9th Tier, From Novice to Master. The book was substantial. It would require no less than 3 to 5 days to peruse thoroughly, and some of its concepts were profoundly intricate, far beyond the grasp of mere days. As he immersed himself in the reading, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Suyu was taken aback, pondering if perhaps Lindsay had returned. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find no sign of Lindsay. Instead, a large black dog stood before him, gazing silently. Before he could utter a word, the dog squeezed its way inside and promptly made its way to the balcony, sprawled out lazily to bask in the sun. Suyung used. This dog has become quite astute, even knowing how to ring the doorbell. He speculated that perhaps the black dog had grown bored and decided to visit. In these times, even the young mythical beast, Zhuke, had made an appearance, capable of pleading for mercy in its final moments. A dog understanding how to ring a doorbell seemed hardly out of place. Shutting the door, Suyu paid no further mind to the black dog and resumed his reading of Warrior 9th Tier, From Novice to Master. The text progressed from the rudimentary to the profound, deepening Suyu's understanding of the 9th tier of warriors. It documented the breathing techniques established by the Xia government, designed to help individuals steadily enhance their cultivation prowess. Furthermore, it detailed various combat techniques and secret arts available to 9th tier warriors. It became evident that the 9th tier of warriors was far from the simplicity he had initially imagined. It was exceedingly intricate. The more he read, the more he felt a sense of insignificance, realizing how little he truly comprehended. These combat techniques were a form of specialized exertion, akin to using a feather to lift a heavy weight. As for the secret arts, they were rather complex, often requiring a specific cost to invoke, or, if cast without immediate cost, could lead to severe repercussions later on. Strangely enough, having become a night watchman, no one had ever instructed him in combat techniques or secret arts. As he pondered, Su Yu's thoughts turned to the necessity of guidance for mastering such skills. While self-learning was feasible, it would undoubtedly be a much slower process. Shaking his head, he continued his reading. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Lin Zi calling. "Su Yu, come to the division immediately," she urged before the call abruptly ended. Had something occurred? Her tone suggested urgency. Su Yu set aside his book and quickly rose to his feet, intending to leave when suddenly he remembered the great black dog. He hurried over and inquired, "I am off to the Night Watcher division. Do you wish to return home?" The great black dog lazily regarded Su Yu with a glance, showing little interest in his words. "You truly are a dog." Su Yu sighed, offering a parting admonition. "I shall take my leave now. You can stay here by yourself." Once the door was closed, Su Yu exited without hesitation. After Su Yu departed, the black dog twitched its ears, confirming that he had gone far enough away before rising and leisurely ambling about the room. After a short while, it found Su Yu's computer and powered it on. Still requires a password?" The black dog, articulating human speech, furrowed its brow slightly, its eyes glimmering with an unusual light, as if emitting some extraordinary wave. In just a couple of seconds, the password was cracked, and the desktop appeared. The black dog manipulated the mouse and opened the browser, delving into the history. "Waiting online. This world harbors malice towards me. What am I to do? What on earth is a treasure map? How many ranks are there among warriors? What does it mean to be called a war king above the warriors? Why is there no chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, or nascent soul? What organization is the Night Watcher? Is there an emperor reigning over the world within? Could it possibly dominate the ages?" The more the black dog read, the more astonished it became, its canine eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that Su Yu hails from the ancestral star? The black dog pondered quietly while swiftly clearing all the browsing history. This is a secret. It is sufficient for it to know. Others must not be privy to this information. Subsequently, the computer was shut down, restoring everything to its original state. It returned to the balcony, resuming its lazy sunbathing. Meanwhile, Su Yu, en route to the Night Watcher division, stared at his phone, drenched in cold sweat. "This dog is extraordinary. It has seen my browser history. What should I do now?" Su Yu exited the app and cleared all history from his mobile browser. Upon arriving at the Night Watcher division, Su Yu's demeanor returned to normal. When he met Lin Zi, he smiled and inquired, "Sister Lin, what brings you to me?" "Here. These are 10 treasure maps awarded to you by the minister." Lin Zi presented him with the maps. "Thank you, minister." "Thank you, Sister Lin," Su Yu exclaimed with delight. He had expected to wait until tomorrow, yet here he was receiving the 10 treasure maps immediately. The minister is truly benevolent. Furthermore, considering your performance this time, the minister has granted special permission for you to be officially recognized. Lin Zi smiled and continued, "Thus, Su Yu, you are now a true Night Watcher. Here is your new Night Watcher identification. Be sure to keep it safe and not misplace it." Pausing for a moment, Lin Zi added, "Although you have officially transitioned, you must still complete the training required of an intern Night Watcher. None can be omitted. I will notify you when the training begins. Remember to report to the division at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will guide you through some practical experience. Now, you may take your leave." After Lin Zi spoke, she turned and exited, her schedule too demanding to spare any attention for Su Yu. He, indifferent to her absence, ambled back, preoccupied with his thoughts, unhurried in his pace. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, reminiscent of an earthquake. The very heavens trembled, and from the distant horizon, a blinding pillar of light surged skyward, engulfing the firmament. An overwhelming force reverberated through the air, causing nearby buildings to sway alarmingly. With a startling whoosh, a figure streaked past overhead at an astonishing speed, instilling a sense of dread. Was that Minister Li Shao? Another figure followed, comically adorned with a pair of underpants atop his head. It was none other than Captain Lei Gang of the Thunder Squad. Su Yu stood bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation, What calamity had transpired that compelled Captain Lei Gang to don undergarments in such a manner? It was a most humiliating predicament. Surely, even if prepared, Lei Gang would not resort to such an absurdity immediately. The only conceivable explanation was that someone had unearthed something exceedingly perilous. As Suyu pondered the unfolding chaos, another figure descended. It was Lin Zi. "It is fortuitous that you are here. There has been an incident ahead, and you must accompany me," she urged, lifting Suyu as they soared through the air. "By the way, is your guillotine still operational?" Chapter 15. The Zombie Horde. The powerhouses of Tianhe. Indeed, it can be utilized. Suyu hesitated for a moment before swiftly stating. However, it can only be employed once. After that, it will be rendered unusable for a considerable time. The fact that it can be used is reassuring. You may need to take action in this instance. Lindsay exclaimed anxiously while soaring through the air. Someone has unearthed zombies using a treasure map, and their numbers are overwhelming. We are currently unable to tally them. Most importantly, among the excavated zombies, several zombie kings have emerged. Zombie kings? Suyu was taken aback by this revelation and inquired, "Are they comparable to war kings?" "Indeed," Lindsay responded swiftly. "Ordinary zombies, no matter how formidable, ultimately act solely on instinct, devoid of any intelligence. However, zombie kings are entirely different. Their intelligence is on par with that of humans, making them exceedingly terrifying. Once we arrive, you need not intervene immediately. We will only call upon you to wield the guillotine if we cannot resolve the situation, or should we need you to slay the strongest among the zombie kings." Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. Since he had joined the Night Watchmen and enjoyed their privileges, he understood that when the time came, he must take action. Moreover, establishing merit would undoubtedly lead to rewards, including treasure maps. Before long, the two found themselves atop a skyscraper. Peering down, Suyu beheld the streets teeming with zombies clad in bizarre attire, relentlessly spreading outwards and claiming territory. At the very center of their horde, a space materialized, resembling another world from which the zombie army surged forth. Based on my observations, at least 10,000 zombies have descended, and that is merely the number that has emerged. As for those within that space, the count remains unknown. Lindsay spoke, her expression grim. Suyu's countenance mirrored her concern. Having just traversed into this realm, he had yet to attain sufficient strength, only to be confronted by the onslaught of a zombie horde. Was the apocalypse truly upon them? Boom! The heavens trembled as Minister Li Shao thrust a spear, impaling a zombie midair. In an instant, 7 or 8 zombies ascended, overwhelming Li Shao in a heartbeat. They can fly. These are no ordinary zombies, but zombie kings. With a crackle, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky as Lei Gang, donning his unconventional headgear, brought down a hammer with tremendous force. 2 airborne zombies were reduced to mere fragments. Yet in the next moment, even more zombies surged forward. Stay safe and refrain from acting hastily. Among so many zombie kings, there must be one that is the strongest, perhaps even one nearing the power of a war king. Lindsay observed for a moment before quietly advising, "Your task is to locate it and eliminate it." Standing on the rooftop, Lindsay placed her fingers to her mouth and whistled. The large black dog raced from a distant rooftop, landing beside Suyu. A purple battle armor materialized around Lindsay, enveloping her entirely. A purple spear appeared, firmly gripped in her hand. In that fleeting moment, Lindsay exuded an aura of grace and charm, captivating all around her. "Protect Suyu," she declared, brandishing her purple spear as she charged forth. With a swift thrust, she dispatched a zombie on the spot, but countless others surged toward her. Alone, Lindsay battled fiercely, decapitating the undead horde with relentless precision. Yet, amidst the throng of zombies, formidable zombie kings ascended, joining the fray. Suddenly, a flash of bladed light descended, claiming the lives of hundreds of zombies in an instant. Captain Zhang, who had unearthed the divine beast, the young vermilion bird, wielded his blade with ferocity, engaging in combat with several zombie kings. From all directions, brave Night Watchmen hastened to join the battle. However, Suyu observed with dismay that their numbers were woefully inadequate to thwart the advancing army of the undead. The zombies they had slain seemed trivial in the face of such overwhelming numbers. At this rate, doom was inevitable. Suyu pondered grimly. Should he flee now? Indeed, he contemplated escape. If victory were possible, he would fight, yet to press on against insurmountable odds would be sheer folly. As a mere second-tier warrior, what would he possibly do? He felt helpless and conflicted. Bold zombies, how dare you invade my Tina city? Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the chaos. Suyu turned to see a towering figure striding through the air, shouldering a massive speaker. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with thick brows and bright eyes, though his attire was somewhat tattered. A rousing soundtrack blared from the speaker, reverberating throughout the area. Accompanied by the music, the newcomer seemed to traverse the battlefield unchallenged, annihilating hundreds of zombies in mere moments. Dozens of zombie kings leapt into the fray, only to be sent sprawling in the next heartbeat. Citizen Xiao, having unearthed the speaker with a treasure map, came to mind as Suyu recalled a recent news report identifying the man as Xiao. Just then, he sensed another presence. From a different direction, a young man appeared, accompanied by a woman clad in ancient attire. The young man's strength seemed average, but the woman behind him wielded a sword with dazzling brilliance, causing a multitude of zombies to collapse, never to rise again. 6 or 7 zombie kings charged at her, but in the blink of an eye, she dispatched them with a single, lethal strike. Citizen Duan, who had uncovered an ancient woman with a treasure map, was also recalled by Suyu, who noted that she had already been issued an identification card and household registration. He wondered from which era she hailed, possessing swordsmanship that was unparalleled. A twinge of envy struck Suyu as he mused. When will I unearth such a stunning and powerful woman? Perhaps she could even become my bride. Suddenly, a colossal chessboard descended from the heavens, enveloping hundreds of zombies. On this board, the undead transformed into pieces, engaging in a deadly game of mutual slaughter. Among them, there exists even a zombie king. They yearn to escape the chessboard. Yet this chessboard resembles the very heavens and earth. Being ensnared within it is akin to being trapped in the cosmos itself. How could one possibly break free? The citizen Su, after utilizing a treasure map, unearthed a chessboard and subsequently became ensnared within it. The Night Watch has already mobilized a rescue effort. Suyu conjectured that the chessboard's master must bear the surname Su, previously trapped within, but now presumably rescued. As the formidable beings of Tianhe City surged forth, the situation was swiftly brought under control. No matter how numerous the zombies, they were insufficient to instill fear. Suddenly, Suyu's keen eyes caught sight of a zombie amidst the horde, moving with astonishing speed. Upon reaching the vicinity of Minister Li Xiao, that zombie abruptly surged into the sky, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated throughout the heavens. Bring forth the dog-head guillotine. Lin Zi's voice rang out first, reaching Suyu's ears. With a sudden surge of energy, Suyu recognized that this was indeed the mightiest of the zombie kings. Immediately, Suyu's voice boomed like thunder, resounding with authority. Come forth. Prepare the dog-head guillotine. Chapter 16. My unyielding stand against the undead. As Suyu's voice resonated, the earth trembled, and the guillotine soared forth. Simultaneously, 4 ethereal figures materialized, with 2 rushing directly towards the formidable zombie king. This opponent was immensely powerful, an invincible entity within the realm of battle. Yet in that moment, it was forcibly restrained by the 2 figures, dragged towards the guillotine. One individual placed a basin before the guillotine, while another lifted the blade. The mighty zombie king struggled fiercely, attempting to break free, but to no avail. Below, several other zombie kings swiftly ascended, intent on obstructing the 4 spectral figures. However, as soon as they approached, they were met with devastating blows, their forms sent reeling backward. At last, the most powerful zombie king was pinned beneath the guillotine. Commence the execution. Suyu's heart brimmed with shame, yet his voice resonated like a thunderous bell, firm and unwavering. Please know, the strongest zombie king, fear evident in its eyes, pleaded, I was wrong. Spare me. It was not only it that trembled in terror. The remaining zombie kings were equally filled with dread. They were unyielding in the face of death, yet inexplicably, they harbored an overwhelming fear of the guillotine, as if it signified something far beyond mere execution. In a fleeting moment, the zombie king glimpsed a dark visage. A crescent moon etched upon its brow. Behind it, four gilded characters seemed to gleam from a high mirror. With a swift motion, the blade fell. The strongest zombie king's head rolled away. Silence enveloped the scene. All eyes, both human and undead, turned in astonishment towards Su Yu. Incredible. Truly astounding. Even Li Xiao, who had previously witnessed the guillotine's might, found it hard to believe. Had Su Yu, a mere second-tier warrior, truly annihilated a zombie king in an instant? Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the mouths of the other zombie kings. From all directions, the undead surged into a frenzy, turning their gazes towards Su Yu. They charged towards the building where he stood, undeterred by death. Some ascended the stairs, while others scaled the outer walls, climbing upward with fervor. In mere moments, the building was besieged, surrounded by a terrifying multitude of zombies. It was as if Su Yu had disturbed a hornet's nest. All the undead had fixated upon him. Even some zombie kings abandoned their previous targets to pursue Su Yu. "Get him out of here!" Lin Zi cried out anxiously after dispatching a zombie king with a single shot. At her command, the great black dog propelled Su Yu into the air, and as he descended, he landed securely upon its back. With a leap, it bounded onto the rooftop of another building. As the zombies witnessed Su Yu's escape, they cascaded down from the previous building like falling dumplings, landing on the ground only to immediately pursue him. "This is a disaster," Su Yu could not help but exclaim. "Having employed the guillotine, I find myself devoid of power, reduced to a state akin to that of an ordinary person." He turned to observe that while the common zombies were not particularly swift, several zombie kings pursued him with astonishing speed. Suddenly, the large black dog halted and, with a swift motion of its paw, opened a nearby car. It gestured for Su Yu to drive away, showing no hesitation as it dashed back into danger. Its speed was inadequate. It would inevitably be caught. Rather than risk both their lives, it chose to allow Su Yu to escape while it held the rear. "Damn it! You overestimate me. How am I to drive without the keys?" Su Yu cursed, alighting from the vehicle and noticing a shared electric bike parked nearby. He quickly scanned the QR code with his phone and hastily rode off. Despite having vanquished the mightiest zombie king, his own strength was not formidable. He was merely a second-tier warrior, and with his energy depleted, he was no stronger than an average human. He could not hope to defeat even a common zombie, let alone a zombie king. Thus, fleeing was the wisest course of action. Fortunately, the large black dog was covering his retreat. Otherwise, Su Yu knew he would be doomed. "This is due to my lack of strength. Otherwise, I would annihilate you all," he muttered, casting a fierce glance at the pursuing zombie kings. Suddenly, a sensation stirred within him, and he extended his left hand. To his astonishment, 2 treasure maps materialized and fell into his palm. Su Yu's eyes widened. Was this a divine reward? After a moment of contemplation, he realized that having slain the mightiest zombie king had earned him this boon. "I am sworn to eradicate the undead. As a night watchman, it is my duty to protect my homeland and safeguard the people." He turned back, glaring fiercely at the zombies besieging the large black dog. "You wait there. I am off to excavate the treasure map. Once I unearth the riches, I shall return to obliterate you." The electric bike accelerated, and in less than 3 minutes, Su Yu arrived at his destination. He unfurled a treasure map and gazed intently at it. It revealed the location of a pill sealed within, promising rapid restoration of his powers upon consumption. Golden characters glimmered, and without hesitation, Su Yu activated the treasure map. A portal materialized, and he reached in, grasping the pill and swallowing it without a second thought. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Though his strength had been nearly extinguished, in that instant it surged back to life. Moreover, an abundance of energy flooded through him, granting him the sensation of being on the verge of bursting. "Damn, this is incredible. I feel as if I could take on 10 at once." Su Yu abandoned the electric bike, his form leaping forth with the agility of a monkey. Soon, he beheld the large black dog, overwhelmed by a horde of zombies. Several zombie kings were attacking it, while countless ordinary zombies recklessly charged at the noble beast. The large black dog was in dire peril. "Help!" The The guillotine awaits. Su Yu's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing with profound authority. The large black dog, upon hearing him, abruptly turned around, gazing at Su Yu in astonishment. The several zombie kings that had been besieging him lifted their heads in terror. They witnessed 4 figures materializing. Among them, 2 advanced with remarkable speed, swiftly subduing one of the zombies and dragging it towards the guillotine. Kill! One of the zombies growled, its gaze fixed on Su Yu, revealing a fierce countenance. In the next moment, they all lunged towards him. However, at that instant, the void trembled, and alongside the 4 phantoms, 2 more rows of specters emerged, wielding fire and water staffs, advancing with lethal intent, rendering it impossible for anyone to approach. In the distance, Li Xiao, engaged in battle, suddenly turned to look, his expression shifting with astonishment. The guillotine had grown stronger. Chapter 17. The transformation of the dog-head guillotine indeed. The dog-head guillotine has grown increasingly formidable. In its initial manifestations, only 4 figures materialized. However, this third occurrence revealed an additional 2 rows of enforcers wielding fire and water staffs. Though they appeared somewhat ethereal, mere shadows, any citizen of the Great Xia could recognize them, even with their eyes closed. When Su Yu utilized the dog-head guillotine, he previously required protection, but now, that was no longer necessary. These enforcers would shield Su Yu, ensuring no one could approach him. Commence. The execution. Su Yu's voice resonated, powerful and commanding. With a swift motion, the guillotine fell, decapitating the king of zombies that had been restrained beneath it. Yet, the spectacle did not conclude there. Another king of zombies was forcibly subdued by 2 figures and dragged beneath the blade. Commence. The execution. Su Yu's voice rang out once more. Another king of zombies met its demise. The remaining kings of zombies were filled with terror, their eyes reflecting sheer dread. Without further hesitation, they retreated, abandoning their assault on Su Yu. In their perception, Su Yu was overwhelmingly powerful, and the dog-head guillotine posed a threat far beyond mere physical annihilation. It threatened their very souls, wills, and thoughts. Once claimed by the guillotine, they would be utterly erased from this world. Even the arrival of a Deluo golden immortal would be futile in saving them. As they fled and the strange phenomenon dissipated, Su Yu chose not to pursue. He had regained a considerable amount of strength, yet could only sustain this power for 3 uses, having already employed it twice. Any further reckless attempts would render him once again an ordinary person. He retained a modicum of strength, sufficient to excavate a treasure map and maintain a sliver of self-preservation. Bang! 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 The large black dog seized the opportunity to send 5 or 6 kings of zombies flying, rendering them motionless upon landing, clearly dead beyond revival. I shall take my leave. Su Yu waved at the large black dog before turning to flee. While the kings of zombies had retreated, numerous ordinary zombies charged forward fearlessly. These mindless creatures were undeterred by death, indifferent to their own annihilation. Su Yu, get out of the way. Suddenly, Su Yu heard Lin Zi's voice. He turned abruptly to see Lin Zi hurtling toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he sidestepped. Bang! Lin Zi crashed heavily to the ground, sliding for several meters before coming to a stop. Cough! Lin Zi spat blood, her complexion pale, clearly gravely injured. 3 kings of zombies attempted to slay her on the spot, but upon seeing the dog-head guillotine in Su Yu's palm, they halted in their tracks. They dared not advance, fearing they would become headless corpses beneath the blade. Lin Jia, are you all right? Su Yu approached and helped Lin Zi to her feet. Do I look fine? Lin Zi replied, seemingly aggrieved. You certainly dodged quickly. I find myself at a loss. As a mere second-tier warrior, what can I possibly do? Su Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He too wished to assist Lin Zi, yet his capabilities fell short. En fine, Lin Zi replied, raising her gaze to the 3 zombie kings ahead. Though I am injured, I am still ready to fight. Very well, Sister Lin, you engage them first. I shall take my leave and see if I can unearth something, Su Yu said, turning on his heel and dashing away. He was but a second-tier warrior, not even in the same league as the zombie kings. His previous success in slaying one had not stemmed from his own strength, but rather from the might of the guillotine. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu's figure disappeared. Lindsay was momentarily taken aback. Was Suyu truly that fearful of death? Just then, the large black dog rushed over, standing by Lindsay's side, ready to confront the formidable adversaries alongside her. With a resounding crash, the battle commenced. Simultaneously, Suyu sprinted forth, clutching a treasure map and adjusting his course according to the coordinates inscribed upon it. Suddenly, two ordinary zombies emerged from the shadows, startling Suyu. Reacting swiftly, he seized a nearby trash can and struck down upon them with force. After dispatching the zombies, he took off at full speed. In an instant, an instinctive sensation surged within him. Extending his left hand, a treasure map materialized out of thin air, landing in his palm. Is this a reward for me? Suyu's countenance brightened, though he pondered why he had received only one. Dismissing the thought, he continued on his journey. Moments later, Suyu arrived at the department store, where he delivered a powerful kick that sent a zombie's head flying. He then pulled out a treasure map, gazing intently at its contents. This location seals away 100,000 zombies. Once unleashed, your city will be purged. The golden letters shimmered ominously. 100,000 zombies. Just kill me instead. Suyu could not contain his frustration. At such a critical juncture, who would dare to release that many zombies? The treasure map was too perilous to sell. He would have to keep it for himself. My 200,000. Suyu lamented, tears of despair welling in his eyes. I recall that several treasure maps are located near this department store. He tucked away the current map and sought the next set of coordinates, retrieving another treasure map. This one seals away 1 billion venomous insects. Once released, they will turn the surrounding 100 miles into their paradise. The golden letters appeared once more. 1 billion venomous insects? Suyu could scarcely fathom the devastation that would ensue should he release them. The threat was likely more terrifying than that of 100,000 zombies. No way. On to the next, he exclaimed, shaking his head as he continued toward his next destination. Fortunately, there were several treasure maps in proximity to the department store. This one seals a saintess. You have a certain chance of becoming her companion, but there is also a chance of becoming a victim beneath her sword. The golden letters emerged again, casting a pall over Suyu's expression. Why isn't the probability a certainty? Suyu could not help but indulge in fantasies, pondering whether becoming her Tao partner would elevate him to the ranks of immortals. Even if that were not the case, surely he could live off her generosity. Could he not? He recalled a certain friend named Duan, who was accompanied by a woman clad in ancient attire, an utterly daunting sight. Why could he not aspire to the same? Perhaps it was his own lack of strength that held him back. If only he possessed greater power, would his chances not improve significantly? Suyu contemplated whether this notion might also yield changes in accordance with his own capabilities. Alas, what purpose does such pondering serve? Onward to the next endeavor. Without delay, Suyu departed for the designated location marked on the treasure map. Here lay a single strand of fur shed by the howling celestial hound, once imbued with unfathomable strength. Yet, due to the passage of time, that formidable power had long since dissipated. Nevertheless, it remained a rare, disposable treasure. Gazing at the golden script, Suyu paused in astonishment. Fur from the howling celestial hound? A disposable treasure? He wondered if it could possibly hold the key to overcoming the impending horde of zombies. With no further hesitation, he promptly activated the treasure map. Chapter 18. The dog hair of the celestial hound. The golden script bore no warnings of danger, suggesting that none existed. Given the current circumstances, Suyu deemed it prudent to employ the treasure map. The sheer number of zombies could not be repelled solely by the night watchman. Reinforcements were still en route, but their arrival would take time. During this interval, how many lives would be lost? Of course, Suyu was not so benevolent as to dwell on protecting the homeland or safeguarding the populace. Rather, he was driven by the prospect of acquiring more treasure maps. To protect the homeland and safeguard the populace could yield divine rewards in the form of treasure maps. Before long, a space materialized before him, revealing a strand of white dog hair. Perhaps due to the passage of countless ages, or perhaps it was naturally shed by the celestial hound. The hair had lost much of its luster, yet it still evoked a sensation of profound awe within Suyu. Simultaneously, the large black dog, battling alongside Lindsay, suddenly turned, its gaze unexpectedly drawn to the department store. A flicker of recognition stirred within it. The white dog hair quivered slightly, as if yearning to soar through the air, but in an instant, all fell still. Suyu picked up the white dog hair, and, in that moment, he comprehended its intended use. Perhaps it could indeed resolve the current crisis. Yet, he wondered how many treasure maps he might acquire once the threat was vanquished. Filled with exhilaration, Suyu clutched the white dog hair tightly and hastened towards the horde of zombies. Sister Lin, I have returned. Upon his arrival, he beheld Lin Zi, her armor shattered and hair disheveled, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Beside her, the black dog caught sight of the dog hair, grasped firmly in Suyu's hand, and bared its teeth, tempted to snatch it away. However, being a dog of refinement, it refrained. Sister Lin, could you take me to the rooftop? I need a vantage point from which to survey the majority of the zombies, Suyu implored. Lin Zi paused momentarily, then, without a word, lifted Suyu and soared into the sky, landing atop a tall building. Once positioned, Suyu surveyed his surroundings, which were teeming with zombies. The ordinary zombies had spread out in all directions. However, many of the zombie kings remained, ruthlessly attacking the night watchmen. They were formidable, inflicting injuries upon every defender. Even the robust Minister Li Xiao was bleeding. On the roadway, another entrance loomed, for which countless zombies surged forth. And among them were not a few zombie kings. If this continued, Tianhe would surely fall, transforming into a veritable hell on earth. Gazing down at the dog hair in his hand, Suyu murmured softly, whether Tianhe can remain unscathed now rests entirely upon you. Then, in front of Lin Zi, Suyu's face flushed with warmth as he opened his mouth and barked, "Woof! Woof woof! Suyu, what are you barking for?" Lin Zi exclaimed, astonished, believing him to be deranged. Suyu paid her no heed, his focus fixed on the white dog hair. In that instant, the hair seemed to come alive, gently lifting into the air before igniting into flames. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes. Is this it? Has it vanished? Suyu stood in shock. Was a one-time treasure truly gone, just like that? Suyu, how could this? Lin Zi's words trailed off as her eyes widened in disbelief. A white dog, resembling a majestic white elephant, manifested, exuding an extraordinary aura that compelled onlookers to bow in reverence. At that moment, the large black dog, trailing behind, gazed at the white dog with a hint of inexplicable nostalgia. Woof! Accompanied by a bark, the sky suddenly darkened, prompting everyone to look up, only to witness a gaping maw descending upon them. In that instant, it felt as though the world was ending. A profound sense of despair enveloped all. With a splatter, the ground was littered with corpses, both ordinary and of the warlord caliber, bursting open. Boom! The gaping maw did not linger, ultimately piercing into another realm, devouring the zombies within. Soon, tranquility returned, and it was then that the night watchers regained their composure. Director Li Xiao, drenched in blood and previously steeped in despair, was now soaked in cold sweat. As he came to his senses, he immediately turned his gaze towards Suyu, a flicker of relief crossing his features. He had witnessed something extraordinary and suspected it was Suyu's doing. Truly a remarkable talent. Li Xiao could not help but exclaim, "Night Watchers, follow me into the realm and eradicate the remaining zombies." Li Xiao surged past the mountain of corpses, leading the Night Watchers into that space. Inside, the casualties were numerous. That formidable maw had claimed countless zombies. Yet, a handful remained, albeit severely injured and terrified, retreating in disarray upon encountering Li Xiao's forces. In the end, within mere 10 minutes, Li Xiao returned with his team. Relay the order. The entire city is to be on alert and search for any remaining zombies. Li Xiao commanded. Lin Zi, having brought Suyu down from the rooftop, approached Li Xiao with a smile. I have already issued the command. All departments have begun their operations to deal with the remaining zombies. It should not pose much of a problem. Indeed. Well done, Li Xiao nodded. Then turned to Suyu and inquired, was that your masterpiece earlier? Suyu sheepishly scratched his head. That had been a single dog hair unearthed from a treasure map, which he explained was a naturally shed hair from the heavenly hound, a one-time treasure. Lin Zi expressed her regret, if only it were not one-time use. How splendid it would be, the hair of the heavenly hound? Li Xiao couldn't resist glancing at the large black dog before asking. Does even a single hair from the heavenly hound possess such power? How formidable must the true heavenly hound be? The large black dog turned its head away, seemingly uninterested. Regarding such a powerful being, Suyu was also uncertain, merely shaking his head. I can't say for sure. All I know is that it is incredibly strong. Suyu, do you have any more such dog hairs? Li Xiao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. None left. Just that one. Suyu felt a twinge of regret as he spoke. If only we could locate the den of the howling sky dog, for it must be filled with its naturally shed fur. Just imagine, we could collect several hundred strands and revel in the joy of it. Behind Suyu, the large black dog stared intently at him, baring its teeth as if poised to take a bite. Huh! Li Xiao could not contain his laughter and turned to Suyu, saying, if such an opportunity arises, be sure to call me. We shall bring back its entire den. If the dog's fur possesses such remarkable power, the den itself must be even more formidable. Indeed, the minister speaks wisely. Suyu rubbed his hands together and continued, in addition to the den, there might also be the howling sky dog's food bowl, toys, and so forth. Let us retrieve them all. Woof! The large black dog could no longer restrain itself and playfully nipped at Suyu's rear. Chapter 19. Disrobing, Suyu let out a pained cry, leaping up involuntarily. As he reached to touch his rear, his hand came away stained with blood. Glaring at the large black dog, he exclaimed, why did you bite me? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Lindsay hurriedly approached to apologize to Suyu. She then shot a fierce glare at the black dog before addressing Suyu. You're injured. Come to my house. I'll tend to your wounds. Suyu examined the injury. Indeed, he was bleeding, yet the wound was shallow, likely just a scrape. However, he could not help but wonder if he might contract rabies. If rabies were to take hold, it would indeed be a dire predicament. Moreover, he had already activated his genetic evolution, now possessing the status of a second-tier warrior. Could he still be susceptible to rabies? What was there to fear? At that moment, Bald Lay approached, casually removing the pair of undergarments from his head and stuffing them into his pocket. I've been bitten before, and it was nothing, he assured Suyu. Besides, this dog's teeth are cleaner than ours. You'll be fine. Pausing for a moment, Lay grasped Suyu's hands and expressed, thank you this time. Had it not been for the sale of those undergarments, I might have perished in battle. The undergarments sold to Lay by Suyu could enhance one's power by up to 20. Despite this seemingly modest increase, it could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. During today's skirmish, Lay had teetered on the brink of death several times. Without those special undergarments, he feared he would have succumbed, with the night watchmen all unleashing their full force. Thus, he felt a profound gratitude towards Suyu. It's nothing. In the future, when I come across good things, Captain Lay will be the first person I think of, Suyu replied with a smile. Let us go. I'll take you to get treated, Lin Zi said, pulling Suyu along as they hastily departed. The large black dog bared its teeth at Li Xiao for a moment before sauntering away. That dog is truly no good, Lei remarked after the black dog had left. I agree, it's not a good creature. It even bit me once. If it weren't for Captain Lin, I would have put an end to it long ago, Captain Zhang interjected. All right, enough of that, Li Xiao said thoughtfully. Lin Zi's black dog should not be provoked. It's not ordinary and likely has an impressive background. He pondered some thoughts, but now was not the time to speak. If it truly was as he suspected, then the origins of that black dog were indeed remarkable. By the way, how many survivors remain from this zombie outbreak? Li Xiao inquired. Preliminary estimates suggest at least over 100. Lei responded, his expression becoming slightly grave. Ordinary zombies aren't too much of a concern. They are relatively easy to handle. However, 3 zombie kings have escaped, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Unknown. Li Xiao Musha, Kuntamplating. We must access the city's surveillance to locate them. Understood. Once Lei and the others departed, Li Xiao pressed his special operations earpiece and declared, everyone, you need not come to assist anymore. The zombie crisis has largely been resolved. However, 3 zombie kings have escaped and are unaccounted for. I require skill trackers to come forth immediately. Li Xiao, has the zombie crisis been resolved? How was it resolved? Someone inquired. I managed to extract a few strands of fur from the Hound of Hell, which ignited a sliver of power it left behind, thus resolving the zombie crisis. Li Xiao proclaimed with great pride. How unbelievable! What extraordinary luck you possess. You've encountered crises thrice, and each time, you've resolved them single-handedly. By the way, have they located the one wielding the Rui Jingu Bang? The voice continued to emanate from the Special Operations headset. Indeed, Tiana City has faced 3 consecutive crises. First, someone unearthed a dragon. Second, someone discovered a young phoenix of the divine beast Zhuke. And third, someone unburied an army of zombies that nearly plunged Tiana City into a post-apocalyptic world. Fortunately, all 3 crises have been averted. I still have no leads, Li Xiao said slowly. Once I find out, I will inform everyone. In the 807 apartment of the night watchman's family quarters, Suyu initially intended to return home, but was forcibly brought here by Lin Zi. Lie down on the bed and remove your pants, Lin Zi commanded. Sister Lin, isn't this inappropriate? Just give me the medicine, and I'll handle it myself. Suyu hesitative. It really isn't right to do this in broad daylight. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. You're not being manly at all, Lin Zi urged, insisting he quickly undress and lie down. Are you waiting for me to do it for you? With no other choice, Suyu reluctantly lay on the bed, inhaling the fragrant aroma that wafted into his nostrils, leaving him feeling pleasantly refreshed. Reluctantly, he removed his pants. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Zi's face flushed slightly. She swiftly applied the ointment. It's pleasantly cool and quite comfortable, so you could not help but exclaim. It truly is very soothing. This is an ointment I excavated using a treasure map. It's miraculous for treating external injuries, Lin Zi declared proudly. I usually don't share with others, but this time, considering you were bitten by my dog, I decided to let you use a bit. As she spoke, Lin Zi gently applied the ointment to Suyu's wounds. After 3 minutes, Suyu touched his backside and found that it had already scabbed over. Is it really that miraculous? Suyu asked in astonishment as he put on his pants. Of course it is, Lin Zi replied with pride. I have been saved by it numerous times after sustaining grave injuries. Pausing for a moment, she addressed Suyu. All right, you can return now. Don't worry about your backside. It's already healed. Thank you, Sister Lin. Suyu felt a sense of gratitude and quickly took his leave, returning to room 808. Upon his return, Suyu extended his left hand, and a total of 15 treasure maps materialized, landing directly in the palm of his hand. After slaying so many zombies, I only received this meager amount of treasure maps? How stingy. Suyu couldn't help but grumble. At the same time, in room 807, Lin Zi turned to the large black dog and asked, Did you discover anything when you suddenly bit Suyu? The large black dog, possessing intelligence akin to a spirit, was not one to bite indiscriminately. Biting, indeed, carries a profound intent. Have you discerned this? The large black dog raised its head, somewhat taken aback. Oomph. Lin Zi let out a soft snort and addressed the dog. Do enlighten me. What exactly have you discovered? Is there something amiss with Suyu? As she spoke, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. If Suyu were indeed troubled, how would she navigate that predicament? The black dog recalled the history of Suyu's browser. Yet it shook its head and replied, At present, I have not identified any issues. Suyu's blood results are also within normal parameters. Is that so? Lin Zi fixed her gaze on the black dog, sensing an underlying secrecy. Yet in that moment, she could not articulate what the dog might be concealing from her. Chapter 20. It's just a dog, then why did you bite him? Lin Zi exclaimed with a hint of annoyance. You've squandered my precious medicinal ointment. You know what it's worth. Lin Zi felt a genuine pang of regret. Even a small amount of this balm could fetch an exorbitant price at auction. She herself was often reluctant to use it, for this remedy was currently impossible to concoct, with its sole source being unearthed from treasure maps. The large black dog shot Lin Zi a glance and replied slowly, I grew irate upon hearing that he intended to relocate my doghouse, my food bowl, and my toys. What's wrong with biting him? Is there a problem? The black dog voiced its discontent, for Suyu is currently considered an ally. Otherwise, it would have bitten him to death without hesitation. Didn't you claim to be the celestial dog? Lin Zi paused before inquiring. Did I ever say that? The black dog shook its head, its eyes filled with confusion. So, you're suggesting you truly are the celestial dog? Lin Zi pressed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. If you believe it, then perhaps that's the case. The black dog, disinterested, sauntered to the balcony and lazily lay down. By this time, night had fallen, and the outside world was aglow with lights. You are quite the enigma, this dog of yours. Sometimes you assert you are the celestial dog, and other times you deny it. Now, even I am perplexed about your true identity. Lin Z sighed in exasperation. Room 808. Suyureturnith. Shedding his trousers to examine himself in the mirror, discovering that he had indeed formed scabs. Lin Jia's medicine was remarkably effective. As night enveloped the world outside, it was no longer feasible to venture out and excavate treasure maps. He would have to wait until tomorrow, hoping for some delightful surprises. Dressed once more, Suyu stood on the balcony, burdened by thoughts. I am only a second-tier warrior. When will I be able to unearth valuable items and rise to the rank of a battle king? Warriors are the weakest existence. Above them lie battle kings. Figures like Lin Zi, Lei Gang, and Li Xiao are all battle kings in their own right. Their power is indeed formidable. Suyu could not suppress his envy. Whether in past lives or the present, strength was of utmost importance. It could be stated that throughout history, past, present, future, or within any civilization, strength remains paramount. His desire to grow stronger was palpable, especially after experiencing 3 crises in Tianhe City, intensifying his urgency. Without sufficient power, even with the protection of night watchmen, the likelihood of death remained exceedingly high. For instance, during today's zombie crisis, although resolved, who could ascertain the number of lives lost? Grow stronger, and grow even stronger. Suyu silently urged himself. It is indeed a sorrowful plight to be unable to overpower even a mere dog. After a refreshing shower, Suyu spent some time online, catching up on the news before shutting down his computer. The following day dawned bright, and Suyu prepared to head to the night watchman's division for work. As he opened the door, the large black dog, which had been waiting eagerly, squeezed inside. Well, do you still dare to come here? In a fit of rage, Suyu lifted his foot, intending to kick the large black dog out. However, before he could make contact, he found himself inexplicably unable to proceed. It was as if an imperceptible wall stood firmly in his way. The black dog sauntered past him, head held high, its eyes brimming with disdain. Good morning, Suyu. Lin Zi emerged, addressing him. It's just a dog. Don't stoop to its level. By the way, it seems quite fond of you and wishes to stay in your room. You don't mind, do you? Internally, Suyu thought he was quite concerned about it. But outwardly he replied, it's fine. After all, it's better to have a dog watching over me. It might deter any potential thieves. Having closed the door, Suyu followed Lin Zi to the night watcher's division. Upon arrival, Lin Zi advised, it's perfectly all right for you to come and work here. Just focus on your studies. If any night watchers head out on errands, you can accompany them to learn a thing or two. All right, so you responded, only to see Lin Zi already entering the conference room. The division housed a library, and Suyu made his way there, finding a secluded corner to delve into a book titled Warrior Level 9, From Novice to Master. Casting a glance at the surveillance camera, he noticed it did not provide a clear view of what he was reading, putting him at ease. He then took out his phone to check the live feed. On the screen, the black dog lay quietly on the balcony. The morning sun, a symbol of vitality, cast a golden hue, and Suyu thought he perceived something shimmering, as if a radiant essence was entering the black dog's body. Am I seeing things? He wondered, furrowing his brow, but upon closer inspection, he saw nothing unusual. After a while, the black dog rose and began to wander about the room. It eventually approached Suyu's computer, powered it on, entered the password, and opened the browser to check the history. Goodness, this dog is truly something else. It enters the password more smoothly than I do. Suyu couldn't help but remark. Before the computer screen, the black dog's expression darkened. Anxiously, it pondered, what can I cook to make this large black dog tasty? It clicked on a history entry, its paw glowing ominously, nearly striking the screen. Yet, it refrained and continued to the next record. Will a level 2 warrior contract rabies if bitten by a large black dog? Is a rabies vaccine necessary? How can one determine if a large black dog is male or female? If I find it a partner, will it bite me or express gratitude? What substance can incapacitate a dog, rivaling a warlord? Do dogs have natural enemies? How can a level 2 warrior defeat a dog comparable to a warlord? The more the black dog read, the more its expression soured, a heavy weight pressing upon its chest, filling it with discomfort. It longed to shatter the computer with a single blow, but after some contemplation, it abandoned the thought. Silently, it shut the computer, this time choosing not to erase the browsing history. Upon returning to the balcony, the large black dog slowly lay down once more, basking in the sunlight as if nothing had occurred. Witnessing this scene, Suyu silently turned off his phone and resumed reading Warrior's 9 levels, from novice to master. After more than half an hour, Lindsay finished her meeting and quickly approached Suyu, exclaiming, just in time, "Someone has unearthed a giant python. I've taken on this mission. Come with me." As they exited the library, Lindsay's voice echoed. A small team, gather at the entrance. Simultaneously, she pressed a button on her Watchman wrist device. Instantly, Suyu's Watchman vibrated, and upon glancing down, he noticed an icon indicating assembly. Following Lindsay out the door, Suyu observed that 10 members of the Watchmen were already assembled neatly at the entrance. "Captain," they exclaimed with fervent expressions upon seeing Lindsay. "I have already sent the target location to everyone. We depart immediately," Lindsay commanded. Chapter 21. Born for battle, a sudden incident unfolded outside, necessitating the immediate mobilization of the night watchman. Lindsay proactively took on the task, intending to train Suyu in advance. She held great expectations for him, believing that he was fortunate, having unlocked genetic evolution at such a young age, and now even being a formidable warrior of the second tier. With proper training, he could emerge as a powerful ally among the night watchmen, thus contributing to the emergence of an invincible force within the Great Xia. Consequently, she displayed considerable dedication towards Suyu. However, Suyu felt a sense of helplessness. He was reluctant to go, as he believed his primary focus should be on excavating treasure maps. After all, he possessed quite a number of treasure maps at present. Yet, with Lindsay's orders, he had no choice but to comply and accompany her. In Tiana City, at Wanda Plaza, panic-stricken crowds fled in all directions as a vibrant giant python wreaked havoc. Someone had utilized a treasure map here, unearthing this colorful beast. Everyone retreated, and the night watchman took over the scene. Upon arriving with Lindsay, Suyu heard her commanding shout that echoed through the vicinity. The ground was already stained crimson with blood, and severed limbs lay scattered about. Clearly, long before the night watchman's arrival, the vibrant python had claimed multiple lives. While the wise do not stand beneath perilous walls, Suyu noticed that audacious individuals remained nearby, holding their phones aloft to capture selfies or stream live broadcasts. These people were utterly incomprehensible. Suddenly, a girl, dressed in rags and unable to afford proper clothing, emitted a heart-wrenching scream as the vibrant python swallowed her whole. Her piercing shriek abruptly cut short. Blood gushed from the python's mouth, rendering the scene horrifying. At that moment, the nearby daring individuals seemed to finally grasp the danger and fled in terror. Surrounding the area, no one was permitted to approach, nor was the vibrant python allowed to escape. Lindsay issued orders, and immediately, four members of a small team sprang into action. They positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points, knives in hand, prepared to strike at any moment. Suyu Lindsay commanded, "Join these 6 and assist in the assault on the vibrant python. It has claimed lives, so leave no survivors. Eliminate it on the spot." After a pause, she added, "Also, refrain from using your trump card. This is to hone your skills." This was Lindsay's true intention, to refine Suyu's abilities. Otherwise, handling a creature that could not even contend with a battle king would not require her personal intervention. Am I to go in empty-handed? Suyu could not help but voice his concern. Although he had joined the night watchman, he still lacked a suitable weapon. Was he truly expected to confront the beast unarmed? "This knife is for you," Lindsay responded, her palm revealing a long blade. Suyu gazed in astonishment. Where had this knife come from? "All right, let us proceed," Lindsay commanded. The other 6 immediately charged toward the vibrant python. Suyu held a knife, feeling somewhat conflicted and anxious, hesitating in his steps. The book Warrior's 9 levels, from novice to mastery, indeed introduced numerous martial techniques. While Suyu possessed the theoretical knowledge, the practical application, to be honest, was markedly lacking. "Are you not ready yet?" Lindsay inquired. As a night watchman, you must understand that hesitation in critical moments could lead to the demise of many. Su Yu comprehended the rationale, yet when faced with such circumstances, trepidation inevitably crept into his heart. After all, this was a vibrant python, a creature that instilled fear even in ordinary days. Not to mention, Su Yu had harbored a fear of snakes since childhood. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his presence here required immense courage. With the knife firmly in his grasp, Su Yu advanced slowly, his gaze fixed on the vibrant python. Suddenly, beside Lin Zi, the figure of Li Xiao materialized. Is Su Yu truly that timid? Li Xiao furrowed his brow and remarked, "It has been 3 years since the treasure map's emergence. Even ordinary individuals have grown bolder. Yet this Su Yu." He discerned Su Yu's fear. "Let us observe a bit longer." Lin Zi whispered, "I have faith in Su Yu." Li Xiao nodded in silent agreement, choosing to watch intently. In an instant, Su Yu leaped high into the air, soaring several meters above the ground. With a long knife in hand, it buzzed ominously as he brought it down with a thunderous strike. The vibrant python was preoccupied with a small squad of 6. Unable to counter Su Yu's assault, this strike plunged deeply into the python's vital point. Is this heavenly slash? Li Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. One of the techniques from Warrior S9 levels, from novice to mastery, heavenly slash. He turned to Lin Zi, asking, "Did you privately instruct Su Yu?" "What nonsense! I merely asked him to read. I taught him nothing," Lin Zi replied, her astonishment evident. Moreover, if he truly learned something, to execute such a lethal strike in just 2 days, that talent is quite formidable. Lin Zi did not hesitate to declare, "It can be said that Su Yu is born for combat." Indeed, Li Xiao exclaimed, "Such a person is the foremost of the past 3 years." After a brief pause, he added, upon returning, "Let us have Su Yu experiment with other martial techniques to see if he can achieve similar proficiency." Finally, with a hint of concern, Li Xiao cautioned, "Ensure everyone keeps silent. Today's events must not be disclosed. Also, during the trials, do not disturb others." "Understood," Lin Zi nodded. Li Xiao's figure retreated, vanishing in mere moments. At that moment, Su Yu turned his gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen Li Xiao beside him. How could he have disappeared so suddenly? Li Xiao's elusive nature was indeed startling. "Clap, clap, clap." Lin Zi applauded as she approached Su Yu, saying, "You have once again astonished me. Previously, you unlocked your genetic evolution and became a warrior. On this occasion, she realized that Su Yu might be inherently destined for battle. He was truly a prodigy." Upon returning to the Night Watch division, Su Yu continued to immerse himself in his studies. As soon as the clock struck midnight and his shift concluded, he departed the division without a moment's hesitation. After having wasted the entirety of the morning, he finally had the opportunity to excavate the treasure map. With limited time during his lunch break, Su Yu did not venture far. After exiting the building, he meandered through a series of twists and turns until he located one of the coordinates near the Night Watch division. He focused intently on the spot. There lay a mass of dung, which had the potential to promote the growth of spiritual plants. All right, it was quite odorous. Golden letters emerged before him. So he was taken aback. Zoom, what purpose could it serve? To facilitate the growth of spiritual plants? He swiftly opened his phone and typed in the keywords treasure map and dung for a search. Before long, he stumbled upon a news article from 6 months prior, revealing that someone had unearthed a similar mass of dung and sold it for over 8 million. Incredible. A staggering profit. He had to dig it up. Right now. Ignoring the warning about its foul smell, Su Yu immediately activated the treasure map. Chapter 22. The fragrance spreads for miles, and the next moment, a peculiar space materialized. A mound of excrement appeared before Su Yu. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback, uncertain if he was hallucinating, but he vaguely recalled that a colossal beast had once deposited this very pile. It was still small. It was as large as a substantial iron pot commonly found in rural kitchens. How could I possibly transport something of this magnitude? Su Yu was momentarily dazed. Before he could devise a solution, his expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he covered his nose. The stench. It was overwhelmingly foul. In that instant, not only did Su Yu detect the odor, but countless individuals throughout Tianhe City also caught a whiff of the repugnant smell. Strange. My snail rice noodles shouldn't be this foul, right? A woman, busy preparing snail rice noodles, wrinkled her brow at the scent, yet soon found herself salivating. Such a putrid aroma must indicate it was delicious. In a hotel, a man and a woman were engaged in an intimate encounter. Suddenly, the foul odor invaded the space. The woman frowned and inquired, "Did you defile the sheets? What is that awful smell? This is unbearable. You must pay more." At the night watch division within the cafeteria, Li Xiao was enjoying his meal when he suddenly furrowed his brow. What was happening? Such a potent stench. Lin Zi, seated across from him, glanced around and remarked, "Lei Gang, Zhang Tian, did one of you pass gas? You're all adults. Please maintain some decorum." "I didn't tea. Neither did I." Both Lei Gang and Zhang Tian protested in unison. Li Xiao's frown deepened at their responses, and suddenly a thought struck him. He queried, "Could someone have unearthed the excrement of some creature?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Half a year ago, someone dug up a pile of feces, and the entire city reeked for a month. I hope this isn't happening in our Tianhe city." Li Xiao expressed his concern. If it were to stink for a month, it would be better to eliminate the source. "Impossible." Lin Zi shook her head and replied, "According to existing records, in the past 3 years, only one person globally has unearthed an exceedingly foul pile of excrement. It shouldn't be that severe." Suddenly, a phone rang. "Let me take this call." Lin Zi glanced at the screen, perplexed. "How strange. Why is Su Yu calling me?" Despite her confusion, she pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. Since they were all acquaintances, she wasn't worried about the conversation being overheard. And she sensed Su Yu must have something significant to discuss at this moment. "Lin Jia, where are you? I need your help. I just used the treasure map to dig up a pile of feces." Su Yu's voice boomed through the phone, urgently requesting a vehicle to haul it away. The group exchanged bewildered glances, and suddenly, comprehension dawned upon them. Is it truly as foul as it sounds? Lin Zi hesitated before asking. "Huh? How did you know?" "Suyuri Blaiv Estanis. Send me the location, and I will come immediately." Lin Zi hung up, her expression turning exceedingly grim. It was indeed Su Yu who had unearthed the pile. Should this be regarded as a stroke of good luck or misfortune for him? Su Yu was fortunate. Li Xiao suddenly remarked with a smile. "Though it may be foul, this substance possesses considerable value. Lin Zi, take your team and handle this immediately. I will contact someone to expedite the removal of this heap of waste." Moments later, Su Yu saw Lin Zi approaching with her team and hurried over. "Sister Lin, you've finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I might have suffocated from the stench." Su Yu exclaimed. "Did you unearth this?" Lin Zi asked, holding her breath to avoid the odor. "Indeed," Su Yu nodded. "Ensure it is vacuum sealed. Do not allow any foul air to escape," Lin Zi commanded, and her team sprang into action. Finally, once the waste was disposed of, the air noticeably improved. Lin Zi, no longer holding her breath, fanned herself with her delicate hand, still showing her disdain. "Su Yu, this substance should be of no use to you, correct?" Lin Zi inquired. "Of no use," Su Yu mused, "without any spirit plants. What purpose would it serve? Should he take it back to cultivate leeks?" "Very well, the division will assist you with this. Await further news." Lin Zi concluded before hastily departing. The stench lingered heavily in the air. Even though the heap of waste Su Yu had unearthed was gone, the entire Tianhe city remained overwhelmingly foul, and it was uncertain how many days it would take for the odor to dissipate. Others have sold their finds for over 8 million. I should have no problem selling mine for over 1 million, Su Yu thought to himself. So foul. He pinched his nose and quickly left. 10 minutes later, Su Yu arrived at the next location, retrieving the treasure map and gazing intently at it. This place was sealed, concealing a spirit plant whose spirit fruit had just ripened. Consuming it would enhance his strength, but its fragrance wafted for miles, likely attracting unnecessary dangers. Golden letters appeared, to excavate or not. What if danger ensues? Su Yu felt torn. Yet, he soon realized that this was Tianhe City. What was there to fear? He would excavate. Instantly, Su Yu activated the treasure map. A space materialized before him, revealing a spirit plant swaying gracefully. Adorning the plant was a bright red spirit fruit. Su Yu did not recognize this fruit, but upon seeing it, he couldn't help but salivate, eager to devour it immediately. "How fragrant!" he exclaimed involuntarily. "It truly smells delightful. Though I am unaware of its name, consuming it is all that matters." Without hesitation, Suyu reached out. The spirit plant emerged, and he plucked the spirit fruit, immediately biting into it. The sweetness of the fruit far surpassed any he had ever tasted. The sensation was indescribable, filling him with comfort and clarity, even making him feel light as if he might ascend to immortality. Suddenly, Suyu noticed 9 shackles within his body. Currently, 2 of them had shattered, yet 7 remained, binding his very genes. Boom! Abruptly, a torrent surged within, unstoppable in its force, and in the blink of an eye, it overwhelmed one of the shackles. At that moment, Suyu was suddenly struck with inspiration. He immediately began to practice the breathing techniques recorded in Warrior's 9 levels, from novice to master, attempting to take control of the surging flow. Instantly, the flow acquired a will of its own, and under Suyu's guidance, it was able to shatter the shackles. With a sharp crack, a shackle was broken, splintering into fragments. Suyu felt a surge of genetic evolution. He had ascended from a 2nd-level warrior to a 3rd-level warrior. Yet this was not the end. Although the flow had been significantly depleted, there was still some left. Suyu's heart stirred with the thought that he might still be able to break the 4th shackle. Just then, he suddenly heard the piercing sound of alarms reverberating throughout Tianhe City. Even the watch he wore, a night watchman's timepiece, was vibrating incessantly. What was happening? Suyu glanced down at the watch, his expression shifting as he realized that a monster was approaching Tianhe City. What could have triggered this? Suddenly, he caught sight of the spiritual plant before him, and his expression changed once more. Could it be that this thing had attracted such a threat? Chapter 23. A Trillion Lost. Suyu recalled the golden script that had warned him of the enticing aroma of the fruit, suggesting it might attract unnecessary dangers. Could these dangers be the wild beasts of the wilderness? Over the past 3 years, countless treasure maps have been unearthed, occasionally revealing some of these creatures. After wounding humans, they would flee into the vast, desolate outskirts, leaving even the state powerless to handle them. Furthermore, in these 3 years, their numbers had proliferated, leading to certain areas becoming no-go zones for humanity. Fortunately, Suyu had already consumed the spiritual fruit produced by the spiritual plant. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Had he not eaten it, the scent would have spread further, potentially attracting even more beasts. Should I go lend support now? Suyu pandit. As he was currently breaking free from his restraints. Once he succeeded, his strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. However, as a night watchman, he was bound by the system, which meant he had to obey orders at times, a notion that left him feeling quite uncomfortable. After some contemplation, he activated his breathing technique while striving to break through the 4th restraint and called Lindsay. "Sister Lin, I will be a bit late," Suyu quickly stated. "What is wrong?" Lindsay inquired over the phone, her voice barely audible amidst the noise of the wind, suggesting she was on the move. "I just unearthed the spiritual fruit and have just consumed it. I am now a 3rd-tier warrior, and with a bit more effort, I might reach the 4th tier. Suyu plaid swiftly. Then don't come just yet. Focus on enhancing your strength first." Lindsay responded, showing understanding without insisting he come to assist. "Also, Sister Lin, the beasts heading towards Tianhe City may have been attracted by what I unearthed." Suyu hesitantly added, "Damn it, where are you?" Lindsay could not help but exclaim. Suyu quickly provided his location, only to have Lindsay abruptly end the call. In less than 3 minutes, she arrived and beheld the spiritual plant before Suyu. "You actually dug up this thing. No wonder the beasts have suddenly gone berserk," Lindsay exclaimed. "This is quite dangerous. If we keep it, countless lives will be lost in the city today. Therefore, we must abandon it. Are you willing?" "Can I say no?" Suyu asked. "No." Lindsay shook her head. "This spiritual plant is immensely valuable, but can it outweigh human lives?" Despite his reluctance, Suyu understood the gravity of the situation and immediately nodded, stating, as a night watchman, the safety of the people must take precedence. If sacrificing this spiritual plant can ensure peace for Tianhe City, I am willing to part with it. Suyu declared earnestly, then timidly inquired, "How strong are the beasts that are approaching?" "Above the War King level. There is no one in Tianhe City who can withstand them," Lindsay replied, as she swiftly moved with Su Yu and the spiritual plant in tow. How much can my spiritual plant be sold for? Su Yu asked, unwilling to let go of the idea. According to past records, at least 30 million. Lindsay could not help but exclaim, 30 million, even in the present day, constitutes a considerable sum of income. A treasure map is priced at 200,000. Thus, 30 million could procure 150 treasure maps. Are there no formidable warriors surpassing the War King? Su Yu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. 150 treasure maps would vanish in an instant. If all were to be excavated, who knows how many treasures could be unearthed? By this reckoning, a direct loss of 1 trillion is incurred. There are indeed powerful beings, but they cannot arrive in the short term. Even if they did, it would be impossible for them to remain in Tianhe City indefinitely. Once they depart, Tianhe City would still be in peril. Lindsay understood Su Yu's thoughts and sighed, stating, when one's skills are inferior, sometimes one must bow one's head. The night watchmen are no different. Su Yu fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. The monsters may have come for the spiritual fruits born of this spirit plant, but I have already consumed the fruit. Will there be repercussions? Fear not, Lindsay replied candidly. You have already ingested it. Can they compel you to regurgitate it? Providing them with the spirit plant is already a concession, and they will leave. Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Yet he could not help but ponder whether to utilize the fragments of the Dao soldiers to strike down the adversary. However, doing so would leave him without a trump card, which is rather unfavorable. One must always keep some reserves. In times of danger, those reserves could be a lifeline. By the way, Lin Jie, what was the strength of the giant dragon previously excavated? Su Yu inquired, seeking a point of comparison. That dragon was a 9th-tier war king, an undefeated entity among war kings, capable of taking on 10 opponents simultaneously. Lindsay spoke with a hint of trepidation. Regardless of the type, dragons symbolize immense power, often beyond the reach of mere mortals. While I could potentially fell the giant dragon with a single strike, I might not be able to do the same to the monsters that have arrived. Su Yu felt a wave of despair. Suddenly, with a crack, Su Yu's expression brightened. In just a matter of minutes, the 4th shackles within him shattered. He had ascended to the 4th tier of warrior status. Su Yu felt an overwhelming strength, as though he could shatter the sun and moon with a single punch. Of course, he recognized that this was merely an illusion following his recent breakthrough. 4th tier of warrior status? Lindsay inquired. Indeed, I have reached the 4th tier. Su Yu nodded affirmatively. How splendid. From now on, you shall be a 4th tier warrior. And even among the night watchmen, you shall not be deemed weak. Lindsay praised him, her anticipation palpable. Is there any residual power within you to propel you to the 5th tier? There is a trace of power remaining, yet it feels insufficient for a breakthrough. The strength has settled. I may have to wait until the next opportunity. Su Yu sighed, reflecting on the matter. What a pity when I excavated it. The spirit plant bore only a single spiritual fruit. Had there been 2, I would have surely attained the 5th tier by now. You are being overly greedy, Lindsay remarked, unable to contain herself. Having even 1 spiritual fruit from these spirit plants is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Do you truly wish for 2? Over the past 3 years, countless individuals across the globe have been engaged in the pursuit of treasure maps. Many have unearthed spiritual plants that are nothing more than mere vegetation, devoid of any spiritual fruits, and some of these plants are even withered. Those fortunate enough might stumble upon a half-formed spiritual fruit, yet remains uncertain who may have taken a bite, leaving the essence of the fruit largely dissipated. Individuals like you are indeed a rarity. As their conversation unfolded, the 2 swiftly exited the urban confines. Li Xiao, accompanied by the adept guardians of the night, had arrived early. Opposite them stood a monstrous creature that rivaled the height of mountains, fiercely pounding its chest. It was a gargantuan gorilla. While an ordinary gorilla stands at a mere 2 meters and weighs around 500 pounds, the beast before them towered at least 13 or 14 meters, its weight unfathomable. But it was evident that it must be measured in tons. As Su Yu and Lindsay made their entrance, the gorilla's gaze immediately fixated upon the spiritual plant held aloft by Lindsay, its eyes shimmering with anticipation, even saliva dripping from its maw. However, upon realizing that the plant bore no spiritual fruits, It let out a thunderous roar of fury. Chapter 24. The existence above the War King. Not only was the great gorilla roaring, but at that moment, a colossal bird suddenly soared through the sky, emitting a piercing shriek. Both creatures had come for the ethereal fruits of the spirit plants. Yet, to their dismay, the fruits had mysteriously vanished, inciting their ire. Presently, all the night watchmen were on high alert, apprehensive of an impending conflict. Should a clash ensue, even with powerful reinforcements, Tianhe City would suffer grievous losses. Nonetheless, while they feared confrontation, they were resolutely prepared for battle. The night watchmen were unafraid of combat. Standing beside Lin Zi, Su Yu felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the beasts, rendering him breathless. They were undeniably formidable. What kind of realm lies beyond that of a war king? Enough. Suddenly, Lin Zi stepped forward and spoke assertively. There is but one ethereal fruit, and it has already been consumed by my people upon its excavation. Your vigil here serves no purpose. It would be wise for you to withdraw, lest you provoke the might of the great Xia, who may slaughter you here. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback by her proclamation. Beside him, Li Xiao quietly elucidated. That great gorilla was unearthed by Lin Zi. After a brief pause, he added, the colossal bird was also excavated by her. Su Yu was genuinely unaware of this revelation. I sensed the disappearance of the ethereal fruit. Thus, if you can provide me with the spirit plant, it would suffice. The gorilla's gaze fixed upon the spirit plant, and astonishingly, it articulated human speech. The spirit plant belongs to me. The colossal bird circled overhead, also expressing itself in human words. I anticipated your desire for the spirit plant. Hence, I have brought it along. However, there is but one plant, and it cannot be divided. Lin Zi raised her voice, declaring, I shall instruct my night watchman as chief, Li Xiao, to deliver the spirit plant to the uninhabited zone, allowing you to contend for it among yourselves. However, I must forewarn you, the mighty of the great Xia are en route. No matter how you choose to vie for the plant, you must not harm a single citizen of the great Xia. Otherwise, it shall lead to a relentless conflict. Lin Zi then turned and entrusted the spirit plant to Li Xiao. Gentlemen, please refrain from fighting for a moment. I shall first deliver the spirit plant to you. Li Xiao grasped the spirit plant and, in an instant, vanished from sight, only to reappear several kilometers away moments later. After multiple trips, he deposited the spirit plant in the uninhabited zone. Following this, Li Xiao returned. Very well. I trust you have sensed it. The spirit plant has been placed in the uninhabited zone. You may now contend for it. No further assistance will be provided, Li Xiao proclaimed. With a roar, the gorilla howled towards the heavens, leaping into the air, soaring hundreds of meters high. By the time it descended, it was already several kilometers away. Its speed was astonishing. Moreover, each time it landed, the ground trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. The colossal bird ascended high into the sky, unfurling its massive wings. And instantly, a tempest erupted below, as if a typhoon of unprecedented strength had been unleashed. Whether it be the mighty gorilla or the colossal bird that obscures the sky, both are undeniably terrifying entities. They exist above even the kings of war. Among us in the Tianhe division, no one stand a chance. Even the minister would meet his demise in a confrontation. Lin Zi remarked to Su Yu, her tone tinged with resignation. She continued, there are indeed formidable beings above us. Yet across the nation, numerous horrifying existences have emerged, lending their support to the entire country, making it impossible for them to come here present. Pausing for a moment, Lin Zi added, this creature cannot be consumed, so let it cultivate for you for a while. In a few days, when the powerful figures above have the time, we shall retrieve it for you. After all, it is worth no less than 30 million. We cannot allow it to be taken without compensation. Lin Zi was quite indignant. Yet there was little that could be done. In this world, power reigns supreme. No, Su Yu shook his head. With 30 million, I could purchase 150 treasure maps. Who knows how many treasures could be unearthed? Their value is incalculable. What they have taken is not merely 30 million, but rather 1 trillion, or even more. Su Yu spoke with utmost seriousness. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Is this how the calculations are made? Su Yu, Li Xiao began to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Zi. With gritted teeth, Lin Zi asserted, "You are right, Su Yu. It is at least 1 trillion. You must ensure it is repaid tenfold." A chill ran through Li Xiao's heart. It seemed these two individuals had lost their grip on reality. However, upon closer reflection, it seemed advantageous, as the losses were not his own. Suddenly, a distant mountain was reduced to dust in a cataclysmic explosion, sending clouds of debris into the air. The ground trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. From such a distance, Su Yu could no longer discern the details, yet he felt the aftershocks of the battle, which alone struck fear into his heart. Is this the power that surpasses that of the kings of war? Su Yu pondered silently. When will I achieve such strength? Approximately 10 minutes later, the colossal bird let out a mournful cry as it soared away, its form fading into the distance. Su Yu observed that the bird had been defeated, losing many of its feathers. The spirit plant had fallen into the hands of the gorilla. Li Xiao glanced over from afar and spoke. "It has retreated. We should be safe now, and we can return." Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "The gorilla has taken my spirit plant. Let nurture it well. Soon, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine," Su Yu thought, clenching his teeth as he gazed into the distance. Upon returning to the Night Watch Division, Su Yu wished to excavate treasure maps once more. But the lunch break had already elapsed, necessitating his return to work. This left him feeling quite helpless. "Oh well, I shall dig after work," he reassured himself while sitting in the library. "After all, I still receive a salary here each month. I cannot afford to jeopardize my finances." In the library, Su Yu diligently perused the thick volume titled Warrior Level 9, From Novice to Master, reading word by word in an attempt to imprint all the knowledge within firmly in his mind, ensuring it would not be forgotten. Suddenly, Lin Zi approached Su Yu and seated herself before him, smiling as she inquired, "How much have you studied?" "Less than a third," Su Yu replied candidly. "That's not too shabby," Lin Zi remarked, evidently pleased. "How many of the combat techniques have you mastered?" At her words, Su Yu's expression dimmed, and he slowly responded. "So far, I have encountered 13 combat techniques, but I believe I can only truly master 3 of them." 3? Lin Zi's interest was piqued as she pressed further. "Splitting the earth, opening the mountain, and heaven's slash," Su Yu stated earnestly. "The other 10 techniques still contain aspects I do not fully comprehend and require further contemplation." Lin Zi was secretly astonished upon hearing this. How long had it been since Su Yu became a warrior? Or rather, how long since he had taken on the role of a night watchman? The tome Warrior Level 9, From Novice to Master, contained numerous combat techniques. Yet to grasp 3 within such a brief span seemed almost preposterous. However, considering the source of this assertion was Su Yu, she felt it might not be mere bravado. Nonetheless, she decided to assess Su Yu's prowess. Rising to her feet, she grasped his hand and led him towards the library's exit, exclaiming as they walked, "Come, let me witness your remarkable abilities." Chapter 25. The Earth Shatters. The Mountain Opens. The Celestial River Division of the Night Watchman was vast and resplendent, housing an array of resources. Soon, Su Yu followed Lin Zi to an expansive arena. Here, weapon racks adorned the space, showcasing all manner of armaments. "Come now, let me see your prowess," Lin Zi exclaimed, her demeanor grand and generous, her anticipation palpable. Su Yu quickly averted his gaze and inquired, "Is it here? If not, where else?" Lin Zi, with a playful smile, urged him on. "Come on, I'm quite eager to witness your skills." "Very well, then I shall proceed." Su Yu inhaled deeply, his mind conjuring the 3 martial techniques, ultimately settling on the technique known as Earth Shatter. In the next instant, he channeled his inner strength, concentrating it in his right foot, which he then raised before striking the ground with tremendous force. With his powerful stomp, the entire arena trembled, and from the point of impact, terrifying fissures rapidly spread across the ground towards Lin Zi. Lin Zi, surprised, leaped into the air, effortlessly evading the onslaught. "Your understanding of Earth Shatter is commendable. While it may be ineffective against a king of war, it holds considerable merit against ordinary warriors. Should anyone charge at you, this technique would undoubtedly impede their assault." Approaching the weapon rack, Su Yu selected a long blade, adjusting his grip until it felt right. With newfound confidence, he lunged at Lin Zi. Mountain Splitter. As he swung the blade, Lin Zi transformed his eyes, not as Lin Zi, but as an imposing mountain. His singular aim was to cleave this mountain in two. This was the essence of Mountain Splitter. With unparalleled momentum, Su Yu struck, exuding an aura of invincibility. Even Lin Zi, a king of war, couldn't help but be moved by his ferocity. Crash! The long blade descended. Rather than retreating, Lin Zi extended her right hand, pinching the blade between her fingers. No matter how forcefully Su Yu pressed down, the blade could not descend another inch. Very impressive, truly impressive, Lin Zi remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. With a gentle yet firm grip, she effortlessly disarmed Su Yu, sending the blade back to the weapon rack. There's no need to test heaven for I have already seen enough, she said, her eyes sparkling with delight. She approached him, smiling. You should go read for now. Once Su Yu departed, Lin Zi couldn't help but muse to herself. What a remarkable talent, truly born for combat. A moment later, she found herself in Li Zhao's office, asking, when does the new recruit training commence? Why do you inquire? Li Zhao responded, puzzled but nonetheless replied. It should be in 3 to 5 days, but we must await notification from above. Has the training location been confirmed? Lin Zi said. Not yet, but it will likely be the same as last year, Li Zhao answered. Director, I suggest you leverage all your connections to secure this year's training location in our Celestial River City, Lin Zi proposed. Lin Zi remarked, so, some of the night watchmen from our branch are stationed at various caves. Perhaps we could eliminate 1 or 2 to alleviate our burden. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Li Zhao pondered for a moment before grasping her intent. Is it because of Su Yu? Indeed, Lin Zi confirmed. He has merely spent a few days studying Warrior Level 9, from novice to master, and has already mastered 3 combat techniques: Earth Splitter, Mountain Opener, and Heavenly Slash. Mastered 3? Li Zhao, who had been seated, rose to his feet, his gaze becoming quite piercing. To what extent has he mastered these techniques? Initial insight? Novice? Or perhaps minor success? Combat skills are classified into various realms based on mastery, ranging from weak to strong. Initial insight, novice, minor success, major success, perfection, transcendence, and return to innocence. Minor success. Lin Zi chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with disdain. You underestimate my people far too much. Major success? Li Zhao's face flushed with excitement. Major success? Huh. Lin Zi shook her head. Then it must be perfection. But how is that even possible? Li Zhao expressed disbelief. While it is not unheard of for someone to reach the realm of perfection, it typically requires months of dedication. Even prodigies need at least a month. Perfection? Guess again. Lin Zi shook her head. Not perfection. Could it possibly be transcendence? Li Zhao trembled at the prospect. How could that be possible? It's utterly implausible. Lin Zi laughed softly, shaking her head. Even if Su Yu is exceptionally gifted, it is unlikely for him to reach the level of transcendence with just 3 techniques. However, I must add, but what? Li Zhao urged impatiently. Su Yu has indeed achieved perfection with all 3 techniques, and he stands on the precipice of stepping into the realm of transcendence at any moment. Given Su Yu's aptitude, it could be today or tomorrow. Even if it takes longer, entering transcendence within a month is certainly within reach. With that, Lin Zi produced a tablet and began playing a video showcasing Su Yu executing Earth Splitter and Mountain Opener. Li Zhao clutched the tablet, trembling as he watched the footage. He is truly a person born for battle, he exclaimed after viewing it. Lin Zi, please send a video to my email. I must leave Tianhe City immediately to consult with the higher-ups, Li Zhao stated solemnly. This year's new recruits must be trained in Tianhe City. If we relocate to another city, we cannot guarantee Su Yu's safety. Tianhe City remains relatively secure, but beyond its borders, uncertainties abound. En route to other cities, one might encounter various dangers, some entirely uncontrollable. Each year, many lives are lost, and neither Li Zhao nor Lin Zi dares to take such risks. A person born for battle, facing loss, is indeed a great pity. As the words fell, Li Zhao donned the uniform of the Night Watch and departed from the Night Watch division. Moments later, he drove away from Tianhe City. Unbeknownst to this scene, Su Yu remained engrossed in the library, perusing Warrior's 9 levels, from novice to master. The entire afternoon unfolded in tranquility, devoid of any events, with the night watch seldom in action. Thus, Suyu continued his reading until the end of the workday, at which point he hastily abandoned the book and swiftly exited the night watch division. After a day of restraint, he was finally able to embark on a treasure map expedition, and excitement bubbled within him. Chapter 26. The Blood of Ancient Beings. At present, the sky had yet to darken. However, the streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, as it was the peak hour for commuters, causing a throng of people to gather. Suyu stood patiently at the traffic light, awaiting the change from red to green. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air. Following the sound, Suyu quickly discerned that someone had unearthed a zombie using a treasure map. Fortunately, it was but a single zombie. Nevertheless, this occurrence incited a considerable commotion at the intersection. Silence! Suyu bellowed suddenly, his voice commanding attention. He picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it with his finger, propelling it like a bullet that pierced through the zombie's forehead. The creature struggled momentarily before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Soon, law enforcement arrived swiftly to manage the scene. As for Suyu, he had already departed, leaving behind a crowd that gazed at him with envy and awe. Killing a mere zombie was insignificant. His strength had grown, but it was still insufficient. As Suyu continued on his way, he soon reached his destination and focused his gaze. Here, a divine crocodile was sealed. Its body was as hard as diamond, able to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, effortlessly penetrating flesh and blood. It was an adversary beyond his capacity to confront. Golden characters materialized before him. Damn! So you could not help but curse. My luck is truly unfortunate. If I were to unearth this, I would surely meet my demise. A crocodile is formidable, but with the prefix of divine, it must possess extraordinary attributes. Such a terrifying entity was beyond his defenses, and if it were to be released, not only would he perish, but the entire Tiana city might also face obliteration. Over the past 3 years, several cities in Dacia had met such fates. This treasure map could not be sold to others. Who could fathom the true strength of this divine crocodile? Suyu lamented, feeling as though he had lost 200,000. I can see the hint. I shall wait. Once I grow stronger, I will return to investigate. Surely, if I can conquer this divine crocodile, it will be worth far more than 200,000. With this thought, Suyu felt a sense of comfort wash over him. The divine crocodile would surely provide immense nourishment when cooked, and its skin could be fashioned into armor. Even a pair of shoes crafted from its hide would command a handsome price. Onward to the next destination, Suyu clutched the treasure map and continued his quest. 20 minutes later, he arrived at another site and focused his gaze. Here lay a seal upon a mountain and river seal. If refined, it would grant dominion over a realm of the earthly landscape. Yet, his current strength was insufficient to refine it, and attempting to do so could easily lead to his own demise. Gazing at the golden characters before him, Suyu felt tears welling up. A mountain and river seal, capable of governing a territory, such a magnificent treasure could easily bring about his end through backlash. This treasure map could not be excavated now. I must hold on to it until I am stronger. Then I shall return to unearth it. Suyu gritted his teeth. 10 minutes later, he shifted to another location and focused once more. Here, a sealed ancient coffin lay, entombing an unparalleled existence. If opened, the consequences were unpredictable. Suyu furrowed his brow. If opened, the outcomes were uncertain. Within lies a supreme being, but how supreme can it truly be? Thus, it cannot be opened. Suyu's intuition warned him that the entity within this ancient coffin might be even more terrifying than the so-called divine crocodile. He resolved to continue searching through the treasure maps. With an abundance of them at his disposal, he was determined to unearth something remarkable. Suyu, undeterred by superstition, pressed on. Half an hour later, he focused intently. Here, sealed away, was a drop of blood from an ancient powerhouse. Through the endless passage of time, 99.999999999 of the power within that blood had dissipated, leaving behind merely 1/1000th of its strength, perfectly suited for your genetic evolution at this moment. Gazing at the golden inscriptions, so you could not suppress a gulp. At last, he had unearthed a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu activated the treasure map. A space materialized, and a drop of blood floated in midair. As he beheld this drop, his vision blurred, and he seemed to glimpse a scene from countless eons ago. Millions of celestial beings as soldiers, with hundreds of thousands of great beings as generals. Kill, kill, kill. A towering figure brandished a sword toward the heavens, exuding an aura of murderous intent. That majestic figure seemed to sense something and turned to gaze at Suyu. Their eyes met, and Suyu realized that, across the vast expanse of time, this being perceived him. The lips of that figure moved as if to speak, but suddenly, the vision shattered. Suyu found himself back in reality. Was what he just experienced an illusion or a dream? It felt so vivid that he could hardly discern the difference. Momentarily bewildered, Suyu quickly regained his composure and extended his right hand. The drop of blood soared forth and landed in his palm. Alas, what significant loss! Suddenly, Suyu grew agitated as he witnessed the power within the blood dissipate dramatically the moment it touched his hand. In haste, he consumed the blood. Instantly, a formidable force surged through him, revealing 5 shackles still binding his essence. It was these shackles that prevented humanity from harnessing extraordinary power. Only by shattering them could humanity seize such power and unlock genetic evolution. Kill, kill, kill. The power contained within the blood transformed into a figure, which rushed toward one of the shackles. Upon collision, the shackle shattered instantly and vanished into thin air. The figure charged toward the next shackle, and with a crack, it too was broken. Suyu aimed to assault the next shackle, but alas, the power from the blood was nearly depleted, and the figure grew increasingly ephemeral. You! A voice emanated from the figure, uttering but a single word before it dissipated with a sharp sound. Having shattered 2 more shackles, Suyu realized he had now attained the cultivation of a 6th-tier warrior. He was elated. What was that figure attempting to convey to him? As Suyu calmed himself and reflected on the scene within, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he ceased his pondering and began to feel a sense of guilt. The essence of blood had dissipated significantly, shattering 2 chains. Had I been swifter in that moment, might I not have ascended to the rank of a battle king today? Suyu felt a pang of regret, his heart heavy with the weight of a missed opportunity. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This droplet of essence retained merely 1/1000th of its former power. How extraordinary must that ancient powerhouse have been? Countless immortals as soldiers, with millions of Deluo as generals. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Suyu recalled the scene he had witnessed, the towering figure brandishing a blade heavenward, exuding unparalleled might. Is the immortal I envision truly the immortal of my understanding? What does Deluo signify? Deluo Jinxian, perhaps? Suyu pondered in silence. Chapter 27. The white-robed Guanyin, however, after pondering for a considerable while, no answer surfaced. Indeed, in terms of knowledge on this subject, Suyu found himself woefully inadequate. Perhaps I can uncover some information online when I return home this evening, Suyu assured himself. 20 minutes later, Suyu arrived at his next destination, focusing intently. Here lay the fragment of the white-robed Guanyin, one of Guanyin's 33 manifestations, imbued with a trace of her ethereal essence. For him, it posed no peril. Gazing at the golden inscriptions, Suyu felt a surge of excitement. Have I struck gold once again? Guanyin, who does not know her? While he was not familiar with all 33 manifestations, he had certainly heard of them, with the white-robed Guanyin being the most renowned. I must excavate it. Without hesitation, Suyu activated the treasure map. A space materialized before him. Suyu beheld a piece of white cloth floating within, stained with traces of blood, now dried and desiccated. Suddenly, the entirety of Tianhe City quaked as a lotus pedestal emerged, upon which stood a figure, clad in white robes. She held a jade bottle in her left hand and formed a mudra with her right. The entire city trembled. Countless individuals looked upward, awestruck by the sight of the white-robed Guanyin, a mythological figure making her earthly descent for the first time. Quickly, numerous elders knelt, murmuring prayers. Guanyin Bodhisattva, bestow your blessings. In the Night Watcher's division, Lin Zi stepped outside, gazing at the celestial phenomenon, exclaiming Is this the white-robed Guanine, one of the 33 manifestations? Has someone unearthed her? Or perhaps a treasure infused with her essence? Regardless of which, Tiana City would soon boast another formidable presence. Lei Gang also emerged, responding, "We must investigate immediately to ascertain who has made this discovery. If it falls into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it could spell disaster." Zhang Tian joined them, expressing his concern. "Indeed, we must act swiftly." Lin Zi nodded, lamenting the absence of their superior. If only the minister were here, he would have been the first to identify this. Lei Gang and Zhang Tian sighed, regretting the minister's absence, pondering how fortunate it would be to invite the discoverer to the Night Watchers division, potentially gaining a new ally. Soon, the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated. Suyu extended his hand, now clutching a blood-stained fragment of white cloth. Although it did not enhance his power directly, it could serve as one of his trump cards. His gaze flickered as he looked up at the darkening sky, realizing he was quite hungry and must seek nourishment. "It seems I shall have to resume my treasure hunting tomorrow," Suyu mused with a hint of regret. Joining the Night Watchers truly left little time for himself. With daily obligations, one would ever come to an end. Yet, should he be given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to join the Night Watchers once more. Having vanquished countless zombies and expended a strand of fur shed by the legendary Hound of Heaven, I expected at least a handful of treasure maps in return. Why then? Has the minister yet to reward me? As Suyu ambled back, he couldn't suppress his inner grumbling, lingering on the matter. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. He still possessed a few treasure maps, and it would take him 3 or 4 days to excavate them all. Damn, could it be that the minister is hoarding them? A wave of irritation washed over Suyu. If he were indeed to be deprived, he would find himself powerless, with no avenue to voice his grievances. What could he possibly do? Hopefully, that is not the case. Otherwise, once I grow stronger, I shall make him plead for mercy. Suyu clenched his fist. Upon returning home, Suyu indulged in a fast food meal in front of the great black dog, who gazed at him with drool pooling beneath. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed a piece of meat to the hound, which caught it effortlessly and chewed it a couple of times before resuming its watch on Suyu. "I haven't eaten yet. Just wait until Sister Lin returns. I'll have her prepare a meal for you." Suyu buried his head in his food. Shortly after, Lin Zi returned, her demeanor somewhat weary. The black dog followed her back inside. Once Suyu finished his meal and took a shower, he retreated to his room and powered on his computer. Contemplating briefly, he began his search. An army of billions of celestial beings, and 1,000,000 Deluo as commanders. However, the results were utterly fruitless, with the pages yielding irrelevant information and an abundance of fraudulent sites occupying prime positions. No records whatsoever? Suyu furrowed his brow. In this era of advanced internet connectivity, one could say we are engulfed in an explosion of information. Even ancient texts can be found online. Yet, this particular phrase yields nothing. Pondering further, Suyu typed 7 kills into the browser and hit enter. This time there were results. Someone had utilized a treasure map to unearth an ancient stele known as the 7 Kills Monument, inscribed with the character for kill in blood 7 times. Suyu clicked on the link, which included photographs. The 7 Kills Monument? As he scrolled through the page, he read that on the very day of its emergence, the monument mysteriously vanished, its whereabouts remaining unknown to this day. Suyu pondered deeply. Did the 7 Kills Monument have any connection to that ancient entity? The answer eludes him. Alas, I shall inquire with Sister Lin tomorrow. She might possess some knowledge. Suyu thought to himself. After a while, he typed Deluo to search for answers, but the results were a chaotic jumble, with all sorts of claims that left him somewhat bewildered. After perusing a book titled Warrior at the 9th level, From Novice to Master, Suyu succumbed to slumber. During the night, he dreamt of excavating treasure maps. Suddenly, within the dream, he beheld an ancient stele inscribed with the character for kill, blood oozing from it. Kill, 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 kill. Suyu awoke, his mouth unconsciously uttering the word kill. At that very moment, within a cave realm, an ancient stele trembled as if yearning to break free into the void. A multitude of figures arrived in unison, forcibly subduing the ancient stele. Gradually, the stele ceased its trembling, allowing the crowd to finally relax. What transpired? Why did the 7 kills steel suddenly shake? Someone inquired. I am uncertain, came the response. However, it is evident that it must have sensed something. Does this imply that someone outside has unearthed something related to the 7 kills steel? It would be prudent to send someone to investigate the matter further, suggested another. Should we discover anything connected to the steel, we must eliminate the individual and retrieve the artifact for collective study. As the apocalypse looms, we must strive to grow stronger and achieve great endeavors. Upon awakening, Suyu did not return to slumber, for dawn had already broken. After refreshing himself, he stepped outside, only to find a large black dog waiting at his door. Chapter 28. A severed arm aside from the large black dog, there was Lin Zi. It truly adores you. It has been waiting here for you since morning, Lin Zi remarked with a composed smile. Suyu knelt down to stroke the dog's head, chuckling, Good dog, go inside. The large black dog looked surprised, but obediently walked in and lay down on the balcony, basking in the sun. Lin Jia, let's depart, Suyu said cheerfully as he closed the door. While waiting for the elevator, Lin Zi suddenly inquired, The phenomenon of the white-clad Guanyin last night was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Ah, Lin Jia, even you know about this? Suyu was taken aback. The night watchers were indeed formidable. With smartphones being ubiquitous, someone had captured footage of him, and the white-clad Guanyin's manifestation was a reflection of his actions. After a brief pause, Lin Zi continued, However, rest assured, I ordered the complete deletion of all videos related to the white-clad Guanyin from the internet last night. As for the individual who filmed it, I compensated him and had him sign a confidentiality agreement. Thus, theoretically, no one should be aware of your circumstances. Thank you, Lin Jia. Suyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He had not anticipated such thorough consideration. If someone coveted the treasure, they might resort to violence. Even with the night watchers as a deterrent, some individuals remained undeterred. Such incidents had indeed occurred before. Therefore, Suyu felt genuinely touched, clearly appreciating Lin Zi's meticulous thoughtfulness. Upon entering the elevator, Lin Zi asked again, What have you unearthed? After a moment's pause, she added, If it is too private, you need not disclose it. Yet, her eyes shimmered with eagerness, revealing her desire to know. Suyu hesitated briefly before responding. Actually, it is nothing much, just a blood-stained fragment of white clothing. A blood-stained fragment of white clothing? Lin Zi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The white-clad Guanyin was one of Guanyin's 33 manifestations, possessing boundless powers. Who could have caused it to bleed? Suyu discerned the implication in her words and immediately inquired, Lin Jia, do you have a deeper understanding of the white-clad Guanyin? Somewhat. Lin Zi seemed reluctant to elaborate. Lin Jia, this is rather unfair, isn't it? I have shared my findings, yet you remain reticent, Suyu feigned anger. In truth, my knowledge is limited as well. I only know that within the Night Watchers, someone once excavated a severed arm adorned with white fabric, purportedly belonging to the white-clad Guanyin, though I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Lin Zi hesitated before adding, The minister might know, but he may not divulge it. Suyu was taken aback, realizing there was indeed such a matter. No wonder, upon his arrival, he had perused numerous news articles, yet found no information regarding Guanyin. I have also heard, Lin Zi contemplated for a moment and continued, that the suspected severed arm of the white-clad Guanyin is one of the treasures of our great Xia. However, in the past 3 years, I have never witnessed anyone utilize that arm. Perhaps it has been used, but the information has been tightly sealed, even for me. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression grew even more astonished. After exiting the elevator and getting into Lin Zi's car, Suyu took his seat in the passenger side and inquired, Sister Lin, are there any tidbits of news not covered by the media that you might share with me? His curiosity was palpable. The news, after all, is primarily intended for the common populace. The truth of it aside, certain matters are undeniably absent from the headlines. Perhaps, many years hence, a documentary will emerge, recounting events that the news has overlooked. Well, what do you wish to know? Lin Zi asked as she drove. Something related to myths and legends, Suyu replied eagerly. Lin Zi pondered for a moment before responding. In Artiana City, it is rumored that someone has unearthed the Rui Jingu Bang of the great sage equal to heaven. Of course, it may not be the genuine artifact, It could merely be fragments. Suyu felt a flicker of familiarity at this revelation. Lindsay continued, "On that fateful day, when the dragon wreaked havoc, all the formidable guardians of our division were engaged, struggling to subdue the beast. At a critical juncture, someone wielded a staff, and I witnessed 5 gilded characters proclaiming Rui Jingu Bang." At this point, Lin Zi sighed, adding, "Regrettably, we have yet to locate this individual." A jolt of realization coursed through Su Yu as he thought to himself, "Could it be the fragment of the Taoist weapon that I unearthed?" However, he merely responded, "I've heard about that. Is there anything else?" There was once a person who discovered a ginseng fruit. After consuming it, they ascended from an ordinary individual to a being surpassing even a war king, Lin Zi explained. That individual is now a pillar of strength among our guardians. The ginseng fruit blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and takes yet another 3,000 to mature. In total, it takes nearly 10 millennia to partake of the ginseng fruit. Just the scent can grant one an additional 360 years of life. If one were fortunate enough to consume a fruit, they could live for 47,000 years. So you could not help but feel envious, wondering when he might have the chance to unearth a ginseng fruit himself. Yet, he recalled hearing from a minister that when the fruit was extracted, over 90% of its power had already dissipated, and thus the enhancement it provided was exceedingly limited. The increase in lifespan was similarly constrained. It was impossible to achieve 47,000 years. Lin Zi reflected for a moment before adding, "Even if most of its vitality has waned, to consume one would still be an unparalleled fortune and opportunity." Suyu remained envious. Throughout their journey, Lin Zi shared many tales, and Suyu listened intently. She even mentioned that someone had once excavated the Fengshen Bang. The Fengshen Bang. It was utterly unbelievable. Before long, they arrived at the Guardian Division. Suyu entered the library and resumed his reading of Warrior's 9 levels, from novice to master. After a while, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he carefully avoided the surveillance cameras and retrieved his phone to access the home security footage. Meanwhile, at the same moment, the large black dog lounged on the balcony, basking in the sunlight, appearing languid, with a faint golden light shimmering across its form. After a while, the great black dog seemed to feel sufficiently sun-kissed, so it rose to its feet and strode directly into Suyu's bedroom. With remarkable skill, it accessed Suyu's computer, inputting the password before ultimately opening the browser's history. Countless celestial beings serve as soldiers, and millions of the Luo act as generals. Kill, 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 kill. The 7 kills monument. As the great black dog gazed at the history, astonishment flickered in its eyes, quickly replaced by a gleam of ecstatic delight. Could it be that the god of slaughter had not been unearthed by Suyu? The great black dog pondered, muttering to itself, "No, no. If it truly had been unearthed, would there not be a manifestation of cosmic phenomena? Or perhaps Suyu had discovered some treasures related to that being? No, no, none of that seems right. Even treasures, if they contained even a hint of its Tao resonance, would surely evoke a display of cosmic phenomena. Such as a rule, a thought struck the great black dog. Should I seek out Suyu and inquire? Chapter 29, East District. Old Lu. In that fleeting moment, the great black dog was genuinely captivated, yearning to seek out Suyu immediately to inquire with absolute clarity. However, it restrained its inner impulses, sensing that the timing was not right for such inquiries. My inexplicable return left me perplexed, and given my current weakened state, it was prudent to adopt a more cautious approach. The great black dog contemplated that, should there be a conspiracy at play and its identity become exposed, the repercussions could be dire. Moreover, Suyu was not to be underestimated. An aura reminiscent of the ancestral star emanated from him. Logically, this should not be the case, suggesting the potential existence of a significant plot. Within mere seconds, the great black dog pondered extensively, ultimately deciding to feign ignorance and bide its time until its strength was restored before engaging in further discussions. At present, it was far too weak, its power comparable only to that of a warlord, and it possessed less than a billionth of its former might, leaving it devoid of any confidence. After a while, The great black dog shut down the computer and languidly settled on the balcony to bask in the sunlight. In the night watchman's division library, upon witnessing this scene, Suyu put away his phone. It was not yet time for the midday break when Lin Zi suddenly called, saying, "Suyu, come find me immediately." Suyu, feeling perplexed, nonetheless hurried over after ending the call. Upon entering the office, he noticed that, in addition to Lin Zi, the team leaders Lei Gang and Zhang Tan were also present, accompanied by an elderly gentleman who appeared quite amiable, though Suyu did not recognize him. "Are you Suyu?" The old man approached, his demeanor reminiscent of a doting grandfather, beaming with warmth as he reached out to pat Suyu's head, only to have Suyu deftly evade the gesture. "I am," Suyu replied, nodding in confusion. "Suyu, this is Old Lu from the East District." Lin Zi promptly introduced. "Hello, Old Lu," Suyu greeted respectfully. "Suyu, you have unearthed some remarkably unique excrement, and Old Lu has come specifically for that." Lin Zi explained with a smile. "Old Lu believes you are quite fortunate and wishes to meet you. Is this still a child?" Old Lu chuckled, adding, "If you were an adult, I would have discussed the price, but since you are but a child, it's inappropriate for me to haggle. Suyu, I wish to acquire the excrement you have found. I will offer you 2 million. What do you think?" Suyu glanced at Lin Zi, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that the price was indeed favorable. He promptly replied, "Let us proceed as Old Lu suggests. This child is truly understanding," Old Lu remarked with a smile, evidently pleased with Suyu. He continued, "Should you unearth such items in the future, do remember to contact me, as I am a frequent collector. By the way, if you happen to find any spiritual plants, you may also reach out to me." "Huh?" Suyu was taken aback and instinctively blurted out, "I unearthed a spiritual plant, but it was taken by the Gorilla King." "I have heard about this matter," Elder Lu remarked. "If only my strength were a bit greater, I would have intervened. Alas, I cannot contend with that formidable gorilla, thus I am left with no options." After a brief pause, he spoke gently. "In truth, you might consider bearing with it for the time being. The spiritual plant has been seized. It cannot be lost forever, nor can it bear spiritual fruit in the immediate future. The gorilla has taken it, but it serves no purpose for him, and he must invest time in its care. Even if we were to reclaim it now, it would not hold much significance, would it? However, once our strength has increased, we can devise a plan to retrieve it. By then, at the very least, we would not be at a loss." Elder Lu's intent was clear. Retaining it now would merely squander our resources, and in some cases, it would be counterproductive. The reasoning was sound, and everyone concurred, but only Suyu found it hard to agree. In his eyes, this was akin to possessing numerous treasure maps, and by excavating them, he could rapidly enhance his own strength. However, he could not voice such thoughts and merely smiled at Elder Lu, saying, "Your words ring true, Elder Lu. Very well then, I shall take my leave. The funds will be credited shortly. Should they not arrive, please do not hesitate to contact me again." Elder Lu nodded to the others and stepped out, vanishing from the office in an instant. For a fleeting moment, Suyu felt an overwhelming aura and was startled, glancing at Lin Zi. He cautiously inquired, "Above the War King? You are still new and unaware. Elder Lu is a formidable guardian of the Eastern District." Lin Zi replied with a smile, indicating that Elder Lu holds you in high regard, which is a positive sign. "Remember, when you encounter Elder Lu in the future, be sure to show him due respect." Suyu nodded. "Indeed, this young fellow has remarkable fortune." Lei Gang rubbed his bald head and grinned. "I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to come under my command?" Bang! Just as Lei Gang finished speaking, Lin Zi kicked him out of the office. "Elder Lu has left. Why are you still here?" Lin Zi shot a cautious glance at the remaining Zhang Tian. "Captain Lin, Suyu is under my command. I have no intention of poaching." Zhang Tian chuckled awkwardly and hastily exited. While he could still leave with dignity, lingering would only invite Lin Zi's assistance in escorting him out. Suyu, who could resist such charm? He too wished to recruit, but unfortunately, Lin Zi was far too unrefined, kicking people at the slightest provocation. "How crude!" Zhang Tian silently lamented as he exited, helping Lei Gang to his feet, joking, "Captain Lei, are you all right? Get lost." Lei Gang grumbled as he stood up, seemingly looking down on Zhang Tian. "You coward." Zhang Tian started to retort, but noticed that Lei Gang had already dusted himself off and walked away. Inside the office, Lindsay regarded Su Yu with a markedly different demeanor, akin to that of a neighborly older sister, smiling as she asked, "Are you satisfied with this price? Selling it for 2 million, I am indeed exceedingly pleased." "Thank you, Sister Lin." Su Yu beamed with delight. "As long as you are satisfied, 2 million is indeed a substantial sum. However, as guardians of the night, we find ourselves with numerous expenditures, and in this context, that amount actually seems rather modest." Lindsay gently patted Su Yu and remarked with a smile, "This time, there is no need for you to give me a fee. Keep it for yourself. I'm not in need of such trifling amounts." Previously, Su Yu had offered her a gratuity, which brought her joy, yet she was reluctant to continue accepting such payments. Accepting them would tarnish her integrity and compromise the reputation of the Guardians in the future. How could one then uphold the duty of protecting the homeland and safeguarding the populace? Upon leaving the office, Su Yu proceeded to the library to study, and as lunchtime approached, he eagerly departed from the division. Today, he would continue his quest for the treasure map. Chapter 30. The sweet potato planted by the immortal in Su Yu's perspective, unearthing the treasure map was of paramount importance. Everything else was secondary. He was so consumed by this quest that he scarcely found time to eat. Here lay sealed a pair of embroidered shoes, imbued with a lingering resentment. One must not, under any circumstances, release them. Upon arriving at his first target location, Su Yu beheld the golden inscription, his countenance darkening in dismay. Merely a pair of embroidered shoes. Yet they exuded such peril. The golden letters cautioned against their release, with the repetition of "must not" amplifying the gravity of the warning. Consequently, Su Yu concluded that this treasure map might be unsellable. Should it be sold and someone inadvertently release them, the entire Tiana city could potentially transform into a hellish nightmare. "How noble I am," he mused, "for the sake of Tianhe City, for the greater Xia, for humanity. I must set this treasure map aside until the day when the warning changes." Feeling a swell of self-importance, he promptly shifted his focus to another site. Here resided a pterosaur, beneath which lay a dormant volcano, slumbering for 100 millennia. Should it be released, the volcano would erupt, turning the surrounding 3,000 miles into a desolate wasteland. Gazing at the golden inscription before him, Su Yu felt utterly deranged. What kind of luck is this? If I were to unearth a pterosaur and provoke an eruption, the entire Tiana city would suffer. No, not just Tianhe City. The numerous provinces within a 3,000-mile radius would also bear the brunt. Moreover, this was a pterosaur, a creature from textbooks. Its power was unfathomable. Su Yu understood that he must not excavate this treasure map, nor could he sell it to another. If someone else were to unearth it, the consequences would be equally dire. Soon, Su Yu moved on to the next location. This site was sealed with 1,000,000 malevolent spirits, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity and all living beings. With a tread, devastation ensued. As he gazed at the golden inscription, Su Yu felt his heart tremble. 1,000,000 malevolent spirits. What a terrifying prospect. If they were unleashed, Tiana City would immediately herald the arrival of the apocalypse. Fortunately, I am able to see these warnings. Otherwise, I would have met my demise countless times. A sense of dread washed over Su Yu at this moment. He finally comprehended why each person received a treasure map annually, yet the vast majority refrained from excavating them over the past 3 years. This endeavor led either to immediate death or eventual demise. Sooner or later, one would perish. The only way to survive was to never attempt to unearth a treasure map. Not even once. Of course, Su Yu was the exception. After a while, Su Yu found another location and focused intently. Here lay a sweet potato planted by an immortal. Consuming it would enhance one's strength. The golden inscription materialized, and Su Yu nearly wept with joy. At last, a truly good find. Though it was but a sweet potato, its extraordinary origin promised remarkable effects. Su Yu could already envision his ascension to the rank of a battle king today. The gorilla. I shall soon seek you out. Su Yu felt a surge of delight within him. Subsequently, he utilized the treasure map, which unveiled a vast expanse of space. With a swift motion, Su Yu extracted a sweet potato from the earth. There was only one, modest in size, akin to an adult's fist. However, upon beholding this sweet potato, Su Yu's mouth watered. His instincts informed him that this was a remarkable find, one that would bestow significant benefits upon his body, potentially leading to an elevation in his very existence. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu ventured to a nearby supermarket to procure a peeling knife, skillfully preparing the sweet potato before savoring it bite by bite. The flavor was exquisitely sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste. As Suyu turned his gaze inward, he observed that 6 of the 9 shackles within him had already shattered. Now, the power contained within the sweet potato converged under his command, forcefully striking against the 7th shackle. A crisp crack echoed through the air as the 7th shackle splintered apart. Instantly, a formidable sensation coursed through his body, instilling in Suyu an overwhelming sense of strength. He had ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier warrior. Yet, soon enough, he found himself in disbelief. The power of the sweet potato had been nearly depleted, leaving insufficient force to shatter the next shackle. Was that all? Suyu exclaimed in frustration. Isn't this a sweet potato planted by an immortal? And this is it? What kind of nonsense is this? The sweet potato is utterly inferior. He had prepared himself to ascend beyond the rank of a warlord, only to witness his dreams crumble. Nevertheless, not all was in vain. At the very least, he was now a 7th-tier warrior. With a little more effort, he could join Lin Jie and the others as a warlord. Far from disheartened, Suyu reassured himself. He glanced at the time and shook his head. There were still some remnants of the treasure map, yet the distances were too great to traverse now. He would have to wait until after work in the afternoon. Moreover, he was exceedingly hungry. He hoped the cafeteria still had food. Suyu mused silently. After consuming the immortal sweet potato, he felt no sense of satiety. Rather, he found himself even hungrier. After dining in the cafeteria of the Night Watchman's division, Suyu proceeded to the library to delve into warriors of the 9th tier, from novice to master. So that is how it is. Suyu read with rapt attention, utterly absorbed, oblivious to Lin Zi's arrival by his side. Lin Zi suddenly spoke, startling him. Lin Jie, when did you arrive? Suyu exclaimed, hurriedly setting down his book. I just got here, Lin Zi replied with a smile. How are you finding this book? I should finish it in a day or 2, Suyu answered honestly. A day or 2? That's quite swift, Lin Zi remarked with a chuckle. Well, carry on. I'm here to read as well. With that, Lin Zi picked up a book titled Warlords of the 9th Tier, From Novice to Master, and began to read. Suyu, noticing the cover, couldn't help but be taken aback, leaning in to glimpse its contents. As soon as he approached, a dazzling array of words seemed to swirl before his eyes, yet paradoxically, it felt as though he had perceived nothing at all. Vaguely, he sensed the presence of numerous individuals, yet it also appeared that he was entirely alone. For a moment, Suyu found himself in a state of disorientation. You are currently a warrior. Only upon reaching the rank of War King will you be able to comprehend this book, Lin Zi remarked with a smile. Oh, Suyu nodded, his thoughts racing with urgency. I am already at the 7th tier of warrior. I'm not far from becoming a War King. With a little effort, it should only take a day or 2. After a brief interval, Suyu's phone suddenly rang, displaying a contact named Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru was a classmate of Suyu's. They had once resided in the same neighborhood, but following the passing of Suyu's parents, Xiao Ru's family forbade any further communication between them. This had been true in the past, and it remained unchanged in this life. Suyu, help. You must come to my rescue. Upon answering the call, Suyu could hear Xiao Ru seemingly running, her breath coming in quick gasps. What is the matter? Suyu inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. I uncovered something terrifying using a treasure map, and it is pursuing me. Oh, please hurry and save me. As she spoke, Xiao Ru's fear became palpable as she began to weep. Chapter 31. Transcendence, please send me your location. Suyu hesitated before speaking. If he were an ordinary person or had not joined the Night Watchers, he would have cared little. However, he was no longer just an ordinary individual. He was a Night Watcher, bound by duty and unable to refuse. Most importantly, it was a matter of protecting his homeland and safeguarding the lives of the people, a task for which the heavens would surely reward him with a treasure map. Xiao Ru had unearthed something truly terrifying. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly result in countless casualties and suffering. As soon as the call ended, Suyu received Xiao Ru's location on his phone. The location was shared in real time. and he could clearly see that Xiao Ru was on the move, albeit at a pedestrian pace, as she was merely an ordinary person. At that moment, Su Yu's and Lin Zi's night watcher watches vibrated, displaying an urgent distress signal from their comrades. Upon inspection, he noticed that the location matched Xiao Ru's, indicating that the terrifying entity she had uncovered had been detected by the night watchers, prompting an emergency call for help. Lin Zi glanced at her watch and quickly stated, "The danger level isn't too high. I will accompany you to ensure safety." Having been by Su Yu's side, she had witnessed everything. Since it involved someone Su Yu knew, her presence would provide additional assurance. "All right," Su Yu nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Lin." "What are you thanking me for?" Lin Zi chuckled. "This is simply my duty." Upon exiting the Night Watcher division, Lin Zi lifted Su Yu and they soared towards their destination. Xiao Ru was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, as she leaned against the railing, gazing down at the horrifying creature below. It was a monstrosity with a gaping maw and 2 rows of eyes, each row containing 9 crimson orbs, glimmering ominously as if born solely for the purpose of slaughter. Its body was grotesquely adorned with pulsating, blood-colored lumps akin to the back of a toad. On either side of its body sprouted numerous tentacles, oozing a viscous liquid that was utterly repulsive. Behind the creature stretched a long trail of blood, flanked by scattered, severed limbs. It was evident that it had inflicted grave harm upon many. Before it, 2 night watchers were engaged in a fierce struggle, but it was clear that they were laboring under immense strain. Their attempts to attack seemed more like desperate measures to contain the beast. Blood stained their garments, revealing the injuries they had sustained. "Everyone, retreat as far as you can. Do not linger," one of the night watchers shouted as he defended against the creature. Yet some reckless souls, emboldened by the sight of the confrontation, stood back, snapping photos and videos. "Young lady, why are you still here? Run," called out another night watcher, spotting Xiao Ru standing on the overpass. But before she could react, the creature struck the warning night watcher, sending him sprawling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Instantly, the pressure on the second night watcher intensified. Within mere seconds, he too was knocked to the ground, struggling to rise again. The monstrous creature advanced toward the night watchman, opening its gaping maw, poised to devour him whole. Abomination! Silence! Suddenly, a spear descended from the heavens, unleashing a terrifying force that rippled outward. With a swift reaction, the creature evaded the lethal strike, yet one of its tentacles was impaled into the ground, severed cleanly. L'infi descendait de l'oncle suyo, standing protectively in front of the nearly devoured night watchman. "Captain Lin, you've come. How wonderful!" exclaimed the relieved watchman. "Now that we're here, you're safe," Lin Zi assured him, helping him to his feet. Glancing at the creature before them, she furrowed her brow and inquired of Su Yu, "Can you handle this? I sense your strength has significantly increased. Let us give it a try." "Han me hablade, Su Yu plaid." His gaze fixed intently on the beast as he grasped the long knife Lin Zi offered. "Earth Splitter." Su Yu, wielding the long knife, stomped forcefully on the ground, causing horrific fissures to rapidly spread towards the monster. The creature felt its balance falter and attempted to flee, but the earth erupted beneath it, the cracks multiplying. "Kill!" Su Yu bellowed, charging forth with the long knife. In that instant, the creature transformed in Su Yu's eyes, no longer a mere monster, but a mountain to be cleaved. Mountain Splitter. He executed his combat technique with a fierce downward strike. Fear manifested in the creature's myriad eyes, caught unprepared for the terrifying aura emanating from Su Yu. Tentacles reached out in a desperate attempt to thwart his devastating blow, yet they underestimated him gravely. With an effortless slice, Su Yu penetrated the creature's defenses as if cleaving through already fractured timber. The formidable beast, powerful beyond measure, was bisected by Su Yu's strike. He stood firm, gazing at the creature with an unperturbed demeanor. "Your combat skills have ascended to the realm of the extraordinary?" Lin Zi approached, unable to conceal her astonishment. Just yesterday, Su Yu's abilities had merely reached perfection, though he could have easily crossed into the extraordinary realm. Few took such claims seriously. Yet today, he had indeed attained that level. "And your cultivation has reached the 7th tier of a warrior?" Lin Zi's astonishment deepened. Suyu had not yet taken action, but she could sense his enhanced power. However, the extent of that enhancement eluded her. Yet, as soon as he did strike, she recognized the truth. He was indeed at the 7th tier. In just a few days, you've achieved the 7th tier? With the combination of the 7th tier prowess and extraordinary combat skills, defeating the creature before them would pose little challenge. It's merely luck, Suyu responded hastily. Wow, Suyu, it's been a while. You've become remarkably impressive. At that moment, Xiao Ru dashed down from the overpass, her eyes brimming with excitement. She gazed at Suyu and continued. Unlike those two useless ones, who can't even handle a single monster, they still have the audacity to claim. Buzz! Suyu suddenly slashed down with his blade, forcefully silencing Xiao Ru's words. Beside them, the two injured night watchmen wore expressions of grievance, wishing to argue their case. Yet a loss for words. A crimson mark appeared on Xiao Ru's forehead, blood seeping forth. You should be grateful that the apocalypse has not yet descended and that the great Xia still upholds its laws. Otherwise, I would have struck you down. Suyu's voice was stern and commanding. Though their strength may be lacking, without them, do you truly believe you could still stand here? He pointed his blade at Xiao Ru, his voice resolute. You, apologize to them. Immediately. At once. Chapter 32. Family who understands. Suyu, perhaps it would be best to let this go? One of the night watchmen coughed lightly as she spoke. She was still a young girl. How embarrassing it must be to apologize publicly. Another night watchman softly urged Suyu to abandon the matter. Yet, Suyu's expression darkened. His gaze fierce as he continued to point his blade at Xiao Ru, his voice low and resolute. Apologize? Why should I apologize to them? Initially startled, Xiao Ru soon regained her composure, defiantly declaring, It is the night watchman's duty to protect us. That is what you are supposed to do, so why should I apologize? She held no belief that Suyu could intimidate her, nor did she fear the night watchman. As she spoke, she took out her phone, recording a video, and exclaimed, Family, who understands? I just encountered a few incompetent night watchmen. Indeed, you have not changed at all. Suyu suddenly sheathed his blade, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face. In the previous life, it was like this. In this life, it remains the same. Despite the many differences between the two worlds, there are still numerous similarities. Suddenly, Suyu struck downwards. Xiao Ru's phone shattered in two, falling to the ground. She stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a single word. Her pants gradually became soaked, a liquid flowing down, pooling on the ground and emitting a foul odor. After rummaging through his belongings, Suyu produced 3,000 yuan, placing it into Xiao Ru's hands, stating, This is to compensate for your phone. Go buy a good one. Furthermore, you would do well to pray daily that the apocalypse does not arrive, for otherwise, you shall not survive a single day. Suyu turned, smiling as he said, Let's go. Lin Zi cast a complex glance at Suyu, but remained silent, following him along with the two injured night watchmen. It was not until much later that Xiao Ru finally reacted, screaming, Suyu, I am your childhood friend. How dare you treat me this way? Upon returning to the night watchman's division, Suyu went to the library to read. After tending to the two injured night watchmen, Lin Zi came to the library and sat opposite Suyu, smiling as she spoke. I never expected you to have such a side. Before Suyu could respond, Lin Zi continued, You have stirred quite a storm this time. It could lead to significant trouble. If someone lodges a complaint against you, the higher-ups will undoubtedly need to address it. I'm not afraid. Suyu raised his head, smiling as he remarked, How will they address it? Surely they want to kill me? If I resign, what more can they do to me? Lin Zi couldn't help but chuckle at his bravado, yet she asked, If you do not wish to be a night watchman anymore, what do you plan to do instead? I have yet to consider that. Suyu shook his head. At this moment, he could not fathom such thoughts. Xiao Ru had indeed gone too far. Even he found it difficult to tolerate. Fortunately, there were still rules in place. Otherwise, he might have ended her with a single stroke. Did she truly believe herself to be invincible? At that moment, a female night watchman hurriedly entered, placing a tablet before Lin Zi. She glanced at Suyu and said to Lin Zi, Captain, you must see this. Lin Zi casually glanced at it, then pushed the tablet towards Suyu, saying, You take a look. It's about you. Suyu nodded and began to read. Family, who understands? Today I encountered 3 subpar night watchmen. Dear friends, who comprehends? My childhood sweetheart, who grew up alongside me, is now set on eliminating me. The one she loves. It's utterly absurd. A scoundrel, in his quest to become a night watchman, has compelled me to kneel before him. Help! I am entirely at a loss, pressured by this inferior male. All the videos depict nothing but watermelon-headed individuals, distorting the truth and spreading rumors. After a brief glance, Suyu could no longer bear it. He returned the tablet to Lin Zi and said, "Do not show me such things again, or I might lose my restraint and strike her down." He instructed them to notify these platforms to remove all related videos and content. And if anyone dared to post again, to ban their accounts and IP addresses immediately. If this still did not resolve the issue, pertinent authorities should be notified to apprehend the poster. Lindsay appeared to have considerable experience. Indeed, the female night watchman swiftly departed with the tablet. I did not stop you earlier. I wanted to observe your reaction and actions and to provide you with valuable experience and lessons. Remember next time, do not act too impulsively. Lindsay stood up and gently remarked, in this world, not everyone is willing to reason. Sometimes we endure frustrations, but we must persevere. With that, Lindsay left. Suyu pondered for a moment, then shook his head in mockery. Endure? What nonsense! Once or twice might be bearable, but 3 or 4 times. It would be better to eliminate him. Shaking his head, Suyu returned to his reading. As he read, he suddenly felt a surge of power within him. After several doses of rare materials, he had accumulated considerable strength internally. Perhaps it was the insights he gleaned from the book that stirred this dormant power, prompting it to awaken and surge forth. After 3 to 5 minutes upon introspection, Suyu discovered that the 8th shackles within him had shattered. He had ascended to the 8th rank of warrior. Was it really this simple? Suyu was taken aback. The treasure map, a double-edged sword of opportunity and risk, indicated that the chance of success was merely 1, while the risk soared to 90. Thus, when some embarked on genetic evolution and broke their shackles, they did not solely rely on the treasure map but engaged in rigorous training. From the very first day of his arrival, Suyu had been aware of this, yet the arduous training was exceedingly taxing. With the treasure map in hand, many chose not to endure hardship. Suyu was no exception. His recent advancement to the 8th rank of warrior was not solely due to his own efforts, but rather the latent power that had accumulated within him over the past few days. Upon realizing this, Suyu became introspective and humbled. Just moments ago, he had nearly considered himself a once-in-a-lifetime genius. After work, Suyu did not immediately return home. Instead, he grabbed a meal from the cafeteria and took a ride in a ride-hailing car. During the journey, he casually nibbled on his food, and an hour later, he arrived in a rather desolate suburb. 3 years ago, this place had been bustling with activity, but now, it was a ghost town. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Suyu would not have chosen to come here. However, the treasure map in his possession had led him away from the city center. All that remained were the outskirts and wilderness. What treasures might he unearth? I have already attained the 8th level of warrior status. With a little effort, tonight, I shall become a king among warriors. Suyu silently reassured himself, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Following the coordinates on the treasure map, he continually adjusted his direction and soon reached his destination. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes brightened as he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Fatty, what are you doing here?" It was then that Suyu noticed the treasure map in Fatty's hands, along with a clue visible only to him. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Fatty, don't dig just yet." Alas, it was too late. Fatty had already activated the treasure map, and a space began to materialize. Chapter 33. The Celestial and Terrestrial Anomalous Fire. The Xianwang Flame. Suyu, what are you doing here? At this moment, the plump man finally came to his senses and instinctively turned to look at Suyu, without the luxury of further words. Suyu lunged forward, swiftly pulling the plump man away. "What are you doing?" The plump man struggled, an overwhelming force surging within him. However, no matter how he fought against it, he could not withstand Suyu's strength. In his perception, he felt as though he were a mere child, while Suyu was a robust adult. Finally, they halted several dozen meters away. The plump man, somewhat irked, straightened his clothes, and, with a discontented expression, inquired, "Su Yu, why did you pull me away? Look for yourself." Su Yu gestured towards the location where the plump man had utilized the treasure map. There a space emerged, revealing a profound yellow hue. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a terrifying flame erupted, igniting an area of several meters in an instant. Both the plump man and Su Yu felt as though they had embraced a roaring furnace. Drenched in sweat and overwhelmed by the sensation of being on the verge of being roasted alive, Su Yu understood that if they remained in such proximity, it would not be mere illusion, but a true risk of being scorched. Their garments began to emit smoke. "Let's go." Recognizing the peril of their closeness, Su Yu wasted no time, dragging the plump man as they fled, only pausing when the heat subsided. What is this?" The plump man, shedding his smoking coat, questioned in astonishment. "This is a type of anomalous fire between heaven and earth, known as the Xianhuang flame. To touch it is to court death." Su Yu's expression was grave. He had just seen a warning that indicated this was an extraordinary fire of immense power. "So you intended to save me? I thought you were trying to seize the treasure I was excavating." The plump man, regaining his composure, revealed a look of gratitude. "If you hadn't pulled me away, I might have become a roasted pig." At this point, the plump man lamenting his ill fortune. "I unearthed a martial arts manual, only to nearly lose my life. And now, with newfound luck, I return to excavate the treasure map, only to unearth this dreadful, anomalous fire. My good friend, I am truly grateful to you today. I still possess a treasure map. Consider it a token of my appreciation for saving my life." The plump man forcefully thrust a treasure map into Su Yu's hands. He was genuinely fearful. He had believed that with the martial arts manual and his newly awakened genetic evolution as a warrior, he would be invincible. Yet, a single fire nearly claimed his life. Imagining himself hanging on a wall, while his family paid for a feast for the entire village, was a disheartening thought. Boom! Suddenly, the deep yellow flames surged skyward, resembling a nuclear explosion, creating a terrifying mushroom cloud. In that instant, the dreadful flames spread in all directions, threatening to engulf the entire city. Have I caused a catastrophe?" The plump man gazed at the scene, panic beginning to overwhelm him. "Fear not. I shall summon assistance." Su Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, consoled the portly figure and pressed down on the night watchman's watch for 3 seconds. At the night watchman division, although Su Yu had completed his shift, Lin Zi remained at work, along with Lei Gang and Zhang Tian. Suddenly, all 3 of their night watchman watches began to vibrate simultaneously. Su Yu had issued an urgent distress signal. Lin Zi sprang to her feet, her expression betraying her anxiety, and declared, "I will head out first." She dashed out of the building, her figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as she raced towards Su Yu's call for help. She refrained from flying, as it would prove too slow. Running was swifter. She could not allow any harm to befall Su Yu, thus she had to arrive without delay. "Su Yu, what has transpired?" Lin Zi inquired while sprinting, pressing a button on her watch. Just as Su Yu had pulled the portly man back a few paces, he suddenly heard Lin Zi's voice emanating from his watch. "Can this device also facilitate communication?" Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, then promptly replied, "Sister Lin, someone has unearthed and it is currently expanding. I have no idea when it will cease." Upon hearing this, Lin Zi slightly reduced her speed and addressed Su Yu. "Do not worry excessively. You must immediately evacuate the nearby populace and ensure that no one approaches. Take care of yourself and find a safe place to wait for my arrival." It was not something that had never been excavated before. The night watchers were quite experienced in such matters. After concluding the conversation with Su Yu, Lin Zi pressed her special operations earpiece and stated, "Lei Gang, my personnel are too slow and lack sufficient authority. Please retrieve a second-generation 9-Dragon Fire shield from the warehouse and come swiftly." "What has happened?" Lei Gang inquired. "Someone has unearthed and we require the 9-Dragon Fire shield to contain it," Lin Zi quickly explained. "Understood. I shall head to the warehouse at once." Lei Gang promptly took action. "We must continue to retreat. It is still spreading. If this continues, I fear the entire Tianhe city may ignite." Su Yu urged the portly man as they swiftly withdrew. At that moment, He had abandoned any thoughts of excavating the treasure map. There was simply no alternative. Priorities must be assessed. Presently, the situation concerning the held greater significance. Moreover, the site indicated on the treasure map had already been engulfed by the, rendering any excavation unrealistic. The only viable course of action now was to wait. As for evacuating the nearby populace, it was unnecessary. They were in a desolate area, long devoid of human presence. Suyu, the flames are intensifying. Am I done for this time? Will I be caught and forced to work at a sewing machine? The portly man grew increasingly frantic. Indeed, were it not for Suyu's presence, he would have fled. The consequences were too grave for him to bear. Do not fear. Soon the night watchers will take care of it. Suyu reassured him, placing his faith in the night watchers. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Suyu sensed something and immediately turned to look. A figure, swift as lightning, was rapidly approaching. With a sudden halt, Lindsay stood beside Suyu and raised her gaze towards the towering inferno that spanned over 100 meters. Indeed, it was a rare fire. Unfazed, Lindsay smiled and remarked, "If this can be tamed, it would be an unparalleled advantage." However, her expression gradually shifted to one of concern as she pondered. Why do I sense something amiss about this extraordinary flame? Suddenly, a thunderous crack shattered the air, and in the next instant, Lei Gang appeared, wielding a hammer amidst a cascade of lightning. A protective shield manifested in his outstretched left hand, and as his voice resonated, the shield swiftly launched into the air, expanding at an astonishing rate until it hovered above the raging flames. With a tremendous crash, the colossal shield descended, instantly extinguishing the fierce blaze that had engulfed the surroundings. This mere extraordinary fire was no match for the specialized weapon developed by the Night Watchers. The second-generation Nine Dragon Flame Shield, crafted from the legendary Nine Dragon Divine Fire Shield, was more than capable of handling such a trivial threat. But suddenly, a sense of alarm washed over Lei Gang, and before he could utter another word, he and Lindsay lunged towards Suyu and the stout companion, each seizing one of them and hastily retreating. Boom! The second-generation Nine Dragon Flame Shield erupted. Chapter 34, Level 3, Despair. It has truly erupted. A terrifying heat wave swept across the sky, and for a fleeting moment, Suyu felt as though he were being scorched. Lei Gang was hoisting the hefty man, while Lindsay supported Suyu, standing 2 kilometers away. The expressions of the four were utterly disheveled. "It's over. I have made a grave mistake." The hefty man gazed at the flames that connected heaven and earth, transforming the landscape into a sea of fire, and could not help but exclaim, "Sister Lin, Captain Lei, the range of this anomalous fire has expanded. What shall we do next?" Suyu's demeanor grew grave. It was no wonder I sensed something amiss. This anomalous fire is formidable. Even the second-generation Nine Dragons' 10,000 flames shield cannot contain it. Lindsay's countenance turned unusually somber as she did not respond to Suyu's inquiry, but instead addressed Lei Gang. "I recall that we do not possess the third-generation Nine Dragons' 10,000 flame shield. The cost of the third generation is exorbitant. We have yet to be equipped with it," Lei Gang replied, his expression darkening. "Moreover, from what I understand, even the third generation cannot contain it. This anomalous fire is exceedingly ferocious. Our only recourse now is to report upwards and see if there is any solution." As he spoke, Lei Gang retrieved his phone, preparing to request support from above. However, Lindsay halted him. "Wait a moment." After pondering, she asked, "Do you think Captain Zheng can handle this?" Upon hearing this, Lei Gang's eyes brightened momentarily, but soon dimmed again as he replied, "Captain Zheng has always been stationed at Dongtian, unable to break free. He likely cannot come. You and Captain Zheng should go replace Captain Zheng, and have him come here immediately. If Captain Zheng can subdue this anomalous fire, we may very well stabilize the Dongtian he is guarding. In this way, not only will we gain a formidable ally, but we can also quell a significant threat." "You make a valid point." Lei Gang's eyes sparkled anew as he raised a hammer, and in a flash of lightning, his figure vanished, leaving only his voice behind. "Wait for me. I shall summon assistance at once." "Sister Lin, do you think Captain Zheng can resolve this anomalous fire?" Suyu inquired with some concern. "To be honest, I am uncertain. Lin Zi replied, shaking her head. If he cannot resolve it, then we shall have no choice but to request support from above. Su Yu, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of worry. At that moment, Lin Zi turned to the hefty man and asked, "Did you unearth this anomalous fire?" "Indeed," he replied, lowering his head. "If I am not mistaken, you are the one who underwent self-castration?" Lin Zi probed. The hefty man bowed his head even lower, giving a soft affirmative. Noticing his shyness, Lin Zi decided against further banter and turned to Su Yu. "Fortunately, you called for help. Otherwise, if this fire were to burn throughout the night, it might reach the urban area. At that point, we would be in peril." After a pause, Lin Zi suddenly inquired, "By the way, how did you end up here after work?" Su Yu raised the treasure map in his hand and replied, "I came to excavate the treasure map. But before I could dig, I saw him unleash the anomalous fire." As Su Yu sighed, he lamented that he would likely miss the opportunity to confront the Battle King tonight. "You all fall back a bit. I will take a closer look," Lin Zi suggested, nodding as she approached the anomalous fire. After 2 minutes, Lin Zi returned with a grim expression, informing Su Yu, "The anomalous fire continues to expand at a rate of approximately 1 meter per second. In 1 minute, it extends 60 meters, and in 1 hour, it covers over 3 kilometers. If it continues this trajectory, in less than 10 hours, it could expand over 30 kilometers. Within 24 hours, it could engulf the entire urban area." Her countenance darkened further. At this moment, Su Yu's expression mirrored her concern. "Lin Jia, do not fret just yet. When Captain Zheng arrives, he may be able to resolve this," he reassured her, hoping for the best. Lin Zi took out her phone, saying, "I will call the minister. Keep an eye on the situation." "All right, Su Yu replied, nothing." Once Lin Zi stepped aside to make her call, the portly man finally lifted his head. His eyes reddened with distress. "It's all my fault. I'm to blame. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have unearthed this thing," he lamented. Su Yu, feeling helpless, offered some consolation until the man quieted down. Yet, it was evident that the weight of guilt and regret still lingered in his eyes. Such incidents had become all too common over the past 3 years, with many situations even more perilous than this. After a while, Lin Zi returned, stating, "The minister will be back shortly, and he will bring a 3rd-generation Jiulong Wanhua shield with him." Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Captain Zheng's presence and the addition of a 3rd-generation Jiulong Wanhua shield, their safety had significantly improved. Even the portly man appeared considerably more at ease after hearing the news. "Captain Zheng has arrived," Lin Zi suddenly exclaimed. Following her gaze, Su Yu spotted a fiery figure approaching at an astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, a figure landed gracefully before them, the flames dissipating to reveal Captain Zheng. "You have finally come." Lin Zi expressed her joy. "Yes," Captain Zheng nodded. "Let us attend to business first. We can reminisce later." He turned to face the anomalous fire, and a terrifying blaze erupted around him. "I will enter first. You all should maintain a safe distance to avoid injury." As he spoke, he stepped into the inferno. As Su Yu distanced himself from the flames, he glanced back to see the fire raging like a tempestuous sea, with Captain Zheng battling the inferno. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, Captain Zheng was hurled back, landing unsteadily on the ground, struggling to maintain his footing. "It is too powerful. I cannot subdue it," he said, his expression grave. Lin Team Leader, prepare to evacuate the civilians. "We have provoked it, and it is now expanding at a rate of 2 meters per second. In less than 10 hours, it will engulf the entirety of Tianhe City. Simultaneously, we must request assistance from above to ascertain if there exists a solution." By the way, Captain Zheng transformed into a being of flames, soaring into the sky, and proclaimed, when calling for support, "Do remember to inform them that this is the celestial anomalous fire, known as the Xianwang flame, classified as a grade 3. Well then, I must take my leave. I need to return to guard the cave realm, lest they emerge and bring devastation upon the living." With that, Captain Zheng shot off into the distance like a shooting star. This situation has become quite troublesome. Lin Zi felt a wave of despair wash over her. Realizing that this was indeed the grade 3 anomalous fire, the Xianwang flame. "Sister Lin, is there truly no solution for this grade 3 anomalous fire, the Xianwang flame?" Suyu inquired, furrowing his brow. Chapter 35. The only option is retreat. Suyu had just traversed into this realm, and many matters were still unfamiliar to him. However, he believed that since the entire Great Xia had persevered for 3 years, there must be some means to endure. Surely, they would not be stymied by the so-called heavenly earth. That seemed implausible. Upon hearing this, Lin Zi contemplated briefly before responding. There are indeed methods to contend with it, but distant waters cannot quench present thirst. Discussing these is of little significance. We are now awaiting the minister, who is on his way back. Let's see if the 3rd generation 9 Dragons fire shield he brings can subdue or suppress it. That is our only hope. Of course, there are specific strategies designed to counter, but they are rarely deployed. They are strategic resources to be utilized only when the survival of Great Xia is at stake. Suyu fell silent at this. What if even the minister could not resolve the situation? He pondered and then inquired, what if we request support from above? If assistance arrives, that would be optimal. If not, or if it comes too late, our only recourse would be to evacuate, Lin Zi replied. In truth, Captain Zheng had already made it clear that preparations for evacuation were underway. This indicated that even he had little faith in the situation. Thus, the challenges ahead seemed daunting. Meanwhile, the plump man stood frozen in fear, feeling as though he had become a scourge to humanity. However, at that moment, neither Suyu nor Lin Zi had the time to console him. Dealing with it was of utmost importance. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a golden hue emerged, forming a portal framed in gold. As the portal materialized, Suyu glimpsed a scene on the other side that starkly contrasted with their own. Captain Zheng has briefed me on the situation. I am fully aware, Li Xiao said, hastily stepping through the portal, extending his left hand to reveal a shield. This shield appeared identical to the one Lei Gang had previously held, seemingly without distinction. Yet Suyu understood that this was a 3rd generation product. With a hum, the shield soared forth, rapidly enlarging until it enveloped the entirety of the flames were completely covered. Witnessing this, Suyu's expression brightened, filled with hope for extinguishing the fire. Even Lin Zi and Li Xiao felt a renewed sense of optimism. However, in the next moment, disbelief washed over everyone. The shield began to crack. Was indeed, even at level 3, it proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Li Xiao sighed and commanded Lin Zi, gather all the night watchmen of Tianhe City, prepare the vehicles, and ensure the safe evacuation of all citizens. Minister, are we really giving up on Tianhe City? Lin Zi's heart quivered. This was her hometown. Were they truly destined to abandon it? Once engulfed by Tianhe City would be reduced to ashes. Bang! The 3rd generation 9 Dragons fire shield exploded. It seemed to erupt in fury, expanding an even more accelerated pace. To neither give up nor relent is futile. The provincial authorities are at a loss, and I have already reached out to the head of the Eastern District. To resolve this matter, we must wait at least 72 hours, sighed Li Xiao. The speed of the Xinhuang flame is far too rapid. At this rate, we cannot withstand even 7 hours. Thus, we have no choice but to evacuate. Lin Zi remained silent. Captain Lin, we must obey orders. Li Xiao suddenly raised his voice, stating, over the past 3 years, we have lost far too many cities. Tianhe City is neither the first nor the last. Indeed, tears welled in Lin Zi's eyes. Subsequently, a series of commands were swiftly issued. Throughout Tianhe City, every inhabited area echoed with piercing alarm sounds. All-night watchmen, regardless of whether they were on leave, were summoned back. Dear citizens, we are facing an unprecedented crisis and must evacuate urgently. We kindly ask that you gather your valuables and assemble at the nearest emergency location within 30 minutes, where we will await evacuation. Below is the list of emergency sites. The news flashed across screens with blue backgrounds and white text, continuously scrolling. Every citizen's mobile phone received the same urgent message, calling for immediate assembly before evacuation. Some citizens could not help but weep, while many others mechanically followed the instructions. Over the past 3 years, many of them had participated in such evacuations. After 3 years, they had truly grown numb to it. Minister, Sister Lin, I have something to attend to. I will take my leave first, Suyu suddenly interjected. What are you going to do? Lin Zi instinctively questioned, sensing something amiss. I'm going to dig for a treasure map to see if I can unearth something valuable. Suyu replied, while there is still time, I wish to give a try. We must find a way to save ourselves. Nonsense. If you go digging for treasure and unearth something perilous, won't that worsen the plight of Tianhe City? Li Xiao was the first to voice his opposition. In truth, this was indeed a valid concern. Many had taken desperate measures, but ultimately, the trouble only escalated. I believe in my luck. Given some time, I am certain I can uncover something. Suyu spoke with conviction. Just as Li Xiao was about to counter, Lin Zi interjected, I believe in your luck as well. If that is the case, allow me to gift you something. With a swift motion, Lin Zi conjured a motorcycle before Suyu. This is a modified motorcycle capable of reaching speeds of up to 500 kilometers per hour. I will lend it to you for a day, and you must return it afterward. Lin Zi spoke rapidly. I usually hesitate to use it, so be cautious. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Go on. I await your good news. Suyu was taken aback by Lin Zi's ability to conjure objects from thin air, but refrained from questioning further. He simply nodded and said, I shall take my leave. Everyone, await my good news. With that, Suyu mounted the motorcycle and sped away. Captain Lin Yu, Li Xiao spoke with a hint of helplessness and concern. Let us grasp at straws. If all else fails, so you can at least ride it to safety. Lin Zi spoke, Minister, let us return to the division and prepare for evacuation. By the way, you should take this little chubby one with you. After finishing her words, she hurried towards the city. Alas, what a tumultuous time we are in. Li Xiao sighed, swiftly carrying the little chubby boy away. Behind them, a vast expanse of sky had transformed into a sea of flames, with the spreading Xianhuang Yin seemingly accelerating. If this continued, it seemed that Tianhe City would truly be reduced to ashes by the Xianhuang Yin. Meanwhile, on the other side, a motorcycle sped along the highway, suddenly coming to a halt. Suyu dismounted, clutching a treasure map, meandering until he came to a stop in the midst of a cornfield, then focused intently ahead. Chapter 36 is a cloud with thoughts. Before me lies a forest, lush and verdant, its canopy casting shadows that obscure the sun, while the soil is interred with countless skeletal remains. Within the thicket, venomous creatures and ferocious beasts roam. Are you truly certain you wish to venture into this domain? Golden inscriptions materialize, sending shivers down Suyu's spine upon mere sight. This place is undoubtedly a forbidden zone. Even as a warrior of the 8th tier, I would not dare to tread here. Suyu is resolute. 3 years prior, the treasure map manifested, presenting both opportunity and peril. Yet in truth, the latter looms larger. This forest is undeniably a no-go zone. Next, Suyu boards his vehicle and proceeds to the subsequent location. After a brief interval, Suyu arrives at an abandoned park, where he identifies his target site. Here lies a solitary island, from which none who have set foot upon it have ever returned alive. Whispers abound that endless dragon beasts inhabit the isle. The golden script reappears, causing Suyu a throbbing headache. In this world, anything associated with the word dragon is never simple. This place, too, is a forbidden realm, perhaps even more perilous than the previous forest. Why is a solution yet to be found? Suyu feels a pang of urgency. Tianhe City is also his hometown, whether in this life or the last. He harbors a profound affection for Tianhe City. The thought of a great fire reducing it to ashes is utterly unacceptable to him. 20 minutes later, Suyu arrives at a desolate village in the countryside. He glances at the treasure map in his hand, then strides forward several paces before halting. Throughout history, village chiefs have been the most malevolent. They deceive and oppress the villagers. When a powerful being grew discontented, he slaughtered 1 million village chiefs and forged their essence into a sole banner, sealing it in this very place. Thus, it must never be opened. Otherwise, the world would transform into a hell on earth. Suyu stares at the golden script, astonished. Such a thing exists? And what immense enmity must have fueled such an act? 1 million village chiefs slain. However, upon reflection, many village chiefs seem indeed to be quite unscrupulous. This sole banner must be terrifying, far beyond my current capacity to confront. Moreover, it bears no relation to resolving the Su-In Hu-Ing-Yin. Suyu shakes his head, mounts Lin Zixin's beloved motorcycle, and swiftly departs. Tianhe City. Li Xiao and Lin Zi have returned. Is Su Yu all right? Li Xiao inquires with concern. He should be fine. He is currently in transit. If something were amiss, he would surely call for our aid. Lin Zi replies, glancing at the night watchman's watch, where a red dot is persistently moving. That is reassuring. I wonder if Su Yu will unearth something valuable. If he encounters danger, that would truly be troublesome. Li Xiao sighs. I have faith in Su Yu, Lin Zi asserts resolutely. Li Xiao glances at Lin Zi, remaining silent. For now, there is nothing they can do but place their trust in Su Yu. We should relocate, Li Xiao ponders, stating, if Su Yu resolves the matter, we can bring everyone back. If not, now is the optimal moment for us to move. I understand. Lin Zi departed, personally leading a team for the transfer. Li Xiao lowered his head, deftly maneuvering the watch of the night watchman, and soon a red that appeared on its surface, denoting Su Yu. Oh, Su Yu. I hope you could surprise me, Li Xiao murmured. In years past, a formidable warrior had slain 30 million foes, leaving behind a demonic spear sealed in this very place. With your current cultivation, you are incapable of subduing it. Su Yu's heart ignited with fervor, yet disappointment soon followed. This spear was undeniably powerful, but without the means to command it, the impending crisis remained unresolved. The Holy King in White had battled 3,000 clans, leaving behind a scroll of the Fighting Saint Law, of which this was but a fragment, imbued with an overwhelming Tao rhythm beyond your current capacity to endure. Su Yu discovered another location, his heart aflame with anticipation. Alas, regardless of its potential, it could not extinguish the Xian Huang flame. With a sigh, Su Yu mounted his motorcycle, continuing toward his next destination. Upon arrival, he unfurled the treasure map, immediately focusing intently. In bygone days, a mighty figure had fished by the Jialing River, encountering a land scorched to the core. Seeking refuge in a place abundant with rain, he gave life to a cloud, one that possessed thoughts of its own. In its presence, drought and fire were forbidden. It posed no danger to you, yet would not serve your will. Gazing at the golden script, Su Yu's countenance brightened. A cloud. This signified the prospect of rain. Its consciousness was inconsequential, as long as it could quench the flames. That sufficed. Without hesitation, Su Yu activated the treasure map, and a vast expanse of space materialized before him. This realm was immense, resembling a world of its own. A cloud loomed, obscuring the heavens, and torrents of rain cascaded down, flooding the ground. As the space manifested, it seemed to awaken the cloud, the downpour suspended in mid-air, ceasing to fall. In the next instant, the water on the ground surged upward, drawn into the cloud, which grew darker still. With a thunderous roar, the cloud erupted, soaring into the sky, instantaneously enveloping the entirety of Tiana City. Night had fallen, and the Xian Huang flame ignited half the vault of heaven, rapidly spreading its reach. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the firmament. With a resounding crash, the torrential rain descended, especially above the Xian Huang flame. The atmosphere seemed to fracture as an endless downpour, imbued with mysterious power, cascaded forth. The Xian Huang flame, furious, surged upward, yet was swiftly doused by the relentless rain. The water coalesced around the Xian Huang flame, forming a protective moat that continually advanced in an attempt to submerge it. Boom! Suddenly, the void trembled as Li Zhao's figure appeared beside Su Yu, inquiring, "Did you unearth this?" Su Yu nodded. Li Xiao seized Su Yu, and in an instant, they materialized near the Xian Huang flame. This rain is truly immense. Li Zhao's laughter echoed across the expanse. In Tiana City, countless individuals boarded their vehicles, engines roaring to life as they sped away into the distance. In truth, many had already traveled 100 miles away when the heavens unleashed their deluge. Initially, the populace remained oblivious to the unfolding phenomenon. It was merely rain, seemingly unremarkable. However, it soon became evident to some that this rain possessed a unique essence. Those drenched in it felt not discomfort, but rather an invigorating surge of strength. Lin Zi, Lei Gang, and Zhang Tian sensed even more profoundly, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the source of the Xian Huang Yen. There, The sky loomed dark as pitch, and even from several dozen kilometers away, they could discern the deluge pouring down. The trio exchanged glances, and Lin Zi was the first to react, dashing forward with haste. In due course, the three arrived at the scene, witnessing the Xianhuang yin rapidly diminishing. Currently, it encompassed merely a few dozen meters, visibly contracting, surrounding it. The rain had transformed into torrents, encircling the fiery entity. "Is this resolved?" Lin Zi inquired with a tone of elation. "Indeed," replied Li Xiao with a smile. "Su Yu's fortune is remarkable. He has unearthed a cloud that harbors an abundance of rain, unlike any ordinary rain, capable of extinguishing the celestial fire of Xianhuang Yan." As he spoke, Li Xiao's expression abruptly shifted, and he shouted, "Su Yu, be cautious." In a swift motion, he lunged forward, attempting to push Su Yu aside. Yet, he was too slow. The Xianhuang Yin, which had engulfed dozens of meters, suddenly contracted, transforming into a spark that surged with terrifying speed into Su Yu's body. In an instant, Su Yu became a being of flames. Li Xiao, who had just leapt forward, was wounded by the Xianhuang Yin emanating from Su Yu and was compelled to retreat. "Su Yu!" Lin Zi cried out, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 37. The Infiltration of Xianhuang Flame. Su Yu is hers. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zi lunged forward. However, the terrifying Xianhuang flame enveloped Su Yu entirely, scorching anyone who dared to approach. As Lin Zi drew near, her body became searingly hot, and her garments began to smolder. The violet battle armor she donned emerged, yet it seemed on the verge of melting. Furthermore, the Xianhuang flame emanated an excruciating heat that compelled Lin Zi to disperse her violet armor almost instantly. "Su Yu, do not be afraid. I will surely save you," Lin Zi cried out. Yet, at that moment, she found herself unable to draw closer. The Xianhuang flame was too formidable, and if she ventured too near, she could be harmed herself. It hurt so much. Su Yu screamed, his entire body feeling as though it were being roasted, and he could even smell the scent of his own flesh. But the next instant, he could no longer afford to scream. Panic surged as he exclaimed, "Xianhuang flame, you have gone too far. Why are you burning my clothes? There are others around. I certainly do not wish to be taken advantage of under the broad daylight." Yet, it was all in vain. Every article of clothing had been incinerated completely. "This is a disaster." Su Yu cursed, followed by another agonizing scream. Gradually, he felt his strength waning, and his vision blurred. "Goodness, am I truly going to perish like this?" Su Yu thought despondently. At last, he lacked the energy to struggle any longer. It was not for a lack of will to survive, but rather due to utter exhaustion. The phrase "the heart is willing, but the flesh is weak" aptly described his current state. Am I destined to die? Darkness enveloped Su Yu's sight. Is this what the afterlife looks like? As he gazed into the abyss, devoid of any pain, he could not help but ponder. Suddenly, amidst the infinite darkness, a flicker of light emerged. And in the next moment, the white-clad Guanyin, one of the 33 manifestations, materialized. She sat serenely between heaven and earth, draped in white robes, holding a jade bottle in her left hand, while her right hand formed a gesture of blessing. She gazed quietly at Su Yu, her lips moving as if uttering something. Yet Su Yu could hear nothing. It hurts, it feels so soothing. Abruptly, the endless darkness receded like a tide, and Su Yu once again beheld a familiar scene. Li Xiao was on the phone, desperately seeking solutions, while Lin Zi, her eyes reddened, gazed at him with concern, attempting to approach yet reluctantly retreating. Lei Gang and Zhang Tian stood by, offering assistance, yet were rendered helpless. "Su Yu." Lin Zi rushed forward and embraced him, anxiously inquiring, "How are you feeling now? Are you all right?" Su Yu looked down and was relieved to find the Xianhuang flame had dissipated from his body, allowing Lin Zi to come closer. While his body ached, there was also a sense of comfort. He spoke slowly. "It seems as though something is nurturing my body." At this point, Su Yu puzzled asked Lin Jia, "What have you administered to me?" I didn't give you anything," Lin Zi replied hastily. "The Xianhuang flame entered your body, yet for some unknown reason, it extinguished itself." At that moment, she beheld something she should not have seen. Her complexion instantly flushed. She cast Su Yu aside onto the ground and turned away, saying, Who among you has spare clothing? Please give Suyu an outfit. Suyu, consider yourself fortunate. This is a new purchase of mine, yet to be worn. Lei Gang exclaimed joyfully, tossing a set of clothes onto Suyu. Suyu quickly donned the garments, thus averting an even more embarrassing situation. Suyu, take a moment to introspect and check if there are any issues within you. Li Xiao approached and, after scrutinizing Suyu with a hint of concern, spoke. The Xianhuang flame had entered Suyu's body. He had feared for Suyu's life. Yet, astonishingly, Suyu had survived. However, the Xianhuang flame would not simply vanish without cause. Hurry and inspect yourself, Lin Zi urged, turning around with worry etched on her face. That Xianhuang flame clearly aimed to eliminate you. We must ascertain what has transpired. Nodding in acknowledgement, Suyu closed his eyes, calming his mind before beginning his introspection. Within a vast space, 9 shackles emerged, yet 8 of them had shattered. Only one remained intact. Moreover, a deep yellow spark of flame appeared. It was indeed the Xianhuang flame. It hovered quietly in the ether, causing no harm to Suyu whatsoever. In a moment of clarity, Suyu felt as though he could exert control over the Xianhuang flame. Thus, with a surge of determination, he opened his eyes and extended his left hand, within which the Xianhuang flame materialized gracefully. The onlookers stood in close proximity, yet felt no searing heat. You have tamed a Xianhuang flame? Lin Zi exclaimed in astonishment. As I suspected, the only possible explanation for surviving an encounter with such a celestial flame is having subdued it. Li Xiao sighed in relief. His gaze towards Suyu now filled with admiration. At merely 18 years of age, you have managed to tame a 3rd-tier celestial flame, the Xianhuang flame. 3rd tier, equivalent to that of a battle king and beyond. Though, given Suyu's current cultivation, he cannot yet unleash power surpassing that of a battle king. It is nonetheless formidable. It is not an exaggeration to assert that Suyu could now recline and confidently ascend to the realm of battle kings in the future. Well then, it's a relief that all is well. This misfortune has turned into a blessing, Lin Zi remarked, playfully patting Suyu on the head. You all head back first. I shall retrieve my motorcycle. Suyu had been brought here directly by Li Xiao, who had not taken his motorcycle. Thus it remained at the site where Suyu excavated the dark clouds. With a sudden crack, a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, intensifying the rain over Tianhe City. Li Xiao raised his head, glancing at the ominous dark clouds with concern. Surely, these clouds will not continue to pour indefinitely? He then looked to Suyu and inquired, You unearthed it. Do you know anything about it? All I know is that it was manifested by a powerful angler, and it possesses its own will. In its presence, no drought or wildfire is permitted. Suyu pondered for a moment before slowly stating, What I know is limited to this. After a brief pause, he added, By the way, it may have some connection to the Jialing River, as the strong individual was fishing at that very location. Having grasped this, he resolved to investigate further. Li Xiao nodded, casting a profound glance at Suyu. Suyu suddenly realized that he had divulged too much information. This was a revelation he had witnessed, one that others could not perceive. Understanding such insights seemed implausible for anyone else. Fortunately, Li Xiao refrained from saying anything more and simply led him back to the city. Upon returning home, Suyu bid farewell to the large black dog and then hurried to take a shower, finally feeling a sense of relief throughout his body. Standing before the full-length mirror, unclothed, he gazed at his reflection with a look of astonishment. After enduring the burning of the mysterious yellow flame for so long, I emerged unscathed. I had assumed I would be thoroughly scorched. He mused. My survival likely relates to that blood-stained fragment of white cloth. After all, during my descent into endless darkness, I beheld the image of the white-robed Guanyin. A flicker of realization sparked within Suyu, and the blood-stained fragment of white cloth materialized before him. Chapter 38. The art of war lies within the book. It appeared that there was no discernible difference from before. Suyu pondered for quite some time, perplexed by the lack of clarity. Exhausted, he collected the blood-stained fragments of white cloth and succumbed to a deep slumber, neglecting even the evening news. As he drifted into sleep, the bloodied remnants of the white garment quietly ascended, transforming into the figure of the white-clad Guanyin. In her left hand, She held a jade purity vase, and in her right, the seal of wishes. She gazed silently at Su Yu, her lips moving as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Ultimately, she resigned herself to silence and turned her gaze toward the window. Beneath the cover of night, Tina City was far from tranquil. Buses returned the displaced citizens, drenched by the pouring rain, who grumbled incessantly. Some, indifferent to the deluge, found solace in the belief that it might alleviate the crisis of the Xianhuangyan, feeling fortunate indeed. Suddenly, the white-clad Guanyin stepped forth, traversing through the shadows of the night, observing the masses below with an expression of uncertainty tinged with a hint of consolation. It was not until dawn approached that she returned, once more dissolving into the blood-stained fragments, which quietly re-entered Su Yu's being. As daybreak illuminated the world, Su Yu awoke, intending to rub his eyes, when he suddenly felt a peculiar heaviness in the palm of his left hand. "Ah!" Su Yu exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he discovered a stack of treasure maps nestled within his grasp. "No wonder I dreamt of acquiring numerous treasure maps last night." His heart soared with delight as he quickly sprang from his bed, eager to count them. To his astonishment, the number of treasure maps was considerable, 20 in total. 20 treasure maps far surpassed the number he had encountered while dealing with the zombies, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This must be a divine reward for me. I wonder what additional rewards the Night Watcher might bestow upon me. Su Yu mused, anticipation swelling within him. However, since Li Xiao remained silent, he felt it inappropriate to inquire. "Never mind, I'll wait a little longer. If the minister does not provide them tomorrow, I shall seek out Sister Lin for answers," he resolved. After freshening up, Su Yu headed out for work. As he stepped outside, the large black dog awaited him once more. By now, Su Yu was accustomed to it, feeling no inclination to engage in conversation. Once the dog entered, he promptly closed the door. "Morning, Sister Lin," he greeted with a smile upon seeing Lin Zi. "Good morning," Lin Zi replied, her face radiant with happiness. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her left ear and softly inquired, "Were you all right last night?" "Me? I'm fine. Just woke up with a bit of a dry throat, perhaps due to some internal heat." Su Yu responded with a cheerful grin. Indeed, upon waking, his throat had felt somewhat parched, but after drinking some water, he felt significantly better. He suspected this might be closely linked to the Xianhuangyan. The two proceeded to work together, and upon arriving at the Night Watcher Division, Lin Zi headed to a meeting while Su Yu made his way to the library. As he perused the texts, insights began to dawn on him. After a while, a thought struck him, prompting an internal revelation. In that moment, he perceived 9 shackles, with one still remaining. In the next moment, the mysterious yellow flame, under his command, descended directly upon the final shackle. With a sizzling sound, the mysterious yellow flame ignited. It seemed as though there existed no chain that could withstand its relentless blaze. Before long, under the terrifying heat, the 9th shackle shattered with a resounding crack. Is this the power of a 9th-tier warrior? As the 9th shackle fragmented, Su Yu felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body, as if a mere flick of his hand could obliterate a tank. This overwhelming sensation enveloped Su Yu in a surreal feeling. With a sharp clap, he struck his own face, feeling the sting which awakened him to the reality that this was not a dream, but indeed true. Now, I am a 9th-tier warrior. The next step is to become a war king. As for the path to becoming a war king, I remain somewhat uncertain. I shall inquire with Sister Lin shortly. Su Yu mused, fortuitously noting that he had just a little more to read on from novice to master. 9th-tier warrior, roughly 1 or 2 hours left. After that, he would consult Sister Lin. He was not in a rush, contentedly diving back into his book. Even as a 9th-tier warrior, he comprehended deeply that there remained much for him to learn. 2 hours later, after finishing the book, Su Yu entered Lin Zi's office. "Su Yu, what brings you here?" Lin Zi, engrossed in her work, was somewhat surprised to see him. "Sister Lin, I wish to know how to become a war king after reaching the 9th tier," Su Yu said, settling in across from her with a smile. "I searched online, but found no relevant information. It merely stated that upon becoming a war king, one would condense divine inscriptions. Beyond that, I am quite lost, so could you enlighten me, Sister Lin?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zi set aside her work, stood up, leaning on the desk as she peered at Su Yu, asking, Why do you want to know this? Could it be that you have already attained a ninth tier? Her skepticism was palpable. How could one achieve the ninth tier in such a short span of days? Nonetheless, despite her disbelief, she brimmed with anticipation. If Suyu truly was a ninth tier warrior, it would carry monumental significance. After all, he was only 18 years old, and the stronger he became now, the greater his future accomplishments would be. For the Night Watchers, for the Great Xia, and for all of humanity, this could herald an era of transformation. I just became a ninth tier warrior 2 hours ago, Suyu admitted candidly, scratching his head. The mysterious yellow flame burned through my shackles, and I inadvertently became a ninth tier warrior. How fortunate I am. Lin Zi's eyes sparkled with envy. Then she inquired, have you finished the book? I have completed it. Suyu nodded. Go home and retrieve the book I gave you for a second reading, Lin Zi suddenly instructed. Why? Suyu asked, puzzled. Trust me, I would never lead you astray, Lin Zi replied with a mysterious smile, withholding the reason. Very well, Suyu acquiesced, saying, the book is at home. I will return to fetch it now. All right, the sooner you go and return, the better, Lin Zi encouraged. With Lin Zi's approval, Suyu departed from the Night Watchers division, summoned a ride, and headed straight home. The large black dog basked in the sun on the balcony, and Suyu cast a casual glance before redirecting his attention to the book titled Warrior Level 9, From Novice to Master that Lin Zi had given him. He examined the book closely and discovered it bore little distinction from those in the library. What was the purpose of this? Suyu pondered in confusion. Before long, he had taken the book to the Night Watchers division, where he resumed his reading in the library. Everything was identical. What was he meant to glean from this? After a prolonged period of study, just as he was about to surrender to frustration, Suyu suddenly noticed what appeared to be a scuffle occurring within the pages of the book. Had he lost his senses? Suyu, perplexed, focused intently and indeed observed two tiny figures engaged in combat, employing the martial techniques detailed in the text. Skeptical, he sought out an identical book from the library to compare. However, it turned out to be merely an ordinary tome. The content was the same, yet devoid of the animated figures. Casting aside the library's book, Suyu returned to Lin Zi's gift and resumed his perusal. As time elapsed, he discerned that the number of miniature fighters increased. They were practicing the combat techniques and breathing methods recorded within the pages. Before he realized it, Suyu had flipped through the entire volume. Subsequently, all the combatants converged and transformed into a singular character for war, which then penetrated his brow. Chapter 39. The Inner World. As Suyu gazed inwardly, he discovered that the 9 shackles had long since shattered into fragments. This signified his ascension to the 9th tier of warrior status. Yet, at this moment, an extraordinary transformation unfolded within this space. The character for battle embedded itself into his brow, manifesting within this realm and hovering above the remnants of the broken shackles. So this is the essence of divine characters. To be known as a battle king is to condense one's unique divine character. With the presence of a divine character, one truly becomes a battle king. A sudden epiphany struck Suyu, illuminating the path to understanding what it means to be a battle king. It was no wonder Lin Zi had refrained from divulging the secrets of becoming a battle king, instead urging him to immerse himself in literature. Without the condensation of a divine character, any explanations would be of little use in grasping the concept. Only through the embodiment of a divine character can one comprehend the entirety of its significance. Suddenly, a soft exclamation escaped Suyu's lips as he beheld not only the newly formed divine character of battle, but also the blood-stained fragments of white robes, the dog-headed guillotine, and what appeared to be shards of a magical staff reminiscent of the Rui Jingu Bang, all present in this space. Previously, he was aware that these items resided within him, yet their precise locations remained a mystery. Before achieving the status of a battle king, even his inner vision had been unable to reveal them. Now, he observed that whether it was the blood-stained robe fragments, the dog-headed guillotine, or the shards of the magical staff, all had forged a closer connection with his divine character of battle. Should he choose to wield them once more, they would unleash powers far more formidable than before. In his warrior days, the dog-headed guillotine had been capable of slaying even the zombie king. Now, should that meager zombie king dare to appear before him again, He could effortlessly reduce it to ashes with a mere flick of his fingers. A surge of bravado welled within Suyu. He perceived the once-feared zombie king as nothing more than a trivial adversary. However, a question lingered in his mind. How many divine characters could one person possibly condense? Curiosity piqued. He picked up the book Lindsay had given him and began to read anew. Yet this time, no tiny figures engaged in combat danced before his eyes. After a brief respite, it was time for a meal, with his thoughts still occupied by the nature of divine characters. Suyu placed the book down and made his way to the cafeteria. Upon receiving his meal, he continued to ponder the matter of divine characters when, suddenly, an idea struck him. He lifted his gaze in search of Lin Zi's presence. Before long, he spotted her and quickly approached, taking a seat directly across from her. Suyu, Lin Zi's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of uncertainty in her voice as she inquired, I sense fluctuations in your aura. Have you become a battle king? Yes, Suyu replied with a gentle nod. Really? Lin Zi asked again, her disbelief palpable. How could it be that in just a morning, you have evolved from a 9th-tier warrior to a battle king? This is astonishing. Indeed, Suyu affirmed earnestly. What divine character have you condensed? Lin Zi queried. The character for battle, Suyu responded candidly. Indeed, the character for battle. It is the most accessible divine character to condense, Lin Zi nodded. Not surprised, yet still finding it hard to believe. Relative ease is still a matter of perspective. In truth, the art of the war character is quite challenging. It is merely less difficult than other divine scripts. She fell silent and continued to inquire, are there other divine scripts besides war? None, Suyu replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. Are there more divine scripts in the book? Indeed, Lin Zi affirmed with a nod. In the book I provided you, there are 3 divine scripts in total. It is commendable that you have grasped the war character. As for the other 2, you may need to invest some time to comprehend them. If you find yourself unable to understand them at all, it may simply mean they are not suited for you. Is that so? Suyu pondered, smiling as he asked. Sister Lin, how many divine scripts can one person comprehend? Theoretically, one can aspire to understand as many as they wish. However, in practice, a person's energy is quite limited. Even if one understands numerous divine scripts, most individuals typically focus their cultivation on merely 3 or 5, while the rest remain neglected. Lin Zi patiently elucidated for Suyu, adding that some individuals might even shatter unnecessary divine scripts, converting them into energy to bolster others. Remember, if you wish to grow stronger, specialize in a single divine script. You may consider it a narrow focus, yet mastering one path to its fullest extent can yield far greater achievements. Of course, if you possess ample resources and spare time, you may pursue an additional divine script. However, regarding the War King realm, even up to the 9th tier, one usually focuses on only 1 or 2 divine scripts. Once you reach the 9th tier, then you may contemplate cultivating a 3rd or even a 4th. With this, Suyu grasped the concept, then glanced around and quietly asked, May I inquire, Sister Lin, how many divine scripts have you cultivated? Me? Lin Zi chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper, I have cultivated around 10 divine scripts, but currently, I primarily focus on just 2. The first, like yours, is the war character, and the second is the spear character. Ah, so you excel in spear techniques? Lin Zi possessed a purple spear, suggesting her profound expertise in spear combat. Indeed, Lin Zi replied as she ate. Generally speaking, individuals tend to manifest divine scripts that align with their strengths. For instance, Captain Lei Gang has manifested a hammer character. Similarly, Captain Zhang Tian has manifested a blade character. And you must have encountered Captain Zheng, who embodies the fire character. Our minister, Li Xiao, like me, has also manifested a spear character. These alignments reflect their respective strengths. Some may not be aware of their talents, but once they manifest the corresponding divine scripts, their strengths become evident. Suyu reflected, feeling he had gained much insight. Such information was not readily available online, thus he was previously unaware. Enough daydreaming. Eat your meal, Lin Zi urged with a smile. Afterward, I will take you to claim your books. All right, Suyu responded, filled with anticipation, and began to eat voraciously. Slow down, take your time, no need to rush. Lindsay advised. Lindsay observed Su Yu devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, unable to suppress her laughter, and quickly offered her advice. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Lindsay led Su Yu to the library. After registering, she handed him a book titled Warrior's 9 Stages, From Novice to Master. You may continue reading Warrior's 9 Stages, From Novice to Master to see if you can condense 2 additional divine scripts. Of course, you can also delve into this book. It contains divine scripts as well, and whether you can condense the corresponding ones will depend on your own abilities and fortune. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, or you can inquire with the training instructor during the newcomer training session, Lindsay said with anticipation. All right, thank you, Sister Lin. I will start reading now, Su Yu replied, somewhat impatient, even momentarily setting aside thoughts of treasure hunting. He found a quiet corner and eagerly opened Warrior's 9 Stages, From Novice to Master, engrossed in its contents. So, the space I perceived internally is referred to as the inner heaven and earth? Chapter 40. A disturbance. It turns out that whether it be shackles, divine inscriptions, or treasures, they're all stored within the inner cosmos. But what is the inner cosmos? The inner cosmos corresponds to the outer cosmos. The human body is in essence a universe. As Su Yu perused the material, he gradually became entranced, unable to extricate himself. The book lived up to its name, indeed guiding one from novice to mastery with meticulous detail, clearly tailored for newcomers. Suddenly, a piercing alarm jolted Su Yu from his reverie. Many night watchmen, engrossed in their reading within the library, immediately sprang to their feet and rushed outside. As a night watchman himself, Su Yu was no exception. Lin Jia, what has happened? Su Yu burst forth from the library, hastily inquiring upon seeing Lin Zi. Requests for assistance have poured in from over 100 locations across the city. A terrifying danger has been unearthed, and we're needed to provide support. Lin Zi's expression was grave. At the same time, Su Yu sensed something amiss. Indeed, at the same time, Lin Zi replied while moving, there are night watchmen stationed throughout the city. Ordinary dangers can be managed by them without our intervention. The simultaneous distress signals from so many places suggest either extraordinarily bad luck or that someone is orchestrating a disturbance. I lean towards the latter. Otherwise, the odds would be unfathomably poor. Suddenly, Lin Zi halted, tapping her watch. She addressed Su Yu. You are now a night watchman, a formidable one at that. Equipped with the doghead guillotine. I have faith in your abilities. I need you to go support now. This mission is of utmost importance. Exercise extreme caution. Her demeanor was serious. Once she finished speaking, she did not wait for Su Yu to respond, but turned away to continue coordinating the tasks. The entire night watchman division sprang into action. Some set off alone for support, while others formed small teams. Even entire squads mobilized together. Boom, boom, boom. While still at the night watchman division, Su Yu heard the resounding explosions echoing from numerous locations outside. Some sounded like blasts, while others resembled the collapse of buildings. Without further delay, Su Yu dashed out of the division, casting a glance at the watch, which marked the target locations. As a night watchman, it was his duty to protect his homeland and safeguard the populace. As he sprinted, Su Yu witnessed vehicles on the highway crashing into one another, resulting in explosions that ignited towering flames. The traffic department was already in action, attempting to provide rescue. Additionally, in the distance, a large building had inexplicably collapsed, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Suddenly, a monstrous creature, towering 10 stories high, emerged from the dust, letting out a deafening roar. What on earth has unearthed such a beast? Su Yu gasped, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the creature, his heart racing as if it might cease altogether. Confronted by such a terrifying beast, Su Yu was prepared to strike, only to witness Minister Li Shao soaring into the fray, engaging the creature in combat. I'll handle this. You must immediately provide support. Li Shao commanded upon seeing the numerous night watchers approaching to confront the monster. Gritting his teeth, Su Yu promptly abandoned the beast and hastened toward his designated destination. As he soared past the horrific creature, he suddenly beheld a colossal shark leap into the air, crashing down onto a high bridge. To Su Yu's astonishment, the shark boasted 7 or 8 legs. Doubting his own vision, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. No mistake. It was precisely as he had observed. Am I losing my mind? Or has the world gone mad? He thought. It was one thing for a shark to be lively on land, but to have sprouted multiple legs was beyond comprehension. As he drew closer, Suyu's expression shifted, and he cursed, and it's a zombie shark as well. Fortunately, several night watchers had already begun their assault on the undead creature, which eased his concerns. Suddenly, from an alley, a horde of over 100 zombies surged forth, lunging and biting at anything in sight. A dozen of them charged directly at Suyu. However, as they approached, he raised his hand, unleashing terrifying flames that incinerated them in an instant. At that moment, Suyu felt an instinctive pull and leaped onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Surveying the scene from above, his countenance darkened considerably. All around him, flames flickered. Monstrous horrors roamed, and dust filled the air. The sounds of wails and anguish echoed ominously. What on earth had transpired? Why had everything suddenly devolved into chaos? A sense of foreboding gripped Suyu, as though the apocalypse had descended upon him, catching him entirely off guard. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Dark clouds rolled ominously above Tiana City, and torrential rain began to pour. Countless flames extinguished in an instant. Suyu glanced upward, recognizing the clouds he had summoned. These clouds had a will of their own. After raining throughout the night, they had vanished by morning, only to return now to quench the flames. Thank you, Suyu murmured softly, casting a grateful glance at the clouds. With a determined leap from the rooftop, Suyu pressed onward. The task assigned to him by Lin Zi was somewhat distant, and he needed to expedite his journey. Finally, after 10 minutes, Suyu arrived at his destination, the very community he once called home. It had been reduced to ruins due to the excavation of a dragon. Upon arrival, he spotted a night watcher valiantly battling against dozens of zombies. This warrior was merely an ordinary fighter, far from the prowess of a war king. Facing such a formidable horde alone was indeed a daunting challenge. Moreover, Suyu observed several figures lying on the ground nearby, all of whom had been bitten by zombies. It would not be long before they, too, succumbed to the transformation. Among them, Suyu recognized a few familiar faces. They were once his neighbors in the same community. Night Watchman Suyu is here to provide assistance. Suyu called out, "Step aside. I shall confront them." Upon hearing this, the night watchman was instantly filled with joy and swiftly retreated. He could no longer endure the onslaught. If it continued, he would certainly perish here. Death itself was not what he feared. Rather, he dreaded the thought of becoming a zombie and endangering his fellow humans. At that moment, gasping for breath, he turned to the source of the voice and saw that Suyu was merely 18 or 19 years old, remarkably youthful. His expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it. I remember now. You are the new recruit, Suyu. Have you lost your mind? You are only a second-tier warrior. What are you doing here? Stop hesitating. Hurry and get out. Leave this place to me." He could not afford to rest and immediately charged forward, having expected a seasoned expert, only to find a novice of the second tier instead. Disappointment washed over him. However, as a night watchman, he understood his duty and resolutely refused to retreat. Chapter 41. The Devouring of 300. The Doghead Chopper displays its might. The sole duty of every individual is to safeguard their homeland and protect the lives of the innocent. In his eyes, even though Suyu is also a night watchman and a second-tier warrior, he remains a being worthy of protection. For Suyu is too young, perhaps even too inexperienced. If there is any chance of survival, it must be granted to the youth. As for himself, he harbors no desire for death. Yet, if a sacrifice must be made, he would willingly face it. Bang! A horde of zombies surged forward, knocking him back with such force that he was sent sprawling. In the blink of an eye, the zombies descended upon him, eager to take a bite and assimilate him into their ranks. At that moment, Suyu appeared, standing resolutely before the fallen night watchman. "You just joined the night watchman and your strength is insufficient. Why not flee?" The night watchman urged anxiously, but soon his eyes widened in disbelief. "Crack the earth." Suyu stomped his foot, and the ground erupted with terrifying fissures that spread swiftly, manifesting beneath the feet of the zombies. Their balance faltered, and they toppled in disarray. Split the mountains. Suyu propelled himself forward, confronting one zombie after another, striking down with his palm. Lacking a blade, he utilized his hand as a weapon. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, a zombie collapsed, its skull shattered beyond recognition. In less than 5 seconds, all the zombies lay defeated on the ground, utterly vanquished. Is this truly a second-tier warrior? The injured night watchman rose, his expression a mix of incredulity and astonishment. He recalled that Suyu had only recently joined the night watchman, possessing merely second-tier skills. Yet now, it appeared he had transcended to at least a 7th or 8th-tier warrior. Second tier? I'm no longer that, Suyu replied with a light chuckle. Impressive. In that instant, the night watchman regarded Suyu with awe, feeling as though he radiated an aura akin to that of a master. All right, I must go assist those in distress nearby. Please handle this situation, Suyu stated swiftly. There are still some who have been bitten. They're already deceased, but soon they will transform into new zombies. However, even an ordinary night watchman can easily manage them. Boom! Suyu exerted force upon the ground and soared forth like a leopard. Outside the night watchman division, Lin Zi was engaged in combat with a monstrous foe. Suddenly, her night watchman watch vibrated. Seizing a moment of defense, she glanced down. Has Suyu resolved the situation so swiftly? Lin Zi paused, momentarily taken aback, before recalling that Suyu had already ascended to the rank of War King, making the elimination of ordinary threats trivial. In that case, let me assign him further tasks. With this thought, Lin Zi quickly tapped her watch and resumed her battle with the creature. At the same time, as Suyu's night watchman watch vibrated, time vanished, replaced by a map. An arrow marked his position, surrounded by numerous red exclamation marks, indicating pleas for help and requests for assistance. So many? Suyu glanced down and noticed more than a dozen red exclamation marks within a 3-kilometer radius. If there were this many in just 3 kilometers, one could only imagine the number across the entirety of Tiana City. It was hard to believe that no one was stirring up trouble. The coincidence was too striking. Suddenly, Suyu halted, gazing ahead as a space materialized. A figure, comparable to a mountain, emerged. At such a critical moment, someone was still digging for a treasure map, and had unearthed an utterly terrifying creature. The monster stood upright, its eyes as large as those of a human, with a hand the size of a car. It emanated a horrific stench, reminiscent of someone who hadn't bathed in countless years. After countless years, I have finally emerged. Today, I shall feast on 300. As the mountain-like creature stepped from the space, it immediately seized the individual who had released it and devoured them, chewing voraciously. Blood dribbled from its mouth. Delicious, truly delectable. Just as I remember, the monster spoke human words, brimming with delight. Watching this scene, Suyu felt his entire body tremble. A chill of terror coursed through him. In this world, there existed a creature that consumed humans. Comme fort, the dog-headed guillotine awaits. Suyu recognized the creature's formidable strength, far beyond his capability to confront, and thus shouted with conviction. His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing powerfully. In an instant, the dog-headed guillotine soared forth, transforming into a colossal blade that spanned the sky. 4 figures appeared, 2 of which charged toward the beast. Get back! The monster, enraged, unleashed a terrifying force that seemed to sweep away mountains and seas. A building crumbled under the onslaught. However, it was swiftly subdued by the 2 ethereal figures and dragged before the dog-headed guillotine. Chop! Suyu's voice boomed like thunder. With a swift motion, the blade descended. A torrent of blood erupted. Even a creature as mighty as this would meet its end beneath the dog-headed guillotine. With a thunderous crash, the massive corpse fell to the ground, convulsing twice before becoming still. Suyu panted lightly, epiting somewhat fatigue. After a brief pause, he continued toward the next distress signal. Before reaching the next location, Suyu observed people fleeing in terror towards him. Ahead, a fellow night watchman was clearing a path for them. As cars obstructed the way, the night watchman swiftly pushed them aside. Upon seeing Suyu, the night watchman paused momentarily before urgently exclaiming, "Hurry, run! Someone has unearthed the lake, and a deluge is approaching." Suyu lifted his gaze and indeed saw water surging forward. The ground was inundated, and even the 3rd floor was submerged. This lake was no ordinary size, and the water was equally extraordinary. If left unattended, not only would the entire Tianhe city be submerged, but it would also inevitably lead to countless casualties. Yet, how can one address such a calamity? Faced with this disaster, Su Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. Perhaps one could treat a dead horse as if it were alive. A thought stirred within him as the mysterious Xian Huang flame in his inner world trembled slightly. Just as he was about to take flight, he suddenly observed that all the floodwaters were swirling upwards, vanishing into the ominous clouds above. You truly are a cloud with ideas of your own. Witnessing this scene brought a glimmer of joy to Su Yu's countenance. While he was uncertain whether the Xian Huang flame could resolve the issue, the fact that the clouds were drawing away all the floodwater was indeed fortuitous. In a mere few seconds, the lake water that had been excavated was fully absorbed into the clouds. What on earth are you planning? Suddenly, Su Yu felt a chill run through him, his complexion paling slightly as he swiftly retreated. However, his speed proved insufficient. The expansive clouds rapidly contracted and surged into his body. Chapter 42. The Monster Above the War King. The Heavenly River Crisis. Within the inner world, it resembled a genuine realm of existence. The Xianhuang flame transformed into embers, taking root in this inner cosmos, becoming one of the powers under Su Yu's command. However, at this moment, ominous clouds materialized, drifting across the sky, and torrential rain poured down, seemingly intent on extinguishing the embers born of the Xianhuang flame. Furthermore, thunder and lightning roamed throughout this realm. With a sudden gasp, Su Yu's complexion paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" This cloud, possessing its own will, suddenly infiltrated his inner world, clearly intending to stir chaos. Whether it could extinguish the flame was secondary. Su Yu feared that if this continued, he might very well be overwhelmed by it. In an instant, a thought struck Su Yu. Within the inner world, bloodied fragments of white garments swirled, transforming into the white-clad Guanyin. Draped in white, she held a jade purity vase in her left hand and formed a gesture of blessing with her right, embodying one of Guanyin's 33 transformations. The ominous cloud shuddered slightly, as if sensing something, and began to coalesce into a shadowy form, attempting to flee Su Yu's inner realm. However, the moment it stirred, the white-clad Guanyin acted swiftly. The jade purity vase soared into the sky, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull. The cloud's form became uncontrollable, struggling a couple of times before being drawn into the vase. At that moment, Su Yu finally exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the white-clad Guanyin vanished, and the cloud reappeared within the inner world. Damn, even Guanyin has become unreliable in these times, Su Yu muttered under his breath, preparing to summon the fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang when he suddenly paused. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though a connection had formed with the cloud. It seemed he could command the cloud as effortlessly as one would wield a dog-headed guillotine. Currently, the cloud retained its own thoughts and continued to unleash a torrential downpour. Stop! Su Yu concentrated, and instantly, the rain ceased, not a single drop falling. Fall! The cloud quivered, transmitting a sense of joy, and promptly unleashed a heavy downpour once more. Stop! The deluge halted abruptly. Gather! Instantly, the rainwater that had pooled on the ground spiraled upward, returning to the cloud. Simultaneously, the cloud conveyed a profound sense of dissatisfaction to Su Yu. It was somewhat displeased, yearning to rain. Yet Su Yu was decidedly mischievous, refusing to allow it to do so. Villain, Su Yu mused, observing the cloud, which now felt almost sentient. He felt a surge of gratitude for the intervention of the white-clad Guanyin. Otherwise, he understood he might have met an early demise. The risks of treasure hunting were perilous. Even if one did not perish directly, they could still succumb indirectly. Fortuitously, he possessed numerous treasures for protection. Where did the flood go? Those who were fleeing suddenly expressed astonishment. The sentinels clearing the path ahead looked on in bewilderment. Quickly, they guided the people to safety. Su Yu approached the sentinels and spoke hastily. "You should come with me." "You are still but a child," the night watchman advised. I'm also a night watchman, Suyu replied with a grin, his figure swiftly disappearing into the distance. Damn, so young. Could it be the newly initiated Suyu? The watchman snapped back to reality, marveling at the youthfulness of the departing figure. Everyone, follow my lead and do not stray from the group. Furthermore, refrain from digging for treasure maps. It is far too perilous at present. He promptly organized the others to retreat to safety. Suyu swiftly navigated towards the locations marked on the night watchman's watch, racing to respond to numerous distress calls. Countless individuals were simultaneously excavating treasure maps, unearthing myriad dangers. Yet, wherever Suyu ventured, he could effortlessly resolve the threats. Even when confronted by pinnacle-level monsters, he could summon the guillotine to dispatch them with ease. However, Suyu's anxiety grew. The chaos in Tianhe City had intensified. Initially, there were hundreds of locations calling for help, seeking assistance from the night watchman. Now, however, over 300 places were in distress. Such a multitude could not possibly receive aid. It was not a matter of insufficient night watchmen, but rather the scarcity of formidable warriors at the king level. This cannot continue. If it does, Tianhe City may become another city lost to history. Suyu's heart grew colder and heavier. He needed to ensure that the ministers could free their hands to address the impending crisis. With this thought, he surged forward. Lin Zi was locked in a fierce battle with a monstrous foe. The creature was clad in heavy armor, its vital points well protected. Despite Lin Zi's unmatched combat prowess, breaching its defenses proved exceedingly difficult. Sister Lin, leave it to me. I shall handle it, Suyu exclaimed as he rushed over. Huh? Lin Zi was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, nodding as she retreated swiftly. Someone, the guillotine is at your service. Suyu's voice boomed, resonating powerfully. Instantly, the guillotine materialized, spanning the heavens. Four figures emerged, two of which charged directly towards the monster. Roar! The armored beast, looking down upon all, appeared invincible. Yet in the next instant, it emitted a terrified howl, having been forcefully subdued by the two figures, dragged towards the guillotine. Execute. The guillotine? Suyu's voice echoed far and wide. The blade descended, and blood stained the sky. In that moment, numerous monsters in the vicinity gazed upon the scene with intense trepidation. Meanwhile, Lei Gang braced himself against a ferocious assault from another creature. The beast resembled a pangolin, but bore distinct differences. Its tough hide was covered in scales, each adorned with mysterious patterns that seemed like divine scripts, exuding unfathomable power. A pair of underpants adorned Lei Shun's head, enhancing his strength by 20. Yet he still struggled against the beast. Just then, Suyu arrived. Captain Lei, retreat. I shall confront this monster, Suyu declared. Someone, the guillotine is at your service. His voice resonated throughout Tianhe City. Boom! The guillotine soared forth. Soon, the monstrous creature that even Lei Gang could not contend with was dragged beneath the guillotine by two figures. Commence. The execution. Suyu's voice resonated like thunder, his expression devoid of any emotion. With a swift motion, a formidable creature of the War King realm was beheaded in an instant. Despite its tough hide and armored scales, each adorned with intricate natural patterns, it could not escape the blade of the guillotine. Such is the might of the guillotine. Thank you, Suyu. Lei Gang gasped for breath as he spoke. Were it not for Suyu, he would likely have perished here today. He did not fear death, but he did not wish to meet his end in such a manner. If given a choice, he would prefer to die gloriously in battle in the future. Dying now felt utterly suffocating. Captain Lei, you are too modest. We are all night watchers, and it is our duty to support each other. Before Suyu could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed dramatically as he looked up towards the heavens. The sky split open, and an enormous hand emerged from an unknown source, grasping a high-level treasure map in its palm. The map shimmered with brilliance, and in an instant, it was activated. In the next moment, a space materialized, and a creature, its aura surpassing that of a war king, emerged from within. Damn! A creature beyond the war king. Lei Gang cursed angrily. Someone has activated a high-level treasure map, unleashing a creature beyond the war king. This time, Tianhe City is doomed, and we shall perish here. Chapter 43. The Unyielding General by Qi. At this critical juncture, someone was unearthing a treasure map, and it was a high-level treasure map, undoubtedly stirring trouble. What was even more absurd to Su Yu was the possibility that the excavator had prior knowledge of what they would unearth. This was truly alarming. Beside him, Lei Gang seethed with rage, yet was predominantly engulfed by profound helplessness. A creature of greater strength than a warlord had been unleashed, leaving them with no means to combat it. Lei Gang felt utterly despondent. Outside Tiana City, two such formidable entities had already made their presence known. They were deterred by caution, refraining from wreaking havoc upon the city. However, the creature that had just emerged was oblivious to everything, perhaps even harboring an inherent animosity towards humanity. Such audacity! In the distance, Li Xiao was engaged in combat when he suddenly beheld this scene. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Who dares to cause chaos in Tiana City? Do you not fear that your entire clan will face annihilation upon being discovered?" It was evident that this calamity was orchestrated by human hands, from beginning to end. It was a result of human intervention. Yet, no one responded. Only a creature exuding an aura surpassing that of a warlord emerged from the rift, relentlessly sowing destruction. Su Yu raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. This creature appeared to tower at least 30 stories high, adorned with horns atop its head and blood-red eyes brimming with hatred. A ring pierced through its nose added to its terrifying visage. Clutched in its grasp was a fork approximately 100 meters in length, emanating an overwhelming malevolence. As if it had vanquished formidable foes in some bygone era, stained with the blood of its adversaries. Suddenly, flames ignited upon its form, engulfing its entire being in a blaze. It resembled a harbinger of hellfire, emerging from the abyss with the intent to obliterate the mortal realm. The ground fissured violently, and torrents of lava erupted like a geyser, spewing forth. Those unable to evade were instantaneously consumed by the molten flow, their cries silenced before they could escape. In a swift motion, the creature opened its maw, its tongue darting forth like lightning, ensnaring over 100 individuals in an instant, followed by a sickening crunch, their flesh reduced to a gruesome pulp, blood cascading from the corners of its mouth. It was, indeed, a monster that feasted upon humanity. Throughout the past 3 years, an abundance of creatures had been unearthed, yet any that partook in the consumption of humans, even once, were doomed to perish without exception. The official stance of the Great Xia towards such beasts was one of zero tolerance. Upon encounter, they were to be eradicated. The survival of the two monsters outside Tiana City was largely contingent upon their abstention from human flesh. Otherwise, they would have long since met their demise. Suddenly, a colossal hand reached forth once more, grasping yet another treasure map. As the map descended, it was activated, revealing another expanse of space. Within this realm, a volcano materialized. The gargantuan hand plunged into this space, forcefully striking the volcano. The fabric of the space shattered, and the volcano descended upon Tiana City. Endless streams of lava erupted from the volcano, blanketing the entire city. If no one intervened, then today, Tiana City would be consigned to the annals of history. The millions of inhabitants in Tiana City will merely become a string of numbers, a truly terrifying prospect. It is no exaggeration to claim that today marks the apocalypse for Tiana City. Do you truly believe that I, the Night Watchman, am merely a decorative presence? Suddenly, the heavens shattered, and a figure clad in military attire unleashed a devastating punch. A colossal hand was obliterated, and a masked figure was cast out. General Bai from District East 1, what brings you here? The man's expression changed abruptly. Did you not enter the cave world? Ah, it seems you are quite well informed. Does this imply that there are indeed your people among my night watchmen? General Bai, composed and serene in his military garb, replied nonchalantly, "Once I return, I shall conduct a thorough investigation. If I discover any of your kind, I will execute them, and their heads will be delivered to you. By the way, since I am here, you should be aware that you will not leave this place alive today. After I slay you, I shall also eradicate your entire lineage." General Bai's murderous intent was palpable, each word laced with a thirst for blood. "Then do try." The masked man, though wary of General Bai, stood resolute. "I intend to depart, and you, the esteemed General Bai of District East 1, cannot hinder my escape. Do not presume that I have not noticed. You are merely a divine manifestation. Boom! General Bai struck fiercely, forcing his opponent to retreat at every turn. I am indeed a divine manifestation, and it seems you are also one. Retaining you here is not an insurmountable task. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle, plunging the world into chaos, obscuring the sun and moon. Who is the General Bai from District East 1? Lei Gang inquired, glancing at Su Yu. This was a question he genuinely could not answer. Before Lei Gang could respond, Lindsay approached and explained to Su Yu, the General Bai is not of our era. He was unearthed from the past. Pausing momentarily, Lindsay continued, you may not be familiar with General Bai, but if I mention Wan Jun, you should recognize who I mean. Wen Yun? Bai Qi? Su Yu exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, he is Wan Jun Bai Qi. Lindsay's demeanor visibly relaxed. With General Bai's arrival today, we may have a chance at salvation. Nonetheless, the pressure remains immense. It is uncertain whether the minister possesses any additional strategies. If General Bai stands alone, the situation remains precarious. The casualties in Tiana City could be catastrophic today. Su Yu's expression turned grave. The general from District East 1 was engaged in combat with the mastermind. It would be challenging to subdue him swiftly. Meanwhile, a 30-story tall monster wreaked havoc, and a volcano was erupting. If this continues, even if General Bai manages to protect Tiana City, it will still be left in ruins. Am I to lose my homeland merely days after my arrival in this world, destined to become a wanderer? As Su Yu beheld this scene, a profound sorrow enveloped his heart. Regardless of his past life or this one, Tiana City has always been his home. Suddenly, a surge of emotion coursed through Su Yu's heart, and the dark clouds within the inner realm transformed instantly into a shadowy radiance, erupting forth in an instant and soaring upward to grace the celestial expanse. With a resounding crack, thunder erupted. In the next moment, a deluge of rain cascaded from the heavens. From the volcanic crater, an endless stream of magma burst forth. Yet before it could descend, it was swiftly enveloped by the rain, continuously cooling in its embrace. A monstrous entity, towering 30 stories high, bathed in flames, posed a formidable challenge even for the mightiest of warriors. However, at that moment, as the rain fell upon its form, the flames visibly extinguished with remarkable speed. With a thunderous roar, the creature raised its head skyward, thrusting a 100-meter-long fork towards the dark clouds. Alas, the distance was too great, and it struck nothing but emptiness. Yet Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the creature ascend into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Chapter 44. A True Man in a Second. Vanquishing the War Sovereign. Boom! Thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Dark clouds loomed over the city, while a monstrous creature, towering 30 stories high, summoned the winds and rain from within the ominous clouds. Fortunately, it had ascended into the heavens, sparing countless souls on the ground. However, its intervention left the dark clouds devoid of moisture to bring rain. The volcano continued to erupt, and besides the towering beast and the volcano, many other dangers unearthed by man lurked nearby. These perils had infiltrated numerous locales within Tiana City, wreaking havoc and causing untold deaths. With his head adorned in undergarments, hurried away, clashing with a winged humanoid creature. Su Yu, stop daling. Take action now. Lin Zi urged, donning her violet battle armor and brandishing a purple spear as she swiftly charged towards a vividly colored butterfly. The butterfly unfurled its wings, extending over 30 meters, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. With a mere flap of its wings, countless individuals were sent hurtling through the air. A single sweep of its wings cleaved a towering building in two, the cuts smooth and chilling. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian wielded a gleaming blade, its light illuminating the heavens as he engaged a blue-tinged humanoid creature. In the distance, a rift in space appeared, where Captain Zhang was enveloped in raging flames, suppressing a riot of towering treemen within a hidden realm. Years ago, a treasure map had led to the excavation of this subterranean world, teeming with lush trees that had transformed into treemen, causing chaos in Tiana City. The Night Watchers had once driven them back into their realm, with Captain Zheng and his team tasked with guarding the entrance. Now, sensing the turmoil outside, these beings sought to break free. Many areas had become exceedingly perilous, overwhelming for ordinary individuals to confront. Even the Night Watchers found themselves in dire straits. This could not continue. Even if some lives could be saved, countless others would perish. A more effective solution was imperative. Su Yu felt a rising urgency within him. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Yu, and within his palm appeared fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang. The Rui Jingu Bang, an artifact of great power, was a weapon of the Tao. Though Su Yu was unaware of the full extent of its significance, its name alone hinted at its formidable might. With the fragment, he could only harness a minuscule fraction of its power. Previously, he had slain a dragon with a single strike. Defeating the war's sovereign seemed feasible, yet beyond that, he harbored uncertainties. However, Su Yu understood that to alter the dire situation of the day, there was but one course of action: to extricate General Bai of the Eastern District from his battle. Presently, General Bai was still engaged with the mysterious figure. It appeared inevitable that General Bai would emerge victorious, but the longer the conflict dragged on, the greater the losses for Tiana City. Thus, Su Yu resolved to strike down the mysterious figure with the fragment of the Rui Jingu Bang, believing that even if he could not slay the foe, he could at least provide General Bai with an opportunity. Regarding the potential repercussions of utilizing fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang at this moment, Su Yu had no inclination to ponder such matters. Boom! He unleashed the latent power contained within the Rui Jingu Bang fragments. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled violently, and a resplendent golden staff shot forth, crashing down fiercely towards the enigmatic figure. In that moment, the world fell silent. All eyes turned in awe towards the magnificent golden staff, inscribed with the 5 gilded characters of Rui Jingu Bang. Even the towering 30-story monstrosities wreaking havoc among the clouds could not resist glancing at the staff. Their eyes narrowed, and their bodies quaked, as if they were reminded of some dreadful truth. General Bai, engaged in combat with the mysterious figure, also cast his gaze upon it. The Rui Jingu Bang. General Bai was taken aback. The mysterious figure, sensing the lock on their presence, experienced a tremor in their pupils, unleashing all their internal power, and promptly turned to flee. The speed was astonishing. Where could they escape? Upon witnessing this, General Bai immediately recognized the opportunity and pursued with haste. However, despite the mysterious figure's desperate efforts, they were outmatched in speed. Suddenly, General Bai halted, gazing in shock at the mysterious figure, his expression one of terror. The Rui Jingu Bang struck the mysterious figure with tremendous force. Their form shattered instantly, transforming into a divine script of the word kill, which then disintegrated into pure power, dissipating into the surroundings. Truly, a wretched cultist, General Bai snapped back to reality, cursing under his breath, but only a divine manifestation had come, and now that it had shattered, discerning its true identity would prove exceedingly difficult. Though somewhat disheartened, he acknowledged that this might be the best outcome. He himself was a divine manifestation, significantly weaker than his true self. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to resolve the situation until now. Tiana City truly harbors hidden talents. One wonders who unearthed the Rui Jingu Bang, capable of slaying even a battle emperor with a single strike. General Bai turned his gaze, scanning the vicinity, yet he could not immediately locate Su Yu. An entity capable of dispatching a battle emperor in an instant should not remain in Tiana City. The Battle Emperor is a being above the War King, a title that signifies the dreadfulness and might of the Battle Emperor realm. Suddenly, the 30-story tall monstrosity, grappling with the storm clouds, pierced through the clouds with its forked appendage and fled into the distance. It was afraid. Should the Rui Jingu Bang descend once more, it would surely perish. General Bai raised his eyes, casting a faint glance, and unleashed a punch. In that fleeting moment, a total of 13 colossal fists descended from the heavens. The humanoid creature engaged with Lei Gang was instantaneously obliterated. The vividly colored butterfly battling Lin Zi was likewise crushed into the ground. The vibrant humanoid creature struggling against Zhang Tian met the same explosive fate. Within a cave, Captain Zheng was forcefully suppressing an endless array of towering tree people, when suddenly a fist, brazen and unyielding, surged in, bypassing Captain Zheng and shattering a tree person on the verge of reaching the Battle Emperor realm into countless fragments. The remaining tree spirits, upon witnessing this scene, trembled with fear and hastily retreated. Upon observing this, Su Yu, despite feeling utterly drained of strength, could not suppress a smile. That strike was indeed worth it. Once General Bai disengaged from battle, the situation would inevitably shift. Indeed, even now, as a battle king, I can only summon a fragment of the Rui Jingu Bang. Su Yu sighed. A true man in a fleeting moment. I am currently too feeble. I must vacate this place. I need to devise a means to restore my strength. Otherwise, should danger arise, my fate would be sealed. Su Yu turned and fled, swiftly mounting a shared bicycle. I still possess a treasure map. Perhaps I might unearth something of value, he pondered. However, he soon found himself compelled to halt. Ahead, 3 zombies obstructed his path. Upon closer inspection, Su Yu's expression turned grave. It was none other than 3 zombie kings that stood in his way. They were entities on par with battle kings. Previously, when someone unearthed a treasure map, a multitude of zombies was released, and though he, with the aid of the celestial hound's fur, managed to avert disaster, some zombies managed to escape. Among them were these 3 zombie kings. Now, they had returned to exact vengeance. Had this been before, Su Yu would have faced them without fear. However, now, he was utterly exhausted, with no strength left to confront them. Chapter 45. The white-clad Guanyin takes action. Before Su Yu, the 3-headed zombie king exhibited no haste, advancing slowly. Their deliberate pace only served to amplify Su Yu's sense of dread. This was intentional. A swift demise would elicit little fear, as the victim would be beyond sensation. However, prolonging the encounter, allowing death to loom ever closer, would magnify terror to an insufferable degree, potentially leading to utter despair. They harbored a profound animosity towards Su Yu, a hatred that was deeply ingrained and irreconcilable. They longed to dismember him, to annihilate him utterly, if not for Su Yu's actions in uncovering the fallen fur of the howling dog. Their kin would not have faced such catastrophic loss. It could be said that Su Yu had nearly brought about the extinction of their lineage. Presently, their plight was akin to that of annihilation, as only the 3 zombie kings remained. Upon seeing the 3-headed zombie king, Su Yu's expression darkened, yet he remained composed. Without hesitation, he lifted a shared bicycle and hurled it towards them. Seizing the moment, he immediately turned and fled. Though his internal strength had waned, his physical prowess still surpassed that of an ordinary person. After all, how else could he be called a battle king? However, regardless of Su Yu's attempts to escape, the 3-headed zombie king trailed him leisurely, maintaining an unchanging distance. You possess great audacity. Do you not fear the arrival of my night watcher kin, who would obliterate you? Su Yu suddenly halted, casting a fierce gaze at the 3-headed zombie king as he declared, "How absurd! The turmoil in Tianhe City has left the night watchers preoccupied. They have no time to come to your aid. Prepare to meet your end. You have slaughtered so many of our kin. Today, you shall pay with your life. Once you are dead, we shall remain hidden in Tianhe City, transforming the entire populace into our kind." The 3-headed zombie king spoke in unison, exerting immense pressure on Su Yu. Initially, these 3 zombie kings donned outlandish attire, unmistakably foreign to Blue Star. Yet now, they were clad in the garb of ordinary humans, making it nearly impossible to discern their true nature as zombies. Moreover, possessing the strength of a battle king while concealed in Tianhe City rendered them a ticking time bomb. Oh, and not only will the people of Tianhe City become our kin, but you shall too. One of the zombie kings cackled sinisterly. By then, you'll be dead. But another consciousness will awaken within you, one that belongs to our kind. You will become a vanguard of our tribe, hunting your own brethren, until the day this realm is entirely transformed into our dominion. Endlessly envisioning this scenario, the other 2 zombie kings mirrored the same expression, clearly sharing the sentiment. Yet, Su Yu was drenched in cold sweat. Should such a fate befall him, it would be utterly terrifying. The zombie race was indeed despicable. They would convert others into their kin, a tribe that grew stronger through conflict. If that were the case, then let you all perish. Suyu ceased his retreat and boldly confronted the three zombie kings. With a thunderous sound, the divine script of battle resonated within the inner realm, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. A fierce and unyielding battle intent erupted forth, imbuing Suyu with an air as if he dared to wage war against the heavens themselves. The three zombie kings were taken aback, their expressions shifting in alarm. How can you still possess strength? They wondered, momentarily stunned. Suyu smirked coldly. Earlier, I merely restrained myself due to the presence of so many bystanders. Do you truly believe I fear you? I had long suspected your involvement in this scheme. Even if it were not you, I anticipated your arrival to eliminate me. How could I remain unprepared? In the next instant, Suyu summoned the blood-stained fragments of the white garments with his own power. A cataclysmic upheaval ensued as the earth trembled, and the figure of the white-robed Guanyin emerged. In her left hand, she held a jade purity vase, while her right hand formed a gesture of blessing. Suddenly, the gesture vanished, and she raised her right hand, extending a single finger and gently pressing downward. The three zombie kings' expressions shifted drastically, and they charged toward Suyu. Yet, before they could close the distance, they felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, unable to move. At that moment, the jade finger of the white-robed Guanyin descended upon them. The zombie kings exerted their full strength to resist, but they were no match for the white-robed Guanyin. Though she was not the true Guanyin, but rather a fragment stained with blood. It bore the essence of her divine path, and the blood itself might have been hers. The power contained within was beyond what the three zombie kings, akin to mere ants, could withstand. The ground fractured and sank, pulling the three zombie kings into a deep pit, their crowns shattered. With a series of explosive sounds, they were obliterated, reduced to a puddle of flesh. Suyu approached and casually glanced at the scene, only to feel the urge to retch. It was utterly horrific. At that moment, the white-robed Guanyin turned to Suyu, regarding him with a benevolent gaze. Her lips moved, yet no sound escaped. Just before her form dissolved, she smiled and nodded at him. What could this mean? A chill ran through Suyu's heart. Was the white-robed Guanyin acknowledging me with a smile? Could she possibly know me? Absurd. I am but a mere mortal, unworthy of such recognition. He shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts that plagued his mind. Suddenly, Suyu sensed something amiss and looked up, only to see a sharp arrow streaking across the sky, aimed directly at General Bai. The aura emanating from the arrow was as deep and terrifying as an abyss. Damn it, someone is ambushing General Bai, and it's an entity even above the Battle King. General Bai swiftly turned, preparing to evade the attack, but upon glancing back, he saw countless citizens of Tianhe City behind him. If he dodged, countless innocents would surely suffer. Resolutely, he steadied himself, raising his right hand to grasp the incoming arrow. Though he managed to catch it, his form began to dim significantly. It seemed as if General Bai was struggling to maintain his presence, on the verge of reverting to his original state as a divine script. Fortunately, General Bai remains General Bai, even when he manifests only as a divine incarnation. His power remains boundless, ultimately prevailing. With a resounding impact, General Bai unleashed a punch, striking at the void. Instantly, a figure with a completely obscured face fell forth, expressing surprise as he spoke. Indeed, General Bai is formidable. You have not perished and possess the strength to compel me forth. However, how much power do you retain now? If I were to extinguish your divine incarnation today, what would be the cost to you? Then do try and see if you can extinguish this divine incarnation of mine. With that, General Bai stepped forward, appearing before his adversary in an instant. The two immediately engaged in combat. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. Was yet another being of warlord caliber now present? Could Tianhe City truly evade this calamity? No, I must seek the treasure map. With renewed determination, Suyu recognized that preserving Tianhe City was now contingent upon this singular course of action. Chapter 46. Together we ascend. There is no other option left. The only reinforcements from the Eastern District consist of a solitary General Bai, and he has merely assumed a divine form. If others were on their way to assist, they would not allow Tianhe City to descend into such chaos. Perhaps they remain en route. However, so you can no longer afford to wait. Moreover, The power within him has nearly been depleted. The recent battle against 3 zombie kings drained him of nearly all his strength. Now, even if he were to confront the enemy, his efforts would yield little. The sole means to rescue Tianhe City from its dire plight is to unearth the treasure map. Only the treasure map can bring forth a miracle. Others cannot excavate casually, fearing they might unearth even more terrifying dangers. Yet, Suyu is different. He possesses the ability to perceive prompts, ensuring that whatever he excavates is guaranteed to be devoid of peril. Having procured a bicycle, Suyu swiftly pedaled towards his destination. Soon, he arrived at the site, a scene of utter devastation strewn with bodies, a sight too horrific to behold. He forcefully suppressed the murderous intent surging within him and gazed intently. In years past, a young boy with a penchant for beast's milk concealed a jar of it in this very location. Drinking it would restore all one's strength. Golden letters materialized before him. Beast's milk? Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then promptly activated the treasure map. A spatial realm unfurled, revealing a jar within. He reached out, and the jar soared into his palm. What a delightful aroma. Suyu opened the jar, tilted his head back, and began to drink eagerly. As the beast's milk entered his body, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, igniting an intense fervor. The milk harbored a wild power that surged into his inner world, merging with the battle text. I am restored. I can still fight. However, the monsters in Tianhe City are far too numerous. Even with my presence, they cannot be vanquished. I must continue to excavate the treasure map. Only it can resolve today's crisis. Abandoning the bicycle, Suyu sprinted forth. At this moment, his strength had been rejuvenated, enabling him to move at a velocity exponentially greater than that of the bicycle. Suddenly, from a distant location, a violent tremor reverberated through the air. A vast space materialized, and even from a great distance, Suyu beheld a skeletal dragon emerging. Its eyes flickered with a ghastly green flame, and its entire being radiated a dense aura of the undead. This creature was infinitely close to the realm of the War Emperor, and due to its skeletal form, conventional attacks would hardly affect it. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that any dragon, whether alive or deceased, stands invincible within its own domain. For instance, just days prior, someone unearthed a dragon, and even the most skilled night watchers struggled to slay it. What madness is this? Who in the world has unearthed a skeletal dragon? Suyu could not restrain his expletive-laden thoughts. Suyu, where are you? Suddenly, the night watcher's communicator vibrated slightly, and Lin Zi's voice resonated, inquiring, "Where have you run off to? A skeletal dragon has been unearthed, and we fear we may be unable to confront it. The minister is restrained, as is General Bai. Now, we must rely on you." After a brief pause, Lindsay added, "By the way, do you still possess strength? You have only just entered the ranks of the War Kings. If you are still capable of fighting, use the dog-headed guillotine to slay it. If you have lost your power, do not concern yourself. Prioritize your own safety. Allow me to handle this." Suyu responded, contemplating that defeating the skeletal dragon might yield 1 or 2 treasure maps, a lucrative prospect indeed. Just as he was about to summon the dog-headed guillotine to strike down the skeletal dragon, an unexpected event transpired. A sudden bark echoed throughout the city of Tianhe, resonating through the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and a massive, gaping maw descended from above, ready to devour. Crack! The skeletal dragon was caught in the maw, the sound of its bones crunching resonating ominously. From its eye sockets, a ghastly green flame erupted, but as it did, a terrifying force emerged. "No, please!" The skeletal dragon pleaded, its voice laden with profound terror. Yet, this entreaty was abruptly silenced. The sky returned to its normal hue, leaving only a blanket of dark clouds. The gaping maw had vanished. In the night watchman's family residence, the large black dog lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. After a surge of power, it suddenly felt drained. The large black dog lay there, ears drooping, appearing utterly exhausted. In its jaws, a skeletal dragon, reduced in size countless times, had lost all semblance of life. Delightful, unable to contend with a living dragon. Yet I can with a deceased skeletal dragon? That dragon denied me a meal last time. Today, I shall indulge. The large black dog began gnawing on the bones, regaining strength with each bite. What on earth was that gaping maw? Who acted? Before Su Yu could make a move, he witnessed the skeletal dragon being consumed. Enough of this. It gives me a headache. Regardless of who was responsible, this is a fortuitous event. Even now, amidst the chaos, there are those seeking treasure maps, indicating that others are stirring trouble. More importantly, with the turmoil in Tianhe City, such disturbances would inevitably unearth more terrifying entities. If this continues, Tianhe City may indeed face annihilation. Su Yu shook his head and pressed onward toward his destination. Along the way, he encountered countless monsters. Some of these creatures charged at Su Yu upon sight, but he dispatched them effortlessly, even as a novice war king. Wielding the dog-headed guillotine rendered him an invincible force among the war kings. At long last, after overcoming numerous obstacles, Su Yu arrived at his destination. It was a tall building, now reduced to rubble, surrounded by a sea of corpses. Even beneath the collapsed structure, many more lifeless bodies lay strewn about. Su Yu sensed with a slight focus and quickly realized there were no survivors beneath the ruins. All had perished. A single strike from a powerful being had caused the building's collapse, leaving no chance for survival. Standing atop the debris of the fallen edifice, Su Yu produced the treasure map and gazed intently at it. An old Taoist, whose body has undergone grotesque distortions, lies in slumber here, somewhat deranged, consumed by a singular desire to attain immortality. Presently, he harbors no malice towards the majority of humanity. Golden characters materialize. Su Yu furrows his brow, his heart in turmoil. This old Taoist, while not malicious towards most, evidently possesses ill intentions toward the select few. Should he be unearthed? Moreover, if he is indeed excavated and chooses not to assist, would it not render the endeavor futile? Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth tremble violently. Su Yu surveys his surroundings, witnessing numerous spatial rifts manifesting as terrifying monsters emerge forth. Aware that he can no longer afford to be indecisive, he realizes that further hesitation could lead to dire consequences for Tianhe City. Exasperated, he resolves to proceed with the excavation. Gritting his teeth, he promptly activates the treasure map. A realm unfurls before him, and a figure steps forth. Yet, Su Yu notices that, although the legs appear eerily peculiar, they support 3 distinct torsos. In other words, the being possesses but a single lower body, yet is adorned with 3 upper bodies: a youth, a middle-aged man, and an elder, each clad in tattered white, black, and red robes. The 3 forms entwine, indistinguishable from one another, as if they were born conjoined, and more alarmingly, each visage is grotesquely deformed. Child, thank you for releasing me. Together, we shall ascend to immortality, proclaims the old Taoist. Su Yu observes that each of the hideous faces bears a monstrous maw, within which nestle a multitude of smaller mouths, all festooned with repulsive yellowed teeth. The old Taoist's rags drape over a body adorned with numerous organs alien to humanity, intertwined with bizarre, writhing tendrils. Suddenly, the old man gazes upon the entirety of Tianhe City, witnessing the unending horde of monsters, and an expression of fervent excitement spreads across the 3 grotesque faces. Chapter 47. I have transformed. Ugh. Wow. Su Yu could not contain himself, and everything he had eaten was expelled. Is this the old Taoist? Were it not for the notifications, Su Yu would have been led to believe that he was facing an exceedingly repulsive creature. No, that would be an insult to monsters. Su Yu felt that this old Taoist was even more bizarre than any monster, truly revolting. Child, let it out. Just keep heaving, and you'll get used to it. The old Taoist withdrew his gaze, fixing it on Su Yu, and all 3 of his mouths opened in unison, showing no concern for Su Yu's reaction whatsoever. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of retching, Su Yu ceased when there was nothing left to expel. At that moment, he appeared quite pitiful, tears streaming from his eyes. The old Taoist's attention shifted from Su Yu back to Tianhe City, a renewed excitement glimmering in his eyes. Child, I shall return shortly. Wait for me, and I shall lead you to immortality, he exclaimed fervently. Before Su Yu could utter a word, the old Taoist's figure vanished into the distance. A fearsome beast, stretching several dozen meters in length, approached the battle emperor with a tremendous aura. At that moment, dozens of night watchers were collaborating in an assault. Yet there was still no match for the creature. Suddenly, the old Taoist appeared, and his strange tendrils swiftly ensnared the colossal beast. Almost instantly, three terrifying, flesh and blood maws lunged forward, beginning to tear into the creature. Within mere seconds, the dreadful beast was utterly vanquished. Old Taoist, so you rushed forward, urgently calling out, "Do not harm them. They are our own." "Child, I am in control," the old Taoist reassured him. The three grotesque faces turned back, grinning widely to reveal a multitude of smaller mouths nestled within, all displaying a set of yellowed teeth. Ugh! Suyu could not suppress himself again and turned to retch once more, but this time, nothing came forth, only dry heaves. It was not just Suyu. The dozens of night watchers assaulting the beast also succumbed to nausea, tears spilling from their eyes. Observing the scene, the old Taoist merely smiled, his figure swiftly fading into the distance. In the far-off expanse, a humanoid entity loomed at a height of 7 or 8 meters, its body radiating a deep purple hue, resembling a gigantic purple yam. Its aura was terrifying, vast as the abyss. Lin Zi and Lei Gang were working together to confront this towering figure. Yet even their combined strength proved insufficient against it. Suddenly, the old Taoist leaped from an unknown direction, his countless tendrils ensnaring the purple humanoid creature. He opened his three horrifying maws, displaying a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and bit down fiercely. No matter how the purple creature struggled, it was in vain. As Suyu arrived and beheld this spectacle, it appeared as effortless as a lion devouring a rabbit. "Suyu, what brings you here?" Lin Zi exclaimed, her expression changing drastically as she whispered, "A more ferocious monster has arrived." It was evident that she viewed the old Taoist as a monster and was filled with trepidation. She and Lei Gang positioned themselves, shielding Suyu protectively. Suddenly, the old man with three grotesque faces turned towards Lin Zi, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. "I'm not a monster. I am an immortal." In the next instant, a bizarre tentacle shot forth. "Stop, old man!" Suyu exclaimed anxiously, stepping in front of Lin Zi. Although the old man was indeed repulsive, Suyu sensed that he bore no ill will towards him. At least, not for the moment. As expected, the strange tentacle halted immediately. "Child, I shall heed your words." The old man, still showing his yellowed teeth, smiled as he withdrew the tentacle and turned back to continue devouring the violet humanoid creature. Lin Zi was drenched in cold sweat. For a fleeting moment, she believed her life was forfeit. Despite her desire to resist, her body felt as if it were frozen, utterly immobile. Beside her, Lei Gang was in a similar state, perspiring profusely, even the bulbous sheen of his bald head glistening with sweat. The undergarment he had precariously placed on his head was completely soaked. They realized that the creature Suyu referred to as the old man was a being far more terrifying than the war emperor. Once the old man turned away, Lin Zi and Lei Gang felt an immense wave of relief, their bodies regaining the freedom of movement. The sensation of narrowly escaping death would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. "I dug it out," Suyu explained, noticing their puzzled expressions. "The old man means us no harm. Inform all the night watchers not to attack him." Suyu was concerned that someone might perceive the old man as a monster and instinctively try to confront him, leading to an end they would not even comprehend. "Understood." Lin Zi nodded decisively, without hesitation. She took a photograph of the old man and promptly sent it to all the night watchers at the Tianhe division, instructing them not to engage with him. "Child, you have done exceptionally well. Await me, and together we shall ascend to immortality." After finishing the violet humanoid, the old man's three hideous faces turned towards them, displaying a terrifying grin. "Very well." Suyu felt a shiver run down his spine, but had no choice but to respond. Boom! The old man vanished in an instant. Suyu then witnessed the old man reappear before a monstrous entity. By the time Suyu arrived, the old man had consumed the creature entirely, leaving no remnants. At present, things seemed to be going well. Suyu followed the old man for a while, secretly contemplating. The old man was indeed disgusting, yet at this moment, he was assisting the night watchers in eliminating various dangers that had been unearthed. Moreover, the old man's speed was astounding. He could dispatch a foe in mere seconds. While things appeared favorable, Suyu felt compelled to continue searching for the treasure map. Preparedness was paramount. Although the old man seemed trustworthy for now, one must always remain vigilant. Should the old man unleash his fury, such terrifying power could likely overpower even the true form of General Bai. Turning around, moments later, Suyu arrived at his destination and gazed intently. In years past, a fragment of the Rui Jingu Bang, shattered by the great sage equal to heaven, had fallen here. Upon obtaining it, one can unite it with another fragment in your possession, thereby unleashing a mightier power. Golden characters materialized before him, and Suyu felt a surge of joy. Another shard of the Rui Jingu Bang. This truly was splendid. With this artifact in hand, whether for self-preservation or vanquishing foes, the exhilaration would be unparalleled. Just as Suyu was about to employ the treasure map, an unexpected voice echoed throughout the city of Tianhe. "Ha! I, the Taoist, have succeeded." Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned towards the source of the sound. The Taoist stood suspended in the air, revealing three grotesque faces that wore manic grins. His body was a grotesque sight, with internal organs protruding, unclean and vile. Strange, serpentine appendages burst forth with lightning speed, enveloping the entire city of Tianhe. Chapter 48. The fragments of the golden rod unearthed, the old Taoist axe. A wave of anxiety surged within Suyu, causing him to instinctively clench his fists. At this moment, he fervently hoped that the old Taoist would refrain from causing any turmoil. Otherwise, he would become a sinner in Tianhe City, a pariah in the Great Xia, for it was he who had unearthed the old Taoist. In various corners of Tianhe City, anguished cries and pleas for mercy echoed incessantly. "I surrender. I am willing to submit. I was wrong, I was wrong. I beseech you, immortal, spare my life." Yet, these voices soon fell silent, abruptly extinguished. In the distance, Suyu could not discern the events unfolding, but in his immediate vicinity, he witnessed monstrous beings being pierced by eerie tendrils. With a resounding boom, Suyu leaped to the rooftop of a towering building, surveying the scene below. The peculiar tendrils retracted swiftly after striking their targets, resembling skewers upon which the monsters were impaled. The old Taoist, with his gaping maw, devoured the creatures as if feasting on barbecued delicacies. As he consumed more, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying. Initially, Suyu perceived the old Taoist as formidable, yet now, it appeared he had transcended the realm of a battle emperor, evolving toward an unknown pinnacle. Kill! 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 Suddenly, a humanoid entity emerged from a rift in space, exuding an aura that filled the atmosphere with the essence of a battle emperor. Another treasure map had been unearthed, releasing an unfathomably dreadful presence. Though humanoid in form, this being towered over 100 meters, reminiscent of the legendary giants. Strangely, it bore a tail, not an ordinary one, but one that bore a striking resemblance to a scorpion's. Abruptly, the scorpion-tailed giant lunged through the skies of Tianhe City, thrusting its tail toward the old Taoist. The scent of the scorpion-tailed giant was utterly enticing. The old Taoist, revealing his jagged yellowed teeth, raised his grotesque faces. Two of his bizarre tendrils shot forth, instantly penetrating the giant's chest. The scorpion's tail harbored potent venom, capable of incapacitating even a battle emperor in an instant. Yet, the scorpion's tail hesitated, lingering before the old Taoist, as if unwilling to concede. Delicious! The old Taoist embraced the scorpion-tailed giant and immediately began to feast upon it. How terrifying! Suyu could not help but exclaim. The scorpion-tailed giant, in Suyu's perception, was more formidable than General Bai's divine transformation. Yet, it was dispatched by the old Taoist in a heartbeat, who had not even exerted his full strength, merely utilizing two of his many tendrils. Was it right or wrong to unearth it? Suyu shook his head. Pondering such matters held no significance now, for he had already unearthed it. There was no remedy for regret in this world. Very well, I shall continue my quest for treasure. Suyu leaped from the high-rise, returning to his previous location, and promptly activated the treasure map. A realm materialized before him. A fragment quietly floated within. The moment it materialized in space, it resonated and swiftly penetrated Suyu's body. In the inner realm, Suyu witnessed the merging of two fragments into a singular, larger piece. He pondered whether he could unearth all the fragments and unite them. If so, would he not possess the legendary Rui Jingu Bang? A fervent warmth surged within him. The Rui Jingu Bang, a treasure coveted by every boy in their dreams. Now, with two fragments of this wondrous weapon, he wondered what power they might yield. Suyu lifted his gaze towards another individual engaged in combat with General Bai. This person's features were indistinct, obscured in a haze, likely also a manifestation of divine culture. Their formidable strength was palpable, even as a divine avatar. They still possessed the prowess of a battle emperor. Suyu's attention shifted to the old Taoist, diligently dispatching the creatures unearthed from their confines. Although his actions were undeniably ruthless, for the time being, he remained an ally. It would be inappropriate to turn against the old Taoist. Ultimately, Suyu's focus returned to the indistinct figure. An impulse surged within him. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled violently. The old Taoist was the first to react, lifting his head in astonishment. Upon witnessing a resplendent golden staff descending from above, a profound apprehension flickered in his eyes. Boom! Suyu swung the staff down with vigor. The indistinct figure, stricken with terror, retreated without hesitation. Who are you? Why do you oppose me? The figure intoned gravely. However, no response came. The Rui Jingu Bang struck fiercely against him, shattering his form into fragments that dissipated into the cosmos, an embodiment of divine culture. With a single blow, Suyu had felled a battle emperor. The old Taoist regained his senses, and three grotesque faces turned to Suyu, while others may have been oblivious. The old Taoist had been keenly observing Suyu since his emergence, well aware that it was Suyu who had delivered that powerful strike. Child, on the path to immortality, we must support one another. The old Taoist's voice resonated in Suyu's ears. Suyu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Absolutely." The old Taoist's expression brightened. Though somewhat weakened, he was not entirely drained of strength. Suyu inhaled deeply, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The feeling of being strong was exhilarating. Even if he was merely borrowing power, it was undeniably satisfying. Suyu could hardly contain his inner joy. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and in the next moment, the figure of General Bai appeared before him. "How old are you?" General Bai inquired calmly. Suyu, startled, quickly replied, "I am 18. General Bai paused, then suddenly chuckled. "You actually know my identity?" He seemed surprised. As a night watchman stationed in District East 1, General Bai seldom revealed himself, making those aware of his presence quite few, especially among ordinary people and lower-ranked warriors. Nature is indeed aware. I am a night watchman, and General Bai is a formidable figure in the Eastern District, making him, by all accounts, my superior. So you check it lightly. Ah, so you're a night watchman. That explains much, General Bai remarked, casting a glance at the watch adorning Suyu's wrist, which signified his status. With a knowing smile, he inquired, "Did you unearth the Rui Jingu Bang?" Upon realizing that his secret was laid bare before General Bai, Suyu remained unfazed and replied candidly, "What I excavated were merely fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang." "Fragments?" General Bai responded with a sigh, pondering the rumors of the Taoist warriors, now seemingly shattered. It appeared that General Bai possessed some insight into the matter. "Do your utmost," he encouraged, patting Suyu on the shoulder. In an instant, his figure flickered and he appeared directly before the old Taoist, offering a gentle smile. "My friend, shall we converse?" Chapter 49. The Seven Killing Steel. A Forbidden Existence. The old Taoist paused his actions, lifting his head to find three grotesque faces silently fixated on General Bai. Unfazed, General Bai returned the gaze, scrutinizing the old man intently. After a moment, the Taoist nodded gently, and the three mouths spoke in unison. "Very well. However, you must wait." With a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, he gestured towards all directions, saying, "Once I have finished with them, I shall converse with you. General Bai glanced at him, nodded slightly, and acquiesced. The appearance of the old Taoist instilled a deep sense of trepidation within General Bai. If they could settle down for a proper discussion, it would indeed yield the most favorable outcome. Otherwise, should a confrontation ensue, General Bai felt that even his true form might not be a match for the Taoist. The aura emanating from the old man was not only terrifying, but also exceedingly peculiar, as if he had undergone some form of transformation or contamination. Let us postpone our discussion. Farewell, General Bai acknowledged with a nod, his figure flickering as he ascended into the skies above the volcano. This volcano, deliberately excavated, had originally existed in a different realm. Now, it had manifested directly in the heart of Tiana City. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, dark clouds obscured the sun, and relentless rain fell, preventing the eruption from unleashing molten lava. With a thunderous roar, General Bai descended into the volcano's maw, his form sinking deeper and deeper. Ultimately, he reached the depths of the earth, his inner power radiating outward. In the next moment, the volcano erupted. From a distance, Su Yu beheld this spectacle, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was General Bai truly so formidable? He was lifting a volcano into the air. Su Yu watched as General Bai carried the volcano away from Tiana City, finally halting in a desolate region far removed from civilization. Even if the volcano erupted there, the impact on the citizens of Tiana City would be significantly mitigated. The dark clouds followed suit, moving along and continuing to rain. The entirety of Tianhe City gradually descended into silence, interrupted only by the unsettling sounds of the old Taoist chewing, sending shivers down the spines of many. Su Yu ascended to the top of a tall building and surveyed the surroundings. No one was excavating treasure maps anymore. The dangers that had been unearthed were swiftly vanishing, many having become the old man's sustenance. It remained uncertain whether the old Taoist had transformed into a glutton, regardless of how much he consumed. His belly never appeared to swell, while his aura grew increasingly potent and terrifying. I owe you a debt of gratitude this time, Su Yu. Otherwise, Tiana City would surely have fallen, Lindsay remarked softly as she approached him. I am but a night watchman. It is my duty, Su Yu sighed. Even though Tianhe City had not fallen, the losses were undoubtedly substantial. Numerous buildings had collapsed, reduced to ruins. Many vehicles had exploded, although the rain had extinguished the flames. The cars were rendered useless. All these constituted losses. Most alarmingly, the casualty figures this time were likely to be exceedingly grim. The figures are so alarming that even the night watchers may hesitate to disclose them. After a brief pause, Su Yu inquired, "This incident is undoubtedly not a coincidence. It must be orchestrated by human hands. Sister Lin, do you have any leads?" "Somewhat." Lindsay nodded, her expression slightly grave. "This situation is likely the handiwork of a cult." A cult? Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that on the very first day of his arrival, he had researched extensively online, where he had encountered references to such groups. 3 years prior, the treasure map had emerged. Some had unearthed treasures, aspiring to protect their homeland, while others sought to wreak havoc. Particularly, certain criminals who typically feared the law and dreaded punishment upon acquiring power found their inner darkness magnified, believing they were masters of their own fate. These criminals congregated, forming alliances, and thus became what is termed a cult. There are many cults. Which one does Sister Lin refer to? So you asked again. The Seven Killings sect, Lindsay declared with solemnity. Indeed, I too suspect it is the Seven Killings sect. At that moment, General Bai descended, stating, "The first manifestation of divine culture today is derived from the essence of killing. That aura is familiar to me, for I have encountered the Seven Killings sect before. This is undoubtedly their signature." Upon hearing this, Su Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, asking, "What connection does the Seven Killings sect have with the Seven Killings steel?" According to the news I found, someone unearthed the Seven Killings steel, but it mysteriously vanished on the very day it was discovered, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Originally intending to inquire about this with Lindsay, Su Yu had allowed the matter to slip his mind amidst the busyness, and thus had yet to ask. Publicly, it was reported that the Seven Killings steel had disappeared mysteriously. However, Based on our investigation, particularly now, we can be quite certain that the steel has fallen into the hands of the Seven Killings sect. General Bai elaborated within the Seven Killings sect. Someone has comprehended unparalleled killing techniques from the Seven Killings steel, resulting in numerous acts of slaughter throughout the years. The Night Watchers have persistently hunted the disciples of the Seven Killings sect, yet with little success. General Bai sighed. The Night Watchers sometimes find themselves powerless despite their intentions. The situation evolves daily. The members of the Seven Killings sect continue to excavate treasure maps, occasionally unearthing items of immense power. Over these 3 years, the casualties among the Night Watchers have reached a terrifying figure. At that moment, Su Yu recalled the drop of ancient powerful blood he had unearthed, where he had seen a towering figure brandishing a blade towards the heavens, exuding an aura of slaughter. Billions of immortals as soldiers, millions of Deluo as generals. Kill, 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 kill. The experience had left Su Yu profoundly shaken. General Bai, do you know the origins of the Seven Killings steel? Su Yu inquired. Regarding the origins of the Seven Killings steel, there is not a shred of information online, General Bai replied. After sharing so much, Su Yu sensed that General Bai might possess knowledge beyond what he had revealed. General Bai pondered briefly before responding. The Seven Killings steel is a monument left by a forbidden existence from eons past, inscribed with an unparalleled technique of slaughter. The term forbidden existence alone elucidates that this ancient powerhouse was undoubtedly a terrifying entity who stood unrivaled in the world during those endless ages. Suddenly, Su Yu inquired, do you know what Deluo signifies? Billions of immortals serve as soldiers, while millions of Deluo act as generals. The concept of immortals is comprehensible, but does Deluo refer to the great Luo golden immortal? Ah, you are aware of this? General Bai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a moment's pause, General Bai continued. Deluo refers to all dimensions, eternally unfettered. Jin signifies immortality. Ancia naturally refers to immortals. Thus, the great Luo golden immortal describes an immortal who exists beyond all realms, eternally free and indestructible. Upon reaching the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, even as the heavens and earth perish, the great Luo golden immortal remains undying and imperishable. Chapter 50. Even the Tathagata must be certified. Su Yu felt a sudden clarity within. Indeed, as he had surmised, the term Deluo referred to the Deluo golden immortal. However, the explanation concerning the Deluo golden immortal filled Su Yu with a sense of dread. An immortal who transcends all time and space, eternally carefree and indestructible, is precisely the Deluo golden immortal. Therefore, the phrase 1 million Deluo, though it may be exaggerated, nonetheless indicates that the number of Deluo golden immortals is exceedingly vast. Yet, where are the Deluo golden immortals now? Moreover, the fact that General Bai possessed such knowledge was quite remarkable. Having traversed here, Su Yu was naturally aware of General Bai's identity. Regardless of how history portrayed him, General Bai was a mere mortal. Yet here, he had been unearthed by others, and furthermore, he was cognizant of what a Deluo golden immortal was. This could only imply that General Bai was extraordinary. What is deemed history may not truly be history at all. Su Yu had more questions and was about to inquire when suddenly, the old Taoist appeared before him. Now, we can converse, the old Taoist said, gazing at General Bai with a toothy grin. Su Yu felt a wave of nausea. Yet General Bai regarded the old Taoist with an expression of calm indifference, seemingly unaffected. General Bai nodded and turned to Su Yu and Lin Zi. I shall take my leave, he stated. Lin Zi understood the cue and promptly took hold of Su Yu, intending to depart. However, the old Taoist fixed his gaze on Su Yu and spoke, child, you are to stay. Su Yu felt somewhat troubled. In truth, he was eager to listen, yet it was evident that General Bai did not wish for him to do so. Stay, Su Yu, General Bai gestured, indicating that Lin Zi could go. Once Lin Zi had left, General Bai turned to the old Taoist and inquired, on behalf of the Watchers, I welcome you to this realm. May I ask how you are addressed? What was my name again? A look of confusion spread across the 3 unseemly faces of the old Taoist. Finally, he turned to Su Yu and asked, child, do you recall my name? I do not know, Suyo shook his head, suddenly realizing that perhaps the old Taoist faculties were not quite intact. How could he know the name of one he had unearthed? Alas, the old Taoist sighed, addressing General Bai. It has been so long that I can no longer remember my name. I only recall that I usually refer to myself as Dao Yi. Perhaps you could call me Dao Yi? Dao Yi. General Bai felt a twinge of discomfort and promptly corrected himself, saying, "Friend, you have just been excavated by Suyo. There may be matters you are unaware of, so I must inform you beforehand." "Pray speak," the old Taoist urged. "In the great Xia, one must not kill indiscriminately. This is the bottom line," General Bai stated. "If this line is crossed, it would mean opposing the Watchers, which would inevitably lead to their pursuit." The old Taoist S3 faces suddenly turned towards Suyo, questioning, "Child, is he threatening me? May I consume him?" General Bai's expression changed. Suyo's countenance also shifted, and he quickly interjected, "General Bai is not threatening you. This is merely a rule. Without rules, there can be no order. If one fails to adhere to established norms, chaos will ensue." "Child, you speak wisely," the old Taoist replied. "In that case, I shall acquiesce. Having once belonged to the human race, I would never indiscriminately slay my kin." His agreement brought a smile to General Bai's face, who then continued, "My friend, upon hearing your words, I am certain of your benevolence. In light of the recent crisis in the Heavenly River, which you have helped to resolve, might you consider joining the Night Watchers?" The general extended an invitation, recognizing the immense power the old Taoist would bring to their ranks. Although the Taoist appearance was most unappealing, even grotesque, the Night Watchers had their share of inhuman entities who contributed to the greater good of the Great Xia, and the old Taoist could certainly do the same. However, the old man declined, shaking his head resolutely. "I am accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to be bound." General Bai cast a glance at Su Yu, silently urging him to persuade the Taoist. Su Yu turned away, feigning ignorance. What was there to persuade? The Taoist clearly exhibited signs of instability, and his current state raised concerns. Should anything go awry during an attempt to convince him, it could lead to significant trouble. The old man's formidable combat prowess posed a threat. Should he descend into madness, who could stand against him? "Very well," General Bai conceded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After rummaging through his belongings, he produced a document, inscribing a few words upon it before handing it to the old Taoist. "This is your identification proof. With this, you can apply for an official ID and possess a lawful identity." "Child, I cannot read. Please assist me. What does it say?" The old Taoist handed the document to Su Yu. After a brief glance, Su Yu replied, "This is a temporary identification. Name, Dao Yi. Age, unknown. Place of birth, Heavenly River City. Responsible party, Su Yu." "How vexing. Why is the responsible party me, General Bai?" Su Yu's expression darkened. "Whoever uncovers you naturally assumes responsibility," General Bai explained. "Am I to be held accountable should anything occur?" Su Yu inquired. "Not entirely accountable, but your salary may indeed be docked," General Bai responded. Su Yu exhaled in relief. A mere few coins meant little to him at present. "Approval for the issuance of identification. Approver, Dong District by Qi." Su Yu read aloud, thereafter returning the temporary identification to the old Taoist. "Excellent." The old man nodded, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth that nearly caused Su Yu to retch. "Very well, then. I shall take my leave," General Bai acknowledged, his figure soaring into the sky, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Su Yu led the old Taoist to the Night Watchers branch, where he facilitated the issuance of the identification in the hall. Many entities that had been unearthed, provided they were not adversaries, were required to obtain identification, as per the customs of the Great Xia. It had even been jested that even the Buddha himself would need to procure identification upon arrival. Once the identification process was complete, Su Yu faced a dilemma. The old Taoist accommodation had become a pressing issue. Fortunately, Lindsay arrived. She spoke. "The Night Watch Division has a designated place for accommodation. If you don't mind, you may stay there temporarily." The old Taoist nodded in agreement. After ensuring that the old Taoist was settled, Su Yu returned alone to the Night Watch residential building. He was utterly exhausted and needed to rest properly. However, in the dead of night, he was suddenly jolted awake. Sitting up, Su Yu noticed that the old Taoist had appeared in the room at some point. accompanied by 3 grotesque faces silently staring at him. This unnerved Suyu greatly. What are you doing? He instinctively asked. Child, I must leave, the old Taoist sighed, his tone tinged with reluctance. I have discovered the path to immortality, but I still lack certain resources. I need to seek them out. Wait for me, child. Once I acquire enough resources, I shall return to take you with me to ascend. After a pause, the old Taoist extended 7 or 8 strange tentacles, each binding a figure. These individuals were all unconscious. This is a gift for you. I observed them digging for treasure maps and inadvertently releasing many entities. With that, the old Taoist flew out of the window, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was only then that Suyu regained his senses. You nearly scared me to death, he thought, mistakenly believing that the old Taoist had committed murder. If that were the case, the Night Watch would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Thankfully, these individuals were still alive, and fortunately, they had encountered issues. Turning sharply, Suyu made his way to the neighboring room 807 and rang the doorbell. The door opened promptly, revealing a large black dog. Suyu stepped past the dog and entered, only to see Lin Zi emerging from the bedroom in her pajamas. Sister Lin, Suyu began, but his words faltered. To his astonishment, Lin Zi, with her sleepy eyes, had a fissure appear on her forehead. In the next moment, the fissure widened, revealing a single upright eye. Chapter 51. The eye unveiled, observing all directions like the palm of a hand. Upon seeing the vertical eye, Suyu found himself at a loss for words. What was this phenomenon? He struggled to comprehend. Throughout history, only a select few possessed such a third eye. The most renowned among them, familiar to the common folk, was none other than the legendary Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Besides Yang Jian, there was also the revered Horse King. As the saying goes, if one does not witness his prowess, one remains oblivious to his third eye. There was also Wenzhong, the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty, a figure said to possess a similar gift, as well as Yin Jiao, the Prince of the Shang, who, under the tutelage of Guang Chengzi, likewise had 3 eyes. These were the only 4 individuals Suyu was aware of. This revelation led Suyu to speculate. Did Lin Zi perhaps share a connection with them? The latter 3 were intriguing enough, but if Lin Zi were related to Yang Jian, then her third eye would be truly formidable. It was the eye of heaven, capable of perceiving all realms, akin to the palm of a hand. One could scarcely exaggerate the terror instilled by such an eye. Suyu, what troubles you? Why do you gaze at me so intently? Lin Zi waved her hand before Suyu's eyes, then glanced down, reassured that she was appropriately attired. What was the matter with him? Her curiosity deepened. It's nothing. I merely recalled some mythological tales, Suyu replied, shaking his head. He noticed Lin Zi's third eye gradually fading away, until not a trace remained. After a brief pause, he added, Lin Jia, please come to my room. I have something to discuss with you. Now, Lin Zi furrowed her brow slightly, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. At this late hour, you disturb my rest? If I develop wrinkles, will you take responsibility? Despite her words, she had already begun to move outside. Upon returning home, Suyu gestured towards the 8 figures on the ground. These were sent by the old Taoist. He mentioned that these individuals have been excavating treasure maps, inadvertently releasing numerous entities. While this isn't problematic in itself, their motives during the day raise significant suspicion. Lin Zi's expression turned grave. By the way, there's something else. The old Taoist has left, and I'm unaware of his destination, Suyu added. The old Taoist has departed? Lin Zi exclaimed in disbelief. With his absence, our Tianhe city loses a formidable powerhouse. Such a pity. Moreover, his presence was likely a safeguard for us. If he were to leave and inadvertently cause harm, it could spell trouble. There's no need for concern. No one would provoke the old Taoist. He is not one to take lives lightly, Suyu reassured her, though he felt helpless. Let's hope so. Lin Zi sighed, then continued, Suyu, you have performed admirably. You have made significant contributions. Through these individuals, we might glean valuable insights. With that, she pressed a button on the watch of the night watchman. In less than 3 minutes, Li Xiao arrived. Cough, what is the situation? Li Xiao appeared exceedingly fatigued, his eyes bloodshot. During the day, the city of Tianhe nearly faced obliteration. Although the crisis has now been averted, as the head of the Night Watch's Tianhe division, he cannot afford a rest, for numerous tasks await his attention. Lin Zi cast a glance at Su Yu, who promptly reiterated what he had previously conveyed to her. Remarkably, after searching for most of the night, many had succumbed to despair, yet you managed to find a survivor. Quite commendable. Li Zhao's bloodshot eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Despite having pieced together the origins of these individuals, he yearned to capture a live one to glean any information possible. At the very least, they needed to ascertain why Tianhe City was targeted this time. Cults invariably have ulterior motives, and understanding these motives is crucial for formulating effective countermeasures. Otherwise, who could say if the cult would stir trouble again? This time, I shall record your significant contribution. In a couple of days, once I wrap up my duties, I will tally your merits and reward you. Li Xiao painted an optimistic picture before inquiring. So, has that old Taoist truly departed? Mentioning the old Taoist filled Li Xiao with apprehension. Indeed, he has departed, Su Yu replied. The old Taoist had no reason to deceive me. He mentioned that he discovered the path to immortality, but requires additional resources, necessitating an external search. Li Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. I will report this matter to the higher-ups for appropriate handling. Very well, you may continue to rest. Tomorrow, an array of tasks awaits your attention, Li Xiao remarked. No, at this hour, I find myself unable to sleep. I must also get busy, Lin Zi replied earnestly. It's unnecessary. Many individuals from above have arrived. They are not engaged in battle, brimming with vigor, and are assisting in the resolution of matters, Li Xiao urged. Otherwise, Lin Zi would not be able to rest at all. I too feel wide awake, Su Yu interjected. If there are tasks, assign them to me, and I shall handle them. If not, I will set about searching for treasure maps. In his previous life as an ordinary person, such a short span of time would hardly suffice for rest. However, as a king of war, he could swiftly enter a deep slumber. Hence, Su Yu felt quite alert, as though he had indeed rested enough. In that case, very well. Freshen up and report to the division. There is much to attend to, Li Xiao instructed, extending his hand as his power radiated outward, enveloping the 8 unconscious figures. They immediately levitated into the air. I shall take my leave, Li Xiao said as he swiftly departed with the 8 figures. Su Yu, I'm off to freshen up. You should do the same. And then we shall head to work together, Lin Zi said, preparing to leave. Wait, Su Yu instinctively called out. Is there something else? Lin Zi turned back to inquire. Su Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to broach the subject of the three-eyed phenomenon. However, to ask abruptly seemed rather presumptuous. Yet, if he refrained from inquiring, the curiosity would gnaw at him. Speak freely. I sense you have something on your mind. Lin Zi seemed to perceive his internal struggle and smiled, adding, We are quite familiar now. You can say whatever you like. The worst I might do is kick you out of this building. Sister Lin, are you aware that you possess 3 eyes? After much deliberation, Su Yu finally mustered the courage to inquire. The 3rd eye? Lin Zi paused momentarily, her fingers brushing against her forehead, before responding. Have you seen the 3rd eye on my brow? Yes, I noticed it when I entered just now, but it has vanished. So, Lin Jie, you were aware of it all along? Indeed, I have known for quite some time. However, this 3rd eye is utterly ineffectual. At present, it eludes my control, and I cannot sense it, Lin Zi remarked, shaking her head. This was a matter she had truly been aware of for some time. It proved to be of no use whatsoever. Then, Lin Jie, do you understand why you possess this 3rd eye? Su Yu inquired. Chapter 52. The descendants of Erlang, Shenyang, Jian. Upon hearing Su Yu's inquiry, Lin Zi fell into silence. However, she soon spoke. In truth, it is not much. Initially, I was unaware, but later, someone informed me that I possessed the bloodline of Yang Jian. I believe this may be the most plausible explanation. Then, Lin Jie, why is your surname Lin? Su Yu questioned, perplexed. Actually, my surname is Yang, Lin Zi replied, seemingly reluctant to divulge her past, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Later, my mother changed my surname. Hence, I am called Lin Zi. Realization dawned on Su Yu, and his eyes gleamed with envy as he instinctively remarked, Why do I not possess the bloodline of Yang Jian? If I recall correctly, Yang Jian's 3rd eye is the heavenly eye. When opened, it perceives all directions, akin to the palm of a hand. Merely hearing about it instills a sense of dread. Suyu's envy was genuine. Such a bloodline inheritance was a source of longing for outsiders. "What are you pondering?" Lin Zi playfully tapped Suyu on the head and said, "Having a bloodline inheritance is not necessarily a blessing. It may also serve as a shackle that hinders one's evolution. Now, hurry and freshen up. We must head to work. We will be exceedingly busy for the next few days." After Lindsay left, she returned home and gazed at the great black dog, suddenly asking, "Do I truly possess the bloodline of Yang Jian?" "Indeed," the black dog replied, lifting its head. "Otherwise, why do you suppose I, the illustrious howling celestial dog, would accompany you?" "Very well." Lindsay inquired further, "Will my ancestor, master, perished in battle?" The black dog said, its tone tinged with sorrow. Perished in battle? This was the first time Lindsay had heard such news. She had asked many times before, yet the black dog had remained silent. This time, however, it was remarkably forthcoming. "Could you share with me the events of that time?" Lindsay gently prompted, taking a seat. "What is there to say? I have forgotten everything." The black dog turned away and walked towards the balcony, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the exalted howling celestial dog, it could not allow a junior to witness its sorrow. Was the enemy formidable? Lindsay pondered before asking. "Very strong, exceedingly strong." The black dog abruptly halted, unwilling to elaborate further. Lindsay, deep in thought, began her personal grooming. It seemed the black dog would not speak again, and further inquiries would be futile. Perhaps in a few days, she would revisit the topic. What had transpired back then? Lindsay was indeed curious. 10 minutes later, Lindsay stepped outside to find Suyu already waiting. The black dog followed suit, raising its paw to knock on Suyu's door. The door was locked. With a sigh, Suyu opened the door, watching in disbelief as the black dog swaggered inside, then sprawled itself on the balcony. "It seems it likes you." Lindsay chuckled. Suyu remained silent, thinking, "It likes me? It merely enjoys stealing glances at my browsing history." Of course, he kept this thought to himself. The night watchmen at the Tianhe branch were illuminated by bright lights, bustling with activity as everyone hurried about. Suyu and Lindsay entered the room, yet no one acknowledged their presence. Everyone was too preoccupied to spare a moment for greetings. "Minister," the two approached Li Xiao. "Captain Lin, there have been reports from citizens that several monsters have taken refuge in the department store. You must personally attend to this matter and eliminate them," Li Xiao stated, glancing down before raising his gaze once more. "Understood," Lindsay responded, promptly departing to fulfill the mission. "Minister, are there still individuals excavating treasure maps?" Suyu inquired. His brow furrowed. "Yes, there are still some, but their numbers have dwindled significantly. A portion of them is taking advantage of our preoccupation to engage in sabotage." Li Xiao Siga. Additionally, some must be frightened by the events of the day and are now desperately seeking to unearth treasure maps to bolster their self-defense capabilities. Suyu comprehended the situation and then asked, "What would you have me do?" As a night watchman, it was only natural that he would be tasked with certain responsibilities. This is unavoidable. However, compared to the benefits and privileges afforded to the night watchman, these tasks are relatively trivial. "Suyu, are you afraid of death?" Li Xiao did not immediately assign Suyu a task, but instead inquired with a glimmer in his eye. "Yes," Suyu replied candidly. "Fear of death is entirely natural. Who does not fear death? Perhaps there are those who claim to be unafraid, but I genuinely fear death, at least for now. Not only do I fear death, but I also dread pain." "Ah, Suyu, your frankness has derailed my intended discourse," Li Xiao remarked with a hint of exasperation. He had anticipated that Suyu would profess to be unafraid of death, or at the very least, feign such bravado. "Minister, you aren't considering assigning me to some perilous endeavor, are you?" Suyu speculative. "It is indeed dangerous, but should you succeed, it would be a significant achievement." Li Xiao Raplia. "The 8 individuals you delivered have been interrogated. They are affiliated with the 7 Kills sect, a nefarious cult that has been orchestrating schemes in the shadows. Through them, I have discerned their motives behind the recent turmoil." What is their objective? Suyu promptly widith. The 7 Kills steel is, in fact, in the possession of the 7 Kills sect, Li Xiao elucidated. "I am aware of this. General Bai has mentioned it." Suyu interjected. Please continue. Several days ago, the 7 kills stele trembled, prompting the higher-ups of the sect to believe that someone had unearthed something related to it. Li Xiao continued, casting a sidelong glance at Suyu. Ultimately, they have fixed their sights on Tianhe City. In other words, if their assessment is accurate, someone in Tianhe City has uncovered something linked to the 7 kills stele. They covet this item, which has incited this massacre. They believe that if the bloodshed is sufficient, the individual who has excavated the item will inevitably be affected by the violence. Yet, they have yet to locate this person. Having reached this point, Li Xiao felt a dryness in his throat, taking a sip from the cup of coffee on the table before continuing. My plan is to disseminate information suggesting that you have unearthed a treasure related to the 7 kills stele. Minister, do you intend to use me as bait to lure the members of the 7 kill sect? Suyu furrowed his brow. This is far too perilous. One misstep could lead to my demise. Indeed, that is my intention, Li Xiao replied, taking another sip of his coffee before continuing. If you agree, I will arrange everything immediately. Throughout this process, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Furthermore, your contributions will be duly recognized afterward. What do you think? Not a chance. Suyu shook his head. Minister, I have no enmity with you. You are trying to put me in grave danger. If you agree, I will provide you with an additional 10 treasure maps, Li Xiao offered. As a night watchman, it is my duty to protect my homeland and safeguard the people. Do not merely consider it as being used as bait. I would willingly sacrifice my life if necessary. Suyu's expression brightened. 50 maps. Li Xiao's face lit up momentarily, but then stiffened. That is far too many. 20 maps. Are you jesting? 50 treasure maps are worth at least 10 million. Equivalent to 8 years of my salary. Minister, are you mocking me? You think 20 maps are sufficient to buy my life? Suyu scoffed, seemingly seeing through Li Xiao's scheme. 25 maps, that is my final offer. Li Xiao insisted. 40 maps, no less. Suyu countered. 30 maps, that is the best I can do. I cannot offer more. Otherwise, approval from above would not be granted. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Very well, it's a deal. Suyu ceased further negotiation and readily agreed, adding, however, I have 2 additional conditions. Li Xiao's expression brightened slightly at his words. Suyu was still somewhat naive, and securing 30 treasure maps was an absolute steal. Speak, what are your conditions? I will endeavor to meet them. My first condition is that you delay the announcement by a day, Suyu stated. Release the information tonight or tomorrow morning. As bait, he could secure at least 30 treasure maps, and there would be rewards afterward. It was a win-win situation. However, the danger was too great, so you could not entrust his safety to others. Thus, a day's delay would afford him ample time to unearth the treasure maps. By that time, he could unearth some valuables for protection, providing him with a sense of security. That is acceptable. I agree. Li Xiao pondered briefly before acquiescing. What is your second condition? Chapter 53. It's been 3,000 years since I've seen a man. To Li Xiao, Suyu's first condition was hardly a condition at all. Even if Suyu had chosen not to mention it, there was no way he would release any information at this moment. Although the crisis in Tianhe City had passed, there remained numerous matters to attend to, leaving him no opportunity to divert his attention. Moreover, using Suyu as bait was exceedingly perilous. He needed to make additional preparations to ensure Suyu's safety. Such arrangements could not be made in a mere few minutes. Speak quickly. What is the second condition? Li Xiao urged, noting Suyu's hesitation. He was quite busy and had little time to squander on Suyu. 30 treasure maps. I require them immediately, Suyu stated. Possessing the treasure maps would provide him with the confidence he needed. Furthermore, not all treasure maps led to riches. A sufficient quantity was necessary to significantly enhance the probability of uncovering treasures. This requires a process. Before Li Xiao could finish his sentence, Suyu abruptly turned to leave. Alarmed, Li Xiao called out, Suyu, where do you think you're going? This cannot be done. Suyu shook his head. What nonsense is this? It's far too dangerous to be used as bait, and Li Xiao is unwilling to preemptively provide me with the 30 treasure maps. Is this an acceptable course of action? Suyu, you misunderstand. It truly requires a process. However, I will take charge and personally advance you the 30 treasure maps. Li Xiao thought to himself with resignation as 30 treasure maps appeared in his hands. Just moments ago, he had thought Su Yu was somewhat naive, yet now he realized Su Yu was quite astute. "Thank you, Minister." Su Yu returned, taking the treasure maps from Li Xiao and meticulously counting them before his eyes. Just as he had anticipated, there were precisely 30 treasure maps. Li Xiao's expression darkened. "Do you truly not trust me? Do you think I would covet your meager treasure maps? Rest assured, Minister, I, Su Yu, am a guardian of the night. Even without the treasure maps, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my duties until my last breath," Su Yu declared earnestly. Though Li Xiao harbored doubts, he replied, "I believe in you." A silent understanding passed between them. "Well, I shall take my leave," Su Yu said with a smile. "I won't remain at the department today. I am off to excavate the treasure maps and prepare for my upcoming role as bait. Is that acceptable, Minister?" "Certainly, go ahead. Just be cautious," Li Xiao advised. "I shall be. I have always been fortunate," Su Yu replied with a chuckle. Once Su Yu departed, Li Xiao shook his head with a smile and pressed the earpiece of his special operations headset. "Arrange for someone to approach the old Taoist. Inform him that there are cultists intending to kill Su Yu, and that Su Yu is in grave danger." After ending the call, Li Xiao smugly muttered, "If a formidable powerhouse were to intervene, 30 treasure maps would be a trivial price. Even 3,000 treasure maps would yield immense profit. Alas, if only Su Yu were here, he would certainly confront me. 3,000 treasure maps. Who knows how long it would take to excavate them all? If Su Yu possessed such a bounty, he could ascend immediately. What a pity!" Upon exiting the gates of the Night Watch Division, Su Yu encountered Lin Zi. She was stained with blood, but fortunately, it seemed she had sustained no grave injuries. "Sister Lin, what happened to you?" Su Yu inquired. "I encountered a formidable war king and have already dealt with him," Lin Zi replied, glancing down at the crimson stains. "This is the blood of our enemy." Only then did Su Yu feel a sense of relief. "By the way, what mission did the minister assign to you?" Lin Zi asked. "Well," Su Yu looked around, hesitating before responding. "It's not convenient to discuss it here." Once they had moved to a more suitable location, Su Yu finally revealed the details, then posed a question. "Sister Lin, among everyone in the Night Watch Division, you are the one who treats me the best. Do you think the risk is significant if I were to act as bait?" Lin Zi fell silent. After a moment, she replied, "The risk is exceedingly high. There is a possibility of fatal consequences. The Seven Kill sect will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If they mistakenly believe you are the person they seek, they will do everything in their power to capture you, even resorting to murder." Lin Zi rose, asserting, "No, I cannot shake the feeling that this is far too dangerous. I will speak to the minister. If anyone is to act as bait, it should be me, not you. Being bait is not merely sacrificing oneself." She felt that the minister was sending Su Yu to his demise, and this thought displeased her greatly. "Sister Lin, as members of the Night Watch, we do not shy away from death," Su Yu stated with unwavering resolve. Lin Zi was moved, her gaze scrutinizing Su Yu closely. Was this truly the same Su Yu she had once known? She clearly remembered the time she had invited him to join the Night Watch. Initially, he had declined, only agreeing after considerable persuasion and benefits were offered. But now, Su Yu seemed transformed. "You are still young. Such words should not escape your lips. Now, go about your business while I discuss this with the minister," Lin Zi said, withdrawing her gaze and turning toward Li Xiao's office. Moments later, Lin Zi emerged from the office, fuming. That Su Yu is truly insufferable, and Li Xiao is even worse. Inside the office, Li Xiao, hearing her outburst, felt helpless and pretended not to listen. Meanwhile, on the street, Su Yu was sprinting with remarkable speed. Gradually, he came to a halt. Countless lives have been uprooted, families shattered, all because of the Seven Kill sect. If only I possessed the strength and resources to confront them directly, I would annihilate every last one of them, without exception. A fierce determination burned in Su Yu's eyes, his blood surging within him, igniting a fervor that made him yearn to eradicate the Seven Kill sect at that very moment. We are all human. Why must there be conflict? Is it not more fulfilling to live in peace? After a prolonged period, Su Yu's fervor began to subside. At the department store, Su Yu arrived at a location marked on one of the treasure maps. The area lay in ruins, the ground stained with blood. Just yesterday, a terrifying presence had wreaked havoc here. Today, Lin Zi returned to this place, ready for battle. Su Yu stepped forward slowly, casting a glance at the corpses of several monsters strewn across the ground, each bearing a gory hole in the center of their foreheads. I shall remember your likeness, he vowed, for when I grow stronger, I will ensure you become mere echoes of history. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Yu's eyes. What has come over me? After a moment, he regained his composure, realizing that something was amiss. Damn, could it be that the blood of that ancient powerhouse has affected me? Had I known, I would not have absorbed the power within the blood. Cursing under his breath, Su Yu arrived at the precise location marked on the treasure map. Focusing intently, golden script suddenly emerged before him. Here lies a contingent of the Daughter Kingdom's border army, numbering over 30,000. They have not laid eyes on a man for 3,000 years. Awakening them would surely exhaust you to the brink of death. Chapter 54. The Discovery of Wenzhong's Third Eye. 3,000 years without encountering a man? Goodness, who could endure such a fate? Absolutely must not let them out. At least not now. Su Yu cursed quietly, lamenting yet another treasure map wasted. Moreover, such a perilous treasure map could not be sold. If it fell into the hands of others, and they unearthed it, he would inevitably suffer the consequences. Better to wait until he grew stronger before attempting to excavate this treasure map. By then, he planned to compose a book, attracting over 30,000 single readers, bestowing upon each a spouse. A woman older by 3 years, a golden brick to embrace. A woman older by 3,000 years, ascending to celestial ranks. Su Yu mused to himself. As for the present, it was best to refrain. Unearthing them would be uncontrollable, the risks far too great. Should he exhaust himself in the process, it would indeed be unworthy. On to the next. Su Yu retrieved another treasure map, glanced at the indicated location, and hastily made his way there. An underground parking lot. Su Yu's figure materialized. The marked spot on the treasure map was indeed here. Just as he was about to examine the clues, he suddenly overheard nearby voices engaged in conversation. Brother, are we truly going to excavate the treasure map here? We must. This is a task assigned from above. But once we dig, we might meet our doom. If we don't dig, we're guaranteed to die. Digging offers a glimmer of hope. They promised that as long as we return alive, each of us would be rewarded with 10 treasure maps. Do you comprehend the implications? However, I will dig and you will record the video. Otherwise, we will have no way to report back. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's expression soured significantly. Even at this juncture, the 7-kill sect was still stirring trouble. Truly incorrigible. Boom! Su Yu charged forward, snatching the only treasure map from their hands. Then seized one man's hair, forcefully slamming his head into the ground. The other, witnessing this, attempted to flee, but as soon as he moved, Su Yu appeared before him. Without uttering a word, Su Yu delivered a resounding slap to his face. The impact caused his cheek to swell dramatically, and he spun around several times, eyes sparkling with stars before collapsing to the ground. Who are you? Why did you steal our treasure map and attack us? One of them questioned. Su Yu remained silent, instead pressing a button on the night watchman's wristwatch. In less than a minute, Li Xiao arrived directly. Upon seeing Su Yu, the weight in Li Xiao's heart lifted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yu, I'm so glad you're all right. You nearly frightened me to death. Approaching, Li Xiao observed the 2 men on the ground and inquired, what transpired here? Su Yu raised the treasure map in his hand and recounted the events. I suspect these 2 are affiliated with the 7-kill sect. Even if they are not, they still pose a problem. Understood. Li Xiao nodded, then walked over and forcefully stomped down, breaking one leg of each of the 2 individuals. Both let out anguished cries, drenched in cold sweat. Now I will ask, and you shall answer. Li Xiao squatted down and declared, those who respond slowly will face the severing of hands and feet. Should you lose all, I shall proceed to crush your necks. Are you members of the 7-kill sect? Li Xiao inquired. Yes, one of them replied, while the other fell silent. Crack! Li Xiao stood up and ruthlessly stomped down again, shattering the legs of the silent one. Do you think I am jesting with you? Li Xiao's expression was icy and exceedingly ruthless. How many of you set out for this operation? He pressed. I don't know. Both answered simultaneously. Incorrect. Li Xiao delivered 2 more brutal stomps, resulting in 1 hand and 1 foot being broken for each. As he posed the third question, Li Xiao suddenly turned to glance at Su Yu and then said, "Never mind. I shall take them back for interrogation. The methods I employ next will be far more brutal, not suitable for your eyes." Su Yu was left speechless. What is the big deal? Before he could voice his thoughts, the two on the ground exclaimed in terror, "I will tell you everything you wish to know. I will disclose all that I know." Realizing that the subsequent methods would be even more savage, they instantly cowered. Li Xiao was indeed serious. He bypassed the normal procedures and resorted to violence, which unnerved them. "Do not rush. Take a moment to ponder. Once we arrive at the Watcher Division, the one who speaks the most shall survive," Li Xiao ominously stated. "As for the one who speaks the least, next year on this day will mark your demise. Su Yu, you have done exceptionally well. Thank you for your efforts." Li Xiao waved at Su Yu, who, unlike the two captives, wore a radiant smile, exuding warmth. "Goodbye, Director Su Yu Nadiv." Li Xiao's heart stirred as the two figures lifted into the air, following him out of the underground parking lot. "I wonder what they intend to unearth. I shall observe." Su Yu picked up the stolen treasure map and fixed his gaze upon it. In the past, a forbidden existence, in a fit of rage, annihilated an entire world, resulting in the demise of 30 trillion lives. This place embodies a fragment of the slaughterous intent left by that forbidden being. Once unleashed, all living creatures within 100 miles would be affected, turning upon one another until complete annihilation ensued. Golden letters materialized before him. Su Yu's expression turned extremely grim. "Damn, this is truly monstrous. How dare they unleash such a thing? Tianhe City is densely populated. To think of the ramifications within 100 miles is unfathomable." A fierce glint ignited in Su Yu's eyes, a burning desire to eradicate the 7-kill sect immediately. They were all lunatics. Wait a moment. Su Yu suddenly furrowed his brow. The members of the 7-kill sect, incessantly excavating the treasure map, had released numerous perilous entities. How did they know that these treasure maps were invariably fraught with danger? In that moment, Su Yu's countenance grew grave. Surely, they could not possess the gift of foresight? "Once I return, I shall inquire with the minister," he mused silently. Subsequently, Su Yu made his way to another location within the underground parking garage. This was his true objective. Su Yu focused intently, and the golden script emerged once more. In the past, when Zhong perished in battle, and upon his forehead resided a divine eye capable of discerning treachery from loyalty, illuminating the darkness and light within the human heart. Possessing such a gift allows one to distinguish between virtue and vice. However, it had suffered severe damage, rendering it difficult to perceive those of profound cultivation. Gazing upon the golden characters, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the third eye of Wenzhong. Wenzhong, the grand tutor during the Shang dynasty, a venerable figure across 3 reigns. He was a disciple of the golden spirit mother of the Biao Palace, adept in the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As the ancient adage states, literature secures the nation, while martial prowess establishes the state. The literature referred to here is none other than Wenzhong, the grand tutor. Ah, wait a moment. A sudden realization illuminated Su Yu's mind. If I were to possess this eye, would I not be able to discern the virtuous from the wicked? Chapter 55. The Third Divine Eye. The Endless Venomous Insects. In this world, the most intricate enigma is the human heart. Some individuals present one facade in public while concealing another in private. Before others, they may appear benevolent, but behind the scenes, they could very well be the ones plotting treachery. As for strangers, completely unknown to each other, discerning whether one is virtuous or vile becomes an even greater challenge. If one were to possess the third divine eye of Wenzhong, even in a severely impaired state, the ability to distinguish loyalty from treachery, goodness from malevolence would be greatly enhanced. This is indeed a remarkable artifact. While it may not augment my strength directly, it certainly amplifies my capabilities and, crucially, enhances my self-preservation in dire moments. I must excavate it. Su Yu was overwhelmed with excitement, devoid of hesitation, as he immediately activated the treasure map. A realm materialized before him. An eye floated serenely within, appearing utterly ordinary. Yet who could have fathomed it to be the third divine eye of Wenzhong? As Su Yu reached forth The third divine, I seemed to sense something, swiftly soaring towards him and hovering before his visage. It appeared to possess a spirit of its own, scrutinizing Su Yu as though discerning his loyalty or treachery, his goodness or wickedness. After approximately half a minute, it seemed to have reached a conclusion and promptly embedded itself into Su Yu's brow. Goodness, I shan't transform into a three-eyed child, will I? Su Yu's expression shifted slightly as he hurried towards a nearby vehicle, gazing into the rearview mirror. Fortunately, he had not metamorphosed into a three-eyed child. However, a faint mark now adorned his brow, almost imperceptible to the casual observer. Ah, the mark has vanished. Simultaneously, Su Yu sensed an extraordinarily close connection established with the third divine eye of Wenzhong. Through this bond, he realized he could wield the third divine eye's power. Yet, should he ever become a treacherous individual, a malevolent being, the third divine eye would choose to depart. Paths that diverge do not conspire together. Eager to test its efficacy, Su Yu could hardly contain his anticipation and swiftly exited the parking lot. Once outside, the faint mark on his brow reemerged. This is a good person, and this one is also benevolent. Yet another good soul. Su Yu could not help but marvel at the abundance of virtuous individuals in this world. However, his expression soon darkened. Ahead, a figure lurked suspiciously, their gaze flickering, exuding an air of guilt akin to that of a thief. Su Yu immediately focused his attention. The warmth radiating from his brow provided him with a clear indication. This was indeed a nefarious individual. Su Yu, what are you doing here? Suddenly, the voice of Lin Zi broke through the tension. Huh, Sister Lin. Su Yu was taken aback, having just parted ways, only to encounter Lin Zi once more. What brings you here? There have been reports from concerned citizens regarding someone excavating a treasure map and unleashing a myriad of venomous insects. I came to handle the situation. Lin Zi replied swiftly. Oh, I was just digging up a treasure map here. Su Yu gestured discreetly towards the suspicious individual and whispered, that person seems problematic. We should apprehend him for questioning. There might be unexpected revelations. Really? Lin Zi raised her eyes and scrutinized the surroundings. There was something suspicious afoot, but at this moment, dealing with the venomous creatures was of utmost importance. Sister Lin, what if this person is affiliated with the Seven Killers sect? The consequences of unearthing more could be unimaginable. Su Yu suggested, perhaps I should apprehend him while you handle the pests. That works. Lin Zi nodded and swiftly departed. In such circumstances, separation was the wisest course of action. The moment Lin Zi left, Su Yu approached the individual in question. Suddenly, he halted, unexpectedly glancing at another person. This man, clad in a tailored suit and carrying a briefcase, had slicked back hair, exuding the aura of a successful businessman. His demeanor was calm, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with malevolence. Yet, Su Yu perceived the truth. He was undeniably a villain. All are nefarious. Let none escape. With a sudden burst of action, Su Yu struck without warning. The suited man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. The furtive figure, witnessing this, immediately fell into a state of panic. However, before he could react, Su Yu appeared before him in a flash. With a resounding slap, the sneaky individual spun multiple times before succumbing to unconsciousness. Despite my faith in the third divine side of Master Wenzhong, I felt the need for validation. Although danger looms daily, the apocalypse has yet to descend. Some semblance of order must still be maintained. Otherwise, one may resort to lethal measures. Su Yu shook his head. What manner of person are you? Why did you suddenly assault a passerby? Raise your hands. At that moment, nearby night watchmen rushed over, their expressions grave. They had witnessed Su Yu's swift strike, which left them in awe. Nevertheless, they pressed on, issuing a call for reinforcement from fellow night watchmen throughout Tiana City. Soon, the area would be swarmed with their presence. Su Yu, feeling helpless, raised his left wrist and shook it, stating, Brothers, I am also a night watchman. The guards noticed the flashing watch on Su Yu's wrist, which had emitted the distress signal. Their expressions softened slightly, yet caution remained paramount. Show me your credentials, one of them requested. Su Yu produced his identification and tossed it to them. Ah, you are Su Yu. Upon reviewing the credentials, the night watchman relaxed, saying, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I've been on edge these past few days, assuming the worst of everyone. It's quite all right, Suyu responded, empathetic to their concerns. Suddenly, the night watchman's watch flickered again. Suyu glanced down and discovered it was a distress signal from Lindsay. Brothers, these two individuals are suspicious. Restrain them and await my return, Suyu hastily instructed before sprinting toward Lin Zi's direction. Meanwhile, Lin Zi, accompanied by two night watchmen, was in flight, pursued by a swarm of venomous creatures. Captain Lin, I'm sorry. We never anticipated such a sudden influx of these pests. A night watchman could not help but voice his remorse, stating that when they called for aid, the venomous insects were far fewer in number. However, upon Lin Zi's arrival, a veritable swarm of poisonous creatures emerged. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Zi remarked while running, assuring, just wait a moment, help will arrive shortly. Suddenly, Lin Zi sensed something and called out, Suyu, over here. With a powerful leap, Suyu soared high and landed firmly behind Lin Zi. She halted and inquired, can you handle this? Yes, Suyu replied confidently. Be cautious. Among the venomous insects lurk several at the Battle King level. Lin Zi cautioned with concern. I understand, Suyu declared, charging toward the swarm of insects. With a resounding crash, the Xian Huang flame erupted. Suyu was engulfed in flames. The terrifying fire generating towering waves that engulfed the surroundings. All the nearby venomous insects were instantly reduced to ashes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Bathed in the peculiar flames of the heavens and earth, Suyu plunged into the heart of the poisonous army. Where he passed, he was an unstoppable force. From the endless horde of insects, several Battle King-level creatures charged at Suyu. However, as they drew near, they too were consumed by flames. The remaining insects, witnessing this spectacle, were gripped by fear and retreated like a receding tide. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the air, and an unrelenting downpour cascaded from above. The flames enveloping Suyu extinguished rapidly. The retreating insects, upon seeing this, rushed back with renewed fervor. Damn it! What a calamity! Suyu exclaimed as he looked up to see a dark cloud forming above. Cursing, are you trying to kill me? Why don't you just leave? Abruptly, the torrential rain ceased. The stormy cloud churned and coalesced into a pitiful visage, which then sorrowfully drifted towards the distant volcano. As the endless swarm of venomous insects surged forth, it seemed they would engulf Suyu completely. Yet, in a stunning turn of events, the flames erupted once more. Chapter 56. The Flesh of Tang Sung Unearthed. The Xian Huang Flame, a rare fire of heaven and earth, possesses the capability to incinerate all matter. While this might seem somewhat exaggerated, it is undoubtedly effective against venomous insects, particularly as none of them even approach the level of a Battle King. With a resounding roar, the terrifying flames surged forth like colossal waves, instantly enveloping the area and reducing the countless venomous insects to mere ashes. A number of Battle King-level insects hesitated no longer and turned to flee. However, at that moment, Lin Zi surged past the retreating creatures, her purple spear striking forth to impale several insects to the ground. The Xian Huang flame swiftly consumed their lifeless bodies, leaving no trace behind. In just a few minutes, the insects, which had been unearthed by an unknown hand, were utterly vanquished, with not a single survivor. Suyu, you are truly remarkable, Lin Zi proclaimed, standing tall and generous, addressing him. Faced with such a multitude of venomous insects, even I would have no choice but to retreat. A touch of envy colored her tone. The extraordinary fire was indeed a powerful asset she coveted. If she possessed such a flame, her combat prowess would ascend to unparalleled heights. After all, Suyu had only recently entered the ranks of Battle Kings, and could scarcely be considered a first-tier Battle King. Yet, she found herself not far from the level of a Battle Emperor, hindered only by the lack of treasures as formidable as Suyu's. Continue your patrols in every direction, Lin Zi instructed the other two night watchers. Understood, Captain. We shall take our leave now. The two night watchers swiftly departed. Throughout the entirety of Tiana City, night watchers were stationed everywhere. They were responsible for patrolling and securing the area, ready to respond at a moment's notice if danger arose. Should they find themselves overwhelmed, they would immediately call for reinforcements from their division. Over the past 3 years, countless night watchers had perished in battle. It was not just the watchers. Many civilians had also lost their lives while excavating treasure maps. When danger emerged, they were often the first to fall. The number of those who survived was abysmally low. A rare few, however, had unearthed treasures that had enabled them to evolve into warriors, battle kings, or even battle emperors. They became the strong guardians of the weak, ensuring the survival of humanity. Otherwise, Tianhe City would have ceased to exist long ago. This victory over the venomous insects is entirely due to your efforts. I will report this to the minister faithfully, Lin Zi declared earnestly. Thank you, Lin Jie, Su Yu replied with a smile. Although the minister had yet to award him the treasure map, he was confident it was only a matter of time. Surely, he would not deprive him of such a modest reward. If that were the case, he would simply resign from his post. By the way, Lin Jie, I have a question, Su Yu began. I exerted considerable effort yesterday. Logically speaking, as I protect our homeland and safeguard the populace, my contributions should be significant. Yet, to this day, I have not received any reward in the form of a treasure map from the heavens. What is the situation? Su Yu felt somewhat perplexed. I'm not entirely certain of the specifics, Lin Zi admitted, shaking her head. In truth, no one in this world seems to grasp the reasons behind it. However, based on the patterns observed over the past 3 years, rewards from the heavens may be delayed, but they will never be absent. Just be patient, and it will come. Lin Zi offered her words of comfort to Su Yu. The rewards bestowed by heaven are not always delivered punctually. The higher-ups of the Night Watch speculate that perhaps heaven is conducting a tally, and once completed, the rewards will naturally be distributed. All right, Su Yu nodded. This was an unavoidable situation. They would have to wait. By the way, the 2 individuals I apprehended must have issues. Sister Lin, remember to take them back for interrogation. Su Yu instructed. Understood. Lin Zi nodded and departed immediately. Su Yu also left, as he was about to act as bait and needed to seek out the treasure map. 10 minutes later, Su Yu arrived at his destination, instantly focusing his gaze. In the past, the underworld had been shattered into countless fragments, one of which had fallen here, forming a ghostly realm, nurturing 30 million malevolent spirits. Here, the living must not tread. Entering meant certain death. Gazing at the golden inscription, Su Yu's expression darkened considerably. Damn, are they toying with me? 30 million malevolent spirits. If they are unleashed, not just Tianhe City, but the entire Great Xia would be doomed. Moreover, this treasure map was destined to remain in his possession. Selling it to another would only lead to his own misfortune if they unearthed it. Such a calamity. Was this something a human could undertake? Su Yu seethed with indignation, yet felt utterly helpless. Fortunately, he possessed multiple treasure maps and could simply exchange for another to continue his quest. Soon, Su Yu calmed himself, dispelling his frustration. 20 minutes later, he arrived outside the First People's Hospital of the city. It was overcrowded, with countless injured individuals being transported, forming long queues outside. Su Yu found it impossible to enter. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, soaring directly inside. The Battle King. Such a young Battle King. Who is this person? Outside the hospital, many onlookers were astonished by the sight, unable to contain their admiration. I too wish to become a Battle King. One individual, suddenly filled with fervor, pulled out a treasure map from his bosom and activated it. A space materialized. A claw emerged, instantly crushing the individual to death. In the next moment, a humanoid creature emerged, towering 3 to 4 meters high, covered in black fur, with 4 eyes adorning its face. How delectable! The creature seized the lifeless body and stuffed it into its mouth, blood spilling forth. Scatter! Outside the hospital, a night watchman on patrol witnessed the scene and immediately raised his voice. Several night watchmen rushed forward, but in the blink of an eye, one was slain, while the others were sent flying. Just as Su Yu entered the hospital, he heard the commotion and swiftly turned around, bellowing, "Beast, seeking death." Boom! The Xian Huang flame transformed into a streak of fire, swiftly spreading and engulfing the humanoid creature. Roaring in anger, the creature struggled relentlessly. Su Yu soared above it, delivering a powerful stomp. The creature collapsed to the ground, unable to resist further. The relentless flames of the mysterious yellow fire scorched him, leaving his entire body charred and devoid of vitality within mere seconds. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gradually emerged from their state of panic. On one hand, they were filled with envy toward Su Yu. On the other, they were gripped by a profound fear of unearthing the treasure map. The perils of excavating such a map were indeed considerable. A single misstep could lead to one's demise, resulting in a village-wide mourning. Su Yu cast a glance at the fallen night watchman, shook his head, and sighed. This was the solemn duty of the night watchman, to tread the fine line between life and death each day. He re-entered the hospital, made his way to his destination, and focused his gaze. In years past, a forbidden existence had left behind a scroll entitled the Book of Slaughter, proclaiming that killing 10,000 would elevate one to king, 100 million to emperor, and 300 billion to immortality. Golden letters materialized before him. Are you jesting with me? I, Su Yu, am a night watchman, sworn to protect my homeland and safeguard the people. Such a technique is better left untouched. Su Yu's expression darkened. Why must one resort to murder? Could they not slay something else? For instance, annihilating 100,000 zombies or 1,000,000 venomous creatures. It was truly a pity. Su Yu shook his head, sighed deeply. It was indeed regrettable. Very well, on to the next. He resolved to leave when he suddenly remembered that his rotund friend might still be in the hospital. After a while, Su Yu arrived at room 666 and was taken aback upon seeing his friend. In just a few days, how had his condition worsened? His head was bandaged, and the lower half of his body was entirely wrapped in gauze. What happened to you? Su Yu inquired. Su Yu, upon seeing him, the rotund man momentarily froze, a warm current flowing through his heart. Yesterday, I was surrounded by monsters, and, as I fled, I thought that since death was inevitable, I might as well try excavating the treasure map. Perhaps it would save my life. He recounted, who would have known I would unearth a massive stone, which then crushed me beneath it, leaving me in this state. Thankfully, a night watchman passed by, rescued me, and brought me to the hospital. Can you imagine how difficult it has been for me? His eyes glistened with tears, almost on the brink of weeping. Fear not, at least you are alive. Are you not? Su Yu comforted him. The rotund man paused, as if realizing something profound, and replied, You are right. At least I am still alive. The monster thought I was dead under the stone and left. Otherwise, I would truly have perished. At this moment, he felt a chill of dread wash over him. Then, looking at Su Yu, he asked, By the way, have you come to purchase the treasure map? No, I merely came to see how you were faring. Su Yu replied with a smile. The rotund man felt touched. He then rummaged through his belongings and produced 10 treasure maps. I no longer wish to excavate these maps. Would you like to have them? I will sell them all to you. Yes, of course. Su Yu grinned, swiftly transferring 2 million to his friend's account. Once the payment was received, Su Yu took the 10 maps. Take good care of yourself. I will return in a few days. Su Yu patted him gently before departing. As Su Yu ambled along, he perused the 10 treasure maps. To his astonishment, one of them indicated a location within the hospital. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the destination. Upon arrival, he concentrated intently, and to his amazement, golden inscriptions began to materialize before him. It recounted how Tang Sung, during his pilgrimage to the Western Paradise, unexpectedly suffered from hemorrhoids, and a skilled physician performed surgery on him, leaving behind the discarded hemorrhoidal tissue. After countless epochs, much of the power contained within had dissipated, yet it still retained considerable potency. Gazing at the golden lettering, Su Yu found himself in a state of disbelief. If memory served him correctly, Tang Sung had consumed the ginseng fruit, but as he was merely immortal at the time, he could not fully refine it. Consequently, he became a humanoid ginseng fruit, attracting countless demons eager to devour him. Goodness, should I attempt to excavate it? If I do, would I be able to consume it? Su Yu was enveloped in a profound dilemma. Chapter 57. His surname is Pig. Su Yu pondered deeply. This item was truly inedible. Just the thought of it made him feel queasy, even nauseous. Yet, this was the genuine flesh of Tang Sung. Despite the passage of countless years, much of its power had dissipated, but still retained some essence. In the past, this meager strength might have seemed trivial, yet for his current self, It could prove invaluable. However, how was he to consume it? Suyu was tormented, and then a glint of madness sparkled in his eyes. Regardless of the consequences, he would excavate it. Even if he couldn't bring himself to eat it, he could keep it. If it truly was unbearable, he could sell it for a treasure map. Surely that would suffice? This item was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Exchanging it for 100 or 80 million super treasure maps should not pose a problem. As Suyu contemplated, he activated the treasure map. A realm of space materialized. He beheld the suspended hemorrhoid. Perhaps due to the passage of eons, it had dried thoroughly. No unpleasant odor wafted forth as he had anticipated. Instead, a faint fruity aroma filled the air. Suyu retrieved the tissue and carefully wrapped the hemorrhoid. Could this truly be the flesh of Tang Sung? He scrutinized the item in his hand, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. If he consumed it, could it truly grant him immortality? Beyond longevity, would it bestow other effects as well? Suyu felt a surge of impulse to swallow it. Perhaps it was best to hold on to it for now. He sighed, unable to overcome the mental barrier within him. On to the next pursuit. He hurriedly departed the hospital and spent 10 minutes reaching the location marked on the next treasure map. This had to be the place. Suyu meticulously compared the treasure map. The indicated site was indeed here. He focused intently. Once, when Tang Sung and his disciples journeyed west to seek scriptures, they had spotted a vast cucumber field from afar. This was the land of the Daughter Kingdom, where cucumbers thrived. Throughout endless ages, they had evolved into spiritual fruits, containing immense benefits for cultivators. Gazing at the golden script, Suyu was momentarily stunned. The cucumbers of the Daughter Kingdom? They had evolved into spiritual fruits? Instantly, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. This was a remarkable find. As a mere first-tier battle king, without relying on treasures, he was the least formidable among his peers. If these cucumbers had indeed transformed into spiritual fruits, consuming them could enhance his power, providing greater assurance when he acted as bait in future endeavors. Even with the use of treasures, he could unleash a more formidable force. Dig. It was imperative to dig. Suyu immediately activated the treasure map, and forthwith, a realm of space unfolded. A cucumber vine suayid gracefully. Attached to it was a cucumber, roughly 50 centimeters in length, its surface rugged. Suyu could not help but swallow hard, hastily plucking the cucumber from the vine. Just one? Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. One was still quite a prize. Damn! Suddenly, it dawned on him. With 200,000, he had unearthed merely a cucumber? Suyu felt a profound sense of loss. As for the cucumber vine, if memory served him correctly, it was indeed a type of traditional Chinese medicine. Now, that cucumbers had evolved into spirit fruits. This cucumber vine must also be a spiritual plant, he mused. If I were to transplant it back, would it not continue to bear cucumbers for me to enjoy next year? Ordinary cucumbers perish within a year, yet this is a spiritual plant. Surely it would not wither away so easily. Otherwise, the existence of these cucumbers here would be inexplicable. A surge of excitement ignited within Suyu as he cautiously uprooted the cucumber vine, ensuring that some of the soil from its spatial origin remained attached to its roots. Cradling the vine, he hurried home, purchasing a flower pot along the way. Upon reaching his abode, he rushed to the balcony, disregarding the sunbathing black dog, and promptly planted the cucumber vine. I hope it thrives. Otherwise, I shall simply sell it as traditional medicine. This is no ordinary herb anymore. It is indeed a spiritual remedy. With eager anticipation in his eyes, Suyu washed his hands and rinsed the cucumber before taking a hearty bite. Delightful. If only I could discover a cucumber field in the kingdom of women. A single acre could yield at least 3,000 cucumbers, he thought, filled with dreams of the future. Crunch, crunch. Before long, Suyu had finished the cucumber and sat quietly for a moment, feeling a surge of power arise within him, which then flowed into his inner realm, merging with the battle character script. Although he had successfully condensed the script, it appeared somewhat ethereal, like a flickering candle in the wind, prone to extinguishing with the slightest misstep. Yet now, with the power contained within the cucumber infusing the script, certain strokes of the battle character script solidified immediately. Am I now at the second tier of Battle King? Suyu pondered quietly. The sunbathing black dog suddenly turned its head, gazing at Su Yu with a hint of surprise. As he reached the second tier of Battle King so swiftly, but wait, what is that scent? The black dog seemed to have caught a whiff of something, its nose twitching as if it detected the aroma of meat, mingled with a hint of ginseng fruit. What treasure! Unable to resist, the black dog let saliva drip from its mouth. It rose and slowly approached Su Yu. As it drew near, the enticing scent intensified, causing drool to cascade uncontrollably. Could this be the flesh of Tang Sung? Impossible. Tang Sung became a Buddha. This meat does not carry the essence of the divine. Or perhaps, is it the flesh of Tang Sung before his enlightenment? Could that legend truly be real? I so wish to taste it. What should I do? Suddenly, Su Yu regarded the black dog with surprise and a hint of disdain. Your drool has sullied my floor. Be sure to clean it up, or you shan't enter tomorrow. The black dog nodded, turning to head to the restroom, soon rising on its hind legs to fetch a mop. Good. Make sure to clean well. I am leaving, Su Yu declared as he stood and made his way out. Time was of the essence. He still needed to uncover the treasure map. While waiting for the elevator, Su Yu heard his phone incessantly buzzing with notifications. Upon glancing at it, he discovered that all the messages were from today's headlines. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the great Xia. A certain reader from Tomato had utilized a high-level treasure map and unearthed a Dragon King. This reader, concerned for the millions of citizens in Xuanwu City, had cast a spell to reseed the sea waters of Xuanwu City. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the great Xia. Nationwide night watchers have come to the aid of Magic City, successfully exterminating 100,000 zombies. Upon reading this, Su Yu could not help but exhale in relief. He had been greatly worried about Xuanwu City and Magic City. Fortunately, the crisis had been averted. Yet, he pondered the extent of the casualties. With a sigh, he mused that the losses were likely substantial. He shook his head and turned his attention to the next news item. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the great Xia. Citizen Zhu had used a treasure map to excavate the Pig Guardian. Currently, the Pig Guardian has set forth towards the human forbidden zone, pledging to cleanse it for humanity and safeguard all living beings. Pig Guardian? Su Yu furrowed his brow. That name sounded exceedingly familiar, particularly the surname Zhu. In mythology, it seemed there was only one individual with the surname Zhu. Chapter 58. Where is my hemorrhoid? Before long, Su Yu recalled the astonishing origins of this figure, Zhu Shouzhua. When Zhu Beiji departed from Gao Laozhuang, Gao Zuolan was already with child. After 14 years of pilgrimage, Zhu Beiji returned. And only then did Gao Zuolan give birth to a son, whom they named Zhu Shouzhua. Subsequently, Zhu Shouzhua was enlightened by Tang Sung, took half a verse as his master, and set forth once more towards the west. In time, much like Zhu Beiji, Zhu Shouzhua was also bestowed the title of Purifying Altar Envoy. The reason the human forbidden zone remains untouched is that even the War Emperor cannot resolve it. This Zhu Shouzhua, having just emerged, does he truly possess strength surpassing that of the War Emperor? How terrifying. Damn, I wish I could also conquer a forbidden zone. Su Yu felt a pang of envy. Soon, his phone vibrated with another news alert. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the great Xia. The latest news reported that Zhu Shouzhua has eradicated one of the human forbidden zones, Shenangjia, and is currently en route to the next one. So he was astounded. Such speed is unparalleled. Of course, the news might have a slight delay in dissemination, but regardless, Zhu Shouzhua is genuinely formidable. Another human forbidden zone has fallen. If 3 years ago, someone had unearthed Zhu Shouzhua, the state of humanity would not be nearly as dire as it is now, and there would be no such thing as a human forbidden zone. More importantly, countless lives could have been spared. As Su Yu continued scrolling through his phone, his gaze suddenly fixed in shock. Shock! Shock! The world is in awe. A citizen named Sun has used a super treasure map to excavate the couplet on the gate of Wuzhuangguan, reading, "The immortal abode of eternal life. A household that shares longevity with the heavens, imbued with extraordinary Taoist essence and boundless power." Gazing at the news on his phone, Su Yu was taken aback. Wuzhuangguan is the sacred place of the earth immortal Zhen Yuan de Xian. The Taoist disciples of Wuzhuang Guan had once told Tang Sung and his companions, "The 3 pure ones are friends of my master. The 4 emperors are old acquaintances. The 9 luminaries are my master's juniors, and Yuan Shun is my master's honored guest." This illustrates the terrifying status and power of Zhen Yuan de Xian. Naturally, the couplet at the entrance of his sacred ground must be extraordinary as well, so you could not help but feel envious. Damn, why can't I unearth something so remarkable? Moreover, why are all my finds merely treasure maps? How can I obtain a super treasure map? I would even settle for a high-grade treasure map. So you felt increasingly uncomfortable. He had painstakingly excavated numerous treasure maps, yet he was only at the 2nd tier of the War King rank. If only he could find a Rui Jingu Bang or one of Guanin's 33 manifestations, like the white-robed Guanin, but alas, all he unearthed were fragments or incomplete items. He even dug up a doghead guillotine. While not a fragment, it was still a defective relic. Feeling distressed, so you wanted to cry. Just then, the elevator arrived, and he stepped inside, continuing to browse the news. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the great Xia. In the kindergarten, teacher Huang employed an exquisite treasure map to excavate in the garden, unearthing a towering willow tree that reached a height of over 1,000 meters. Its profound Tao rhythm enveloped numerous cities, bestowing countless individuals with significant enhancements in their cultivation. So you felt a pang of envy. The Tao rhythm spread across several cities, leading to the cultivation advancements of countless individuals. Why was this not happening in Tiana City? Upon exiting the elevator, Su Yu's speed instantly surged. He dashed forward, outpacing even the swiftest of automobiles. With a thunderous crash, Su Yu descended from the sky, landing amidst a pile of ruins. He retrieved a treasure map and gazed intently at it. In years past, an entity of forbidden existence had forged 1 billion soul banners. Though imperfect, it still possessed unparalleled might. However, in his current state, he was incapable of wielding such power and could even face a backlash from the billion souls contained within the banner, leading to his demise. Golden characters materialized. Upon reading the initial hints, Su Yu's expression brightened with excitement, only to darken upon perusing the subsequent clues. The thought of 1 billion soul banners was daunting, suggesting immense potential to obliterate the realms of humanity. Yet, he realized he was not yet ready to command such power. Would he have to wait until he became a battle emperor to excavate further? He sighed, deciding to bide his time until he achieved that status, hoping to return and see if he could attempt once more. For now, he possessed the treasure map. If this one proved futile, he would seek another. Resolute, Su Yu hurriedly departed, but just a couple of steps away, a sudden gust of malevolent wind assailed him from behind. Bang! A sharp pain struck his head, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. The large black dog approached, gnawing on a large bone, which vanished as it grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Tang Sing meat, you must be feeling quite uncomfortable. Otherwise, you would have consumed it long ago. Allow me to assist in your digestion. The black dog sniffed around Su Yu and soon discovered the Tang Sung meat wrapped in tissue. Eagerly, it devoured both the meat and the tissue. Rest assured, I will not consume your Tang Sung meat for nothing. I shall repay you in due time. The black dog muttered before swiftly departing. Throughout the encounter, no one noticed. When Su Yu finally regained consciousness, he found himself in the night watchman's division. Su Yu, you're awake? Lin Zi, appearing fatigued, broke into a smile upon seeing him conscious. The night watchmen were patrolling outside when they found you unconscious and brought you to the division. Do you feel any discomfort? Su Yu touched the back of his head and replied, There's a bit of pain, and I have a bump, but otherwise I feel fine. That's good. Lin Zi sighed in relief. Suddenly, Su Yu recalled something and began rummaging through his belongings. His phone was intact. The night watchman's identification was present, and the treasure map was also there. None were missing. Abruptly, his expression soured drastically. Damn, where's my hemorrhoid? Lin Zi, puzzled, inquired what hemorrhoid. No one performed surgery on you. No, that's not it. Su Yu's eyes reddened with fury, his teeth grinding as he exclaimed, I unearthed Tang Seng's flesh. And now it is gone. I cannot fathom which unscrupulous wretch struck me from behind. It is utterly despicable. Do not let me discover your identity, for if I do, I shall reduce you to a mere dog. It is infuriating, truly detestable. I swear, I shall unearth the identity of that scoundrel. You dare to excavate Tang Seng's flesh. Lin Zi was taken aback, then retrieved her phone to manipulate it. Su Yu's phone vibrated with a notification. Shock. The world was in uproar. The night watchman, Su, had dug up Tang Seng's flesh. Yet, he was struck from behind, and the flesh disappeared without a trace. Su Yu gazed at the news that garnered 5,000 likes in mere seconds, lost in contemplation. Lin Jia, is this truly appropriate? He muttered in disbelief. While appearing the news is one matter, being struck from behind. How humiliating. Do not blame Captain Lin, interjected Li Xiao, entering with a weary expression. It would have been better had we remained ignorant of such news. Yet now that we are aware, it must be disseminated. The world must know that myth has descended, fraught with peril, yet brimming with opportunity. For the common folk, unearthing treasure maps entails a perilous existence. However, should one become a warrior and then pursue these treasure maps, the likelihood of death diminishes significantly. Theoretically, we should encourage more individuals to excavate treasure maps, empowering everyone with the strength for self-preservation. So you remain silent. But how many lives will be lost? 90% of people will perish. It is far too dangerous. Enough of this for now. I came to discuss something else. Li Xiao shifted the topic, his demeanor grave. The two individuals you instructed Lin Zi to bring back, after a series of threats and coercion, have confessed they are indeed followers of the Seven Kill sect. Furthermore, I have obtained crucial information. At precisely 3 p.m., 1,000 from the Seven Kill sect will be excavating treasure maps in various locations. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically. They're still digging? And in such numbers? Indeed, Li Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Clearly, he had not rested the previous night and was now exhausted. Director, I have a question. Why is there such danger associated with their treasure excavations? Su Yu queried, perplexed. You're being naive, Li Xiao elucidated. Ordinary treasure maps, when excavated, are 90% fraught with danger. If many dig simultaneously, it is only natural that the outcome mirrors yesterday's chaos. Moreover, I have heard that within the Seven Kill sect, someone has unearthed a tortoise shell capable of predicting the fortunes and misfortunes of treasure maps. This enhances their ability to instigate turmoil. Su Yu fell silent. Cursed Seven Kill sect, truly a nefarious entity. Let us return to the matter at hand. Li Xiao continued. At 3 p.m., if thousands simultaneously dig for treasure maps, the crisis facing Tianhe City will be even more dire than yesterday. Therefore, we must prevent them from continuing their excavations. At present, the only viable course of action is to serve as bait in advance. Thus, we require you to take on this role. Suyuriman Saident. The Seven Kills sect deserves condemnation, and so does Li Xiao. This is tantamount to self-destruction. When will the information be disseminated? Suyu Inquayev. Around 1:30 in the afternoon. Li Xiao replied, glancing at the time. There are approximately 100 minutes remaining. It is far too perilous. I refuse to go. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately shook his head. He possessed too few treasures, and his cultivation was inadequate. Should he proceed to serve as bait, he would not even know how he met his demise. Those who venture forth now will receive an additional 20 treasure maps. Li Xiao stated without surprise. 50 maps. Suyu counted. Perhaps we could settle on 30? Li Xiao suggested. For the sake of the citizens of Tianhe City, I, Su Yu, shall not shirk my duty. Su Yu rose from his seat, standing tall and resolute, and declared, as per our usual agreement, you must provide them to me first, and my reward must be delivered by tomorrow at the latest. No problem, Li Xiao responded, conjuring 30 treasure maps from thin air and handing them to Su Yu. If we manage to resolve this matter, you shall receive them by tonight at the latest, not even waiting until tomorrow. By the way, not only will I provide you with treasure maps, but I shall also offer you high-level treasure maps. High-level treasure maps? Su Yu's heart stirred with excitement. He had unearthed many treasure maps, yet he had never encountered a high-level one, let alone excavated it. Excellent. Su Yu adjusted his attire and made his way outside, stating, I shall begin to excavate the treasure maps now. Please remember to notify me in advance when the information is released. Departing from the Night Watcher's division, Suyu clutched a stack of treasure maps and began to run wildly. Chapter 59. A World in Silence. No one dares to speak. Countdown, 100 minutes. In fact, it is even less than 100 minutes now. Suyu, of course, would not squander this time on mere travel. Instead, he elevated his speed to its utmost limit. Boom! A minute later, Suyu arrived at his destination. He had been here once before, and now he focused his gaze anew. In the past, a forbidden existence had left behind a scroll titled the Sutra of Slaughter, which proclaimed that slaying thousands could make one a king, slaying millions could make one an emperor, and slaying 300 billion could grant one immortality. The golden characters re-emerged before him. When he first encountered this prompt, Suyu had rejected it. However, contemplating the fact that the 7-kill sect would come to hunt him down if he became bait, he realized he had no choice but to accept. In this world, there exist individuals who must be eliminated. Not only must they be slain, but they must be made to suffer such terror that their very souls are shattered and erased from existence. Those affiliated with the 7-kill sect, from ordinary followers to the highest echelons, were all deserving of such fate. Gazing at the prompt, Suyu immediately activated the treasure map. A realm of space materialized. Within it floated an ancient scripture bearing the blood-soaked characters of the Sutra of Slaughter. Upon seeing the Sutra of Slaughter, an exhilarating fervor surged within Suyu. Simultaneously, across the globe, the heavens suddenly trembled violently. Every person, every creature, looked up in astonishment. Suyu was no exception, mouth agape, staring at the firmament. A world, like a mirage, manifested in the sky. All beings could clearly witness countless terrifying powers soaring and diving, possessing the might to annihilate the heavens and earth. Just then, a vague figure abruptly descended into this realm. Kill! 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 A chilling voice emanated from the indistinct figure. The scene shifted, and in that world, countless lives perished. Blood flowed like oceans, and corpses piled like mountains, towering to unimaginable heights. Only one figure stood atop the mountain of corpses, facing away from the masses. At that moment, silence enveloped the globe. No one dared to utter a word, their bodies trembling in fear. That figure, with his back turned to the multitude, exerted an overwhelming pressure upon them all. Even the war emperors felt this weight. Outside Tiana City, the old Taoist with 3 grotesque heads raised them, gazing at the heavens, eyes filled with profound terror. Deep within, however, flickered a spark of excitement and exhilaration. He had glimpsed an immortal, perhaps even an existence beyond the realm of immortality. That silhouette seemed to represent the pinnacle of the great Tao, making him feel that no matter his efforts, he could never reach such heights. In the South Sea Forbidden Zone, Zhu Zhuo stood upon an island, looking skyward. Around him, terrifying marine creatures surrounded him, their sizes exceeding those of ordinary sea life by tenfold. In the distance, a dragon of unfathomable dread loomed. Yet at this moment, all these marine beings trembled in fear. Gazing up at the sky, too frightened to move a muscle, Zhu Zhuo did not choose this moment to pacify the Forbidden Zone. Instead, he stared at that figure, lost in contemplation. It seems I've heard my father mention him, and he even spoke of his name. However, many taboos exist that discourage the world from knowing their identities. Without their consent, even if one learns of their affairs, even if they have perished in battle, the world is likely to forget, Zhu Zhuo murmured. Now, the phenomena of heaven and earth manifest, and someone has unearthed something rich in the essence of their path. Even if he is already deceased, there is a possibility he may return. In the residential complex of the Night Watcher, a large black dog gazed upwards. Another taboo existence. The master seemed to have mentioned him, yet I cannot recall. At last, the phenomena of heaven and earth dissipated, returning to normalcy. However, all beings found it difficult to attain tranquility. Damn, what have I unearthed? How formidable must one be to become a taboo existence? Suyu was profoundly astonished. Suddenly, the Sutra of Slaughter transformed into a beam of light, swiftly penetrating Suyu's body and ultimately manifesting within his inner realm. Within this inner sanctum, Suyu gazed inward at the Sutra of Slaughter. The scripture opened automatically. To slay 10,000 can make one a king. To slay 100 million can make one an emperor. To slay 30 billion can make one an immortal. To slay 30 trillion can make one a demon. To conquer 3,000 star domains can make one the overlord of the universe. To conquer 3,000 great worlds can lead to the universe's annihilation. Yet I shall remain eternal. To pierce through a realm of the universe can result in taboo. 7 lines of blood-red characters were imprinted directly into Suyu's mind. Each stroke was imbued with boundless murderous intent. In an instant, Suyu's eyes turned crimson, and a surge of killing aura erupted. Suddenly, the fragments of white garments within the inner realm sensed this scene, gently vibrating and transforming into the figure of the white-clad Avalokiteshvara. His voice seemed to resonate, gradually restoring Suyu to normalcy. However, the white garment fragments appeared to fragment even further. Taking a deep breath, Suyu realized he was drenched. After resting for 3 minutes, his curiosity could no longer be contained, and he resumed his introspection. This time, the 7 lines of blood-red characters no longer affected him. Suyu observed that as he progressed through the lines, the colors grew increasingly vivid. It seemed these 7 lines were not inscribed on the same day, as if they had endured the passage of countless years. The Sutra of Slaughter gently turned a page, countless words suffused with overwhelming murderous intent, seared into Suyu's very soul. Suddenly, Suyu felt a resonance. Within the inner realm, a killing divine script quietly coalesced. Suyu glanced once more at the Sutra of Slaughter, but this time, the scripture ceased to turn pages. Suyu understood that he was too weak. Even the content of the first page was sufficient for him to cultivate for a long time. With this Sutra of Slaughter, the 7-kill sect should await their demise. The glimmer in Suyu's eyes was suffused with killing intent. Compared to the time before acquiring the Sutra of Slaughter, Suyu now bore a significantly heavier heart for slaughter. 1 volume of the Sutra of Slaughter is insufficient. I must continue to excavate the treasure map. Time is of the essence. I must accelerate. Suyu immediately dashed towards the distance, and in merely 3 minutes, he found himself 10 kilometers away. Here, he had moved far from the city center, where the population was no longer as dense. Upon reaching his destination, Suyu took out the treasure map, and, confirming the location was accurate, focused his gaze ahead. In years past, the ginseng fruit tree had been shattered into pieces, with 1 ginseng fruit having fallen in this very spot. Throughout the endless passage of time, it had failed to take root and sprout into a new ginseng tree, nor could it retain its own power. Now, it lay in decay. Consuming it would lead to dire consequences. Golden letters emerged. As Suyu beheld the scene before him, a surge of elation washed over him, but upon looking back, he could not help but curse. Damn, can ginseng fruit really spoil? Once he regained his composure, a sudden inspiration struck him, and a grin spread across his face. I must dig it up. I no longer desire the 200,000. I shall unearth it for that big black dog to enjoy. Chapter 60. Uncovering an Unparalleled Malevolence. In an instant, a space materialized, revealing the ginseng fruit to Suyu. Alas, it truly had been damaged. Wrapping the ginseng fruit carefully with a tissue, he tucked it away and proceeded to his next destination. Upon arrival, Suyu focused his gaze once more, only to find the area utterly devoid of anything. Golden characters emerged, and to Suyu's astonishment, the hint this time was notably brief. Even more surprising was the barren landscape before him. No matter, this treasure map posed no peril and could be sold to Captain Lei Gang. Subsequently, he would purchase another treasure map. Suyu felt no trepidation as he swiftly departed for his next location. Here lay a manifestation of the Buddhist principles. Once released, it would forcibly shave one's head and elevate one's cultivation. It must be remembered, once forcibly shaved, the hair would never regrow. Gazing at the golden script, Suyu could not help but curse. Was this a forced ordination? Such a lack of decency. I have no desire to become a monk. With a dismissive pout, he mused. However, this could be sold to Captain Lei Gang. After all, he has no hair, so it wouldn't matter whether he was ordained or not. 200,000 would be a bargain for Captain Lei. Suyu believed that Lei Gang had struck gold this time, spending merely 200,000 to enhance his strength. If not for the fact that his hair would never regrow post-shaving, where would Lei Gang be? Having consistently excavated treasure maps in the city center, Suyu accumulated a considerable number of maps from outside the city center, so now was the perfect time to unearth them all. He acted swiftly, making his way towards the outskirts of the city. After 3 kilometers, Suyu halted, confirming the location before focusing his attention. Years ago, someone had drifted through the cosmos for 300,000 years. Upon achieving enlightenment, he shattered 30 million stars with a single strike, obliterating countless ancient beings upon those stars, leaving none to survive. Here, a trace of his blade intent remained, having endured numerous epochs, now teetering on the brink of dissolution. Yet it still held great benefits for you. Gazing at the golden characters, Suyu was overwhelmed with joy. Drifting through the cosmos for 300,000 years, such an impressive feat. This indicated that this being had lived for at least 300,000 years, shattering 30 million stars with a single strike, annihilating countless ancient beings. How formidable was that? Alas, I must excavate. I desire this trace of blade intent. Without hesitation, Suyu activated the treasure map, unlocking the corresponding space. Within that space, the blade energy surged. The moment the space materialized, the blade energy instantly transformed into an unparalleled divine blade, hurtling towards Suyu with tremendous force. In that instant, his entire body froze, rendered immobile. Even his thoughts seemed to pause. Am I about to perish? A surge of panic coursed through Suyu's mind. Simultaneously, his vision blurred, and as he looked up, he found himself amidst the cosmos. Before him drifted a meteorite. Suddenly, the meteorite split open, revealing a figure within. Tudai, Iakieva Liktamin. A voice erupted from the figure's lips. Suyu was taken aback. This was a place where silence should reign, yet he distinctly heard a sound. The blade comes. A figure, stepping upon the celestial expanse, extended his right hand. Suyu beheld a distant sight, where a magnificent river of stars shimmered in the night sky. In that moment, the star river trembled, transforming into an unparalleled divine blade, which fell into the figure's grasp. Years ago, you slaughtered 30 million of my human kin. Today, I shall extinguish 30 million of your stars. Should you refuse to yield, come forth to my ancestral star for battle. Boom! A flash of blade light illuminated the cosmos, cutting through the starry domain with a resounding strike. In the far distance, 30 million stars shattered in succession. Countless ancient beings residing within them let out terrified howls, their forms bursting forth from the stars, seeking to escape into the vastness of space. However, as the blade light approached, they found themselves unable to withstand its might. One by one, their figures rapidly disintegrated into dust, their essence obliterated. In an even more distant realm, it seemed as though an extraordinarily terrifying presence was traversing the cosmos. Just as Suyu was about to observe more closely, the scene before him shattered. For reasons unknown, he felt a pang of regret for not witnessing what was to follow. Moreover, there appeared to be no cosmic anomalies accompanying it. Perhaps this blade aura was on the verge of collapse, its profound essence nearly extinguished. Within the inner realm, a wisp of blade aura emerged, oscillating continuously. Suddenly, the blade aura dissipated, transforming into a divine script in the shape of the character for Blade. Whether it was the script for Kill or the one for Blade, both imparted an overwhelming sense of power to Suyu, surpassing even the script for Battle. Damn, what a loss. Suyu suddenly realized that had he arrived here earlier to unearth the treasure map, he could have ascended directly from an ordinary person to a warlord. Well, it's not so bad as it is. Suyu mantanda positive maindisit, choosing not to dwell on it. After 10 minutes, he reached the next location, ready to continue his quest for the treasure map. Upon arrival, Suyu couldn't help but complain. The ground was littered with animal droppings, the stench unbearable. It was highly likely that fearsome creatures roamed this area. Were it not for the necessity of excavating the treasure map at a designated spot, he would never have set foot here. Reluctantly, Suyu held his breath. The treasure map acted as a key. To unearth it, One had to be at the specified location, for only through the map could one unlock the spatial realm. Without the treasure map, even knowledge of the exact spot wouldn't suffice for excavation. Su Yu focused his gaze. There lay a nondescript wooden chest. Gazing at the golden inscriptions, he paused in astonishment before sighing. Captain Lei is fortunate. He can spend 200,000 to acquire another treasure map. Without hesitation, Su Yu turned to leave. Once the day's events concluded, he would sell this treasure map to Captain Lei. Excavating a chest to store his belongings would not be a bad outcome. Suddenly, Su Yu's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Frowning, he pressed the answer button. Su Yu, the situation has changed. Return to the division immediately, came Li Zhao's voice. Understood. Su Yu hung up the phone and glanced at the time. Only an hour had passed, leaving him with another 30 to 40 minutes. However, since Li Xiao had called, Su Yu had no choice but to temporarily abandon his quest for the treasure map and hurry back. Upon meeting Li Xiao, Su Yu immediately inquired, Minister, what has caused this change? Did you witness the celestial phenomenon? I did, Li Xiao replied gravely. That was indeed the manifestation tied to the excavation of the scripture of slaughter. This phenomenon is not localized. According to our intelligence, it spans the entire globe. Li Zhao's expression darkened further. We do not know who unearthed this artifact, but the situation has become complicated. Reports indicate that members of the Seven Kills sect have gone mad, believing that the phenomenon is connected to the Seven Kills stele. They are now dispatching numerous war emperors our way. Therefore, we must expedite our plans. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Now, then you'll need to increase the payment. Suduri torti, visibility satisfy. An accelerated plan implied greater danger. I'll give you 20 additional treasure maps. Without hesitation, Li Xiao produced 20 maps for Su Yu. Su Yu quickly stowed them away, saying, I need a better weapon. Give me a knife. Nearby, Lin Zi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Su Yu, have you condensed the knife character divine script? She had refrained from equipping Su Yu with a weapon, waiting for him to condense the corresponding divine script before providing him with a superior weapon. Early provisioning might hinder his comprehension of the divine script. For others, it might not matter much, but in Lin Zi's eyes, as long as Su Yu did not falter, he was destined for greatness. Such a person must not be influenced. Everything should be executed to perfection. Indeed, Su Yu nadith. Very well. Here is your knife. Lin Zi extended her hand, revealing a formidable battle blade, which she handed to Su Yu. This is a weapon I unearthed, of exceptional quality, crafted beyond current technological capabilities. Thank you, Sister Lin. Su Yu accepted it without hesitation, having recognized its remarkable quality at first glance. Don't mention it. Just remember me when you achieve success, Lin Zi replied with a smile. All right, we'll discuss this later. Li Xiao glanced at his watch, interrupting their conversation. Su Yu, do you have any further questions? If not, I must commence the plan. No, I don't. Su Yu shook his head. Good. Li Xiao nodded and pressed his special operations headset, declaring the plan begins. Su Yu observed silently, and suddenly, with a resounding boom, the entire Tianhe city trembled. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged from the north of the city. In that instant, piercing alarms blared throughout the city, startling everyone. What the hell? Minister, what are you doing? Is this your plan? Su Yu kursid in dismay. Having done nothing of note, a formidable creature has been unearthed, Li Xiao murmured. And in the next instant, his figure materialized in the skies above Tianhe city, his expression one of grim determination as he gazed northward. All night watchers, assemble. We must immediately advance northward to confront the enemy. We cannot allow them to breach the city. Chapter 61. The target has been found. His name is Su Yu. Su Yu felt a surge of anger. Is this the plan? To unearth an unparalleled monstrosity? Fortunately, this incident did not occur within the city, but rather in its outskirts, where desolation reigned. Nevertheless, the danger remained palpable. Truth be told, Su Yu had never anticipated such a turn of events, and he cursed Li Xiao vehemently, cursing his entire lineage in the process. Yet, there was no recourse. The deed was done. What to be done now? Within the division, the sentinels immediately abandoned their tasks. With some even bearing injuries, their bodies wrapped in bandages. Nonetheless, they rushed forth without hesitation. The emergence of this formidable beast exuded an aura so terrifying that it felt even more powerful than that of a war monarch. Such entities are often exceedingly potent, and vanquishing them would likely require a significant toll of lives. Yet they charged ahead, unwavering. This was their duty, having enjoyed the privileges of the Sentinels. They were equally bound to shoulder their responsibilities. As Suyu continued to vent his frustrations, he too sprinted into action. Boom! Just as they emerged, the ground trembled once more. From the northeast, a terrifying demonic energy surged into the sky, instantly enveloping half the expanse of the heavens. Another one. Li Zhao's voice resonated across the surroundings. Lin Zi, Lei Gang, Zhang Tian, take 300 men and immediately intercept the dreadful presence in the northeast. While evidently not as formidable as the unparalleled monstrosity in the north, still radiated a fearsome aura, indicative of a war monarch-level existence. Lin Zi, Lei Gang, and Zhang Tian led the charge towards the northeast. However, with their strength, how could they hope to withstand a war monarch? Behind them, 300 sentinels followed, albeit at a considerably reduced pace. Suyu trailed alongside the sentinels, continuing northward. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens and earth quaked. A blood-red beam of light shot skyward, piercing through the clouds. From the west of Tiana City, a terrifying aura emerged, blanketing the entire city and causing the populace to pale in fear. Li Xiao had already appeared in the north and engaged with the unparalleled monstrosity. However, upon witnessing the situation to the west, he could not help but curse. Damn! The scoundrels from the Seven Kills sect. I know it was you who unearthed this. Once this is over, I shall lead a relentless campaign against you. Li Zhao's fury echoed far and wide. Lei Gang, you need not head to the northeast. Immediately proceed to the west. His voice resounded, declaring, for the safety of Tiana City, we must all be prepared to fight to the death. Lei Gang raised his hammer, his body crackling with lightning. In the next instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing toward the west. Boom! The battle was imminent, and the terrifying vibration spread far and wide, instilling a sense of impending doom among countless individuals. Scoundrels of the Seven Kills sect, I advise you to relinquish your unrealistic ambitions. Our reinforcements are on their way. Li Xiao warned the Seven Kills sect as he fought. In the outskirts of Tianhe City, a man and a woman stood upon the rooftop of a residential building. Was this the work of our people? The man could not help but furrow his brow. It should not be. The woman responded without hesitation, stating, the treasure map held by our people primarily points to the heart of Tiana City. Even those that do not are in close proximity to the city center. The man, perplexed, inquired, what does this mean? The woman shook her head, replying, perhaps another sect is at play here. Should we still proceed with our plan to send people to excavate the treasure map and orchestrate a bloodbath in search of the entity or object that resonates with the Seven Kills monument? She pondered aloud. The time is not yet ripe. We must wait and observe. The man mused, a sardonic smile escaping his lips. The Night Watchers are formidable. Regardless of who unearthed this, it serves our interests. The woman nodded, falling silent. Suddenly, a surge of divine inspiration coursed through her, manifesting as a sacred script that vanished within her being. The target has been identified, she declared with joy. What? The man turned, intrigued. One of ours has been captured by the Night Watchers. Yet now, an alarming presence has emerged. The Night Watchers have mobilized, and our people have broken free from their grasp. The woman spoke rapidly. They overheard one of the Night Watchers mention that a few days prior, a watcher named Su Yu had extracted a drop of the Master's blood from the Seven Kills monument. Is that true? The man's expression ignited with excitement. That blood is priceless and will undoubtedly elevate our sect. He commanded, send word immediately to locate Su Yu. Understood, she affirmed, her heart stirring as several divine characters erupted forth, transforming into avatars that dispersed in all directions. Meanwhile, Su Yu pressed onward to the north. Though his speed was impressive, the distance remained daunting. A few minutes would not suffice. Suddenly, from the southern region of Tianhe City, an inferno erupted, engulfing the sky as if half the heavens were ablaze. A giant emerged, cloaked in flames, exuding an aura of terror that swept across the firmament. 7 kills sect. I, Li Xiao, shall not rest until we are at odds. Li Xiao's furious voice resonated. Su Yu, head south and engage the enemy for 10 minutes. Our reinforcements will arrive in 10. Damn it! Su Yu cursed under his breath, realizing they intended to end him. The fiery giant unearthed from the south radiated an overwhelming aura. That was a battle sovereign. Moreover, not merely a novice. Su Yu could easily dispatch a novice battle sovereign. But if the opponent were stronger, his tactics might prove futile. The fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang would be of little use compared to the genuine weapon. Furthermore, Su Yu's cultivation was alarmingly insufficient. He barely reached the second tier of Battle King. Yet, there was no alternative. While cursing Li Xiao, he hastened towards the south. Simultaneously, in the outskirts, a man and a woman were in a state of urgency. Su Yu, the man exclaimed. Li Xiao mentioned that reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. We must act swiftly, lest the fiery giant seizes the blood from Su Yu, leaving us with nothing. Could this be a trap set by the Night Watchers? The woman hesitated, sensing an unsettling coincidence. And what a trap! The man scoffed, remarking that her lower status might obscure the truth. Numerous experts had arrived this time, and even if it were indeed a snare, they could manage it. Moreover, with the disturbances in the magic capital and Xuanwu City, the adept Night Watchers had likely just departed those areas. Even if they lay in ambush, their numbers would be limited. Let us proceed. At that moment, the two leapt from the rooftop, heading southward. A flurry of divine energy swiftly converged from all directions, merging into the woman's being, and she now held a photograph. This is Su Yu. Do not mistake his identity. She handed the photo to the man. Fear not. A mere glance will etch his visage in my memory for eternity. The man took a glance at the photograph, quickening his pace. Su Yu was making his way south, soon departing the city center. The further south he ventured, the sparser the population became, until there was not a soul in sight. Suddenly, Su Yu heard commotion from behind. A man and a woman were approaching with alarming speed. Reinforcements? Su Yu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. They did not appear to be there to assist. With that thought, a faint imprint emerged on his forehead. It was the third divine eye of Wenzhong, able to discern loyalty and treachery, the purity of hearts. Su Yu scrutinized the two anew, his expression shifting dramatically. Damn, I knew they were problematic. Just then, the pair appeared 100 meters away, and the man spoke swiftly. Su Yu, we are here to support you. Is that so? My gratitude to you then. Su Yu offered a coy smile, but in the next instant, his voice thundered. Bring them forth. Prepare the dog-headed guillotine. Chapter 62. The Emergence of the Ancient Dragon Corpse. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled. Within the internal universe of Su Yu, the character for kill resonated, channeling its power into the dog-head chopper. The dog-head chopper flew forth from Su Yu's body, appearing an instant later 100 meters away. Four illusory figures materialized. One raised the chopper, another brought forth a basin, while the remaining two dashed towards the man. What are you doing, Su Yu? The man's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated. The woman's countenance also changed, yet instead of retreating, she charged directly at Su Yu. I've known all along that you are not virtuous. Su Yu scoffed, swiftly retreating, while two rows of ethereal figures emerged, wielding water and fire staffs, shielding him from behind. The woman, upon reaching him, was immediately sent flying by the staff strike. Simultaneously, the retreating man was abruptly suppressed, being forcibly dragged towards the dog-head chopper. Are you not going to make a move? Do you truly intend to watch me perish? The man struggled, only to realize the futility of his efforts, his expression darkening significantly. Boom! The void quaked as an elder emerged, exuding the formidable aura of a battle emperor, overwhelming all around him. Su Yu, surrender the blood of the 7 kills steel's master. That is not something you can possess, the elder declared solemnly. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Another powerful battle emperor had arrived. Boom! Even before the elder approached, his voice resonated with unparalleled might. The two rows of figures wielding water and fire staffs that had been guarding him disintegrated instantly. Even the 4 figures managing the dog-head chopper appeared increasingly tenuous, as if they might dissolve at any moment. Damn! The dog-head chopper is indeed incomplete. It cannot withstand this. Suyu lamented, recognizing his own inadequacy. If he were a battle emperor, the dog-head chopper could unleash greater power. Boom! Without the protection of the water and fire staffs, the woman charged unimpeded, lunging at him with nothing but her fists. Her strike seemed to possess the might of the heavens, and as she swung, Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, unable to evade. Yet, Suyu remained unperturbed. With a thought, bloodied fragments of white cloth surged forth from his internal universe. Boom! One of Avalokiteshvara's 33 incarnations. The white-robed Avalokiteshvara suddenly manifested. Cloaked in white, he held a jade purity vase in his left hand and formed a gesture of wishes with his right. As the woman approached with lethal intent, the white-robed Avalokiteshvara raised his right hand, pointing downwards. Bang! The woman's fist exploded into a mist of blood, followed by her arm bursting, flesh spilling outward. At that moment, Suyu surged forward, delivering a decisive strike with a mountain-splitting blade. Even though the woman was a battle emperor, the sudden injury brought her excruciating pain, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Suyu's blade struck true, piercing through her celestial spirit, and a flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes as her body split in two, falling to the ground. While the battle emperor, her body had not yet reached the level where it could withstand such a blow. Seizing the opportunity, a battle king could indeed turn the tide against a battle emperor. Of course, this also greatly related to the woman's inherent weakness. How dare she attempt to kill me? The old man's face contorted with rage, his speed accelerating. Today, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. The woman, although a battle sovereign, displayed a certain weakness, yet a battle sovereign is still a battle sovereign. Alas, she was slain. This would significantly diminish his standing within the sect. While it may not matter in daily affairs, when it comes to the distribution of benefits, he would undoubtedly receive far less. The old man, filled with fury, was resolute in his intent to eliminate Suyu here. However, in the next instant, a flash of sword light suddenly tore through the air. I had thought it was another manifestation of divine culture. I did not expect the true body to dare walk among us. Suddenly, General Bai emerged, wielding a long sword. Upon its blade, an entire world materialized, teeming with countless souls, those he had vanquished in battle. General Bai? The old man's expression shifted slightly, halting his advance as he gazed at General Bai, declaring, "In the realm of battle sovereigns, you are an invincible entity, and I too am invincible. Today, I am curious to see which of us is truly the stronger." Just as well, I share that sentiment. General Bai lunged forward. The old man, wary, raised his hand, summoning a soul banner. From the banner, numerous malevolent spirits surged forth. Claws bared, rushing toward General Bai. The two clashed instantaneously. Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. General Bai had arrived, which was fortuitous. Otherwise, facing this invincible being within the realm of battle sovereigns, Suyu would have had no confidence whatsoever. At that moment, Suyu's gaze fell upon the man 100 meters away, already dragged beneath the guillotine, who proclaimed with resounding authority, "Execute." The guillotine, with a sickening thud, a head rolled away. Yet another battle sovereign had perished. Even though Suyu was not a battle sovereign, he had nevertheless slain two on this day. In that instant, he felt a profound weakness within himself. To slay a battle sovereign, even with formidable treasures, one must inevitably pay a price. Fortunately, at that moment, Suyu's expression brightened. Having slain two battle sovereigns, the character for kill within his inner world trembled, unexpectedly advancing from the first tier to the second. He vaguely perceived two beams of crimson light emanating from the corpses, merging into the character for kill. Suyu was at the second tier of the Battle King, which referred specifically to the second tier of the character for battle. The character for kill had initially materialized to the first tier. Now, it too had ascended to the second tier, a cause for celebration. Suyu felt invigorated once more. The 7-kill sect likely harbored others in the shadows. He could not allow this old wretch to hinder General Bai. Suyu's eyes flashed with determination as he felt a stirring within. conjuring the fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang. In the next moment, the heavens trembled as a resplendent golden staff abruptly manifested, spanning the sky and crashing down upon the old man with great force. That was the Rui Jingu Bang. Even as mere fragments, its presence inspired unparalleled fear. The old man's expression changed drastically. Curse it, the Rui Jingu Bang, the name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Recalling that legendary figure from myths sent chills down his spine. Even if this were merely a phantom, it evoked terror. The elderly man, while contending with General Bai, remained vigilant and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned dozens of treasures that soared into the air. The Rui Jingu Bang descended, shattering the treasures one after another, causing the old man's heart to bleed. Each of these artifacts, if sold, could easily fetch over 100 million. In this single strike, he lost at least 1 billion. It was only due to the presence of General Bai that he was willing to squander such treasures. As the treasures continued to break apart, the Rui Jingu Bang still fell, but its power had diminished considerably, allowing the old man to easily counter it. Damn! Suyu couldn't restrain himself from exclaiming. Is this how formidable an invincible presence among the war emperors is? How are we supposed to fight? Suyu initially believed that even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could create an opportunity for General Bai to strike. However, this proved to be of little significance. His complexion darkened, and he felt a wave of weakness. This encounter had drained the vast majority of his strength from the divine scripts of war, kill, and blade. Now, he found it utterly impossible to wield the dog's head guillotine, the blood-stained fragments of the white garment, or the remnants of the Rui Jingu Bang. Is it hopeless? Suddenly, the air quivered, and a young man emerged, wearing a look of triumph. To think that a mere war king could slay a war emperor was truly remarkable. Yet today, everything you possess shall belong to me. Surrender the blood of the 7 killings Steel's master. Relinquish the Rui Jingu Bang, hand over the dog's head guillotine, and yield the white garb guanine, and perhaps I might grant you a swift death. Suyu's expression darkened considerably. Another expert from the 7 killings sect? Moreover, this aura felt no less formidable than that of the elderly man. Were there really so many strong individuals within the 7 killings sect? What should he do now? Should he flee? His countenance grim, he glanced back at the flame giant, which, instead of causing destruction, was merely spectating. Damn, Suyu couldn't help but curse. You 7 killings sect are truly bothersome. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out. I just wanted to stay home and enjoy a good novel. Perhaps send some gifts to my favorite stories. Is that so difficult? You insist on causing trouble, preventing me from even getting to the next chapter. Accompanying the voice, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding charm and grace, descended from the sky atop an ancient dragon corpse. Upon seeing the ancient dragon corpse, Suyu immediately recalled the news he had encountered. Shock. The world is astounded. A certain reader named Tomato, using a high-quality treasure map, unearthed an ancient dragon corpse. Suyu's expression turned to one of astonishment. Could it truly be him? Chapter 63. A golden core enters my abdomen. My fate is mine to control, not heaven's. Indeed, it must be him. This is a dragon's corpse. Upon my arrival in this realm, I encountered numerous reports. It seems that this individual is the only one who has unearthed such a treasure. Could he be so young? I was somewhat taken aback. The newcomer appeared to be not much older than myself, and was remarkably handsome as well. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the two. Throughout history and across civilizations, dragons have always embodied unparalleled power. This dragon, despite having perished eons ago, still radiated an aura of strength. Suddenly, a young master from the 7 Kills sect emerged, exuding a terrifying presence, deep and vast as an abyss. Yet, he was subdued by the reader riding the dragon-esque corpse. If this continued, it would not be long before the latter was vanquished. However, this brief moment made me acutely aware that I could not remain in this perilous situation. Despite possessing a precious artifact, I was still merely a warrior king, unable to harness its full potential. Here, should I become embroiled in the conflict, the consequences could be fatal. I could lose my life or suffer grievous injuries. Without hesitation, I decided to retreat. Yet within less than half a minute, My expression soured dramatically, and I halted, swiftly retreating. Before me, a tall and alluring woman had suddenly appeared, her demeanor radiant with a smile. Hand over everything, surrender, and I shall take you to greater heights. Her voice was laced with an irresistible allure, capable of ensnaring the hearts of many. Madam, you are not a winged undergarment. How can you claim to elevate anyone? I retorted, stepping back, my hands clutching two shards resembling the legendary golden staff, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Who lacks a foundation? I certainly do not. I feigned weakness earlier to lure out the Night Watcher's formidable warriors. Though I was indeed weaker, I was not foolish. Li Xiao had orchestrated the excavation of a formidable relic. Regardless of its authenticity, it was surely within our control. This indicated that the Night Watchers had arrived, and even if the relic was genuine, it could be dealt with. What did you call me? The enticement in her voice vanished, replaced by an icy chill and a murderous intent. She despised being referred to as madam. She was merely in her 40s, still embodying youthful grace. 3 years prior, lacking power, she had been called madam and could only engage in quarrels. However, after discovering a treasure map, she grew stronger and appeared more youthful. Once again, when someone called her madam, she could not restrain herself and ended that person's life. Subsequently, she became a target of the Night Watchers and ultimately joined the Seven Kills sect. Madam, I advise you to reconsider your choices. Do not lead yourself astray. You're not my match, I cautioned. How she scoffed, doubt evident in her expression. In the next moment, she crossed the distance between us in an instant, appearing directly before me. Her speed was astonishing. Without a moment's hesitation, I summoned the power of the word kill from within my realm, and with a swift motion, I struck. However, the blade curiously halted a mere 3 inches from the woman. No matter how fervently Su Yu attempted to strike, he could not bring it down any further. Maintaining his composure, Su Yu felt a surge of energy within him as the primal fire ignited, transforming him into a sovereign of flames. The woman recoiled in visible terror. Is she so afraid of me or my fire? Su Yu pondered din surprise. A golden elixir swelled within me. My fate lies in my own hands, not heaven's. Suddenly, accompanied by a youthful voice, golden light flickered and illuminated the heavens as a figure descended from above. Yet, Su Yu could only glimpse the back of their head. Who could this be? Su Yu gused. Before he could unravel the mystery, he witnessed the woman utter not a word but turn and flee. I have arrived. Can you truly escape? The figure, calm as ever, declared. Su Yu felt an urge to reprimand the back of the head. Was this an act? Or had someone unearthed them? In their era, did they all refer to themselves as... Su Yu speculated, grasping the celestial sword to deliver justice. There exists no one like me in this world. The voice from the back of the head resonated softly. As the sound echoed, a beam of golden light erupted from the figure, piercing through the woman's forehead in an instant. Damn, so powerful. Su Yu could not restrain himself from asking, Who are you? Friend, have you not yet recognized my identity? The back of the head responded, somewhat miffed. This should not be. I am quite renowned. I do not recognize you. Su Yu shook his head. How could he possibly know? Do you not follow the news? I have been featured in the media, on television. The back of the head lamented. I unearthed an ancient golden elixir. Does this ring a bell? Now it does. Su Yu's realization dawned. Good news, good news. A senior high student utilized a treasure map to excavate an ancient golden elixir, thus reclaiming their fate. That had been the news headline. Su Yu felt a pang of envy. Despite having unearthed numerous treasure maps, why had he not discovered a single ancient golden elixir? They were of the same age, after all. The comparison was infuriating. It is good that you recognize me. You should now understand that with my arrival, no one from the Seven Kills sect can harm you. The back of the head, still turned away from Su Yu, spoke slowly, and then his voice echoed throughout the surroundings. This time, I shall take on 10. The Seven Kills sect is capable of producing 10 war emperors. Shall I not be allowed to fight freely? Silence enveloped the area. This individual, despite their youth, emanated a strength surpassing even General Bai. The ancient golden elixir. It is said that in the boundless epochs past, practitioners walked the path of the golden elixir. This elixir is undoubtedly extraordinary. To boast so boldly at such a tender age, they may not even realize how they might meet their demise. The stillness was soon shattered as a figure emerged, engulfed in black flames. I have reviewed your records. You are the third leader of the 7-kill sect, Blackfire. The back of his head faced the approaching individual, yet it seemed as though he could perceive every movement with utmost clarity. He spoke, "Today, since you have arrived, there is no turning back. Is that so?" Heihua sneered, "You are formidable, but there are ways to counter you." He paused before continuing, "The night watchmen have come today. The 3 of you should be nearing your limits. However, this is not our utmost capacity. Did you not wish to take on 10? Let us proceed. Come forth." The void trembled as 9 figures emerged, distributed in all directions, each of them a battle emperor. Some were incredibly powerful, nearly on par with Heihua, while others were relatively weak, merely newly ascended battle emperors. Yet, even those at the threshold of battle emperor status were undeniably formidable beings. The back of his head exuded an overwhelming strength. Despite Heihua's bravado, he could not afford to be careless. Before the back of his head unearthed the ancient golden elixir, his might was already fearsome. At that time, he wielded a radiant immortal sword, vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike, leaving no adversary unscathed. After excavating the ancient golden elixir, though he had yet to ascend beyond the realm of battle emperor, within that domain, he was invincible. Since you all have arrived, how can you merely stand by and watch your comrades perish? No wonder you are a cult. You all deserve to perish. The back of his head mocked, still facing away from everyone. Even as he was surrounded, no one could discern his features. All they could perceive was his back. Damn it, this is it, truly it. The back of his head was truly audacious, summoning 10 opponents while continuing to mock. How could they possibly fight now? Su Yu's expression fluctuated. What do you know? Heihua scoffed, issuing the command, "Kill." In an instant, all 10 rushed towards the back of his head, leaving Su Yu momentarily unattended. In the distance to the south, a colossal flame giant emanated a terrifying presence. At some point, it had seated itself on the ground. Watching the spectacle unfold, Su Yu glanced over, then turned to other directions, but saw nothing, appearing to be relatively safe. Has the 7-Kills sect sent reinforcements? He wondered. He could not sense anything. Currently, facing the assault of Heihua and the 10 battle emperors, even if the back of his head were truly invincible, immense pressure bore down upon him. Su Yu observed, noting that the back of his head possessed the strength to depart unimpeded. However, could he leave? No, he could not. Retreating would only invite greater peril. Remaining behind seemed comparatively safer. Resolute, Su Yu steeled his heart. The 2 fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang in his left hand were instantaneously activated. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. A golden staff soared upward in an instant, crashing down upon the weakest of the battle emperors from the 7-Kills sect. While slaying Heihua may not be feasible, eliminating a newly ascended battle emperor was a certainty for Su Yu. Boom! The staff struck the opponent with tremendous force. Bang! Their figure shattered, erupting into a mist of blood. Yet this was not the end. The golden rod was once again raised, and with a tremendous force, it struck down once more. Another warrior monarch fell. In that instant, silence enveloped the arena. From all corners of Tiana City, countless individuals were engaged in battle, yet at this moment, they all cast astonished gazes towards the south. Chapter 64. All are scheming. They believed that Su Yu was nearly devoid of power. They perceived him merely as a battle king. Even with treasures in his possession, how much strength could he truly wield? Whether it was the dog-headed guillotine, fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang, or the blood-stained pieces of white clothing, even the 3rd divine eye of the Grandmaster, one could only be activated with sufficient power. Today, as Su Yu ventured south, he beheaded a battle emperor with the dog-headed guillotine and swiftly dispatched another with a single blow. The fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang shattered numerous treasures. Such feats were beyond what an ordinary battle king could achieve. Everyone was aware that Su Yu's internal power was nearly exhausted. Yet, they were utterly astonished to discover that he could still activate the fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang, not just once, but twice, resulting in the instantaneous demise of 2 battle emperors. Having slain 2 battle emperors brought him considerable relief. Upon introspection, Su Yu realized that the character kill within his divine text had ascended from the second to the third tier. This was the essence of the killing scripture, which was truly terrifying, seemingly advancing more swiftly than the excavation of treasure maps. However, Su Yu harbored concerns. He was genuinely depleted of power, though not entirely bereft. The strength he possessed was insufficient to wield the fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang, the dog-headed guillotine, or the blood-stained white clothing to slay another battle emperor. While the character kill had reached the third tier, it was akin to a vessel that had increased its capacity without an actual augmentation of the power contained within. Surely, there cannot be any more members of the Seven Kills sect, Su Yu mused. If there were, it would spell trouble. A battle king would be manageable, but facing a battle emperor was beyond his capabilities. Even with the Xian Huang flame, victory was uncertain. He hoped that the enemies would be eliminated before they could pose a threat. As he observed the ongoing battle, a sudden voice echoed, "Guardians of the Night, you have surprised me greatly." Accompanying this voice, a colossal hand extended from a distant location, looming above Su Yu. With a swift motion, 5 divine texts descended from the heavens. In that instant, these texts transformed into humanoid forms, divine manifestations, all of which were battle emperors. Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Only a battle emperor could manifest the divine text as a corporeal entity to traverse the world. A battle king could not achieve such a feat in this moment. Su Yu's countenance truly changed. Boom! Without hesitation, he unleashed the Xian Huang flame, which rapidly expanded and ignited the surroundings. The Xian Huang flame, a third-tier celestial fire, corresponded to the level of battle emperors. While it could not genuinely deter all 5 divine manifestations, it should suffice to obstruct 1 or 2. But soon, Su Yu's eyes narrowed as he witnessed them advancing relentlessly, with the Xian Huang flame receding in response. Surely, I must have made preparations for the Xian Huang flame. A celestial fire. The voice resonated again. They possess fire-repelling pearls. You should simply await your demise. Contributing to the expansion of the Seven Kills sect is an honor you ought to cherish. Seeing that Xian Huang Yin was unable to protect himself, Su Yu swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he summoned the dark clouds. Before the clouds could arrive, the flame giant, who had been seated on the ground watching the spectacle, suddenly soared into the air. In an instant, half the sky transformed into a sea of fire as the flame giant landed before Su Yu, shielding him from harm. Is the fire-repelling pearl truly formidable? Why not test my flames? Boom! The flames surged dramatically, instantly clashing with the 5 divine beings. Their fire-repelling pearls proved ineffective before the might of the flame giant. Clearly, the flames emanating from the giant were of a superior grade. You are not an outcast. You are a night watcher. The figure suddenly spoke. Finally, you've recognized me. No wonder you could establish the Seven Kills sect. You possess some skill. The flame giant chuckled lightly, his form rapidly shrinking to a size resembling that of an ordinary human. Yet, he remained engulfed in flames. Su Yu noticed he was still clad in the uniform of a night watcher. Could it be that the others on the other side are also allies? A bold thought suddenly crossed Su Yu's mind. Bang! Suddenly, from the north of Tiana City, Li Xiao could not help but curse. Li Yi, you fool! Who told you to expose yourself? The flame giant, known as Li Yi, was indeed a night watcher and held a high-ranking position. The two were, in fact, blood brothers. Silence. If I don't intervene soon, little Su Yu will perish. Li Yi shouted amidst the battle. Has anyone locked onto the position of the Seven Kills sect leader? Li Yi. A sigh echoed from the peerless beast being besieged by Li Xiao and his men, who suddenly transformed into a human figure. Its aura was terrifyingly formidable. Then, it stepped forward and arrived at the southern part of Tiana City, delivering a devastating punch. The void revealed nothing, yet after the punch was thrown, 7 or 8 figures tumbled out. These individuals wore expressions of shock. In the next moment, they turned and fled without any desire to fight. This person was Hao Tianlu, the leader of the Night Watchers in the East District, whose strength was overwhelming, far beyond their capabilities. Externally, he was referred to as a war emperor, but rumors suggested that Hao Tianlu had surpassed even that level. Boom! Suddenly, from the northeast, A chilling aura of demonic energy surged forth, rolling in like a storm. In the next moment, a terrifying figure descended, transforming into a white ape wielding an iron rod, instantly slaying 2 war emperors. To the west, a crimson wave shattered the sky, sweeping across and engulfing several war emperors of the Seven Kills sect. Hao Tianlu was undeniably powerful, delivering blow after blow, effortlessly dispatching 3 war emperors, truly an invincible entity. Alas, the leader of the Seven Kills sect sighed softly, murmuring, "Hao Tianlu, did you not lead the strong from the East District to assist in Magic City? What did you return?" The audacity of the Seven Kills sect to create chaos in Tianhe City stemmed from the absence of many powerful figures from the East District. The army of 10,000 zombies unearthed by certain experts in Magic City was no trivial matter. It represented a formidable legion of the undead. The War King serves as a soldier, the War Emperor as a general, and there exists an entity even above the War Emperor. Thus, chaos has befallen the Demon City. Otherwise, with merely 100,000 zombies, the might of the Demon City could easily annihilate them with a mere gesture, rendering national support unnecessary. It is precisely for this reason that they boldly activated the treasure map simultaneously. Does this hold significance? Hao Tianlu shook his head. Indeed, it is inconsequential. The voice of the leader of the Seven Kills sect echoed. Hao Tianlu, I acknowledge your strength, yet I have comprehended a formation from the Seven Kills monument. How will you respond to this? Accompanying his voice, 36 blood swords descended from the heavens, firmly embedding themselves in the earth. Each of these blood swords bore the inscription of the character for kill 7 times, instilling a profound terror in all who beheld them, causing their souls to tremble. Boom! The 36 blood swords unleashed an unparalleled murderous intent, intertwining in crimson to form a killing array. In that moment, the war emperors of the Seven Kills sect, who had been subdued, seemed to have their blood summoned by some unseen force, surging upward. Previously, the leader of the Seven Kills sect had observed the slaughter below with intent. This was the moment he awaited. Even if he believed Hao Tianlu would not arrive, he prepared for contingencies. As for the cost of so many lives, to him, it was worthwhile as long as he could obtain the treasures from Su Yu, particularly the precious blood of the Seven Kills Monument's master. While the war emperors are formidable, they are not beyond cultivation. With time and resources, they could certainly be nurtured in a short span. At present, both Hao Tianlu and the fire giant Li Yi found themselves ensnared within. Only Su Yu, sensing the peril, had fled early. Perhaps the leader of the Seven Kills sect did not wish to trap Su Yu inside, fearing that should Su Yu perish within, the precious blood would be lost as well. All disciples of the Seven Kills sect in Tianhe City received the command to promptly utilize the treasure map. Today, I shall transform Tianhe City into a hell on earth. Hao Tianlu, you surely have a backup plan, but will you rescue Tianhe City or save just one Su Yu? The leader of the Seven Kills sect remained shrouded in mystery, yet his voice resounded. In Tianhe City, the excavation of the treasure map is forbidden. Those found attempting to excavate shall face merciless execution. Li Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. In the next instant, at the heart of Tianhe City, numerous individuals clad in civilian attire, appearing as ordinary citizens, abruptly drew their blades and attacked those preparing to excavate the treasure map nearby. There was no inquiry. At such a juncture, anyone attempting to dig up the treasure map deserved their fate. It was not that excavation was entirely prohibited, but to do so at this moment was to instigate chaos. Where did so many night watchers come from? The leader of the Seven Kills sect appeared somewhat taken aback. All the night watchers from Tianhe City had been taken out by Li Zhao, either to the north or the northeast. Although there were indeed a few night watchers remaining within the city, their numbers were far too few to account for such a multitude. Within the formation, Hao Tianlu was deciphering the array when he heard this and let out a cold laugh, his voice echoing in all directions. The airborne night watchers, did you not foresee this? This time, I shall ensure your Seven Kills sect suffers a grievous blow. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yu could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. These individuals were all scheming, while he, in his naivety, had come forth as bait. Though he had not yet met his demise, The uncertainty of what lay ahead weighed heavily on his mind. He vowed to himself that he would never again play the role of the bait. With that resolve, he swiftly departed. Hao Tianlu was trapped within, and there was no one here to safeguard him. Under these circumstances, fleeing seemed the wisest course of action. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Yu as he made his escape, and he turned his attention inward to the realm within. The divine scripts of battle, slaughter, and blade shone brilliantly, and beside them, a new divine script materialized, not through mere condensation, but through birth. This unexpected occurrence left Su Yu astounded. What on earth did this mean? Why was the newly born script inscribed with the character coward? Was this a mockery of his predicament? He was not cowardly. Rather, he was simply weak and had no choice but to flee. With a string of curses, Su Yu hesitated not for a moment and shattered the cowardly script within him. A surge of power radiated outwards, swiftly absorbed by the other 3 divine scripts. He continued his flight. Su Yu returned to the 7 Kills sect. Suddenly, the voice of the sect leader of the 7 Kills echoed in his mind. Since you have obtained the blood of the 7 Kills Monument's master, it signifies a fateful connection with our sect. Join us, and I shall appoint you as the 4th sect leader. There were 3 leaders in the 7 Kills sect, and now he was being offered the position of 4th leader. Could he refuse? So you spoke, can I decline? Of course, but I shall kill you, replied the sect leader indifferently, regarding Su Yu as insignificant. Do you dare attempt to kill me? Come and try. Even as a mere battle king, I can still crush you. Su Yu brandished his blade defiantly. Is that so? The sect leader's voice dripped with disdain. At present, you are but a burden to yourself, and no one can save you now. As for you, I wager you lack the strength to wield the Rui Jingu Bang again. For the Night Watchers, you are merely a sacrificial pawn. Do you not realize this? How pitiable, how lamentable. As the words fell, the heavens darkened abruptly. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from the shadows, aiming to strike Su Yu. Damn it, it's a being above the Battle Emperor. Su Yu cursed under his breath. He had intended to employ a secret technique recorded in the 9 stages of the Battle King to potentially wield the shard of the Rui Jingu Bang once more. However, upon recognizing the presence of an entity above the Battle Emperor, he immediately dismissed that notion. Engaging a Battle Emperor might have been feasible, but confronting someone of a higher caliber left him utterly devoid of confidence. Old Taoist, save me, Su Yu cried out in desperation. Chapter 65. Child, do not fear. If it were the War Emperor, Su Yu could still manage a struggle. Even though he was currently quite weakened, he still possessed the ability to fight. However, beyond the War Emperor, he was truly at a loss, and the only recourse would be to summon allies. As for whether the old Taoist was nearby, Su Yu speculated there was a 99 chance he was. Li Shao chose to act as bait, and Su Yu understood that Li Shao sought a formidable ally. Clearly not himself, but rather the old Taoist he had unearthed. The old Taoist seemed somewhat off, yet for the moment he was still favorable to Su Yu. Today, Li Shao unexpectedly advanced their plan, which, aside from being compelled by circumstances, likely indicated that powerful reinforcement had arrived. The strength of the Night Watch had arrived, thus. The old Taoist should also be present. Otherwise, hastily altering the plan would jeopardize not only Su Yu, but countless ordinary citizens. No matter how Li Shao calculated, he would never choose to sacrifice numerous civilians, for he was a guardian of the night. At this moment, in response to Su Yu's anxious call, a familiar voice immediately answered back. Child, do not fear. The old Taoist spoke simultaneously from his 3 mouths. In the next instant, Su Yu saw the old Taoist appear in midair. His 3 grotesque heads raised a gaze at the descending giant hand. Suddenly, the old Taoist lowered his 3 hideous heads, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth as he grinned and asked, Child, may I devour him? Suit yourself, Su Yu promptly replied. Then I shall take your agreement as given. Child, the old Taoist seemed quite pleased, leaping high into the air. Finally, the giant hand descended. It stopped mere 3 meters above the old Taoist. The old Taoist struck, unleashing a terrifying force that surged upward. Crack! This was the massive hand conjured by the leader of the 7 Kills sect through his grand supernatural powers, possessing the might to annihilate the heavens. Yet now, it shattered like glass, rapidly becoming riddled with cracks, ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. "Child, I have found him." The old Taoist's voice rang out. Then, an eerie tentacle shot forth like lightning, extending for several kilometers as if piercing through the fabric of space. Several kilometers away, a figure tumbled out in a state of disarray. It was none other than the leader of the Seven Kills sect. Though in a disheveled state, his aura remained terrifically formidable, undeniably a being beyond the War Emperor. "I thought you had departed. I did not expect you to return," the leader of the Seven Kills sect remarked gravely, standing at a distance while gazing at the old Taoist. "You were unearthed. Why serve them? Come to my Seven Kills sect instead, and I shall make you a great general, tasked with conquering the world." How does that sound? Suyu felt a twinge of concern upon hearing this. The old Taoist's demeanor appeared amiss. Should he agree, it would indeed spell trouble. "I do not serve them. However, if you intend to harm my child, then that is unacceptable," the old Taoist replied in unison through his three mouths, dismissing the latter proposition altogether. He had returned solely for Suyu. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with the night watch at all. "Do you truly believe you are strong?" The leader of the Seven Kills sect let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Do you not realize that you have been manipulated? You are merely the free enforcer of the Night Watcher." The old Taoist shook his head, offering no reply, and instead charged towards the leader of the Seven Kills sect. A terrifying force erupted, as if the apocalypse were imminent, instilling panic among the masses. "Do not assume that I fear you. In our confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, our clash today will undoubtedly affect countless lives." The leader of the Seven Kills sect made his move, unleashing a despairing power that suffocated those present, making it difficult for them to breathe. He intended to leverage the lives of humanity as a threat against the old Taoist, which would indeed be a significant concern for the Night Watcher. However, the old Taoist was not deterred. In his eyes, as long as Suyu was unharmed, the fates of others were merely a matter of their own destiny. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand, which surprised Suyu. It seemed the leader of the Seven Kills sect possessed truly formidable strength, capable of challenging even the old Taoist. "Go and kill Suyu. Whoever slays him will be rewarded with 100 treasure maps, a direct promotion from War King to War Emperor, and the title of any Hallmaster." As their clash intensified, the leader's voice echoed ominously. 100 treasure maps? You truly overestimate my worth. That is worth at least 20 million. At that moment, Suyu's expression shifted. In this desolate area, dozens of war kings suddenly emerged. Indeed, there were no war emperors this time, only war kings, indicating that virtually all the war emperors from the Seven Kills sect had already appeared. Consequently, they were compelled to deploy war kings. Moreover, Suyu noticed figures approaching from a distance. Recognizing them as ill-intentioned individuals, it was evident they belonged to the Seven Kills sect. With such a substantial reward promised by the leader, these individuals were likely willing to fight fiercely. "Fear not. We are here to rescue you." Suddenly, Li Zhao's voice rang out. "And I'm coming too." Lin Zi, clad in violet armor and wielding a purple spear, raced towards him. "I shall reach you first." Boom! Lei Gang, wielding his hammer and surrounded by flickering lightning, transformed into a bolt of lightning, being the first to arrive at Suyu's side. His speed was astonishing. "I have arrived." Li Xiao followed closely behind, arriving second. "I am here as well." Zhang Tian swiftly approached, moving with the speed of a flash. The sword he wielded was akin to the one he commanded, albeit with a different focus. Seeing this unfold, Suyu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Zhang Tian likely possessed some form of inheritance, perhaps unearthed from the treasure maps. Presently, only Lin Zi remained on the way. Suyu couldn't suppress a smirk, pondering if Lin Zi was truly the weakest among them. Yet, that might not be the case. Lin Zi's slightly slower pace did not necessarily indicate a lack of strength. Kill! The war kings of the Seven Kill sect surged forth. Li Xiao was the first to meet them, brandishing his spear and sweeping away all in his path, ensuring no one could draw near. Wearing a helmet and undergarments, his strength surged as he brandished a hammer and struck with ferocity. Zhang Tian unleashed a lethal blade. its radiance illuminating the surroundings, forcing the warriors of the Seven Kills sect into retreat. Yet, soon more adversaries arrived, joining the fray. Among them, some crossed the battlefield, heading directly for Suyu. I shall borrow your head for a moment. On the anniversary of your demise, I will surely pay my respects, grateful for your contributions. A formidable warrior, exuding a terrifying aura, swung a broadsword directly at Suyu. Is that all you've got? Not nearly sufficient. Suyu scoffed, as the three divine scripts of battle, slaughter, and blade within him resonated, unleashing their power. Mountain Splitter. He cleaved downward. In Suyu's eyes, there were no warriors. Merely a mountain, a mere lifeless entity. He could cleave it however he wished. With a swift thrust, Suyu's battle blade preempted his foe, severing him in two. Is this all? You dare to offer your head to me? Suyu sneered, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The Seven Kill sect members, witnessing this scene, were taken aback. Hadn't Suyu already slain several battle emperors? How could he still possess such terrifying power? Chapter 66. Kill. 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 They cannot comprehend. Suyu was already at the end of his tether. His recent efforts were merely a desperate struggle. Brothers, great fortune is within our grasp. Let us charge together, someone proclaimed. Indeed, several battle kings found merit in this and surged forward, seeking death. Just as Suyu was about to act, Lindsay suddenly arrived, wielding a purple spear, joining the fray. However, she was quickly besieged by several foes. The members of the Seven Kill sect were also on their way, once again aiming to kill Suyu. This time, the Seven Kill sect was genuinely investing in their pursuit of the so-called blood of the Seven Kill Tablets master, even including several battle emperors in their scheme. The number of battle kings was even more alarming. One must admit, the leader of the Seven Kill sect was a ruthless individual. At present, Suyu found himself encircled, besieged by multiple battle kings, who relentlessly pursued their onslaught. He was not overly concerned about this number. What troubled him was the continuous influx of Seven Kill sect members. In contrast, his own side appeared isolated and defenseless. If this continued, disaster was inevitable. Attack! Suddenly, Li Xiao glanced around and commanded. In an instant, a massive chessboard descended from the heavens, enveloping more than 20 individuals, each one a battle king from the Seven Kill sect. Once ensnared within the chessboard, they were inexplicably influenced, transforming into pieces of the game, turning upon one another in a frenzy. Divine Sister, this way. Slay them. Yes, they are all villains and deserve death. A young man named Duan led an ancient-clad woman into the battle with great haste. The young man's strength was mediocre, but the ancient-clad woman possessed terrifying prowess. With each flicker of her sword light, adversaries fell. The last time Suyu had encountered her, he had not observed closely, but now, having enhanced his own strength, he recognized the terrifying nature of her swordsmanship, each strike aiming for the throat. Whether facing a first or ninth-tier battle king, one sword was all she required. I must also recruit an ancient-clad woman. This is simply too frightening, Suyu thought enviously as he fought on. Yet, more members of the Seven Kill sect continued to swarm in, making it impossible for them to hold the line. With a swift motion, Suyu cleaved one adversary in two, and with a flick of his left hand, the Xianhuang flame ignited another. Yet more foes pressed in. The slaughter was unrelenting. Suddenly, a pulsating soundtrack echoed, heralding the arrival of a towering figure rushing forth with a massive speaker. This person appeared to be in his 30s, with thick brows and large eyes, albeit dressed in tattered attire. Bang! 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 The newcomer was terrifying, though merely a battle king, under the effect of the booming soundtrack. He moved as if in a realm untouched by others. No one could withstand the power of his palm. With every strike, a life was extinguished. This greatly alleviated the pressure on Suyu. Kill! 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 As Suyu continued his rampage, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, an overwhelming aura of slaughter rising around him. In the inner realm, a crimson hue enveloped the surroundings, akin to a vast sea of blood. The divine script of slaughter abruptly radiated an unparalleled sanguine light, illuminating all directions. In the blink of an eye, the divine script ascended directly from the third tier to the fourth. Concurrently, within a hidden domain, several individuals were exerting tremendous effort to suppress the Seven Slaughter Monument. This is not good. The Seven Slaughter Monument is struggling even more fiercely. One voiced. For days, the monument had been writhing, yearning to escape its confines. Now, its struggles intensified. If this continued, it would soon become impossible to contain. Another remarked, their expressions grave. What shall we do? For the moment, we can still hold it down, but at this rate, it may break free shortly. Second Sectmaster, what do you suggest we do now? Someone inquired. What else can we do? We must continue to suppress it. I have reached out to the Sectmaster, but there has been no response yet. They must be occupied. The second Sectmaster replied. Once the Sectmaster returns, we will surely be able to subdue it. Suddenly, the second Sectmaster coughed up blood, while several others were struck and sent flying by an unseen force. The Seven Slaughter Monument, which they had painstakingly contained, suddenly broke through its restrictions and dashed out of the hidden realm. Outside, it sensed the atmosphere and soared towards the direction of Tiana City. At present, Suyu's condition grew increasingly peculiar. The aura of slaughter seemed to solidify into a palpable form, momentarily engulfing everyone around him. Kill, kill, kill. Suyu roared, bloodlight emanating from his battle blade as another adversary fell. From behind, an assailant approached. Yet, Suyu did not glance back, plunging his blade backward. With a swift thrust, another foe collapsed. Ahead, two more charged ruthlessly at him. Suyu lifted his gaze. His eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson. With a swift slash, the two adversaries fell before him, their heads severed, rolling away. In less than a minute, dozens of figures lay sprawled in pools of blood around Suyu. Kill, kill, kill. With bloodshot eyes, he aggressively advanced towards the enemy. The air was thick with the scent of death as he wreaked havoc. Suddenly, an enemy struck Suyu, delivering a blow that carved a deep gash across his body. Blood gushed forth, yet ultimately, it was halted by his resilient bones. The Xianwang flame erupted, searing the wound and swiftly staunching the flow. Remarkably, Suyu emitted no cries of anguish, continuing his onslaught with unwavering determination. Suyu. Li Xiao was the first to notice his state, urgently calling out. However, Suyu paid him no heed, relentlessly engaging the foes. This is my fault. Li Xiao felt a pang of guilt. It seemed Suyu had truly unearthed something related to the Seven Slaughter Monument, for such a transformation was unprecedented. Suyu, please wake up. Linzi also saw the troubling scene and shouted frantically. Yet, their pleas fell on deaf ears. In his fervor, Suyu appeared to possess boundless strength, which, paradoxically, only heightened the concern of those around him. If this continues, they fear that Suyu may become akin to those of the Seven Kills sect. Suddenly, within Suyu's inner realm, a blood-stained fragment of white cloth quivered, and one of the 33 manifestations of Avalokiteshvara, the white-clad Avalokiteshvara, materialized. In midair, the white-clad Avalokiteshvara donned a robe of pure white, holding a jade purification vase in the left hand while forming a gesture of blessing with the right. With a benevolent gaze cast upon Suyu, the figure gradually disintegrated, transforming into specks of profound essence that infused themselves into Suyu's being. A fragment of the white cloth drifted down, now devoid of any bloodstains or remnants of ethereal essence. In the midst of his slaughter, Suyu abruptly regained clarity. The earlier scenes surged vividly in his mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the blood-stained fragment of white cloth had intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Seven Kills monument descended from the heavens. The Seven Kills monument. Upon seeing the 7 characters inscribed upon it, Suyu's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 67. Severe Injuries. Death is not so easy to embrace. The 7 Kill steel has unexpectedly appeared. Ever since it was unearthed, its whereabouts have been shrouded in mystery. Subsequently, General Bai stated that it had fallen into the hands of the 7 Kill sect. Yet now, the 7 Kill steel has descended from the heavens. Suyu's expression darkened considerably. The slaughter scripture is profoundly intertwined with the 7 Kill steel, and the ancient warrior's essence that has fused within him is also intricately linked to it. They may have originated from the same individual, or perhaps not, but they undoubtedly share a common source. Suyu recalls that the essence stemmed from an ancient powerhouse, while the slaughter scripture emerged from a forbidden existence. His intuition suggests that there remains a significant disparity between the ancient powerhouse and the forbidden entity. At this moment, Suyu is determined to shield himself from further influence, to avoid becoming a mindless machine driven solely by slaughter. The thought is terrifying and perilous. Moreover, he has lost a fragment of a blood-stained white garment, a piece originating from one of Guanin's 33 incarnations, imbued with the essence of Guanin's path. This loss is monumental, and all of it can be attributed to the Seven Kill sect. Suyu's murderous intent surged once more. The leader of the Seven Kill sect, engaged in battle with the old Taoist, was momentarily stunned. The Seven Kill steel had consistently refused to acknowledge its identity and recognize a master, which is why he had suppressed it. Yet now, it has broken free from his grasp and appeared before Suyu. Unbelievable! Before he could express his fury, the old Taoist suddenly struck, unleashing a bizarre tentacle that pierced through his left shoulder. Infuriated, the leader of the Seven Kill sect swiftly retreated, attempting to create distance. However, the old Taoist clung to him like a malignant tumor, refusing to allow any separation. Boom! The shockwaves from their clash reverberated outward, fracturing the ground and reducing trees to mere powder. Simultaneously, the battle kings of the Seven Kill sect, who were surrounding Suyu, were taken aback. They beheld the treasure of the sect. It belonged to them. In an instant, envy ignited within them. They had heard whispers that the leader's strength stemmed not only from the fortuitous discovery of a treasure map, but also from the powers of the Seven Kill steel. If they could reclaim it, even if it were to be surrendered in the end, the insights gained before relinquishing it would be invaluable for a lifetime. No one would admit to being foolish. Everyone believed themselves to be a genius, merely beset by misfortune. Kill! With eyes ablaze, one individual charged at Suyu. In the next moment, all their eyes glowed with the same fervor, recklessly rushing toward him. There was no time for contemplation. Suyu swung his blade. He cleaved one of the charging war kings in half, and, with a swift turn, severed another's head, blood cascading to the ground. The members of the Seven Kill sect went berserk, all of them converging upon Suyu. His murderous aura intensified. Is it truly worth it for these individuals to risk their lives for the sake of a Seven Kill steel? Their lives are their own. Are they truly unafraid of death? Boom! Behind him, a blade descended, and even before it struck, Suyu felt an unsettling prickling at his back. Bang! The sword swung down, yet it failed to reach Suyu. He was taken aback. He had not enough time to defend himself and had braced for injury. But strangely, he seemed unscathed. Suddenly, Suyu cleaved through an opponent and turned to see that the Seven Kill steel had intervened on his behalf. In an instant, the steel shrank rapidly and approached him. Don't come any closer, Suyu exclaimed, retreating in fright. However, the Seven Kill steel had already penetrated into his body, manifesting within his inner realm. Within that domain, it lay motionless, akin to a lifeless object. Had it chosen me? Suyu pondered, quickly attempting to activate the steel, only to discover it remained utterly dormant, unresponsive to his command. Disappointment washed over him. Kill! Suyu momentarily lost focus and was struck in the arm by another assailant. Thankfully, his reflexes saved him from being severed in two. Suyu, I'm sorry, this time was my fault. Li Xiao suddenly let out a bitter laugh. He had orchestrated many plans, but had not anticipated that the Seven Kill sect would dispatch so many warlords for the sake of the so-called blood of the Steeless Master. How few warlords were there in the entire Tiana city? The number was quite limited. Only 3 were regularly active, while the rest were stationed at various caves within the city. This time, external night watchmen had come to aid, but they were bound to protect Tiana city. The Seven Kill sect had their own agents within the city as well. Boom! Suddenly, the blood energy within Li Xiao surged like a raging river, igniting rapidly. Director! So he was astounded. Truth be told, he felt anger over the situation, yet he did not wish to see Li Xiao come to harm. Over the past 3 years, Li Xiao had made immense contributions to the defense of Tiana city as the leader of the Night Watchmen. This was undeniable. Yet at this moment, Li Xiao chose to employer a forbidden technique. Suyu recognized it from Warrior King, from novice to master. The blood sacrifice to heaven technique. This secret art, unearthed by a night watchman, had been compiled by the higher-ups into the aforementioned tome. All who reached the Warrior King level among the night watchmen could wield it, except for Suyu, who had yet to grasp its essence. The blood sacrifice to heaven technique could offer 1's vital essence to the heavens, unlocking latent potential and granting power far exceeding normal capabilities for a duration of 2 hours. After that, death was inevitable. In essence, utilizing this technique was tantamount to condemning Li Xiao to death. Director, you will die if you proceed this way. Suyu's heart trembled. At worst, he would be gravely injured. Death was not so easily met, was it? Li Xiao replied with a smile. Boom! As the vital essence within him ignited. Li Xiao's cultivation seemingly shattered its constraints, propelling him directly into the rank of Emperor of War. Today, I, Li Xiao, shall also be a war emperor. He bellowed with laughter. The spear in his hand thrust forth abruptly, impaling 3 warlords into the ground. Boom! Li Xiao advanced towards Suyu, wielding his long spear and sweeping through the adversaries. The multitude of figures besieging Suyu were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. And by the time they crashed to the ground, life had fled from their bodies. In this moment, Li Xiao stood unparalleled in strength, an invincible force. In the absence of the War Emperor, Li Xiao was the mightiest entity, capable of single-handedly overwhelming all combat kings. However, at that very instant, a portion of the formation set by the leader of the 7 Kill sect shattered with a resounding crack. Fool! How Tianlu suddenly surged forth, exuding an unmatched aura, and struck with a powerful fist. Boom! 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 Around Suyu, every member of the 7 Kill sect met their demise in an explosive burst of energy. Today, the 7 Kill sect shall be obliterated. How Tianlu's gaze lifted, locking onto the leader of the 7 Kill sect. In the next heartbeat, how Tianlu ascended skyward, his back illuminated by the sun, delivering a punch that seemed to pierce the very heavens, causing the leader of the 7 Kill sect to spew blood. How Tianlu, you can break my formation? The leader of the 7 Kill sect's eyes betrayed his shock. With a swift motion, the old man seized the opportunity, tearing off an arm from the leader of the 7 Kill sect. Today, the tide is not in my favor. I shall take my leave for now, but I will return. And Suyu, be wary in your slumber, for I may come to end you in stealth. Perhaps you won't even live to see my return. Possessing the 7 Kill monument may bring you misfortune rather than fortune. Do you believe that the higher-ups among the Night Watchers will be the first to hunt you down? The leader of the 7 Kill sect raised a hand, and in an instant, dozens of divine texts erupted forth. Self-detonate. The old man quickly retreated. Just as Hao Tianlu was about to pursue, he halted upon witnessing the scene. The leader of the 7 Kill sect was indeed a ruthless individual, easily discarding dozens of Battle Emperor-level divine texts. Help me. I do not wish to die yet. Li Xiao's voice suddenly echoed across the heavens, his anguished wails resounding. Damn it. It hurts so much. Once the essence and blood ignite, there is no stopping it. Chapter 68. The White Ape. His surname is Yuan. Suyu, observing this scene from the side, wore an expression of astonishment. He had believed that Li Xiao was a true warrior, willing to risk his life and fight to the bitter end. However, the moment danger approached, he immediately cowered. Director, you ought to conjure the character coward from thin air. Suyu couldn't help but speak, bewildered as to why he had manifested the coward character, which was rather unexpected. Fortunately, he had shattered it. Li Xiao's anguished cries abruptly ceased as he turned to Suyu and asked, What did you say? You manifested the coward character, and you shattered it? Neglecting his own pain, Li Xiao exclaimed, This is truly a calamity. Suyu, regardless of the character, all divine scripts are innate. Innate divine scripts possess an extraordinary Tao rhythm, far more terrifying than those we forge ourselves. How could you have shattered it? Suyu was taken aback. Innate divine scripts? It seemed there was indeed some truth to that. He recalled having read about it in the War King S9 levels from novice to master. But regrettably, he had not continued reading beyond that point. Had he known, he should have perused a few more pages at that time. A wave of regret washed over him. This was a significant loss. An innate divine script had simply vanished, although it sounded rather cowardly. Who knew what potential the coward character might have held? Someone save that fool Li Shao. How Tianlu glanced over helplessly before soaring into the sky, retreating in the direction the leader of the 7-kill sect had fled. Though it was somewhat late to pursue, the leader was injured and had lost several dozen battle king-level divine scripts, significantly diminishing his strength. Perhaps they could still catch up. If they could slay the leader of the 7-kill sect, then the sect would be rendered obsolete. Even if remnants remained, they would struggle to regain any significant power. Child, I shall go and eliminate him, resolving your future troubles. The old Taoist left a remark and also proceeded to chase after him. With my immortal sword, I shall vanquish the evil sect. There is no one like me in this world. I shall return shortly. The formation shattered, and he flew away on his sword. As for the battle kings who had besieged him, they had all perished within the formation, including the third leader of the 7-kill sect, whose body had long since grown cold. Don't leave. Save me first. Li Shao cried out anxiously, disregarding Suyu. It's over. I have activated the blood-burning sacrifice technique. I cannot be saved. I shall await my demise. If you die, I will surely come to celebrate your banquet. The radiant and handsome tomato reader emerged from the formation, riding on a dragon's corpse. He cast a faint glance at Li Shao and shook his head. How could I have such a foolish brother? Dia approached helplessly, glancing down at Li Shao, feeling utterly powerless. He then turned to the white ape and said, Elder Yuan, might you come take a look? This was his brother. No matter how foolish, he had to devise a way to save him. The white ape approached, brandishing an iron rod, and crouched down to examine the situation closely before stating, it is possible to save him, but it will come at a cost. As long as he does not die, I can bear the injuries, Li Shao interjected. Very well. The white ape nodded and retreated, and in the next moment, it leaped high into the air, an overwhelming aura of malevolence radiating outward, shaking the surroundings. With a resounding crash, an iron rod descended violently. Li Shao coughed up blood. However, the vital essence burning within him suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Severely weakened, he would need 6 months of recuperation. The white ape, retracting its staff, spoke calmly. I will remain in the city for a while. Once Hao Tianlu returns, I shall depart. Hao Tianlu had gone to hunt down the leader of the 7-kill sect. And for now, the vicinity of Tianna City was undoubtedly fraught with peril. As long as the white ape was present, no one could stir up trouble in Tianna City. The white ape made its way toward the city center and paused unexpectedly as it passed by Suyu, its nose twitching as if it had caught a whiff of something. Suyu? The white ape inquired. I have met Elder Yuan, Suyu replied respectfully. Very young, commendable. The white ape nodded, plucking a white hair from behind its head and offering it to Suyu. Keep it with you. It will ensure your safety in critical moments. Thank you, Elder Yuan, Suyu exclaimed with delight. Once the white ape departed, Suyu could not help but ponder aloud. This Elder Yuan looks somewhat familiar. Could he possibly be Yuan Hong from the legends? Both are white apes and share the surname Yuan, leading to intriguing speculations. Yuan Hong, originally a white ape, had attained enlightenment and was known as the most powerful among the 7 monsters of Meishan. He had faced off against Yang Jian and had never been defeated, attesting to his formidable strength. That is my father, the voice of the white ape echoed from the city center. Suyu's expression turned awkward upon realizing he had been overheard. However, he felt a profound shock. This being was not Yuan Hong, but rather his son. Such lineage was indeed astonishing. Well, I must take my leave. I am off to read some novels, he declared. The tomato reader, mounted upon a dragon's corpse, soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. So you could not help but feel envious. Excavating a dragon's corpse was truly impressive. If only he could unearth such a being, today might have been his stage. Alas, a vast sea of blood spread forth, swiftly transforming into a middle-aged man. Cloaked in a blood-red mantle, the man did not resemble the figures of this era. Upon witnessing this, Suyu speculated that he might also be an excavated entity. In Beha City, someone has unearthed a black water serpent unmatched by any. I must go lend my support. The middle-aged man nodded to the crowd before his figure morphed into a crimson beam of light, heading northward. Once he had departed, Suyu quietly inquired, "Is this one also an excavated being?" Li nodded, responding, "He was unearthed 3 years ago when a treasure map fell from the sky. Over these 3 years, the existence of such beings has played a significant role in our survival in the Eastern District. Were it not for them, humanity would have faced extinction within half a month." Li Yi sighed, reflecting on the incredible fortune of humanity's continued existence. Yet even so, countless lives have been lost in these 3 years. Enough of that. Let us return and discuss further. Li Yi spoke up, taking the initiative to lift Li Xiao as they soared towards the city center. Upon their return, Suyu was immediately enveloped by a strong stench of blood. The streets were littered with numerous corpses, all belonging to the followers of the Seven Kill sect, who had sought to unearth a treasure map and were ruthlessly slain by the night watchmen clad in plain clothes. Many night watchmen patrolled the streets, forbidding anyone from excavating the treasure map during this critical time. These watchmen were not from Tianhe City, but hailed from distant locales, having descended upon the city to avoid early detection by the Seven Kill sect. Were it not for their intervention, Tianhe City might have faced utter devastation. As the night watchmen of Tianhe City returned en masse, they commenced the handover of duties. "Suyu, will you head to the branch office or return home?" Lin Zi suddenly inquired upon their arrival in the city. I think I'll go home first. I need a shower," Suyu replied, feeling discomfort throughout his body and realizing he was injured, contemplating a possible visit to the hospital afterward. "I, too, wish to return home for a shower." "Let's go together," Lin Zi suggested. Chapter 69. The Seven Kill Monument. Is it a curse or a blessing? Together? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Suyu furrowed his brow. Now that we have crossed over, who still talks about romance? Lin Zi boldly invited him to bathe together, which was quite unexpected. "Huh?" Lin Zi realized, shot Suyu a glance, and clarified, "I meant we should return home together." "Oh, I see." Suyu nodded. After bidding farewell to the others, the two headed home together. Once they arrived, Suyu looked at Lin Zi, who had entered alongside him, and got straight to the point, asking, "Lin Jie, is there something you wish to discuss with me? You noticed?" Lin Zi seemed somewhat taken aback. Only a fool would fail to notice. Suyu replied, "Yes, there is something to share." Lin Zi paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and after a moment, she said, "Do you recall what the leader of the Seven Kill sect said before he departed? The Seven Kill Monument. It is a curse, not a blessing. And the first to kill me will be from the Night Watcher's upper echelon." Suyu chuckled self-deprecatingly and asked, "Lin Jie, the leader of the Seven Kill sect can't possibly have meant that literally, right?" Lin Zi remained silent. Suyu understood and tentatively inquired, "Is it true?" Lin Zi's silence served as the most eloquent reply. "It is true, but also not true." Lin Zi contemplated for a moment and continued, "Within the upper echelon, there is someone who is exceedingly fixated on the Seven Kill Monument, continually obsessing over it. Upon learning that it is in your possession, that individual will undoubtedly exhaust every means to acquire it. What methods might that individual resort to?" Suyu stepped into the bathroom, washing his face while he questioned. "They would likely employ a strategy of diplomacy before aggression." Lin Zi explained, "That person would probably first send someone to negotiate with you, offering to purchase it. However, the price may not be substantial enough for you to accept. If you refuse, that individual might find ways to compel you to surrender it. What if I decline to surrender it?" Suyu wiped his face, set down the towel, and settled onto the sofa in the living room. "In that case, that person will resort to all possible means to obtain the Seven Kill Monument." Lin Zi responded, "The Night Watchers are the only official supernatural organization of the Great Xia. Surely, there must be oversight?" Suyu suddenly calmed down. "Of course, there will be oversight. The Battle Emperor who came today will intervene." Lin Zi affirmed, "But you must understand, on the surface, that person will not act against you, and may even praise you. However, behind the scenes, they will scheme against you, and you will find yourself powerless to counter their moves. Surely, there won't always be a Battle Emperor guarding you?" Suyu nodded in agreement. "On the surface, they may treat you pleasantly, but who knows what they might do in secret. Such is humanity. So is there a solution?" Suyu asked. "There's a way, but it may require some sacrifice on your part. When that person sends someone to negotiate with you, agree to their terms. Lindsay advised. Although the price may not be to your liking, the 7-kill monument is priceless. Even the one who unearthed the Emperor Penguin, the Nanshan Pizza King, cannot afford it. So, this would be a losing transaction? Suyu frowned. Suddenly his expression shifted, realizing something amiss. What is it? Lindsay asked with concern. The 7-kill monument exists within my inner realm, completely beyond my control. Suyu let out a bitter laugh and remarked, in other words, even if I wanted to relinquish it, I find myself unable to do so. Indeed, after a brief attempt, he discovered that the 7-kill monument seemed utterly dormant, devoid of any response. Initially, he believed he had options, but now he was left with none. If this were the case, matters had become quite complicated. Lindsay furrowed her brow and cautioned, in the days ahead, you must not leave the city. Within the urban confines, they are unlikely to take action. However, should you stray too far, the situation could become precarious. I understand. Suyu nodded and inquired further, Sister Lin, could you tell me more about that individual? At the very least, I ought to comprehend the nature of the person who stands against me. Very well, Lindsay replied, settling down as she began to elucidate. That person bears the dual surname Lucio, with the full name Lucio Sha. He was unearthed 3 years ago, along with over 30,000 members of the Lucio clan. At that time, Lucio Sha was immensely powerful, leading his 30,000 kin into a cave dwelling, which they subsequently occupied. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that the Lucio clan is the most formidable force in the Eastern District. Then why is he so fixated on the 7-kill monument? Suyu asked, his brow knitted in curiosity. It is said that the 7-kill technique he practices was derived from insights gleaned from the 7-kill monument by his ancestors, Lindsay explained. However, Lucio Sha believes the technique is incomplete, and to grow stronger, he must acquire the 7-kill monument. So that is the case. Suyu came to an understanding and then queried, why is there no information about this online? Having traversed here, he had perused numerous news articles, yet found no mention of the Lucio clan whatsoever. Some information is not suitable for public dissemination. It will be revealed when the time is right, Lindsay clarified. You should take a shower now. I will visit the division to speak with the minister. Once Lindsay departed, Suyu muttered to himself, what shower? I have no inclination for it. Where's the big black dog? He glanced towards the balcony, only to find the big black dog had vanished. Slumping onto the sofa, he picked up his phone and began scrolling through the news. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the great Xia. A medical student has unearthed the complete Bien K medical book using a treasure map. Shocking. Shocking. Someone has dug up an ancient text titled How to Win the Favor of Fairies using a treasure map. The 7-kill sect has dispatched thousands to Tianhe City. Aside from the sect leader's escape, the rest have either perished or been captured. In Beha City, a black water mystic snake was unearthed, and the night watchman issued an urgent plea for help. Reinforcements have now arrived. Good news. Good news. A senior high school student, Luo, has unearthed a complete set of the Black God armor using a treasure map. Someone has excavated a giant crocodile, and the individual in question stated he intends to fashion a belt from it. Another person unearthed a woman, and after processing her identification, they obtained a marriage certificate. The man expressed that his girlfriend's 35,639 birthday is approaching next month and wondered what gifts he should prepare. Wang invested 200 million to acquire 1,000 treasure maps, each valued at no more than 100 yuan. The world is astounded. Someone utilized a treasure map to unearth a red tile. Could it be that Mahjong existed countless ages ago? Congratulations to the great Xia for gaining yet another formidable champion. A citizen named Luo discovered a caterpillar using a treasure map and even procured an identification card for it. Shocking. Astonishing. Someone unearthed their ancestral grave with a treasure map. Suyu scrolled through the news on his phone. His gaze sharpened as he focused on a particular headline. Incredible. Someone, after employing a treasure map, excavated a El Nru temple. The local night watchmen have already organized an entry into the temple for investigation. Gazing at the news on his phone, Suyu felt a tremor. Even the El Nru temple has appeared? Just as he was about to click on the news for further details, an instinct arose within him. Extending his left hand, a stack of treasure maps materialized before him. So many treasure maps. Su Yu was astonished, then could not contain his elation as he began to count. There were a total of 303 treasure maps, including 1 super treasure map, 2 advanced treasure maps, and the remaining 300 were ordinary ones. This was his chance to prosper. Su Yu immediately rose, exclaiming with joy, "Dig! I must dig. This time, I shall dig to my heart's content." The super treasure map and the advanced treasure maps were too far away. There was no time to pursue them now, so he decided to start with the ordinary ones. Slipping on a backpack, Su Yu stuffed all the treasure maps inside and quickly set out. 3 minutes later, he arrived at the destination, took out an ordinary treasure map, and focused intently. It revealed the seal of a fragmented tiger's head guillotine, posing no danger to him. Golden letters emerged. Su Yu's expression brightened. The dog-headed guillotine, notorious for executing the oppressors of the common folk. The tiger's head guillotine, specifically designed for the execution of officials. Chapter 70. Unearthing a tiger's head chopper. This is truly a remarkable find, and it poses no danger to oneself. It is imperative to excavate. Su Yu immediately employed the treasure map. A realm materialized, revealing a majestic tiger's head chopper standing silently within. The tiger's visage was imposing, as if it could dominate the heavens, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation at mere sight. Suddenly, the sky above Tianhe City darkened ominously, and a crescent moon emerged in the firmament. At that moment, a resounding voice reverberated through the cosmos, booming with authority. "Attention! The tiger's head chopper awaits. Execute!" In that instant, the entirety of Tianhe City was stirred, countless individuals gazing upward in astonishment. Particularly the night watchmen felt an inexplicable tightening of their hearts, a sense of dread blossoming within. In the Great Xia, the night watchmen are also officials, endowed with certain privileges far beyond ordinary officials. Could it be that the tiger's head chopper is meant for the night watchman? Some began to sense a foreboding, conjuring thoughts that struck them as absurd. As a night watchman, I stand upright, safeguarding my homeland and protecting the populace. Why should I fear the tiger's head chopper? A few night watchmen exchanged glances, seemingly unperturbed. The tiger's head chopper is designated for officials, yet good officials have no reason to fear. This artifact hails from a bygone dynasty. Who could have excavated it? Is there truly an intent to use an object from an ancient era against the officials of this dynasty? Such a notion is preposterous. Among the night watchmen, some harbored a flicker of discontent, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt. Simultaneously, at the night watchman's headquarters, the white ape suddenly raised its head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in its eyes. In the next moment, it vanished from sight, materializing beside Su Yu. The tiger's head chopper? The white ape beheld the artifact standing in the space, and ultimately, its gaze settled on Su Yu, smiling as it remarked, "Su Yu, your fortune is commendable. Quickly secure it away." "Indeed, hastily secure it." Li Ye's figure also appeared, equally astonished. Su Junadi, extending his hand as the tiger's head chopper transformed into a beam of light, descending into his palm, only to vanish, reappearing within the inner world. Soon, Su Yu established a connection with the tiger's head chopper, waves of clarity washing over him. He realized that this artifact was exceptionally unique, designed specifically for executing officials. The officials of the Great Xia can indeed be subjected to its blade. After all, the Great Xia is part of the human race, and its officials are also representatives of humanity. If any official of the human race commits a capital offense, they may be executed. The white ape pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, "The news of Su Yu unearthing the tiger's head chopper should not be widely disseminated. Li Yi, issue a report stating that someone in Tianhe City has excavated a tiger's head chopper, yet its whereabouts remain unknown, and an investigation is currently underway." Understood. Li Yi promptly began to take action. Soon, Su Yu's phone vibrated with local news alerts. Shocking. The world is astounded. A tiger's head chopper has been unearthed in Tianhe City, yet its current location is unknown. The night watchmen have dispatched personnel to investigate. Su Yu put away his phone and then inquired, "By the way, where is General Bai?" He has yet to emerge since the formation was shattered. Until now, Suyu had not encountered Bai Jiangjun and had only just recalled him. Before Hao Tianlu could catch up, Bai Jiangjun had already taken the lead. Bai Yuan remarked nonchalantly, "This time, 3 invincible beings are pursuing the leader of the Seven Kills sect. He is likely facing a perilous fate, escaping with a mere thread of life." Suyu finally comprehended the situation. No wonder he had not seen Bai Jiangjun. Bai Jiangjun possesses remarkable means, stealthily pursuing without notice. After Bai Yuan and Li Yi departed, Suyu, with the treasure map in hand, continued on to the next location. Here, a leg of chicken was sealed away. Despite the passage of countless years, it remained remarkably fresh and edible, albeit with much of its power diminished. Suyu gazed at the golden script, his expression brightening. A chicken leg? It is still consumable. More importantly, the significant loss of power indicates that there is still some strength left. Even if it is not much, it is certainly substantial for him. Dig. It must be unearthed. With great anticipation, Suyu employed the treasure map, revealing a space where a chicken leg floated. This chicken leg appeared as if it had just been cooked, exuding a freshness that was undeniably enticing. Reaching out, Suyu grasped the leg and brought it closer to his nose to inhale its delectable aroma. How fragrant! Unable to resist, he swallowed hard and opened his mouth to take a bite. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and a familiar sensation washed over him as his body involuntarily collapsed to the ground. He realized he had once again been struck by a sneak attack. The large black dog emerged from behind Suyu, gnawing on a massive white bone. As the bone disappeared, it snapped its jaws around the swiftly descending chicken leg. In just a few bites, the large black dog devoured the chicken leg completely, then grinned and muttered, "You are truly fortunate to have unearthed my chicken leg. Now, it has returned to its rightful owner." As the large black dog trotted away, it mused aloud, "How many chicken legs did I hide back in the day? I remember raising chickens in 3 small worlds and even hired a chef who prepared chicken legs for me for a full 10,000 years. I consumed many, yet there were still plenty left. Just how many are there? I can't quite recall." After a while, Suyu slowly regained consciousness. The back of his head ached slightly. His enhanced strength allowed him to awaken sooner. Otherwise, he might have been discovered by the patrolling sentinels and sent back to the division. "Damn, who struck me from behind?" Regaining his composure, Suyu immediately cursed, "Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll turn you into dog meat." In the distance, the large black dog, noticing Suyu had come to, quietly turned and departed. After cursing for a while, Suyu finally calmed down, reassuring himself that it was merely a chicken leg, nothing to fret over. He still had numerous treasure maps to explore. Following the marked location on the treasure map, Suyu promptly set off. In 3 minutes, he arrived at his destination and peered intently. Years ago, an ordinary person named Ning had lost a couple of silver coins upon leaving the Lanrua temple. Now, those 2 silver coins lay buried here. Excavate them, and you shall receive a couple of silver coins. Gazing at the golden script, Suyu's expression turned peculiar. 2 silver coins, indeed. What purpose does this object serve? Although it was lost upon departing from the Lanrua temple, if it lacks any supernatural qualities, it is indeed of no use. What is there to excavate? Suyu shook his head, intending to return it to Captain Lei Gang. This is a treasure from many years ago, and Captain Lei would surely appreciate it. Suyu tucked away the treasure map and retrieved another one, proceeding towards the marked location. Upon reaching the destination, Suyu gazed intently. In times past, a formidable being from the demon clan forged a copper coin imbued with the power of rules. Should the coin fall to the ground, one's life would be forfeit. Though somewhat damaged, it could still be put to good use. A coin that, if dropped, means certain death? Suyu's eyes brightened as he beheld the golden inscriptions, and he promptly activated the treasure map. Chapter 71, The Fall of Wealth, The Loss of Life. A space materialized, revealing a solitary copper coin lying quietly within. Suyu extended his hand and retrieved the coin, feeling its chilling touch. Gazing at the coin, he noted the inscriptions were exceedingly vague, rendering the characters indecipherable. All that was apparent was that it was an ancient copper coin. Before long, a connection between Suyu and the coin was forged, causing his brows to furrow in contemplation. Would utilizing this be somewhat embarrassing? It reminded him of the naturally shed fur of the hound of hell he had unearthed earlier. To employ it, he would have to learn to bark. This copper coin was not as shameful, but it still evoked a sense of awkwardness. It might give off an impression of being ostentatious. Nevertheless, it was still a treasure, and he decided to keep it for now. Suyu stowed the coin away in his inner realm and proceeded to his next destination. The scene shifted to a barren desert, devoid of any life. Here lay a bottle of subterranean water from 1,000,000 years ago, and a comet stone from 100,000 years past. After 3 consecutive visits to various locations, each yielding only mundane items, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain Lei is fortunate." In this desolate expanse resided a juvenile divine crocodile. With some effort, it was still within your capabilities to slay it. A juvenile divine crocodile? With a bit of effort, it could be killed? I no longer desire 20,000. If I slay it, I demand a pair of leather shoes and 10 belts. After a moment's hesitation, Suyu utilized the treasure map. A space unfolded before him. The slumbering juvenile divine crocodile was abruptly roused, springing forth in an instant. "What? You dare to call this a juvenile divine crocodile?" Suyu inwardly cursed. What kind of offspring measures 20 meters in length? If this is a juvenile, how immense would it be upon reaching maturity? The mind boggles at the thought. The juvenile divine crocodile emitted a cacophony of excited cries upon its appearance. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto Suyu, and without a hint of hesitation, it lunged forward. A terrifying aura erupted from its being, causing the ground to fracture. The surrounding populace fled in panic, too terrified to draw near. The juvenile divine crocodile opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite down on Suyu. He swiftly retreated, ensuring a safe distance. "Given your ferocity, let us see how my copper coin fares against you." Suyu raised his hand, and the coin soared through the air, landing atop the juvenile crocodile's head. "Wealth falls, but life is not guaranteed," Suyu declared. The juvenile divine crocodile seemed unfazed, shaking its head as the coin fell to the ground. It continued its charge towards Suyu. Yet in the next instant, its movement faltered, and its head severed from its body, rolling to rest before Suyu. So powerful? A wave of elation surged within Suyu as he summoned the coin back to him. This artifact could serve as one of his trump cards. Sister Lin mentioned that the excavated Luyo would likely target him, so he believed this copper coin would soon find its purpose. Oh, and I still have my tiger head blade. The dog head blade may not suffice, but the tiger head blade should do the trick, right? Suyu was not entirely certain, yet he pondered quietly. Just when you believe you have discerned all my hidden cards, little do you know, I possess even more. I must continue to unearth them, ensuring that no one can interfere with me. In the confrontation with the 7 Kill sect, all the hidden cards that Suyu had revealed, if someone were to target him, then these hidden cards would cease to be hidden. Thus, it is imperative to excavate some new ones. Now, armed with the tiger head guillotine and copper coins, Suyu felt a surge of confidence. How to return with this divine crocodile cub? Suyu contemplated and made a phone call to Lindsay. Whenever there was a matter, Lindsay would take care of it. Soon, Lindsay arrived, glanced at the divine crocodile cub that Suyu had slain, and remarked, "I thought you were the chosen one, able to continuously uncover treasures. It seems you can also unearth dangers." Suyu smirked, yet inwardly he was startled. One cannot merely extract treasures. It is also necessary to appropriately unearth some dangers. Otherwise, one would inevitably attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Am I truly the chosen one? Suyu shook his head and chuckled. I believe that unearthing the ancient golden elixir-esque cranium is the true hallmark of the chosen one. The cranium? Are you referring to Yi Tianming? Lindsay shot him a glance and said, Yi Tianming was not always called that. After he unearthed treasures several times, he came to believe himself to be destined as the chosen one, hence the name change. So the cranium is called Yi Tianming? Suyu noted this and then said, Sister Lin, I wish to continue searching for treasure maps. Could you assist me in transporting this divine crocodile cub back? Certainly. Lindsay nodded, placing her hand on the corpse of the crocodile, which instantly vanished. Sister Lin, what did you use to contain the crocodile? Where can I procure one? I wish to have one too. So you spoke ambiguously. The one I unearthed. You must find for yourself. This item is not for sale. Lindsay then collected the crocodile's head and said, I must take my leave. I too intend to seek treasure maps to see if I can enhance my strength. Once Lindsay departed, Suyu felt a twinge of frustration. Despite having unearthed so many treasure maps, he still had not discovered any items for storage. No, I must continue to dig. Suyu immediately set to work. Here are 2 sweet potatoes planted by an immortal. Consume them, and you shall grow stronger. Gazing at the golden inscriptions, Suyu was astonished. Sweet potatoes again? As long as they can enhance my strength, I shall consume them, even if they are mere earth. Without hesitation, Suyu activated the treasure map. A space materialized, and he pulled out 2 sweet potatoes. From his backpack, he retrieved a peeler, but hesitated and ultimately returned it. Sweet potatoes planted by an immortal, even their skin, is not simple. Last time I foolishly peeled them. What a waste. Suyu directly began to gnaw at one. The skin was somewhat unpalatable, yet undeniably contained power. This power flowed through his limbs, making Suyu feel as though his body had grown somewhat stronger. Within his inner world, the divine script remained still. Clearly, the power from sweet potatoes could not augment the strength of the divine script, yet it could enhance his overall physical prowess. The significance was minimal. Next time there are sweet potatoes, they should be given to Captain Lei. Suyu shook his head. When at the warrior level, the power of sweet potatoes was quite useful. Now, while there had been some enhancement, it was hardly substantial. It will be better to sell them for money. Suyu sprang into action once more, preparing to proceed to the next location to continue excavating the treasure map when, suddenly, the entire Tianhe city trembled, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Suyu lifted his gaze and saw a massive python traversing the sky. Something was amiss. The body resembled a python. Its head appeared to be that of a bird. At that moment, the watch of the night watchman vibrated, and the call for help came from Lindsay. Could it be that Sister Lin had unearthed something? Suyu's expression shifted slightly. This aura, damn, it was a battle emperor. Boom! In an instant, a colossal iron rod plummeted from the heavens, crashing down toward the creature with the bird's head and python's body. However, this strike surprisingly missed its mark. It moved with astonishing speed, flashing across the sky to appear directly above Suyu. The overwhelming aura pressed down upon him like Mount Tai. Yet, it did not notice Suyu. Instead, it raised its bird-like head, gazing gravely at the approaching white ape wielding the iron rod. Chapter 72. The Ancient Python Sparrow. The python sparrow devours dragons. The white ape exuded an aura of formidable strength, presenting an intense sense of threat. Were it not for its remarkable speed, a single blow from the iron rod wielded by the white ape would surely have resulted in severe injury, if not death. Why do you seek to kill me, fellow creature of the demon race? It inquired. Why inflict harm upon others? The white ape, iron rod in hand, glared ominously. I have just awakened. My mind is still clouded, it replied. It was a misunderstanding. Bang! The white ape struck once more, bringing the iron rod down with great force. Suyu's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated. Is Sister Lin injured? A pang of alarm surged within Suyu as he hurried towards the location of distress. Sister Lin. Upon arrival, he found Lin Zi lying on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. The large black dog had appeared silently, standing guard to prevent anyone from approaching. Seeing Suyu, the black dog averted its gaze, a hint of guilt evident. How are you faring? Suyu asked with concern. I am fine, merely sustained some internal injuries. A fortnight of rest should suffice, Lindsay replied. The python sparrow held back, otherwise I would have met my end. Hearing this, Suyu felt a weight lift from his heart. A fortnight of recuperation was not severe. Sister Lin, did you say there was a python sparrow? Suyu inquired, genuinely perplexed. Indeed, it is unmistakable. Bird's head, serpent's body. It must be the python sparrow. It is extraordinarily powerful. Lindsay, having regained some strength, rose and gazed into the distance, speaking softly. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, a dark light illuminating the sky, as a tremendous dragon's might radiated outward. Haha, this dragon has finally emerged. Mortals, tremble before me. Today I shall feast. The man stood to one side, the woman to another, while the child stood in the middle. I shall begin with the child. A colossal black dragon materialized in the air, brimming with arrogance. Clearly, another dragon had been unearthed. However, upon noticing the python sparrow engaged in combat with the white ape, the black dragon's demeanor shifted dramatically. What the hell? An ancient python sparrow? Why is there an ancient python sparrow here? The black dragon, now visibly flustered, abandoned its plans to feast and turned to flee. In that instant, the python sparrow struck, forcing the white ape to retreat. The next moment, it turned its gaze towards the black dragon, drool pooling as excitement flickered in its eyes. Fortune smiles upon me. I have just awakened, and already a delectable feast presents itself. It addressed the white ape. You are aware of my identity. I harbor no interest in humans, nor any appetite for them. I merely wish to devour dragons. Boom! The python sparrow pursued the black dragon, its cavernous maw eclipsing half the sky. The black dragon, now fleeing towards the horizon, let out a mournful cry as the python sparrow consumed it whole, leaving no opportunity for struggle. This python sparrow seemed to possess a unique method to counter its kind. The python sparrow truly devours dragons, Lindsay murmured, witnessing the scene unfold above. The python sparrow devours dragons? Suyu furrowed his brow. It is said that in the ancient era, there existed a formidable creature known as the python sparrow, which preyed exclusively upon dragons. Lindsay elucidated. What ancient era are you referring to? Suyu inquired further. I am uncertain. I merely read about it in a book. However, it must have been an eternity ago, Lindsay remarked. Suyu fell silent. An eternity? What does that truly signify? Sister Lin, farewell. I must continue my quest for the treasure map. Noticing that Lindsay was unharmed, Suyu waved and swiftly departed. As for the white ape, it merely cast a distant glance at the receding ancient python sparrow, then at the injured Lindsay, before choosing not to pursue further and instead return to the Night Watch division. With the treasure map in hand, Suyu scoured the city center for suitable locations to excavate. Here lay a tile from the star-picking tower, unremarkable in appearance. There was a strand of hair dropped by Daji, which, after endless ages, had become an ordinary lock. In the vicinity stood a verdant hill. Here grew a peach tree from Flower Fruit Mountain, yet it had withered. Perhaps, after countless years, it might yet have a chance to bloom anew. These were the very pebbles trodden by Jiangxia while fishing by the Weishui River, utterly mundane and devoid of any mystical qualities. Suyu dashed to over a dozen locations, only to find them all fruitless. Onward, he urged, changing his venue and unfurling another treasure map, focusing intently. Here slumbered a colossal beast of the starry skies, stretching 3,000 kilometers in length. Should it awaken, the apocalypse would befall the entire globe. Gazing at the golden script, Suyu was astonished. What kind of starry beast could measure 3,000 kilometers? The thought was unfathomable. How could one dare to excavate here? Nor could he sell it to another. With that, Suyu turned to leave. Here lay a high-grade treasure map. Upon arriving at the next location, Suyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the treasure map could lead to a high-grade treasure map. This was undoubtedly a boon. Without hesitation, he utilized the treasure map, and a space materialized, revealing a high-grade treasure map lying quietly within. Stowing the high-grade treasure map into his backpack, Suyu mused. Now, I possess a super treasure map and 3 high-grade treasure maps. Regrettably, they were all rather distant. Otherwise, he would have excavated them immediately. Suyu felt elatif. Although he had unearthed no remarkable treasures, at least he had not incurred a loss. Suyu. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and turned to see Lei Gang, caked in mud and looking quite disheveled. Captain Lei, what has happened to you? Suyu inquired. Estanis. Ah, do not mention it. Did not the heavens reward us with treasure maps? Lei Gang lamented. Upon receiving the treasure maps, I rushed to excavate. A total of 50 treasure maps, and I found not a single thing. The zombies excavated 30 times, the mermaids 5 times, but they were far from mermaids. They were simply fish-headed beings. The fierce beasts dug 5 times, and with 9 attempts remaining, all yielded nothing, completely barren. On the last treasure map, I unearthed a mudslide that buried me alive. Lei Gang expressed his exhaustion, and tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. 50 treasure maps, and not a single trace of fortune found. It was utterly disheartening. My condolences. Suyu, unsure how to console him, spoke. Your luck seems exceedingly unfortunate. Shall I sell you 10 treasure maps? Really? Lei Gang exclaimed with joy. I came to find you because I wish to purchase treasure maps. You have slain numerous battle emperors, so you must possess quite a few. Please sell me some. I have unearthed 50 maps and 90% of the dangers have been revealed. If I continue digging, I may very well uncover something extraordinary. Very well. Suyu rummaged through his backpack and swiftly produced 10 treasure maps, handing them over to Lei Gang without hesitation. That will be 2 million in total. Just transfer it directly to me. Suyu, you are truly wonderful. You are like a brother to me, though we share different fathers. Lei Gang transferred the 2 million and turned to leave. Suyu stood behind, waving his hand and calling out, Captain Lei, feel free to return once you've finished digging. Of course, Lei Gang replied, touched by the gesture. Moments later, he arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the map. A vast expanse of space unfolded before him, and in an instant, a radiant light illuminated the surroundings, casting a divine glow in all directions. Chapter 73, The Thunderous Battle Monarch, the Rotund King of War. Throughout the entirety of Tiana City, every individual gazed upwards, their expressions filled with astonishment. A celestial radiance enveloped the sky, as a majestic Buddha bathed in golden light emanated an aura of compassion, reciting sacred scriptures. Those who heard the verses found their hearts instantly tranquilized. Could it be that Captain Lei has unearthed the treasure map I sold? Suyupander inwardly. This phenomenon contained the essence of Buddhist precepts. Once unleashed, it would forcibly purify one's essence and elevate one's cultivation. It is crucial to remember that once this purification occurs, one's hair will cease to grow anew. Suyu distinctly recalled a hint from the treasure map he had seen, which conveyed this very message. With this thought in mind, Suyu swiftly made his way toward the source. Before long, he beheld Lei Gang standing resolutely, entirely enveloped in the resplendent glow of the Buddha. An ethereal Buddha manifested beside him, diligently performing the rite of purification. In truth, Lei Gang's head was already quite bald, resembling a light bulb. Yet, the Buddha remained earnest in its task. After a while, the Buddha ceased its actions, raised its gaze, and cast a glance at Suyu, folding its hands in reverence and gently nodding. Subsequently, the Buddha transformed into a beam of light and entered Lei Gang's being. Lei Gang, already a formidable 9th-tier battle king, stood on the precipice of becoming a battle monarch. In recent days, he had been acquiring treasure maps at exorbitant prices, hoping to unearth something extraordinary to propel his strength to the level of a battle monarch. Of course, he could cultivate, but the pace was excruciatingly slow, requiring at least 2 to 3 years to achieve that rank. Thus, what could be faster than excavating treasure maps? What a delightful sensation! Lei Gang relished the exhilaration that accompanied his surge in power, unable to contain his excitement. Within mere seconds, Lei Gang's aura surged skyward, radiating outward. Bai Yuan and Li Yi appeared, their faces alight with surprise as they regarded Lei Gang. Once Lei Gang's energy stabilized, Bai Yuan was the first to speak. A smile gracing his features as he remarked, I never anticipated that from the Night Watcher as Tiana Division. You would be the first to ascend to the rank of Battle Monarch. Congratulations, Lei Gang. Congratulations indeed. The safety of Tiana City is now further assured, Li echoed, joining in the celebration. Congratulations to the Night Watcher of District East for gaining another Battle Monarch. Lei Gang beamed with joy. After Bai Yuan and Li Yi departed, Lei Gang hurried towards Suyu, and without hesitation, enveloped him in a warm embrace. Suyu, you have been exceedingly kind. The treasure map you sold led to the emergence of a magnificent Buddha, allowing me to step into the realm of Battle Monarch. Now, I'm the sole Battle Monarch of Tiana City. Thank you, Suyu, Lei Gang exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. From this day forth, I shall protect you in Tiana City. Should anyone dare to bully you, they must first seek my consent. Then I shall thank you in advance. Suyu replied with a smile. In truth, he felt a tinge of envy. The essence of Buddhist precepts had transformed into a great Buddha that personally aided Lei Gang in his purification, elevating him to the rank of battle monarch. A sense of regret lingered within him. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lei Gang's bald head, Suyu immediately felt no regret. "Captain Lei, are you still set on uncovering the treasure map?" Suyu inquired. "Absolutely. Though I am now a battle emperor, I am merely at the first level. If I dig a bit more, I might unearth some treasures that could elevate me to the second or even the third level. If I could reach the 9th level, I would be willing to remain bald for the rest of my life." Lei Gang candidly revealed his innermost thoughts. He was yet to realize that his hair would never grow back. "Then I shall wish you good fortune in advance, Captain Lei." Suyu chuckled before turning to leave, as he too intended to pursue the treasure map. A short while later, Suyu arrived at the First People's Hospital of the city, took out the treasure map, and focused intently on it. It contained the 3,000 strands of hair cut from Nye Xiaoqian of Lanrua Temple, imbued with an incredibly terrifying ghostly energy, which, when unleashed, could be harnessed for one's own use. Suyu gazed at the golden script, his heart stirred. Just when someone had unearthed Lanrua Temple, he had discovered the 3,000 strands of hair from Nye Xiaoqian. Nevertheless, if it could be of use to him, that sufficed. He was merely curious about its potency and whether it was formidable. As he pondered, he activated the treasure map. Instantly, space materialized, revealing a bundle of cut long hair, neatly tied and resting silently within. I had assumed the 3,000 strands were indeed 3,000 in number. Turns out they were merely a figurative expression. Suyu sighed in disappointment, wishing that if it were truly 3,000 strands, its power would have been more formidable. However, he was not disheartened as he reached out to retrieve the 3,000 strands of Nye Xiaoqian's hair. Upon grasping it, he found it exceedingly smooth, yet it emanated a chilling sensation, akin to water drawn from a deep well. So cold, Suyu sibited, as if clad in a short-sleeved shirt amidst a frigid 30-degree winter. Fortunately, his innate warmth immediately surged through him, and he felt a comforting heat enveloping his body. "It's fortunate that I excavated it. Had it been an ordinary person, they might well have perished by now," Suyu mused, shaking his head. At that moment, a connection was forged between Suyu and Nye Xiaoqian's 3,000 strands of hair. Suyu chose it, and it reciprocated his choice. This was a mutual selection. He looked up at the azure sky, devoid of any anomalies, yet before him bloomed a vision. He beheld a spectral figure clad in white, her long hair flowing gracefully. It was the ghost of Nye Xiaoqian from Lanrua Temple. "Young master, I have seen you." Nye Xiaoqian's voice was melodious, stirring Suyu's heart. The vision shattered, and her figure vanished from sight. Reality returned to Suyu, prompting him to exclaim, "She is indeed beautiful. I almost found myself captivated. Thankfully, I understand that this is merely a manifestation of Nye Xiaoqian's 3,000 strands, imbued with a trace of her power, which created that fleeting scene." As Suyu stored away Nye Xiaoqian's 3,000 strands of hair and prepared to depart, it suddenly occurred to him that since he was at the First People's Hospital, he might as well pay a visit to his friend, the chubby one, in room 666. The portly man lay in his hospital bed when he was suddenly taken aback by the entrance of Suyu. "Why has Suyu come again?" he wondered. "I have come to excavate a treasure map in the hospital and thought to pay you a visit," Suyu replied with a smile. However, his expression shifted slightly as he observed the portly man more closely. "There is something peculiar about your aura. Have you become a battle king?" Suyu inquired, genuinely astonished. It was difficult to believe that the portly man, who had predominantly remained in the hospital, had achieved such a status so swiftly. A sense of incredulity mingled with a hint of envy stirred within him. In recent days, quite a number of events have unfolded in the city. My grandmother, worried for my well-being, secretly unearthed a treasure map and retrieved a medicinal pill for me, which I ingested, resulting in my ascension to the rank of Battle King. The portly man explained, "Now that you have become a Battle King, what divine script have you condensed?" Suyu asked, "Are you referring to the character within me?" The portly man's countenance suddenly darkened, revealing a sense of embarrassment and reluctance. Yet, after a moment, he whispered to Suyu, I condensed the character. Excuse me? Suyu was taken aback. Is it truly possible for someone to condense a divine script of that nature? Ah, wait a moment. Your skin appears to have become considerably fairer. Suyu suddenly realized something was amiss, his voice tinged with uncertainty. And furthermore, why does your voice sound somewhat delicate? Chapter 74. Is China City doomed? Indeed, to say that the plump fellow is somewhat effeminate may be a tad excessive. However, the first word that sprang to Suyu's mind was indeed effeminate. His voice had taken on a distinctly feminine quality. How long has it been since they last met? Upon hearing this, the plump man's face flushed crimson. He cleared his throat, suppressing his tone, and remarked, I was unwell earlier, but I feel better now. Admittedly, his voice no longer sounded as feminine, yet Suyu could discern that it was overly contrived. Anyone with functioning eyesight could see that. Very well. Take your time to rest. I shall take my leave now. Suyu said no more, wary of further provoking the plump man, and nodded before departing. Phew, finally gone. Once Suyu had left, the plump man visibly exhaled in relief, his expression somewhat unnatural. After a prolonged silence, he indignantly declared, Now I can no longer pass on the family line. You've ruined me, grandmother. The old Chun family will come to an end. Upon leaving the hospital, Suyu casually retrieved a treasure map, glancing at the location marked upon it, his face betraying surprise. The designated site is unexpectedly at the Night Watch Division. This truly was an unforeseen turn of events. It was Suyu's first encounter with a treasure map that pointed to the Night Watch Division. Without further contemplation, he promptly returned to the Night Watch Division, and upon locating the precise coordinates, he focused intently. Here lies a fragment of the Rui Jingube. Upon seeing the golden inscription, Suyu wasted no time and immediately activated the treasure map. An expanse of space materialized before him. He beheld the familiar fragment, reached out, and it fell into his palm before being absorbed into his inner realm, merging with the other two fragments. With the addition of another piece of the Rui Jingube, my trump card has increased. You may believe that my possession of the Rui Jingube fragment can only obliterate those newly ascending to the rank of Battle Emperor. Yet in truth, I am capable of vanquishing even more formidable foes. My trump card is one that you shall never anticipate. Suyu chuckled to himself. Lindsay had informed him that the Night Watch's Lucio Shah might target him over the 7-kill monument, which made him quite restless. Therefore, he exerted himself today to excavate the treasure map, seeking to enhance his means of survival, or perhaps even the capability to counterattack his adversaries or acquire powerful artifacts. I care not whether you are a night watchman, nor whether you were unearthed by me, or what illustrious background you might possess. If you dare to confront me, I shall eliminate you all. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Suyu. Thankfully, there are still rules in place. Were it not for them, I would have more methods to deal with Lucio Shah. I could simply unearth an extraordinarily terrifying presence, and then we would see whether you perish first or I do. Suyu, you have returned? Suddenly, the voice of Li Xiao resonated. Suyu looked up to find Li Xiao standing on the upper floor. Although still quite weak, he had evidently regained considerable strength. The higher-ups are convening. Since you are back, you should join us, Li Xiao announced. A meeting? Suyu was taken aback. Previously, it was always the 3 captains and Minister Li Xiao who convened. As for him, he had never possessed the qualifications to attend. Now he is qualified. Soon, Suyu arrived at the conference room. Li Xiao, Lin Zi, and Zhang Tian were present, but only Lei Gang was missing. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lei Gang entered, his face radiant. His gaze fell upon Suyu as he strode over and embraced him warmly. Suyu, you have been exceedingly kind to me. After releasing Suyu, Lei Gang pointed to a wooden box behind him and exclaimed, The treasure map you sold me led me to this box. At first, I thought it was an unremarkable object, but it seems to possess a life of its own. If you don't believe me, just watch. As Lei Gang walked around the conference room, the box behind him bounced along energetically in his wake. Not only does it follow me, but it also has a function, storage. Lei Gang, brimming with excitement, crouched down and gently patted the box, which immediately opened to reveal an expansive interior. He seized a stool and effortlessly placed it inside. Clearly, the internal space of the box could not be judged by its exterior. Suyu's heart ached at the thought. The initial prompt had claimed it was merely an ordinary wooden box. You call this ordinary? He thought in disbelief. Captain Lei, does this box have any other functions? Lindsay inquired, her curiosity piqued. None, Lei Gang shrugged, responding, it just follows me around and holds things, nothing more as far as I can tell. After a brief pause, he added, the treasure map I bought from Su Yu was essentially devoid of danger. I unearthed one that contained nothing, wasting a perfectly good map. I also found a couple of silver coins, which I'm unsure who discarded. It felt somewhat eerie. As he spoke, Lei Gang produced the silver coins. Su Yu recalled that these belonged to an ordinary person surnamed Ning, who had lost them while departing from Lanra Temple. Given the temple's reputation, the eeriness of the coins was understandable. I also dug up a pebble, which was quite ordinary and crumbled at the slightest pressure. I found a mountain as well, lush and verdant, with splendid air quality. Oh, I also unearthed a strand of hair, a shard of tile, a stone, and a bottle of water. Lei Gang rambled on, hastily recounting his discoveries. All these items Su Yu had seen before, having been excavated by Lei Gang. It was a pity about the box, though. Su Yu mused that in the future, when encountering prompts indicating something is ordinary, he might need to reassess his understanding. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Li Xiao appeared somewhat fatigued and weak. Once everyone was settled, he continued, today, to be succinct, there are two matters at hand. The first pertains to Su Yu's remarkable abilities and his performance in battle, which have led to his special appointment as the 18th captain of the Tiana branch, making him the 7th captain currently in existence. Is there any dissent regarding this decision? If so, please voice your concerns. Li Xiao surveyed the room, seeking opinions. I have no objections. I wholeheartedly support Su Yu as the new captain, Lei Gang immediately declared. Neither do I, came the response from others. With Su Yu's prowess, he could have easily assumed the role of captain by now. I concur, Zhang Tiandao remarked. Lindsay felt a mixture of disappointment and joy. Su Yu, whom she had personally recruited, had already risen to her level in such a short span of time. However, her happiness prevailed. After all, Su Yu was under her command. All right, since you all agree, Captain Zheng and his team should have no objections. Thus, this matter is settled, Li Xiao declared. Su Yu, once the meeting concludes, let Captain Lin brief you on the responsibilities and benefits of being a captain. Understood. Su Yu nodded in affirmation. Ahem. Now, let us proceed to the second matter. Li Xiao cleared his throat. Recently, we faced an incursion from the Seven Kills sect, and we emerged victorious. In addition to the enemies we eliminated on-site, we successfully captured over 100 cultists alive. This marks the first time Tiana City has apprehended such a significant number of cult members. Therefore, we must convene to discuss the handling of these captives. According to various regional protocols, some areas execute all captives without exception, while others choose to incapacitate their abilities and imprison them, extracting their treasure maps annually as a form of revenue. Li Xiao inquired. Now, I invite you to share your thoughts. Indeed, this is Tianhe City's first encounter with such a situation. The sheer number complicates our decision. In the past, when we dealt with only 3 or 5 individuals, their elimination posed little impact. But this time, should we execute them all to send a warning to all cultists? Or should we retain them solely for the purpose of harvesting their treasure maps? To Li Xiao's surprise, no one spoke. They all appeared deep in contemplation. Only Su Yu maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Su Yu, you are young. Please share your perspective. Li Xiao encouraged, speak freely, and do not worry about making mistakes. Are you certain? Su Yu inquired. Absolutely, Li Xiao affirmed, his eyes glimmering with encouragement. Su Yu had risen to a high-ranking position within the division, and it was essential to nurture his growth, allowing him to stand on his own. Presently, Su Yu possessed formidable strength and commendable combat skills, seemingly born for battle. Yet, in other aspects, he was still lacking in understanding and required further evaluation and development. Then, I shall speak candidly, Su Yu began, reflecting briefly before continuing. Although the treasure maps hold immense value and would greatly benefit us, over 100 maps translating to a worth exceeding 200 million, I believe we cannot pursue this course of action. Should we choose this path, it would convey to the world that joining a cult poses no real danger. It becomes a gamble. If one wins, they secure a life of luxury. If one loses, they merely forfeit their freedom, with no threat to their life, plus room and board provided. With a pause, Suyu pressed on, therefore, my stance is to execute them all. Not only should they be eliminated, but we must also broadcast this across the nation, ensuring that everyone witnesses the fate of the cultists. Suyu's words were laden with intensity. The conference room fell into a profound silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. Director, my thoughts align with Suyu's. They must all be executed. In the past 3 years, numerous events have unfolded, and many of the cities that have fallen were the result of cult activities. Lei Gang rose, exuding an aura of lethal intent. I support Suyu's perspective. They should all be eliminated. Though the treasure map holds immense value, human life surpasses its worth. Zhang Tian concurred. Lindsay, what is your stance? Li Xiao Winkidat, turning his gaze toward her. Life takes precedence over all. Eliminating them is necessary to provide closure for those who have perished, don't you think? Lindsay responded. Very well, I understand, Li Xiao nodded. Then let us proceed with their annihilation. Let the cults witness the consequences of their actions. I shall apply for a nationwide broadcast at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We must make the fate of cultists known to all. As Li Xiao stood, he declared, thus concludes today's meeting. However, before he could finish, a violent tremor shook the surroundings, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying and oppressive energy. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. In an instant, everyone in the conference room vanished. Upon Suyu's arrival at the scene, he discovered Bai Yuan, Li Yi, Li Xiao, and 3 captains already present. Except for Bai Yuan, their faces bore an increasingly grave expression, even bordering on despair. Suyu raised his eyes to behold a rift, spreading across the heavens and the earth. 2 colossal hands emerged from the fissure, relentlessly tearing apart the fabric of reality. The being was an unfathomable horror, with hands towering at least 70 to 80 meters high. Its height was beyond imagination. What was even more terrifying was the aura it exuded. Suyu felt as though he could scarcely breathe. He noticed, aside from Bai Yuan, the remaining 5 were trembling uncontrollably. It's over, it's all over, Li Xiao stammered. This is a being of annihilation. Since the treasure map appeared 3 years ago, I have never encountered such a formidable entity. Today, Tianhe City is doomed. No, perhaps the entire East District is at risk, even the entirety of Great Xia. Despair engulfed Li Xiao. Suyu's heart sank at the words. Was it truly that terrifying, that hopeless? What is there to fear? At that moment, a flash of light emanated from Bai Yuan, swiftly pulling everyone back. Once they stood atop a towering building, Bai Yuan continued, unfazed, were it not for my diminished power. Even a breath from me would obliterate it 100,000 times over. And now, Suyu instinctively blurted out, Now, I cannot contend with it. Bai Yuan shook his head. But fear not, someone will intervene. We merely need to observe. Just then, the rift tore wider, and the unfathomable entity emerged from within. In that moment, every individual felt their scalp prickle, their bodies tremble as if confronted with the utmost terror. It seemed as though all were paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to flee. The realm was enveloped in a deathly silence. Even the great gorillas and colossal birds outside Tianhe City lay dormant, refraining from uttering a single sound. Suyu looked up to behold a humanoid creature, towering approximately 100 meters in height, akin to the stature of a 33-story building. It is devoid of hair, its entire body covered in a dense array of scales. These scales shimmer with a pale blue luminescence, instilling a chilling sense of despair in those who behold it. It is overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a singular deity of the cosmos. Upon its emergence, it commands dominion over the world, demanding the submission of all living beings. Ah, the presence of so many naturally endowed beings, each a source of immense nourishment. This time, I shall indulge to my heart's content, it eagerly proclaimed, having gone years without tasting such divine essence. Although it sensed a difference in the innate beings compared to those of the past, it did not dwell on this. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended, poised to seize a handful of these naturally endowed humans, when abruptly, its movement faltered, and it gazed upward. A massive vortex materialized in the sky, from which fishhooks descended. To Suyu's astonishment, The hooks were perfectly straight. Those willing may be ensnared. An ancient voice resonated from the vortex, echoing across the heavens. No, do not. Accompanied by this aged voice, the immense humanoid creature displayed a look of terror. Its form became utterly uncontrollable, willingly soaring toward the straight fishhook. Chapter 75. His surname is Jiang. The fishhook is straight, lacking bait. It is indeed a case of those who are willing being caught. The colossal humanoid creature is utterly unable to restrain itself. It yearns to struggle, yet all efforts are in vain, devoid of significance. The fishhook seems to embody the very laws of heaven and earth. Once it descends, the creature must succumb. With its immense power, it cannot shatter such rules. Predecessor, I am willing to submit. I am willing to fight for humanity. Before the massive being could finish its declaration, it willingly took the bait and plunged into the vortex, vanishing from sight. Its formidable presence sent tremors through countless souls, instilling fear in numerous terrifying entities, who dared not utter a sound. Yet now it has perished. In the realm of heaven and earth, everything has returned to normalcy. No witties. The white ape turned to the crowd, smiling. Although we have unearthed a truly fearsome entity capable of annihilating the great Xia, in truth, we possess the strength to contend with such beings. Otherwise, we would have faced extinction countless times over the past 3 years, and we would not have survived to this day. The white ape chuckled. Humanity is favored by the heavens. It is not so easily extinguished. Even in the absence of the fishhook's master, a multitude of powerful individuals will inevitably emerge among us. In the beginning, the master of the fishhook had not yet been unearthed. Back then, people relied solely on themselves. Did they not manage to survive? Upon hearing the white ape's words, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, Su Yu inquired, Predecessor White Ape, what was the identity of that individual just now? That was Predecessor Jiang. He was unearthed 3 months after the arrival of the treasure map. The white ape replied with a smile. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The one unearthed bearing the surname Jiang, along with the straight fishhook, could undoubtedly be the mythical figure referred to in legends. You need not be astonished. Over the past 3 years, numerous mythical figures have been unearthed. The white ape seemed to take interest, speaking at length, for instance, aside from Predecessor Jiang. There is also the howling celestial dog. Well, let's not delve into others. When you encounter them in the future, you shall naturally understand. In addition to these, there are also some historical figures. Predecessor White Ape, I wish to inquire about these historical figures, such as General Bai. From my understanding, they were ordinary individuals. Why, upon being unearthed, do they possess such extraordinary powers? So you could not help but voice the question that lingered in his heart. Well, the white ape chuckled awkwardly. My memories extend back to the endless ages. At that time, there were no historical figures as you described. After I was unearthed, I began to comprehend the current world, just like you. As for General Bai, I have inquired, but he is unwilling to speak, and I am at a loss. I have also questioned other historical figures, but none have responded. Therefore, asking me is akin to asking a stone. You would be better off directly asking General Bai. However, one thing is certain. They were certainly not ordinary individuals in the past. Had they been ordinary, they would have long since perished. It truly did not know. In the era it survived, was there a General Bai? The treasure map, indeed, remains an enigma, one that even the esteemed Elder Jiang has failed to comprehend. I can assert this with utmost certainty, for I had previously inquired about it. However, in times of leisure, I was reluctant to engage with Elder Jiang due to a deep-seated vendetta. Admittedly, I was not yet born during that tumultuous period. By the time of my arrival, Yuan Hong had already transformed from a mere fourth-rate Star Lord into a formidable general on the battlefield. But fret not. When you ascend to a certain level of understanding, all shall be revealed to you. For now, overthinking is futile. The white ape chuckled lightly and remarked, Continue with your endeavors. I shall procure some sustenance. With that, the white ape vanished from sight, followed closely by Li Yi. In the wake of their departure, I shall reiterate what remains unsaid in the conference room. Once the white ape and Li had left, Li Xiao finally spoke. This meeting concludes here. Discuss amongst yourselves regarding who shall confront the cultists tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. This event will be televised nationwide, and should the cultists, particularly the remnants of the Seven Kills sect, take notice, both you and your families could be at great risk of retribution. With these words, Li Shao exited, burdened with other pressing matters that required his attention. Such affairs are best entrusted to the four captains. Before the three could voice their thoughts, Suyu stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to take on this task. As a solitary figure, I harbor no fear of retaliation, and moreover, by vanquishing them, I can enhance my own strength." The three turned their gazes towards Suyu. "Suyu, have you forged the kill character divine text, or perhaps the blood or death character divine text?" Linzi inquired swiftly. "The kill character divine text." Suyu replied candidly, not concealing the truth. The revelation of the kill character divine text was not a hidden card, and its disclosure would not wield significant repercussions. Indeed, it is the kill character divine text. No wonder your condition seemed somewhat peculiar during the battle. It must have been influenced by the divine text, Lindsay remarked, understanding dawning upon her. In that case, allowing you to take the lead in their elimination is not out of the question. Pausing momentarily, she continued, "However, I strongly advise you to don a mask, at least to obscure your identity." She then turned to Lei Gang and Zhang Tian, asking, "Do you have any objections?" Both men shook their heads in unison. "Very well. Since there are no objections, let Suyu proceed." Lindsay instructed the two. "You may depart. I have further instructions to relay to Suyu." Zhang Tian was the first to leave. Lei Gang, however, appeared somewhat reluctant, stroking his seemingly smoother scalp as he walked away, saying to Suyu, "Don't forget to reserve some treasure maps for me. I shall gather funds and return to purchase them from you." "Certainly." Suyu nodded in agreement. With that, Lei Gang departed satisfied. I, too, had some matters to oversee, particularly regarding unforeseen incidents. "Suyu, accompany me for a moment. I wish to discuss the responsibilities of becoming captain." Lindsay gestured in a direction, signaling for Suyu to follow. Speaking plainly, Lindsay smiled as she walked, saying, "Let us first discuss the compensation. Upon becoming the captain, your annual salary will increase tenfold, amounting to 12 million, which translates to an average of 1 million per month." Upon hearing this, Suyu was taken aback. 12 million a year? 1 month's earnings could suffice for retirement? How many people yearn for such an opportunity? The captain of the Tianhe City branch, including yourself, comprises a total of 18 individuals, yet now only 7 remain, as the other 11 have perished in battle over the past 3 years. Lindsay spoke slowly, therefore. Do not be overly elated. While the financial reward is substantial, the mortality rate is equally daunting. Suyu fell into silence. The mortality rate was indeed high, but was retreating an option? Absolutely not. The 12 million equated to 60 treasure maps. In terms of benefits, there are also treasure maps. As a captain, you would receive 5 treasure maps monthly, amounting to 60 over the course of a year. Lindsay gazed at Suyu and continued, "Most importantly, both the monetary reward and the treasure maps can be advanced. This means that once you return and complete the necessary procedures, you may approach the minister to collect 12 million and 60 treasure maps. Is there truly such a fortunate prospect?" Suyu felt a surge of joy. Chapter 76. Li Shao, once addressed as minister, now simply referred to as Shaoli. How delightful this is. It is akin to receiving a year's salary in advance. What could be better? Suyu felt a surge of joy. As for the vehicle, arrangements will be made shortly. It's merely a matter of a day or two, so you must exercise a bit of patience, Lindsay added. All right, Sister Lin, shall we proceed to handle the paperwork now? Suyu inquired, his eagerness palpable. Not so hasty. I am still conducting inspections. We shall return shortly. Furthermore, I have yet to finish my discourse. Lindsay cast a sidelong glance at Suyu as she continued. Now that you have ascended to the role of team leader, you possess the authority to establish your own squads. You may create up to 10 squads, each comprising 10 individuals, totaling 100 people, including yourself. That amounts to 101. As for where to source your team members, that is for you to determine. Within the branch, there are individuals who have not yet joined any squad. You may recruit them. Furthermore, keep an eye out for ordinary people who have shattered their shackles and transformed into warriors. You may welcome them into your ranks. If fortune favors you, and you unearth some ancient beings, provided their strength is sufficient. You can choose to enlist them under your command, even if what you discover are not humans. As long as their allegiance aligns with ours, they too can become night watchmen. Take, for instance, the elder by Yuan. Though not human, he remains a night watchman. And then there's Lu Qiu. While he is considered human, he possesses distinctions that set him apart from us. Yet he too is a night watchman. After a brief pause, Lin Zi inquired, "Now that I have covered the benefits and entitlements, do you have any questions?" Suyu pondered momentarily, concluding that he had no inquiries, and thus shook his head. "Very well, let us now discuss responsibilities. Lin Zi regarded Suyu, stating, having availed yourself of the night watchman as privileges, you must also fulfill the corresponding obligations. You should still recall the duties of a night watchman, correct?" "Of course." Suyu interjected swiftly, "We are entrusted with the protection of the world's populace, safeguarding our homeland, and ensuring the welfare of all." "Good to hear," Lin Zi continued. "However, there is one crucial point I must emphasize. If you choose to advance a year as salary in the treasure map, you are prohibited from resigning within that year. Thus, you must contemplate this carefully." Lin Zi reiterated her warning. "No need for contemplation. I shall not resign," Suyu replied, shaking his head. "What a jest! In this world, how does one aspire to grow stronger? Is it through cultivation? While it is indeed possible, whether via warrior level 9, from novice to mastery, or war king level 9, from novice to mastery, both contain the paths of cultivation. Yet, the pace of cultivation is far too sluggish. The treasure map, on the other hand, is the unequivocal choice for rapid enhancement. As the leader of the Night Watchmen, with an annual salary of 12 million, that is equivalent to 60 treasure maps. Additionally, receiving 60 treasure maps each year totals 120 treasure maps. 120 treasure maps equate to 24 million. Such a compensation warrants the effort of daily 996 work. By the way, Sister Lin, do you know how much our minister's annual salary and the treasure maps amount to? It's 5 times ours. Lin Zi replied. 5 times. Suyu exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe such a sum. The combined total of the salary and the treasure maps equates to an astounding 600 treasure maps. Suyu could not help but swallow hard, secretly contemplating, "Give me time, and I shall surpass the minister, becoming the new minister." The treasure maps are incredibly enticing. Setting a modest goal for himself, he resolved to first attain the position of minister. Accompanying Lin Zi, they took a tour, during which Lin Zi personally unearthed 3 treasure maps, only to end up with nothing. There were neither dangers nor treasures. All 3 maps were squandered. The duo then returned to the Night Watchman division. Lin Zi led Suyu to handle the formalities, exchanging for new uniforms and Night Watchman certificates. "Kulme, I shall take you to the minister. Your rewards have been long overdue, and it's time you receive them." Lin Zi smiled as she spoke. "All right, Suyu nodded, accompanying Lin Zi toward Li Zhao's office. Upon reaching the door, as Lin Zi prepared to knock, they suddenly heard a commotion from within. Suyu too was taken aback. "Xiao Li, why not speak to the higher-ups about transferring you to District East 1? Let me take the position of minister in Tina City." Lei Gang's voice echoed. "Once a minister, now you call me Xiao Li? Lei Gang, do you possess any manners?" Li Zhao's voice remained calm, betraying no emotion. "What can I say? I became the battle emperor first." Lei Gang chuckled, adding, "Unless you can unearth treasures and become a battle emperor yourself. Are you underestimating me?" Li Xiao retorted with a light laugh. "Do you assume I cannot find anything of worth? I never said that. Xiao Li, if you're capable, then go ahead and dig. If you become a battle emperor, I shall still call you minister," Lei Gang said with a hint of arrogance. "Very well." Li Xiao rose, opening the door and stepping out. Upon seeing Lin Zi and Suyu, he showed no surprise but instead turned back to Lei Gang, saying, "Wait for me a moment. Watch how I prove you wrong. Do you require something from me? Wait a moment. We shall speak upon my return." Li Xiao remarked to Lin Zi and Suyu before vanishing in an instant. In less than half a minute, suddenly, Tianhe City trembled. Suyu dashed out first, followed closely by Lin Zi and Lei Gang. They stood atop a tall building, gazing out to see a terrifying creature being unearthed. Suddenly, the figure of Li Yi appeared above the division, flicking a finger, unleashing a burst of flames that instantly obliterated the creature Li Xiao had just uncovered. Following this, Li Xiao frantically dug in Tianhe City, repeatedly uncovering formidable entities. Some weaker beings he dealt with himself, while those he could not conquer, Li Yi personally incinerated to ashes. On one occasion, Li Xiao even unearthed a being more powerful than Li Yi himself. As a result, the opponent emerged and unleashed a furious roar at Li Xiao, only to be met with a brutal blow from an iron rod, reducing them to a mere puddle of flesh. The white ape had struck. Within merely an hour, Li Xiao returned, his appearance disheveled yet radiating a vibrant aura. The brilliance in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Li Xiao had ascended to the status of a battle emperor, becoming the second in Tianhe City after Lei Gang. Initially, he had contemplated breaking through his limitations through diligent training, but provoked by Lei Gang, he found himself compelled to attain the title of battle emperor immediately. Li Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Lei Gang, feeling quite superior. Who does he look down upon? Does he truly believe I cannot become a battle emperor? I simply have not excavated the treasure map yet. If I were to dig, I would undoubtedly achieve the title before him, he silently scoffed. In truth, this was indeed the case. He had not excavated treasure maps for quite some time, but this time in pursuit of becoming a battle emperor. He had unearthed approximately 100 treasure maps within an hour. From these, he discovered 2 treasures, one that healed his injuries and another that elevated his cultivation to that of a battle emperor. Impressive, Minister, Lai Gankixtund, his face beaming with a smile as he stroked his gleaming bald head. I was merely thinking that you, Minister, were invincible among the battle kings 3 years ago, and now you still are. Instead of dragging this out, it would be better to excavate treasure maps and become a battle emperor. Oof. Li Xiao snorted coldly, seemingly struck by Lei Gang's words, and entered the office directly. The voice echoed, Lei Gang, immediately take your team to patrol. Lindsay, so you please come in. Before Lei Gang could finish speaking, he felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the office, prompting him to quickly silence himself and depart. Su Yu and Lin Zi stepped inside. Captain Lin, have you conveyed everything to Su Yu? Li Xiao inquired. Yes, I have, Lin Zi affirmed with a nod. Very well, Li Xiao responded. Since you became a night watchman, you have risked your life and shed blood, repeatedly turning the tide and saving Tianhe City from peril. Such merit deserves reward. Li Xiao presented a storage ring, smiling as he said, the contents of this ring are your reward. Please take a look. As Su Yu received the ring and glimpsed its contents, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath quickened. Chapter 77. Unearthing a celestial being, a demon, and a monster. Are all these rewards meant for me? As Su Yu gazed at the treasures within the storage ring, he inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, they are all intended for you, Li Xiao replied with a sincere smile. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Among the treasures were 500 treasure maps, none of which were of the high-grade variety, save for one extraordinary treasure map. In addition to the maps, there was a blade emanating a fierce aura of lethality. This knife, of a markedly superior grade compared to the one gifted by Lin Zi, was known as the 7-Kill Blade. It had been unearthed by a night watchman and was suspected to have ties to the lineage of the 7 Kills. The individual who discovered the 7-Kill Blade, unable to bond with it, opted to sell it to the organization. I am aware that you have gained the recognition of the 7-Kill Steel and have condensed the kill character divine script. Thus, this 7-Kill Blade should be particularly suited for you, Li Xiao declared with great pride. Once an ordinary weapon, today, it would not be an exaggeration to deem it a divine armament. He was prepared to stake everything on the hope that Su Yu would rise to prominence. Consequently, the rewards bestowed upon Su Yu were of the highest standard, akin to a form of investment. Should Su Yu fail, Li Xiao would not incur much loss, merely some treasure maps and a blade. With a bit of effort over a year or two, or by undertaking some missions, any losses could easily be recouped. However, if Su Yu succeeded, the returns would be staggering. In Tianhe City, he had never encountered a youth like Su Yu. At merely 18 years of age, Su Yu exuded an aura of fearlessness, yet he was not reckless. When faced with overwhelming odds, he could retreat with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, Su Yu had once manifested an innate divine script. Though it was the script of cowardice and had been shattered by Su Yu himself, it was still a noteworthy feat. In all of Tiana City, he was the sole individual capable of such a remarkable accomplishment. Adaptable and possessing innate divine scripts, coupled with a keen sensitivity to combat techniques. Su Yu is undeniably a prodigy, deserving of heightened cultivation efforts. Thank you, Minister. Su Yu expresses gratitude, then seemingly recalled something and asked, by the way, Minister, what about my dragon and the juvenile divine beast, the vermilion bird? They're my spoils of war and rightfully belong to me, do they not? Li Zhao's expression stiffened momentarily before he offered an awkward smile. Ah, Su Yu, the dragon and the juvenile divine beast have been converted into treasure maps for you. They are included among the 500 treasure maps. Is that so? Su Yu questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Indeed, Li Xiao affirmed, maintaining his composure. Very well then. Su Yu nodded, then inquired further, I heard from Sister Lin that upon becoming team leader, one can advance next year's salary in treasure maps. The treasure maps are already encompassed within those 500 treasure maps, Li Xiao replied. Li Xiao rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Su Yu had become somewhat unscrupulous. As for your annual salary of 12 million, I have already arranged for someone to handle it. It will be credited within the hour. Oh, is that so? Then that is settled. Thank you, Minister. Su Yu smiled, a flicker of excitement coursing through him as he retrieved the sole super treasure map from his storage ring. To his surprise, he noted, the coordinates are actually located at the night watchman's family residence. Minister, Captain Lin, I must excuse myself for the moment. The site of this super treasure map is relatively close. I have yet to excavate a super treasure map, and now seems the perfect time to do so. Su Yu, feeling a surge of urgency, dashed away. He possessed another super treasure map that he had never excavated, not due to lack of desire, but rather because the distance had been too great. The journey back and forth was simply too exhausting. The advanced treasure map also lay far away. Conversely, this super treasure map provided by Li Xiao was conveniently nearby. Su Yu, return my storage ring. Li Xiao called out frantically from the office. Upon hearing his voice, Su Yu quickened his pace, muttering to himself, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. The storage ring is mine. Within 3 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Holding the super treasure map and verifying the coordinates, he finally halted beneath his own building. This must be the spot. Su Yu tightened his focus on the treasure map. Before him lay a cave dwelling, once inhabited by a celestial being, a demon, a monster, and a ghost. Yet now only the celestial, the demon, and the monster remained. They were lonely, having not played mahjong for many years. Entering the cave, he could honor the tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young by keeping them company for a game of mahjong. Gazing at the golden inscriptions before him, Su Yu found himself momentarily stunned. A celestial, a demon, a monster, and a ghost. It sounded quite prestigious. Was the celestial truly a celestial? Perhaps once. But what of the present? Were they still celestial? Su Yu was uncertain. Yet, looking at the prompt before him, he made a resolute decision. It was imperative to dig. In that instant, a cave appeared before him. The entrance materialized directly in front of him. Standing at the threshold, Su Yu peered inside, beholding a realm that resembled an authentic world. Verdant hills and flowing waters, azure skies and white clouds. Suddenly, amidst the endless sea of flowers, he spotted a table that resembled a mahjong table, albeit more antiquated in style. Seated at the table were 3 figures, their eyes open yet devoid of any aura. Had they perished? Su Yu hesitated, but ultimately stepped into the cave. Oh, after countless ages, someone has arrived. A voice suddenly broke the silence. Following suit, the other 2 figures also stirred from their stupor. In that fleeting moment, it was as if they had been revived. An overwhelming aura emanated from them, instilling a fear greater than that of being ensnared by Elder Zhang's fishing hook. Yet, just as swiftly, that aura dissipated, rendering the preceding scene like a fleeting dream. The 3 figures in the distance appeared as 3 amiable elders. How many years had passed? Someone has come in. Does this mean we too can finally depart? One of them inquired. Uncertain how much time has passed, the outside world remains as familiar as ever. A third party voiced their concern. The junior, Su Yu. having met the three esteemed elders, stood firm and spoke across the distance. "Greetings, little Suyu." One of them began, "You may call me the immortal of longevity." The immortal pointed to the individual on his left, introducing him as the demon of longevity. He then gestured to the person on his right, stating, "This is the Yao of longevity." Suyu respectfully acknowledged the three elders, despite internally harboring a sense of irony. "We three old fellows have not played mahjong in ages. Little Suyu, would you care to join us for a game?" The immortal of longevity gestured towards the opposite seat, inviting Suyu to sit. With a tone of utmost respect, Suyu complied, asking, "Might I inquire how the game is played, esteemed elders?" While he had played mahjong before, the rules varied significantly across the nation. These beings of ancient lineage surely possess their own distinct regulations. We have lost many tiles over the years. We now possess only 108. Let's play with those, the immortal of longevity expressed with a hint of excitement. Trapped here for countless years, they had long been lacking a fourth player, and the prospect of companionship was refreshing. He proceeded to elucidate the rules in detail to Suyu. Is it truly this simple? Suyu was taken aback upon hearing the explanation. The rules seemed remarkably similar to those he knew, differing only in minor details. As long as you find it easy, little Suyu, the immortal of longevity, replied with a kind smile. Let us commence. The sounds of mahjong echoed as Suyu joined the three ancient beings in their game. Meanwhile, within the Lu Qiu cave heaven, Lu Qiu Sha returned, exuding a palpable aura of killing intent. After a moment of calming his inner turmoil, he gradually regained his composure. Send for Lu Qiu Tong to see me. Lu Qiu Sha commanded. Immediately, someone was dispatched to fulfill the request. Shortly after, a remarkably young battle emperor entered, the very Lu Qiu Tong. Patriarch, you sought my presence? He inquired promptly upon entering. Little Tong, I need you to journey to Tianhe City. The 7 kill steal has fallen into the hands of the night watchman, Suyu. Lu Qiu Sha stated slowly. I will transfer 1 billion to you. Bring the 7 kill steal back to me. The 7 kill steal. Lu Qiu Tong's face lit up with excitement, only to furrow his brows in concern moments later. But, Patriarch, the 7 kill steal is invaluable. Surely, 1 billion is insufficient? I am aware, but I have no choice. Lu Qiu Sha sighed in resignation. Currently, I possess merely 2 billion in my account, and I must reserve 1 billion to support over 30,000 clan members. The only sum I can offer is 1 billion. Tenya, remember to be exceedingly polite on this mission. Times have changed, and we must adhere to the rules of this era. The clan leader need not worry. I understand. Wolfkiu Ting nodded earnestly. By the way, clan leader, I have heard that Suyu seems to have unearthed the blood of the master of the 7 kills monument. Should we acquire it as well? That is mere falsehood. You need not concern yourself with it. However, there are likely individuals in Tianhe City who have unearthed treasures related to the 7 kills lineage. When you go to Tianhe City, aside from purchasing the 7 kills monument from Suyu, you should also investigate who has excavated the treasures of the 7 kills lineage. Inform me of your findings, and I shall make a decision then, Wolfkiu Sha instructed. Understood. I shall immediately set forth for Tianhe City. Wolfkiu Tong swiftly departed. Upon exiting the Wolfkiu cave, Wolfkiu Ting noticed an additional 100 million in his account, a smile blossoming upon his face. This is indeed 100 million. Clan leader, you are exceedingly generous. The 7 kills monument is undeniably priceless. However, bestowing 200,000 upon Suyu is merely a token gesture. Would he dare to utter a word of dissent? In the entirety of Eastern District 1, would any night watcher dare to stand up for a mere Suyu? Our Wolfkiu clan boasts 3 battle emperors and a clan leader who surpasses even that rank. Such matters are not trifles. With a chuckle, Wolfkiu Tong ascended into the air, soaring towards Tianhe City. The sooner I depart, the sooner I return. A beautiful woman awaits me. Speaking of which, women in this era are remarkably liberated, possessing a myriad of skills. Wolfkiu Tong could not suppress a sense of pride, eagerly anticipating the swift resolution of his affairs so he might return to his haven of tenderness. Chapter 78. Who has harmed my brother? In the city of Tianhe, within the residence of the Night Watchers, Suyu accompanied three immortal beings in a game of mahjong. For the moment, the matter of unearthing the treasure map was set aside. These three who boldly claimed to be immortal surely possessed some remarkable abilities. It was only fitting to indulge them in this traditional game, honoring the values of respect for the elderly and care for the young. As they played, Suyu engaged in conversation with the three immortals, attempting to glean some insights through dialogue. However, he was met with a wall of silence. Fortunately, Suyu rimandum perturbed. If today proved unfruitful, he could always inquire again tomorrow. Some matters required patience and a gradual approach. After several rounds of play, laughter erupted from the three elders, rejuvenating their spirits as if they had shed years from their appearances. At last, Suyu rose, smiling at the three immortals, esteemed elders. I have other matters to attend to. Once I am done, I shall return to join you in mahjong once more. That is agreeable, the immortal elder nodded gently. We have just awakened and could use a bit of diversion. Young Suyu, you may attend to your affairs. Once Suyu departed, the immortal elder turned to the immortal demon and the immortal monster beside him, saying, This young Suyu carries the aura of the ancestral star. Did you sense it? Not only the aura of the ancestral star, the immortal monster interjected, but it seems there is also the presence of the immortal ghost. The immortal demon frowned. But the immortal ghost has already perished, has he not? We witnessed his demise, pinned among the stars. Could it be that young Suyu has inherited the legacy of the immortal ghost? That remains uncertain, the immortal monster pondered. Perhaps I misinterpreted. The aura was faint and may not be what I perceived. I shall attempt to sense it again when young Suyu visits next. Very well. When young Suyu returns, you shall try again, the immortal elder smiled. I have already marked him with my imprint. Wherever he goes, I shall be able to sense him. Enough of our slumber. It is time we venture forth and see if the world outside remains as we remember it. The immortal elder declared. I sense that the red central, which I lost long ago, has re-emerged. I must seek it out. Upon exiting the cave, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the three immortals were amiable, being in their presence imposed a certain pressure on him. He resolved to return to the branch and inquire about their origins. As Suyu made his way, the large black dog appeared, its gaze momentarily fixating on the cave before it swiftly darted inside. Ah, a large black dog has entered. It seems fortune smiles upon us today. The moment the black dog entered, it was noticed, and upon realizing the presence of the three immortals and overhearing their words, its expression shifted dramatically, prompting an immediate retreat. Since you have arrived, do not flee. The immortal elder suddenly struck, a colossal hand reaching out to grasp the large black dog. Woof! The large black dog turned its head, anxiously exclaiming, Master, save me. In an instant, the heavens trembled as a towering figure descended with a resounding crash. Wielding a trident blade, though the figure was ethereal, it exuded an aura reminiscent of the very culmination of the universe's grand design. Who dares to harm my brother? The spectral figure paused momentarily, seemingly recognizing the three immortal beings present. I never anticipated it would be you. Have you returned? As the words fell, the apparition dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, the black dog bolted through the door and swiftly fled, stopping only when it had distanced itself. It's truly them. They have managed to survive. Fortunately, I intimidated them. They surely wouldn't dare pursue me. Within the cave, the three immortal beings exchanged glances. So it was the celestial dog. Wasn't he at white before? Why has it turned black? Regardless of its hue, it remains the celestial dog. It would be wise not to provoke it, lest we attract the attention of its formidable master. Let's not forget our path. We are the ones who seek longevity, and those who defy caution, like the long-lived specter, meet their own demise. The consensus among the three immortals was swiftly reached. If it were merely an ordinary black dog, or one without connections, it would be inconsequential. However, with the celestial dog, the stakes were decidedly higher. In the Night Watch division, Suyu had returned. Suyu, did you excavate that super treasure map? Li Xiao, working in the division office, greeted him with a smile. Indeed, I did, Suyu replied as he took a seat. Minister, have you heard of the immortal, demon, monster, and ghost? They are also referred to as the long-lived immortal, long-lived demon, long-lived monster. And perhaps the ghost is called the long-lived ghost, Su Yu speculated. I have not, Li Xiao responded, tilting his head in confusion. Did you uncover something related to them? Aside from the long-lived ghost, I managed to excavate the other three, Su Yu revealed with a hint of melancholy. Then why have I not sensed any disturbance? Li Xiao inquired, a note of concern in his voice. Do you know if they are friend or foe? Your safe return suggests they are not enemies, right? Though he was not entirely convinced. They should not be enemies. They were quite amicable, and I even played a round of mahjong with them. Su Yu responded. They are most likely not foes, but who can truly say? Regrettably, my super treasure map seems to have yielded nothing substantial, and I have lost a valuable resource in the process. So you could not help but voice his frustration. Excavating treasure maps typically serves three purposes: to grow stronger, and once more, to grow stronger. I understand. Please provide me with the exact location so I can arrange for someone to negotiate shortly, Li Xiao said, furrowing his brow. Certainly, no problem. The location is right beneath my building, where lies the entrance to a cave, Su Yu replied as he rose, preparing to leave and continue his excavation. Having gained no advantage from the three immortal beings, Su Yu resolved to seek another venue to further pursue the treasure map. El Qiu Sham might come to confront me at any moment. I must amass sufficient cards to play before that happens. Yet before I could step outside, someone pushed the door open. Hao Tianlu had returned. Following him were General Bai and another man with a bald head. Soon, the figures of Bai Yuan and Li Yi also appeared. Did you kill him? Bai Yuan asked straightforwardly. Hao Tianlu shook his head, his expression somewhat grim. During the incident at Changbai Mountain, he had nearly succeeded in killing him, yet the foe managed to escape. Now that he had set sail, pursuing him further was unfeasible. Moreover, the adversary possessed numerous cunning tactics. I fear that even if we caught up, we might still fail to eliminate him. Hao Tianlu felt utterly helpless. He had truly risked everything this time, and yet the opponent had slipped away, just barely. Where's the old Taoist? Su Yu inquired, noticing the absence of the old man. An expert in Modu has unearthed 100,000 zombies. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist has already gone to Modu, Hao Tianlu replied swiftly. He asked me to tell you, child, to wait for me in Tianhe City. I shall return to take you to become immortal, unable to resist. Hao Tianlu queried Su Yu. That old Taoist treats you so well. Could he be your ancestor? Who knows? Su Yu replied with a roll of his eyes. He is your ancestor. Having heard this, Hao Tianlu ceased his inquiries and addressed everyone. All right, there is no need for anyone to feel disheartened. Although we allowed the leader of the Seven Kills sect to escape, this time, the sect has been severely weakened, and we have achieved a significant victory. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we should not hear from the Seven Kills sect for the next 6 months. This will allow us to free up our hands to pursue other endeavors. Pausing briefly, Hao Tianlu asked, were there any incidents while I was away? Yes. Li Xiao immediately responded. Su Yu has unearthed a celestial, a demon, and a monster. Chapter 79. Digging for the Saintess. Li Xiao recounted the events in detail, and in conclusion, Su Yu added some additional information. Hao Tianlu furrowed his brows, a look of grave concern etched upon his face. It is highly probable that we are dealing with mythologies unfamiliar to us. Hao Tianlu took a seat, massaging his temples with a hint of a headache, and remarked, the titles are evidently not those of historical figures. The immortal of longevity, the demon of longevity, the monster of longevity. Are they merely inviting you to play mahjong? Indeed, Su Yu affirmed with a nod. You mean to say that their mahjong set has only 108 tiles left, with the remainder lost to time? Hao Tianlu queried further. Correct, Su Yu replied. General Bai, I recall that recently there were reports from the Night Watchers suggesting someone unearthed a red tile. Hao Tianlu inquired. I do recall such an occurrence. General Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Please, make a personal trip to retrieve the red tile. Hao Tianlu instructed. Perhaps I should go instead. Suddenly, a voice from the back of the room interjected. I possess a celestial sword that can soar across the azure seas and verdant mountains. Oh, I nearly forgot you were present. Since you are here, I shall entrust this matter to you, Hao Tianlu advised, adding, remember, regardless of the other party's identity, do not resort to force. If you take their red tile, be prepared to offer an equivalent treasure in compensation. even if it means we incur some loss. I understand. The voice affirmed, and with that, the figure had already leaped through the window, ascending gracefully on their sword. Yi Tianming truly possesses an extraordinary flair for theatrics. Once the figure departed, Hao Tianlu could only smile wryly, shaking his head. If even he felt that the figure was overly pretentious, what must others think? The immortal of longevity, the demon of longevity, the monster of longevity, should pose no threat to us. There is no need for undue concern. I shall seek out more information to uncover their identities, Hao Tianlu stated. Is there anything else? He inquired once more. Nothing further, Li Xiao replied. As a minister of the Night Watchers Tiana Division, he wielded considerable authority. Matters he could resolve independently would never trouble his superiors, while those beyond his purview could be addressed later. Very well. You may all take your leave, except for Su Yu. I would like General Bai to remain as well. Hao Tianlu gestured, pondering briefly before adding. General Bai, who was about to depart, was slightly taken aback but did not question it, simply settling back down. Soon, only 3 individuals remained in the office. Hao Tianlu then turned his gaze towards Su Yu and asked, Su Yu, are you familiar with Lu Qiusha? I am aware. Su Yu responded. Then it follows that someone has already informed you. Hao Tianlu reflected for a moment before continuing. Lu Qiusha will undoubtedly go to great lengths to obtain the 7 killing steel. This is something you are already aware of, correct? Indeed. Su Yu awaited Hao Tianlu's next words. The Night Watchers operate under strict regulations, Hao Tianlu explained. On the surface, with my presence, Lu Qiusha cannot act overtly nor dare to disrupt our order. However, if he engages in covert maneuvers, I am powerless to intervene. Do you grasp what you may soon face? I understand, Su Yu affirmed. Su Yu fell into silence for a moment before replying. What do you intend to do? Hao Tianlu inquired. When the soldiers come, I shall meet them. When the waters rise, I shall shield the earth. Su Yu breathed. Do you not wish to relinquish the 7 kills monument? Hao Tianlu asked curiously. You ought to understand the principle of bearing the burden of one's treasures. I comprehend the reasoning, Su Yu sighed, but it is not a matter of desire. Rather, the 7 kills monument has become dormant within my inner world, beyond my control. To be honest, even if I wished to surrender it, I would be unable to. Of course, no one would believe me, not even Lu Qiusha. Dormant? Hao Tianlu furrowed his brow slightly. That is indeed a possibility. Such artifacts, when they suffer excessive depletion of their essence, may choose to remain dormant until the day of recovery. This complicates matters, Hao Tianlu muttered, rubbing his temples. My position is truly precarious. Had I known, I would not have exerted myself so fervently. After a moment, he continued, I have received word that Lu Qiusha has dispatched Lu Qiutang to Tiana City. This could lead to some trouble. Turning to General Bai, he said, for the next few days, as matters are not pressing, I would like you to remain in Tianhe City to protect Su Yu and prevent any clandestine machinations from Lu Qiusha. I shall make a visit to Lu Qiu's celestial cave to discuss matters. Understood, General Bai nodded in agreement. Hao Tianlu rose and patted Su Yu on the shoulder, saying, Su Yu, give it your all. I have great faith in you. With that, Hao Tianlu departed. The emergence of the 7 kills monument had drawn the attention of the higher echelons of the Night Watchers in the Eastern District, which left Hao Tianlu quite troubled, necessitating immediate action. Should he fail to handle this properly, internal strife among the Night Watchers could ensue, an outcome he desperately wished to avoid. Any loss will be detrimental, not only to the Night Watchers but also to the Great Xia, a burden none could bear. Su Yu, just live your life normally. I will remain in Tiana City for a while to protect you, General Bai offered. Furthermore, during my stay, I am at your disposal for any inquiries you may have regarding your cultivation. Really? Su Yu was taken aback. Is the invincible General Bai among the war emperors truly so accommodating? Indeed, General Bai affirmed with a smile. I do have a question for you, General Bai. Su Yu mustered the courage to say after a moment's thought. I recall that in history, the esteemed General Bai Qi, known as the God of Slaughter, was ultimately an ordinary man. However, you are evidently no ordinary individual. Might you enlighten me on this matter? Su Yu's curiosity was genuine, and seizing the opportunity, he wished to seek clarity. Had General Bai not initiated the conversation, he would have hesitated to inquire. General Bai fell silent. Should he speak of it? After a pause, he finally said, "The history you know merely records a trivial portion of my existence. As for the unrecorded parts, I am afraid I cannot divulge them." It is evident that General Bai is reluctant to elaborate, perhaps due to certain reservations, or perhaps deeming Su Yu too feeble to warrant further explanation. Are there any more questions? Feel free to inquire if they pertain to your cultivation. Otherwise, let us leave it be. General Bai maintained his gentle demeanor, speaking with a warm smile. Not at the moment, Su Yu replied, shaking his head. Very well, then attend to your matters. I shall remain in the branch. Should any danger arise, call for me loudly, and I shall hear you. In an instant, General Bai's figure vanished. Never mind, I shall inquire later. Su Yu said. Reflecting inwardly, I must continue my quest for the treasure map. Although General Bai is here in Tianhe City to safeguard me, it is always wise to be cautious. Lu Qiusha is formidable, capable of overwhelming even Hao Tianlu, thus I must rely on myself. Seizing the moment while time permits, he resolved to dig. I recall possessing a treasure map that seems to lead to a sacred maiden. Su Yu rummaged through his belongings and soon located the map. It must be this one. His face lit up with anticipation. I shall check it once more to see if the hints have changed. If possible, I will excavate it. Soon, Su Yu made his way outside, and as he descended the stairs, he heard Li Zhao's voice from behind. Su Yu, return the ring. It was not intended for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yu quickened his pace. What a scoundrel Su Yu is, attempting to covet the storage ring. Li Zhao laughed and scolded, choosing not to pursue him. A few moments later, Su Yu arrived at his destination, drew forth the treasure map, and focused intently on it once more. This place seals a sacred maiden. Engage her in combat without succumbing thrice, and there exists a possibility she may become your companion. Even if she does not become your partner, she will certainly be your friend. Su Yu's breath quickened. Indeed, the hint had altered. The last time he had examined the treasure map, it had indicated a chance he could become her fallen soul beneath her blade. This time, that was absent. I must dig. Su Yu's heart ignited with fervor. My goal is not merely to gain a companion, but to acquire an ally, a trump card. Chapter 80. Alas, you are a daughter. According to Hao Tianlu, Lu Qiusha has already sent someone, and what will transpire then remains a mystery. However, it is certain that before that moment arrives, if he could possess more trump cards, he would face Lu Qiusha with greater confidence. Su Yu immediately set about digging. Suddenly, he halted his actions upon noticing a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, seemingly engaged in unearthing a treasure map a few meters away. Never mind, I shall wait, Su Yu decided to observe. Should this man unearth a menace, it would ultimately fall upon him to address it. There was no choice. Having enjoyed the privileges of a night watchman, he must fulfill the corresponding responsibilities. In simpler terms, it was merely a matter of getting paid for his services. Before long, Su Yu witnessed the middle-aged man employing the treasure map, and a space materialized. After a few moments, a woman clad in ancient attire emerged. She was strikingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow. Casting a glance at the middle-aged man, she gently inquired, "Did the benefactor call me forth?" "Yes, indeed." The man eagerly nodded in affirmation. "Such great kindness from the benefactor. How can I repay it? I shall have to serve you as a humble servant in my next life." The ancient woman remarked slowly, eyeing the man. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Then, in a fit of hysteria, he shouted, "I unearthed you. Shouldn't you marry me and become my wife?" The woman appeared somewhat frightened, taking a couple of steps back. The man, seemingly irate, prepared to charge at her. Observing this, Su Yu sighed and promptly intervened. "Stop." Su Yu blocked the middle-aged man and stated, "Since you have unearthed a living person, we must report this to the Night Watch Division. This ancient woman seems harmless. We will first take her to the Night Watch Division." "Why should that be?" The man fumed. "She is the one I unearthed. She should be my bride. Whether she wishes to be your bride is not for you to decide. You have issues to address when we reach the Night Watch Division," Su Yu retorted, uninterested in further debate with the man. "You all stay here and do not run. If you flee and are placed on a nationwide wanted list, it would be disastrous." Su Yu warned, before returning to the treasure map site to utilize it once more. A A space materialized, revealing a slender woman with long legs, peacefully asleep within. Her physique epitomized the golden ratio, neither too much nor too little flesh. Everything was perfectly proportioned. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and regarded her surroundings with a hint of confusion. Soon, her gaze fell upon Suyu. In an instant, a celestial sword shot forth, aimed directly at Suyu's face. His expression shifted as he swiftly brandished the battle blade gifted by Lin Zi, positioning it before him. Clang, clang, crack. The blade shattered. You are the human race? The Saintess queried, scrutinizing Suyu with intrigue. Of course, I am human, Suyu replied, his dissatisfaction evident, even tinged with anger. Without uttering another word, he prepared to strike. Fortunately, his current strength is formidable. Otherwise, he would have indeed become a soul beneath the Holy Maiden's blade. Am I not already deceased? The Holy Maiden murmured, her brow furrowed in confusion. She vividly recalled her demise in battle. So why had she returned to life? What transpired? Moreover, where was she? As she lifted her gaze to the unfamiliar towering edifices, a flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes. Ultimately, her attention settled on Suyu, and she softly inquired, "Did you save me?" "I don't know. I only know you were excavated," Suyu replied candidly. What a perplexity! This holy maiden had perished. And now, for reasons unknown, she had been resurrected. Excavated me? The holy maiden questioned, glancing back at the rapidly dissipating space she had emerged from. Then you truly saved me. I'm eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. And in return, I can only offer myself. She cast a glance at the handsome Suyu and spoke unexpectedly. The middle-aged man beside them lamented, "Why am I being treated this way?" The ancient garbed woman he had unearthed, however, whispered, "If it were me, I too would be willing to offer myself." The middle-aged man felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Upon hearing the holy maiden's words, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Sensing her formidable prowess, he instinctively nodded in agreement. Very well. With a hum, the celestial sword was drawn, swiftly pointing at Suyu's brow. A mere inch forward would pierce flesh and blood. The holy maiden's eyes radiated an utterly terrifying aura of murder, as though she sought to engulf Suyu within it. All within the seas are brothers. What talk of offering oneself? Suyu quickly responded, waving his hands. Regrettably, you are a woman. Otherwise, I would gladly swear brotherhood with you. Upon hearing this, the holy maiden finally displayed a satisfied expression and sheathed her celestial sword. Since it is you who unearthed me, then please guide me to understand this world. Curiosity mingled with her lingering confusion. Night Watcher Division. Suyu returned with the 3 individuals. Suyu, who are they? Lin Zi, just returning from outside, asked with surprise. This citizen unearthed an ancient guard woman, and I unearthed one as well. Suyuri Blai Trufeli. Xiao Zhang, take them for questioning and registration. Lin Zi called for a night watcher to lead the middle-aged man and the ancient garbed woman to register. Her gaze then fell upon the holy maiden before shifting back to Suyu. You take her to your office. I will bring you the forms shortly, and you can register according to the inquiries on them. I have an office. Where? Suyu inquired. Next door. Lin Zi replied hurriedly before departing. She had just returned and needed to report her work before she could deliver the forms to Suyu. Come, my lady. Suyu beckoned the holy maiden as they headed toward his office. The office was impeccably clean, appearing to have been tidied long ago, yet remained unused until now. After Suyu took his seat, he heard the holy maiden inquire about the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers are the sole supernatural organization sanctioned by the Great Xia government. Suyu provided a brief explanation and asked, Had you ever heard of Great Xia? No. The holy maiden shook her head. When I heard you were dead, could you explain how that came to be? Suyu inquired with curiosity. From General Bai, he could not extract a single word, yet perhaps he could glean some information from this holy maiden. I do not know, the holy maiden replied, shaking her head. I only remember that at that time, Guanyin manifested, issuing a decree for us to prepare for battle. Chapter 81. The manifestation of Guanyin and the issuance of the divine edict soon after. Chaos engulfed the entire world, with violence erupting everywhere. I too was reluctantly drawn into that conflict, and in the midst of a battle, I met my demise. When I opened my eyes again, It was during the moment you unearthed me, the saintess slowly recounted. Upon hearing this, Suyu could not help but furrow his brow. The manifestation of Guanyin and the issuance of a divine edict? This implied that in the era of the saintess, Guanyin was still present. Is that so? How did Guanyin manifest? Suyu pondered before inquiring. There exists a statue of Guanyin in the temple, and one day, the statue came to life, the saintess explained. So, you mean to say that it was merely the statue that animated, and not the true Guanyin who descended? Suyu asked once more. Well, one could say that, the saintess replied, thoughtfully nodding. At that moment, Lin Zi pushed the door open, took a glance, and tossed a stack of forms in front of Suyu. So many? Suyu stared at the pile of forms, feeling a headache coming on, and asked Sister Lin, could you perhaps send someone else to inquire? With so many forms to fill out, how long will this take? He still needed to excavate the treasure map. Where are the others? Everyone is busy. Besides, you were the one who unearthed her, so you're responsible. Lin Zi said as she walked out. In any case, you must face this sooner or later, so you might as well familiarize yourself with it now. So you felt utterly helpless. He raised his gaze to the saintess, who appeared remarkably composed. Picking up the first form, Suyu glanced at it and said, I will ask, and you shall respond. I need to register some information for you, and eventually I must issue an identification card. What is an identification card? The saintess inquired with curiosity. An identification card is a document used to verify one's identity, Suyu explained. Can I choose not to have one? The saintess seemed somewhat resistant. No, you cannot. Even if the Buddha himself were to arrive, an identification card must be issued. Do you understand? Suyu replied with a hint of impatience. There are still many treasure maps left to excavate. If only I had known, I would have refrained from unearthing the saintess first. It's all because my judgment was clouded. Very well then, you may proceed with your inquiries. The saintess acquiesced. Name? Suyu asked. Xing Yishan. Identity? Saintess of the Miaoshan sect. Cultivation level? I was previously at the great. Now I am at the golden core stage. Golden core stage? Suyu's forehead creased in confusion. He was aware of what the golden core stage entailed, but to which realm did it correspond now? The War Emperor? Or perhaps something beyond that? It was perplexing. Wait here for a moment. I shall step outside. Suyu rose and exited. After a while, Suyu returned and inscribed the words Golden Core Stage on the form, adding a note in parentheses, equivalent to the War Emperor realm. He then lifted his head to continue questioning. Age? 18. Suyu raised his gaze and fixed his eyes on the saintess Xing Yishan, asking, Are you certain? When I perished in battle, I was 18,000 years old. Now, I do not know how many years have passed, nor do I know how old I am. Xing Yishan replied weakly. This is truly an ancient fairy, so you couldn't help but remark. However, upon closer inspection, she appeared to be merely around 20 years of age, an undeniable youthfulness that made her declaration of being 18 quite plausible. It would not be surprising if countless individuals believed her words. The process of registering the saintess, Xing Yishan, took more than an hour. By the time it concluded, night had fallen. As Suyu exited the Watcher's division, he felt overwhelmed. He promptly resolved to recruit a few individuals, so that in future occurrences of such nature, they could handle the matters at hand. Suyu reminded himself of this, and then turned to Xing Yishan, saying, Saintess, let us proceed. I shall arrange accommodations for you. He had already consulted Li Xiao regarding this matter. Li Xiao advised Suyu to first accommodate the saintess in his own residence. After all, with 200 square meters at his disposal, there was ample space to house not just one, but even 10 women comfortably. As they made their way back, Xing Yishan closely followed Suyu, her curious gaze surveying the surroundings. During their return, Suyu treated Xing Yishan to a hearty meal and even took the liberty of packing some food to go. Furthermore, he purchased 2 sets of modern clothing for her, ensuring that she had new attire from top to bottom. Since she had been brought to light, it was time for her to embark on a new chapter in her life. Upon returning home, Suyu settled Xing Yishan comfortably before stepping out again. Descending the stairs, he entered the cave heaven. To his surprise, it was already dark inside. Lifting his gaze, he carried the packed food to the mahjong table and sat down. Greetings, my esteemed seniors. I have returned and brought you some food, Suyu said with a smile, presenting the delicacies he had prepared for them. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he noticed an extra red tile on the table. How did we acquire another red tile? He inquired. Earlier today, we managed to retrieve one, but alas, many tiles remain missing. We have only found this one, sighed the longevity immortal, expressing regret. Then, catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, he remarked, "Ah, Suyu, you truly are thoughtful. You even remember to bring us, 3 old fellows, some food. Here, take this one bamboo tile. You may borrow it for a couple of days, but do ensure it is returned." The longevity immortal handed a bamboo tile to Suyu. "What purpose does this serve?" Suyu asked, perplexed. "What purpose, you ask?" The longevity immortal chuckled. "I perceive that you may soon face a calamity involving bloodshed. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet with this tile in your possession, you may safeguard your life when a moment arises." Calamity involving bloodshed? Suyu's brow furrowed slightly at the mention. If the longevity immortal spoke true, it could very well be the impending danger brought forth by Lu Qiusha. Thus, it seemed Lin Jie's warnings were not unfounded. After the 3 longevity immortals finished their meal, Suyu engaged in a brief round of mahjong with them before departing the cave heaven and returning home. Xing Yishan had already taken a bath and was currently seated on her bed in a lotus position, seemingly engrossed in meditation. Suyu quietly closed the door, careful not to disturb her, and returned to his own room to rest. The following day, before dawn, Li Xiao called, urging Suyu to come to the branch office promptly. Upon arriving at the branch, Li Xiao pointed to a young man and said to Suyu, "Suyu, this is Lvqiu Tung, a night watchman for the Eastern District. He comes on behalf of Lvqiu Sha to discuss the matter of the 7 killing monument with you." "Hello, hello," Suyu greeted with a beaming smile. Once seated, he inquired, "The 7 killing monument is priceless. May I ask how much you're offering?" It is undeniable that the 7 killing monument holds immense value, yet possessing it requires significant strength. Lvqiu Tung chuckled and replied, "So you believe me? You lack the necessary strength to handle it. It would be wiser for me to take charge. Keeping the 7 killing monument will only bring you misfortune." "Then, what is your offer?" Suyu pressed again. Lvqiu Tung was slightly taken aback by Suyu's directness. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "This time, I will take a slight loss and offer you 2 million for your 7 killing monument. Rest assured, payment will be made in full upon delivery. I will not renege on this." He continued, "If you agree, I will protect you in the future. You can tell everyone that you are under my wing." 2 million? Suyu stood up, chuckling softly. "I apologize, but I'm quite busy. I must head to work." A treasure of such worth is being offered for a mere 2 million? Is this not an affront? Does one truly think I, Suyu, am an ignorant fool? "Suyu," Lvqiu Tung suddenly called out, "How much do you desire? What are you willing to offer?" Suyu Hotiv. 3 million. Lvqiu Tung frowned slightly. "This is my absolute limit. I cannot go higher. Farewell." Suyu exited swiftly from a night watchman branch. Li Xiao was mortified. Naturally, he felt that Lvqiu Tung's offer was excessive, yet he could not voice this openly. Li Xiao, as the head of the night watchman Tina branch, "You must persuade Suyu. I understand that my offer may have been a bit low, but you know how young people are. They should not always be fixated on money, but rather focus on contribution. My intentions are for his own good. Offering him too much would not benefit his struggle and growth. Wouldn't you agree?" Lvqiu Tung exclaimed in frustration. Li Xiao maintained a facade of joviality while inwardly cursing Lvqiu Tung's lineage repeatedly. Chapter 82. Heads rolling. Lu Qiu Tung continued to chatter incessantly, unable to endure any longer. Li Xiao interjected, "Please take a seat. I shall go and have a word with Suyu." Finding an excuse, Li Xiao hastily made his exit. As for persuading Suyu, perhaps it would be best to forego that endeavor. It was merely a reflection of his insufficient strength. Otherwise, he would have long since expelled Lu Qiu Tung from the scene. For now, he had no choice but to endure. A mere Lu Qiu Tung posed little threat. Yet the formidable presence of Lu Qiu Sha standing behind him instilled profound apprehension. With 3 battle emperors in one lineage, and another battle emperor above, this was no trifling matter. Anyone possessing even a modicum of wisdom would think twice before offending the Lu Qiu clan. Even Hao Tianlu was reluctant to provoke them. This situation had become quite troublesome. Exiting the Night Watcher's division, Li Xiao found a street stall and consumed his breakfast with a heavy heart. What could Suyu possibly be thinking? Li Xiao wuria silanli. A misstep in this matter could lead to internal strife. I must have a serious conversation with Suyu, he thought, feeling a sense of urgency as he dialed Suyu's number. On the first attempt, there was no answer. When he called again, he discovered that he had been blocked by Suyu. This left him feeling helpless. He quickly finished his meal and made his way to the Night Watcher's family quarters. He was well aware of the entire situation and stood firmly with Suyu. Yet, sometimes, having a valid reason was not enough to ensure safety. In this world, it ultimately came down to who possessed the mightiest fists. Within the cave realm, Suyu had brought an abundance of breakfast items, joining the three immortals in enjoying their meal while playing mahjong. The rare one bamboo tile, recently acquired, was produced by Suyu. Without it, the game could not proceed. Ah, I win, Suyu suddenly exclaimed with joy. After numerous rounds of mahjong, this was his first victory. It was no wonder he was so elated. Just then, Li Xiao entered, and upon seeing the three immortals, he promptly clasped his fists in greeting. Junior Li Xiao pays his respects to the esteemed seniors. Indeed, a commendable young man, praised the immortal of longevity. You possess remarkable innate talent. I assume you have been cultivating since childhood? Inquired the longevity demon, eyeing him with a smile. Your technique is impressive, rooted in martial arts, albeit distinct from the martial arts I am familiar with, remarked the longevity monster, displaying an expression of surprise. In just a single glance, they had assessed Li Xiao quite thoroughly. Startled, Li Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. Suyu, slightly taken aback, was addressed by the immortal of longevity. You seek out young Suyu, do you not? With a wave of his hand, he passed the bamboo tile back to Suyu, adding, You two may converse outside. We require some rest. Feeling awkward, yet unable to defy the request, Li Xiao departa swiftly. Just as Suyu was about to leave, the immortal of longevity spoke again. Young Suyu, do not be afraid. Should the sky fall, those of greater stature will hold it up. In due time, we shall assist you in making your escape. We shall not engage in combat. But when it comes to fleeing, few would be able to keep pace with us. We shall find a place to hide for 300 to 500 years. And when the time is right, you may return to seek vengeance. Thank you, esteemed predecessors. Suyu smiled faintly before turning to depart. The notion of lingering for 300 to 500 years had never crossed his mind. Upon stepping outside, Suyu encountered Li Xiao, and after Li Xiao clarified his purpose, Suyu remarked, Minister, your summoning me regarding this matter serves no purpose. I am merely a passive participant. My words bear no weight in this situation. Suyu expressed his helplessness, asserting that if one truly wished to resolve the issue, they should seek out Lu Qiu Tong, preferably Lu Qiu Sha. I understand, but Li Xiao appeared troubled. He too was aware of the necessity. Yet who would heed his words if he approached Lu Qiu Tong or Lu Qiu Sha? However, before he could articulate his thoughts further, he noticed Suyu had already taken flight. Minister, please do not seek me again. I have treasure maps to excavate today. I am exceedingly busy. Suyu's voice echoed into the distance. Resigned, Li Xiao decided to report the matter upward, curious to see how the higher-ups would respond. In Tianhe City, Suyu moved swiftly. Lacking Li Xiao's speed, he could not excavate 100 treasure maps in the shortest time possible. Nevertheless, his current pace was significantly improved compared to before. With each location he unearthed, Suyu focused intently, scrutinizing the golden inscriptions. Once, a jade rabbit left the droppings here. This place conceals a vast ocean. Once unleashed, all of Tianhe City would transform into a boundless sea. Here lie 10 zombies sealed. You may slay to your heart's content. Upon seeing the prompts from the third treasure map, Suyu hesitated not a moment and activated the map. A space materialized, and the 10 zombies were roused, charging forth. Yet, in a flash of blade light, all 10 succumbed to their demise. Suyu continued his quest. Here seal 99 zombies. You may slay to your heart's content. Gazing at the golden script, Suyu once more activated the treasure map. 99 zombies surged forth in a frenzied rush. But the blade light illuminated the expanse, and all 99 fell. For these 2 treasure maps, Suyu could have easily refrained from excavation. However, after contemplation, He chose to proceed. One cannot consistently unearth valuable items without arousing suspicion. Once or twice can be attributed to luck or coincidence. 10 or 8 times might just barely hold water, yet perpetually so would be untenable. Suyu recognized the necessity of self-preservation. The first step in safeguarding oneself was to disguise one's true capabilities. Thus, he continued to excavate, following the locations marked on the treasure map. He hastened from one to another. Here seals a pair of flowered shorts worn by a dog. Donning them will enhance one's strength. If worn around the neck, the boost will be significant. As Suyu gazed at the golden script, his brow furrowed. Not this again. Regardless, I cannot wear these. Not to mention, they've been worn by a dog. Without further ado, Suyu activated the treasure map. A pair of flowered shorts materialized, appearing quite new. Suyu reached out, and the floral shorts fell into his palm, revealing their true purpose. When worn, they enhanced his cultivation by 50. When draped around his neck, the enhancement soared to 70. However, no matter the increase, it could elevate him only to the 9th tier of the Battle Emperor realm. As a mere battle king, utilizing such an item seemed a sheer waste. Yet, he felt a certain affinity with Captain Lei Gang. Suyu nodded in agreement with his own sentiments. He then resumed his quest for treasure maps. Here lay an apple, nibbled by an unknown creature. They are a plate of braised pork from 1,000,000 years ago. And here, 1,000 bottles of Lao Ganma. He toiled until 2:30 in the afternoon, nearing a breaking point. He had scoured nearly 400 locations, yet unearthed only 100 maps. Over 80 of these maps indicated perilous challenges, and he even encountered several Battle Emperor-level beings. Fortunately, Suyu was undaunted, swiftly dispatching them with his dog-headed guillotine. Of the remaining 20 treasure maps, most posed no danger, yet only one yielded true treasure, the floral shorts. Alas, had his luck run dry? Suyu couldn't help but ponder, having excavated 400 maps for a mere pair of shorts. With no time to waste, he prepared to confront the disciples of the 7-Kill sect by 3 o'clock, as a nationwide live broadcast awaited him. Tardiness was not an option. He steadied his emotions and hastened to the square opposite the Night Watchman division. Here, the Night Watchmen stood vigilant, 3 steps at a post, 5 steps at a lookout. Their defense is formidable. Over 100 disciples of the 7-Kill sect were brought forth, kneeling with their hands bound behind their backs and mouths gagged. A faint mark appeared on Suyu's forehead, the third divine eye of Master Wenzhong. Gazing through this third eye, it was evident that none among the kneeling disciples were virtuous souls. Suyu, if you do not arrive soon, I shall call you. Lindsay said hurriedly upon seeing him. Everything is ready for the live broadcast. The whole nation will be watching. Pausing, she pulled Suyu aside and whispered, Do you wish to wear a mask? To avoid retaliation? No need, Suyu replied, shaking his head with a smile. I am but a solitary figure, entirely unafraid of vengeance. He recognized that having acquired the Sutra of Slaughter and condensed the character for kill, he could not grow stronger without taking lives. Yet, he understood that killing must not be indiscriminate. If he were to slay, it must be those deserving of death, such as the disciples of the 7-Kill sect. Should anyone seek revenge against him, they would likewise be deserving. Who would retaliate against a good person? Very well then, Lindsay refrained from further persuasion, saying, Just be cautious. Understood. Suyunadid, sabendi sensing apresens. He lifted his gaze to see Li Xiao approaching, accompanied by Lei Gang and Zhang Tian, with Lu Qiutong following closely behind. As if sensing Suyu's gaze, Lu Qiutong also turned his eyes in his direction, his expression decidedly unfriendly. However, given the public setting, he refrained from expressing his ire. Suddenly, a smile broke across Suyu's face. He had just employed the third divine eye of Wenzhong, discovering that Lu Qiutong was far from virtuous. In fact, he appeared to be more malevolent than the disciples of the 7-Killers sect. How could such a nefarious individual ascend to the ranks of the Night Watchers elite? Suyu found this perplexing. Before long, the clock struck 3. Suyu unsheathed the 7-Killers blade given to him by Li Xiao. A wicked cult. It deserves to be eradicated. No mercy shall be shown. With a swift motion, Suyu brought the blade down. The gleam of the blade illuminated the heavens and the earth. In an instant, heads began to roll. From a distance, Lu Qiutong's expression shifted dramatically. Su Yu was not merely targeting the disciples of the Seven Killers sect, but was evidently intent on eliminating him. Chapter 83. In Tianhe City, I await your arrival to slay. Su Yu's murderous, intent sword, palpable as though it had coalesced into a tangible form. This lethal aura was directed not only at the disciples of the Seven Kill sect, but also at the formidable Qiutong. As a dignified war emperor, Qiutong could scarcely be oblivious to this atmosphere. In that moment, it was not solely Qiutong who sensed it. Li Zhao's countenance also shifted. With Qiutong present, was it not foolish to provoke him so brazenly? There was truly no necessity for such recklessness. Yet, Su Yu let out a cold laugh, brandishing his blade once more, its radiance illuminating the surroundings as yet another cascade of severed heads fell. To offend Qiutong? When the Seven Kill monument fell silent, when it eluded his control, and when Qiutong offered merely 3 million as a price, the offense had already been committed. Having already crossed that line, was there any point in exercising caution? Absolutely not. Should Qiutong possess any sense, he would depart now, and Su Yu might feign that nothing had transpired. Otherwise, he would have no qualms about turning the table. How infuriating! Indeed, it was utterly detestable. Qiutong snorted coldly, his expression darkening as he swept away. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, all television stations were broadcasting live. Su Yu, with his blade, was mercilessly slaying. Over the past 3 years, many regions had adopted similarly iron-fisted measures as Su Yu. However, none had ever conducted a live broadcast. Tianhe City was the first. Or rather, it could be argued that Su Yu was the true pioneer, advocating for total annihilation while demanding nationwide coverage. Had it not been for Su Yu's proposition, even if Li Xiao had consented to the total slaughter, it was unlikely a broadcast would have ensued. It was far too sanguinary. Furthermore, it might incite the Seven Kill sect or even other malevolent cults. However, Su Yu remained unfazed. No matter the era, such cults should not exist. They were all villains. Hence, they deserved to be eradicated. Even if this course of action provoked these cults and led to retaliation, resulting in further sacrifices, Su Yu believed the bloodshed was still warranted, until every last cult was exterminated and no one dared to embody villainy again. What a formidable Su Yu! Having slaughtered so many of the Seven Kill sect, you shall await your demise. On an island, the leader of the Seven Kill sect watched the live broadcast, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Yu, summon someone to investigate Su Yu's background. If I cannot deal with him, surely I can with your family? I shall seize your parents, siblings, and live stream their execution for your viewing pleasure. Within a hidden realm, a senior member of the Seven Kill sect spoke in a somber tone. This slaughter does not only threaten the Seven Kill sect, it endangers us all. Our fates are intertwined. We share in both glory and ruin. In another hidden realm, an individual clad in eccentric attire spoke up, marveling at the bloodlust of this era's people, unafraid of death. Summon our operatives and initiate an investigation into this Su Yu. Su Yu, I have never heard of such an individual. Let's arrange for an inquiry. Is Su Yu's live execution of the Seven Kill sect indicative of the intentions of the Night Watchman's Tianhe division or that of their headquarters? If the headquarters of the Night Watchers is indeed involved, then matters have become quite dire. In Tianhe City, opposite the Night Watchers division, Su Yu remained unperturbed, his gaze unwavering, as he wielded his blade with precision, severing one head after another. These individuals were all deserving of death, all worthy of extermination. Today, he relished in the slaughter. Soon enough, the Seven Kill sect, over 1,000 strong, lay vanquished. Addressing the camera, Su Yu proclaimed loudly, I am aware that many from the cults are watching this live broadcast. At this very moment, you must be itching to kill me. Aren't you? Here I stand in Tianhe City, awaiting your attempt. Those who do not come are nothing but cowards. Su Yu was indeed taunting them. Yes, he was provoking them. Even though he was merely a war king at present, he summoned an extraordinary audacity to issue such a challenge. I await your arrival in Tianhe City. Will you dare to come? If you do not, your reputation will be in tatters, and from henceforth, when people speak of cults, It will be said that they are truly cowardly, frightened into silence by a mere utterance from Su Yu. Should you come, do you truly believe you can kill me? In that case, the outcome of the encounter remains uncertain. Damn it! Li Shao cursed inwardly, questioning his own judgment for heeding Su Yu's counsel. Such provocation would undoubtedly draw a swarm of cultists, and Tianhe City would find itself defenseless against their onslaught. Lin Zi, Lei Gun, and Zhang Tian shared the same shock and concern in their eyes. In a matter of days, Tianhe City had faced multiple crises, barely emerging unscathed. But now it seemed they would be confronted with even greater peril. Su Yu was impressive. General Bai had been observing quietly from the shadows. Upon witnessing Su Yu's actions, his concern was non-existent. He echoed my sentiments. Annihilating them all was the answer. After some contemplation, he sought a secluded spot to call Hao Tianlu, instructing Yi Tianming to undertake a mission and secretly come to Tianhe City, for trouble was likely on the horizon. I have made the arrangements. This Su Yu is truly a headache. Hao Tianlu spoke with a hint of resignation. He too was watching the live stream. From a personal standpoint, he admired Su Yu's boldness and skill in killing. However, as the head of the Night Watcher's Eastern District, he feared that Su Yu's actions might invite disaster upon Tianhe City. Of course, he did not blame Su Yu, yet he could not deny that such recklessness was indeed alarming. Yi Tianming, things are tumultuous in the Magic City. I am issuing you a command to provide support there. Meanwhile, remain on standby in Tianhe City. Hao Tianlu continued, expressing his frustration. Understood, came the reply from the back of the head. I possess a celestial sword that can traverse 100,000 miles with the wind. In an instant, the figure vanished. What an act! Once the figure departed, Hao Tianlu could not help but scoff, reflecting on how much this had to do with the ancient golden elixir he had unearthed. Who did it belong to? And in that era, who was the most ostentatious? Hao Tianlu rubbed his temples, feeling the weariness of age. His memory was failing him, and many things eluded him. In Tianhe City, opposite the Night Watcher's division, as Su Yu faced the camera, he uttered a provocative remark before departing. The provocation was indeed genuine. However, Su Yu was acutely aware of his current frailty, a profound weakness. Should someone truly seek to end his life, his chances of survival were exceedingly slim. This is my trial of slaughter, yet it is also my destiny. Su Yu felt the divine inscription of the character kill pulsating with fervor. The inscription was growing increasingly potent. Today, having slain over 100 adherents of the Seven Kill sect, it seemed as though the inscription had feasted to its fill. He decided to return home, allowing the divine inscription to ascend, eager to discover the heights it might achieve today. Upon arriving home, he noticed the window slightly ajar, a mild surprise to him. Suddenly, Saintess Xing Yishan flew in through the window. Xing Yishan, your timing is impeccable. I need to enhance my cultivation, so please keep a vigilant watch and ensure I am not disturbed. Su Yu swiftly retreated to his bedroom. Chapter 84. This is for your own good. Today, the toll of death has been excessive. In the pursuit of treasure maps, numerous creatures have met their demise. Now, a quantitative change has precipitated a qualitative transformation. The sacred script of kill appears to have received a nourishing boost, rapidly ascending in potency. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Yu promptly closed the door and turned his introspection inward, focusing on the sacred script of kill. Remarkably, it has already advanced to the 7th tier. Alas, the scripts of battle and blade have not seen any enhancement. The scriptures of slaughter indeed serve as the unparalleled method to grow stronger. To slay thousands is to ascend to kingship. The king referenced here is likely not the king of battle. What kind of existence could have been deemed a king eons ago? As Su Yu cultivates his prowess, he contemplates these thoughts in silence. Outside the door, Xing Yishan displayed an expression of surprise. Yesterday, she sensed something amiss. Now, she is certain he is indeed following the path of slaughter. Anyone who treads this path is destined to either spend their life in bloodshed or in pursuit of it. Yet, it cannot be denied that every individual on this path possesses immense strength, even terrifying might. Their names can silence the cries of infants. Their names can instill fear in enemies for 100,000 years. She reminisced about past events. Ultimately, She sighed. Today, she ventured to the library and perused numerous texts. Yet she could uncover no record from her era, not even a whisper. Perhaps her time has long since faded into oblivion. The only solace is that some myths have endured through the ages. Upon returning to her room, she retrieved a statue of Guanyin, which she had purchased earlier. Bowing before the statue, she murmured, "Disciple Xing Yishan pays homage to Guanyin. If Guanyin still exists, please manifest your divine presence." However, after a long wait, silence greeted her, and disappointment washed over her face. 30 minutes later, Suyu emerged, feeling invigorated. Within his inner realm, the sacred script of Kill had risen to the 9th tier of battle kingship, just one step away from the rank of battle emperor. As for the script of battle, it remains at the 2nd tier, while the script of blade lags behind at the 1st tier. If I were to conceal the script of Kill and only display the script of battle, I would be a battle king of the 2nd tier. Yet, should I reveal the script of Kill, I would stand as a battle king of the 9th tier. This ability is advantageous. At times, it allows one to obscure their true level of cultivation. It was past 4 o'clock. It was time to excavate the treasure map. Glancing at the clock, he made his way outside. Suddenly, he thought of Xing Yishan and knocked on the door. Once she emerged, he guided her to his room and opened his computer. After spending half an hour teaching her the basics of browsing the internet and watching videos, Suyu took his leave. Xing Yishan had just begun to acclimate to the modern world, still entirely unfamiliar with it. Suyu wished to teach personally, yet he found himself pressed for time. Thus, he decided to have Xing Yishan watch some videos to gain a brief understanding first. Upon stepping outside, Suyu headed straight for his destination. The morning's treasure map excavation had left him somewhat unsettled. After rummaging through 400 locations and unearthing 400 treasure maps, he was rewarded with nothing but a pair of floral shorts. Suddenly, Suyu felt a stir within him. He extended his left hand, and 10 treasure maps manifested before him. Today, I have eliminated numerous dangers. Could this be my reward? The settlement process was rather swift. Contrary to his expectation of waiting another 2 days, a spark of realization ignited in Suyu's eyes. If I were to unearth some threats, it may seem like I lost a treasure map, but should I vanquish them all, would the heavens not bestow upon me another treasure map? The ebb and flow of gain and loss would render it a net zero. Yet that notion faltered. If the only threat unearthed were a solitary zombie, even if vanquished, it was unlikely to yield a treasure map. Or perhaps, slaying a single zombie would not suffice to warrant such a reward. To reap rewards, I must target the formidable. Engaging the weak would only lead to losses. Eliminating the strong, at the very least, would mean no loss and potentially a substantial gain. Moreover, as I practice the Sutra of Slaughter, I am compelled to eliminate many foes. However, I cannot truly take lives, even if they are deemed wicked. How many villains exist in this world that I could confront? Ultimately, would I not be left with the dangers I unearthed? Am I to forfeit selling treasure maps henceforth? Suyu felt a pang of distress. It seemed as though his financial avenues had been severed. While a new path to strength had emerged, another had closed off. He resolved to reassess. The divine script of killing cannot be infinitely enhanced. Continuous elevation may very well have adverse effects on me. Indeed, one day, I could become a mere monster, consumed by the desire for slaughter. Thus, I must devise a means of balance. As Suyu pondered, he departed from the night watchman's family quarters, making his way toward the location marked on one of the treasure maps. However, after traversing a mere 7 or 8 meters, he abruptly halted, gazing at the figure approaching him slowly. It was Lu Qiuting. Suyu, Lu Qiuting exclaimed with a smile, entirely devoid of the somber expression he bore when he left. I offered 3 million for your 7-kill steal. Have you given any thought? Not for sale. Suyu shook his head. Not only was the 7-kill steal currently inaccessible within his inner realm, but even if it were, he would not part with it. 3 million? Was that not sheer exploitation? Suyu, please, consider this. I have made the effort to come here. It hasn't been easy. Just let it go. For 3 million, I will pay you on the spot. Lu Qiuting maintained his cheerful demeanor. The price is far too low. I cannot sell it, Suyu replied, gradually feeling a sense of impatience. Nevertheless, he had to endure for the moment. I've heard you've unearthed numerous treasures, such as fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang, the bloody shard of the white-robed Guanyin, the dog-head chopper, the Xianhuang flame, and a cloud of darkness. With such an abundance of treasures, surely you wouldn't miss out on a 7-kill steal, would you? Lu Qiuting spoke slowly. Su Yu's gaze gradually turned hostile. Yet he suppressed the urge to kill that surged within him and shook his head, saying, however, the price you offer is far too low. 3 million. What difference does it make from a mere penny? Sighing, Lu Qiuting replied, Oh, Su Yu, why must you be so obstinate? I'm only looking out for your best interests. The 7-kill steal is a curse, not a blessing, one you cannot master. In this world, countless individuals covet the 7-kill steal, and you cannot possibly thwart them. I have considered your youth and immense potential, which is why I wish to shoulder the burden of the steal as calamity, granting you an opportunity to grow stronger. Why must you be so ungrateful for kindness? Upon hearing this, Su Yu opened his mouth, intending to respond, but ultimately chose silence. Engaging with such a person was futile. Thus, he turned on his heel to depart. There were no obstacles in his path on one side, but to his dismay, Lu Qiuting, utterly shameless, followed closely behind, incessantly chattering. Su Yu, let's make a deal. I'll take a loss and offer you an additional 1 million, totaling 4 million. Hand over the 7-kill steal. What does that sound? I shall reiterate. 4 million is still too low. Su Yu turned back, enunciating each word with precision. How can you modern folk be so miserly? In life, one should not be so calculative. Sometimes a loss can be a blessing. Lu Qiuting's tone grew increasingly frigid, his demeanor turning menacing. A loss can be a blessing? Then I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea. In Su Yu's eyes, a surge of murderous intent ignited, and with a swift motion, he drew his blade. Chapter 85. A half-lotus root step cloud shoe. The strike was executed with lightning speed. Yet, in the face of such a swift attack, there was no sign of surprise or fear in Lu Qiuting's eyes. Instead, he bore an expression that suggested the success of a cunning scheme. Indeed, it was deliberate. If Su Yu were to acquiesce, it would be splendid, mutual benefit for all. However, if Su Yu were to refuse, it would compel him to act. Should Su Yu suddenly resort to